attempt, no. Davis comes out with it, and that is it. The United States holds on for a win, and South Sudan mere moments away from what would have been the biggest win in their country's history, perhaps in any sporting event.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. That's how we're starting. South Sudan was cooking. And LeBron James and Team USA rallies back. LeBron played great down the stretch. They were up 16 points in that game Saturday, which was fun. I had fun watching some basketball, man. But LeBron scores 25, 23-5 run late in the third quarter, early fourth. Really flipped the game there. But South Sudan gave the Team USA all they can do. By the way, Anthony Edwards got away with a foul. He got away with a foul at the end of the game. To say it, Team USA, it's time to clean it up. Clean it up.
I'm watching that game. I got like 4 different ESPN alerts during the middle of that game. They're down 13. I was like, who's down 13? Which USA team? I thought it was maybe the women's all-star game. I didn't know what was going on. And then I flip it on and I'm like, oh God, this is not good. If they lose this game, the rhetoric around Steve Kerr as a coach like it's his fault is going to be all time.
They're already blaming Steve Kerr. It's Steve Kerr's fault. The lineup combination is Steve Kerr's fault. You got 12 of the best players in the NBA, but it's Steve Kerr's fault. Steve Kerr.
I didn't even know. Okay, I'm being honest. I'm not the most geography-based genius, okay? I don't understand the world map that well. I freely admit it. Didn't even know South Sudan was a thing.
Yeah, it was the thing. Luol Deng, the fighting Luol Dengs or Royal Ivies. South Sudan, you got to check out a map of Africa. South Sudan.
There's a lot of countries, Monte. It's very difficult to keep up.
Well, Africa is a big country. It's one of the biggest countries.
Absolutely.
Biggest continents in the world. Continent and the countries that lie within Africa. South Africa, Sudan, Ethiopia. You can go on and on and on. Algeria on the west side of Africa.
Ivory Coast.
There you go. There's Africa's
Egypt. Tunisia.
Is it the biggest continent? Africa's huge.
I don't know.
Huge. I don't know. Anyway, but South Sudan's got some ballers, man.
Well, clearly. And they were all big and long and playing elite defense. What does this mean about Steph Curry's legacy? I'm teasing. God. You know that's what's coming out.
Yeah, one shot. I'm just glad Hey, by the way, we're back. And I didn't even give a long oh baby or a loud oh baby because I'm not going to lie. Let's start here. Last week, we were all jacked up with the lineup. And I have to start here. To drive to work this morning was painful.
You look tired.
No, I'm not tired. I've gotten plenty of sleep. We had it so damn good last week. 10 to 2. You get 8-9 hours. You go home. You pick up kids. You have fun. You go to bed at 11 o'clock. Going to bed at 9 o'clock sucks. Waking up at 3:45. 4:15, and you're just watching the clock. Quickly go to 4:30.
So you have an old school clock?
No, I'm just...
With a hand, with like the double hands?
Yeah, I wish I had the double hand. Well, the double hand is like this, it's spinning. So fast, rapidly. So I got to start there. I knew this jacked up lineup was going to screw somebody over. It was going to screw me over. And I wish it never happened.
Why is that?
I just wish it never happened because Steiny and Guru have it so damn good. Willard and Dibbs have it so good. And I'm listening to Spinoni at 5 in the morning. I'm like, oh, God, I know he's hurting.
Were you hurting, Spinoni? He was hurting.
He was hurting. The only one who's happy about this is Shasky. He's like, oh, my God, we're back in the mornings. Said no one ever. So your boy's going to take some adjusting.
That's okay.
It's going to be adjusted. And you know, the Giants.
Great.
And if we get to the Giants, I'm afraid.
Why is that?
Bad things will be said about them.
Why?
Because that was such an unserious series that opened up the second half of the season.
I thought the Hayden Birdsong's performance yesterday was outstanding.
It was.
What I loved about the whole thing was like you saw Harrison go 5 on Friday night, and he was really good. I thought Harrison was really good. And then, Logan Webb was okay. The eyeball test would tell you that Logan hasn't been as good as the numbers suggest this year, just based off what you think he can do, right? He's a very good player, but he even admitted it in the postgame. He's like, yeah, look, my changeup didn't move. I didn't have a lot on my breaking ball. Well, I thought it was the exact opposite yesterday for Hayden Birdsong. They let him go back out there in the 6th, and he rewarded that confidence with punching out a couple more guys, and his curveball was excellent. I thought his slider was excellent, and it was the amount of swing and misses from him. Look, overall, the team, you lose 2 out of 3 to Colorado. I mean, when you tell me all week this is the most important series of the year, this is the most important stretch of the year, and you're still crying about a play from Friday night in the 4th inning when Brett Wisely's ball hits the umpire, and we can get to that play in a second, but really? Really? No accountability on your own bullpen blowing the lead? No accountability on you going outside of the Brett Wisely at bat, 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position Friday night? You're mad about balls and strikes and a ball, which, look, it happens. It's the rub of the green. It's just stuff. Sometimes the ball hits a rock and stays in fair territory. Sometimes it hits an umpire. It's really sucky and unfortunate. The umpire should have gone into foul territory in that situation. I give the first baseman the hell of the credit for Colorado for making a great play, sliding into first and getting Brett Wisely out. It's just, it sucks.
So for the audience, hold on. So for the audience, we'll reset that and explain what happened. I want to start with Hayden Birdsong, though. You brought him up. Younger than 23 years old with 12 strikeouts in a game because he was special yesterday. The curveball was curving. The fastball has got to get better control of it, but he's getting there. 12 strikeouts. Look at this list.
Give it to me.
Look at it. Juan Marichal, Mike McCormick, Pete Falcone back in 75, Matt Cain, Madison Bumgarner.
Wow. What's that list of?
That's a list of younger pitchers in Giants history since 1901. Younger than 23 years old with 12 strikeouts in a game. 12 strikeouts in a game. Now, to your point about Harrison Friday, he did pitch better.
I thought he was good.
He did pitch better. That was a nice tone setter.
Yeah.
And they blew the damn game. By the way, the only Giants pitchers in the last 40 years to strike out 12 before their 23rd birthday, Madison Bumgarner, Matt Cain, and, of course, Hayden Birdsong.
Wow, so good
Kyle Harrison set the tone. I thought he had a very, very solid start Friday night. His 2 best starts of the season, ironically, have come at Coors Field.
How random
May
is that?
7th when he wins 7 innings and, of course, Friday night. But the bullpen blows the game.
I know.
We'll get to them in a second and what happened.
The full bullpen.
It was the full bullpen. It was just a full disaster to open up the second half of the season. And then Logan Webb. Look, he was okay. And, this is where I get to Giants fans online and say they're the softest fan base I know west of the Mississippi.
It's
soft serve ice cream because all I thought
What'd you think?
Was Logan Webb's start on Saturday was unacceptable.
Why?
He's the ace of the staff. You may not think he's a prototypical number 1 in the starting rotation. We can argue about that till we're blue in the face. He could be a number 2, a great number 2. I don't care. On this staff, he's the leader.
Yes.
He's the guy.
Yes.
And to go out there and give up 12 base runners in 6 innings is just not good enough.
No.
It's not good enough. Knowing your bullpen is leaky, knowing your offense is struggling a little bit to put together good at-bats and rallies or whatnot, and score more than 3 or 4 runs, that was not good enough on Saturday. And right off the rip, when you give up a 2 spot in the bottom of the first inning, all of a sudden this offense is playing uphill. Now you're pitching uphill. Now you're saying, boy, every inning after that is a stress inning at Coors Field.
Yeah.
And once you give up that 2 spot in the first inning. So that was not good enough. Not good enough. And then, Duvall saves it yesterday. But Logan Webb has got to be better. That's a tough start before the break. That's a tough start during the All-Star game. That's another tough spot against Colorado. Now, luckily for him, I don't think it's just not good enough for Logan Webb. It's not good enough.
No, well, and I guess it's interesting because you bring, there's a variety of things we can get into, but with Logan Webb, I'm with you. And I think people think that this is a disrespect. It's not. Just because you have a quarterback doesn't mean he's what I deem to be a franchise quarterback, right? And we could argue. Some people might think there's 5 franchise quarterbacks. Some might think there's 12. But there's certainly not 32. Would you agree with me?
No, there's not 32 quarterbacks. Maybe 15.
Just because you're the number 1 in the rotation doesn't mean you're an ace. I don't know how many true aces there are in baseball currently because a lot of them are hurt. If you just go around the bigs, right? A lot of them are hurt. I think Logan has potential to be an ace, but when you're the number 1 in on this staff, and this is the biggest start of the year, when you have a whole week off. Now, I know he went to the All-Star game, and he pitched in the All-Star game, but I am asking you, I'm giving you the ball, and I'm saying, you've got to give me an opportunity to have the lead in the 6th inning or later. Now, I'm looking at his game logs, and he does go deep in games all the time. But if I ask you eyeball test, forget the numbers. Don't bring up numbers. How many great starts has he had in the last month or two?
Yes, that hasn't been pretty.
You know, and I'll throw the Toronto start out, where he gives up 7. Like, he kind of lost it in that game. He looked great early and then kind of lost it. In this one, he's talking about, and I'm listening to Bomel in the post game. So when you're holding runners on, Logan has had a tough time holding runners on. Now, for those that are watching on YouTube, Logan Webb does this high leg thing when he's delivering it from the stretch, and guys are stealing on them at a rapid rate all year. It's not exclusive to Logan. It just happens. So when you do the slide step, meaning you come set and you go with a quick slide step, you give your catcher more time to throw a guy out. Well, Bomel is saying in the postgame, almost trying to defend Logan Webb. Yeah, I told him to go to the slide step on the breaking ball that ended up being the home run. And I'm like, we're really going this deep? It's like you didn't snap a breaking ball off. Like, I just feel like the whole thing feels so manicured from Bob, and I'm not mad at Bob.
So let's get Bob. Let's get to Bob.
Do you get where I'm going with this?
Let's get to Bob. It's a lot of
excuse making.
Well, it's the Farhan Zaidi era. So they're going to make Farhan's job easy, and if they sell, I'm convinced they need to give Farhan the pink slip. I don't care if he's got 2 years left on the deal. We see guys get fired all the time. Managers. I don't care if he has 2 years left on the deal. If you start selling on this team, you've got to go. But we'll get there. Bomel getting ejected before Sunday game. And I'm watching just the scene.
Yeah, what'd you think?
And I just don't even care if it was from Friday night, if something's lingering or whatnot. You're trying to prevent a sweep. You're coming out of the All-Star break. Let's just say, hypothetically, he did it to fire up the team. Well, now we are Little League. Well, now we are AAU baseball. Now, we're flipping a spread. The fact that you have to pull that card against the Colorado Rockies
a week before the deadline,
it's embarrassing.
Okay,
this
so
team, I'm over this team. That I'm just watching, thinking Hayden Burnshaw's going out there in Coors Field. They can't hit to save their lives.
They're one of the worst teams in the league.
The worst teams. I mean, Colorado stinks, and we've got to pull a tactic before the game. It could all fired up and rah over something that didn't happen before Sunday's game. Didn't happen during Saturday's game, but something that you let linger from Friday night. So you didn't nip it in the bud before Saturday's game? You didn't nip it up in the bud Friday? You go in there Sunday and you get ejected before the first pitch?
I thought it was...
and then Bomel's laughing like, you watch his presser after the game, but I'm just watching his mannerisms.
Yeah.
He's kind of smiling. He's got a little smirk on his face, and he's like, almost like, yeah, it worked. Yeah, my tactic worked.
Did it?
We won the game.
You hit a couple solo shots, and the 22-year-old. And the irony was, did you know that Hayden Birdsong in the postgame didn't even know that Bob Melvin wasn't there?
Yeah.
He didn't know he got ejected. How does your starting pitcher not know that your manager got ejected? Does that not speak to this era of baseball? Starting pitcher.
No. It speaks to the era. Oh, yeah. Well, that's sad. That's sad.
The starting pitcher didn't know the manager got ejected.
That's bad.
I just throw my hands up. Here's the other thing. Like Jorge Soler, a professional who got paid a 3-year deal, a pretty nice free agent contract. He needed the motivation of Bob Melvin to hit the ball. Tyler Fitzgerald, who's fighting for his Major League Baseball life, needed the motivation of Bob Melvin. Now, look, I understand there are the dog days. I get it. There are the dog days. You just came out of the All-Star break, and you know that the deadline is a week away. I mean, we're literally 5 days, 6 days away from the deadline, and you needed to flip the spread against the Colorado Rockies.
You know what?
It's pathetic.
I don't even want them to buy. I'm honestly, just sell and just fire everybody. I'm sick of this era of Giants baseball.
How about the Conforto at bat with the bases loaded?
Yeah, it was. honestly, Shasky,
I was like,
watching that series over the weekend, thinking to myself, boy, we got one more week till training camp. We got Wednesday till training camp. And then we got the Olympics and the opening ceremonies next Friday in Paris. And LeBron James is going to be the flag bearer for Team USA, which is really cool.
I think it's going to be really cool.
I'm feverishly looking forward to turning the page on the 2024 San Francisco Giants. Birdsong's a great story.
It is.
It's an awesome story.
It is.
But I'm not here for awesome stories. I'm here to win games.
You know what today is?
What's today?
Today is the day the guy you face week 1 shows up on the field since tearing his Achilles last year in week 1, Aaron Rodgers. I was thinking about opening the show with that. I literally said to Loveman, is there a way we can open the show with Jets-Niners talk? We are 6 Sundays away from the NFL returning. I wanted to go that route. The Giants can't score more than 3 runs in Colorado in a game with the season on the line.
So, I'm over the 2024 Giants. I don't even care what happens the rest of the way. I'm not rooting for them to lose. I'm not rooting for them to win. I'm just watching the game. But you know what? We got the smartphone. They're on the smartphone now because NCAA football's back. And I'll play that all night long.
What happened on Saturday? I heard you.
Oh, yeah. I was up till like 3:30 in the morning playing Florida State. We got a chat.
Oh, my God.
Did you get any
daddies. It's tough getting recruits. I keep losing recruits to Miami.
It's tough
I keep losing recruits to Miami.
With the straightest of faces.
I got no 5 stars. I got 6 4-stars and 6 3-stars, but my entire defense came back from a national championship team. And so the way I had to play the national championship, I started off at a bye week, then I played Georgia. And I looked at the roster and I said, dear God, I'm going to get blown out. So you know what I did against Georgia?
You went down to rookie mode?
No. I still played All-American, which is still tough. Heisman is another level. I'm not there
is
yet.
Impossible.
Yeah, so I'm playing All-American. But what I did was I just snapped the ball until there was 5 seconds left for them to play.
The Shanahan offense.
I kept Georgia's offense
2-minute drill
off the field, and they got flustered. Their defense stayed on the field, so I gutted one out 24-10 against Georgia. It was a 3-3 game at halftime in the Fiesta Bowl. Then I played Ohio State 20-14. I had a big-time drive in the 4th quarter to steal the deal. Then I beat the hell out of O. So I'm fine. I can play NCAA all the time if the Giants want me to. But honestly, you just watch this lackluster team, and I'm feeling bad for Contos and Romo. What are we watching? What are we doing? What are we doing, Bo-Mel? What are we doing, Farhan? This is what you put together?
Jake Cave, who I had not heard of.
Oh, my God.
Who's batting like 340 this year as a rookie. I think he's like 444 as a pinch hitter. Had a monster Friday night. I had never heard of him. Okay, excuse me for not knowing who Jake Cave was.
Jake Cave.
He's only had like 70 at-bats this year. Not only does he come through with the big double, then he comes through with the big-time home run against Tyler Rogers. Randy Rodriguez gave up runs.
Oh, my God.
I think Tyler Walker gave up a run.
As soon as he came in the game. As soon as he came in the game Friday, boom.
Randy
and you knew what time it was.
Fall off, Monte. I think the poor kid has pitched. The bullpen has pitched too much. I mean, it's just, it is where they're at. I mean, look, and that's why I'm kind of clinging to a couple things. Like Ramos this weekend, I noticed they were pitching him up. They were pitching him up this weekend.
He looks fatigued.
What?
He looks tired.
He does look tired. He was All-Star 2 for 12 game. Over the weekend.
Yeah.
Like I think that he is exhausted, and I think that the week of the All-Star stuff and everything, like your first one,
you can't give him a day off.
No,
you need him in the lineup.
No,
you can't give Matt Chapman a day off.
Tyler Fitzgerald looks good at shortstop, but. I mean, again, it's 2 days, and then
you got to write it out.
You know who's the hottest guy on the team?
Mike Yashivsky. Give him some respect.
He's the hottest guy on the team.
Give Mike Yashivsky some respect.
With Mike.
I mean, honestly, it's 6:22, and I'm thinking about the series that just transpired, and then I'm thinking about Giants fans who like to come at people and like, you get called out kind of days for calling out the Giants or whatnot, and I guess online I get labeled as. This guy doesn't watch Giants baseball. We know your Giants takes suck, right? So I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking, I got to get up at 6 in the morning and talk about this sorry-ass team. This sorry-ass team that lost the series in Colorado to open up this, like a way to capture the audience. You talk about little Charlie and all these little league players. I'm thinking about all that stuff, baby Chaz, and you come out there and you lose the series to Colorado, knowing damn well the stakes are high, there's urgency, and guys may be sold.
It's unacceptable.
And that's what you come out with? Like, honestly, I can't defend that.
No, there's no defending.
Like, as much as I want to talk about Hayden Birdsong's great performance, how the hell can I do that? How can I dupe the audience and say, hey, let's talk about Hayden Birdsong and his great performance? No, you lost 2 or 3 to Colorado.
Here's the funniest part. If you're a real diehard Giant fan like we are, I heard murmurs. Hayden Birdsong might get sent down to AAA because Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray are coming back. Look at your face.
Alex Cobb.
You are ready to strangle me. And I'm thinking to myself, go 6-man rotation. What are we doing? You're going to drop Hayden Birdsong? I mean, there's one thing if he hits his innings limit. But here's the thing I would say about all these innings limit. If Hayden Birdsong and Harrison don't accrue a bunch of innings this year, then we're going to do the same thing next year. Like, this is the year to kind of build up their arms a little.
So this guy does something very historic yesterday. And they're thinking about sending him back down to Sacramento.
Because Robbie Ray's coming back.
Because Alex Cobb's coming back.
Look, you're ready to like.
Let's come. No, I'm not ready to struggle.
No, when I read that, and I go,
what,
you've got to be kidding me.
Look, they got through the June swoon, but I'm telling you, when I say goodbye in July, I literally mean goodbye in July. Training camp opens up Wednesday with the veterans. Goodbye in July, Giants. I don't have to. They're making my life easy. I don't have to pay attention to you in August and September. It's 2 full months of the baseball season where I don't even have to pay attention to a team that plays 10 minutes from where our studios are at. That's embarrassing. This team is embarrassing. What a joke. What a joke. I gave up 10 to 2. Yeah, you're right, Jason Missler. I gave up 10 to 2 to talk about the Giants at 6 a.m. What's more depressing, waking up at 4:15 or talking Giants baseball? Your thoughts, 888-957-9570. That's coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
You're a 77-win team. You're boring. It's horrible.
I'm not going to lie, this is probably bad on me, but I had no idea until I came in here and I was like, where's Bo Mel? I was like, what inning did he get ejected? Before the game? Okay, so like I came in, I was like, where's Bo Mel? And then I was sitting there, I was like, what's going on? And then I came out, walked back in, and he's sitting in his office. I was like, okay. I had no idea. I literally had no idea.
What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
So, Hayden Birdsong had no idea Bo Mel was ejected before the game. So you can say a couple things here. And maybe one that pops up in your head right away, Roasters. And good morning, we're back. 6 to 10, we're back. Reluctantly. See, Shasky, I came in this morning reluctantly, but I did come in. Reluctantly. No. Hayden Birdsong walking back into the clubhouse, into the dugout, not knowing his manager was there. So, is he speaking to Bo Mel's presence in the clubhouse? Is he just locked in and just going straight to Brian Price's pitching coach? Does he just have tunnel vision where he's just like, I don't know. He said he didn't even know that Bo Mel was not. He was like, where's Bo Mel at? He had no idea he was ejected. Now, maybe he was warming up in the bullpen, Shasky. Maybe he didn't see the ejection because he's out there in the outfield, center field, or whatever they warm up for the bullpen.
Yeah, but every inning coming back into the dugout, you're not getting like that a boy as you're having a unbelievable day. How about when you go back out there? Because they were going to take him out after the 5th, it felt like, and then he goes back out there for the 6th. You're not having a conversation with your manager? Yeah, is this so? Like, I guess my question, like, is this all the way you read it? Is it like, oh, Bo Mel has such a lack of presence on that first step or in that dugout? Or is this the other way? Oh, this is just how baseball is in the modern era, where the manager literally doesn't communicate or even make eye contact with their starting pitcher. Both, to me, are non-starters.
Well, I think one is it's just the Giants' way. I have a hard time thinking that Mookie Betts is going to walk back into the Dodgers clubhouse without Dave Roberts saying something.
Like that, boy,
you know Brian Snicker in Atlanta.
No, I'm with you.
You know,
hey,
like
Chris Sale, good job.
Yeah, Aaron Boone, Judge is going to walk in the clubhouse in Yankee Stadium. Yeah, I didn't even know Aaron Boone was around. Or Carlos Rodon. You better believe Aaron Boone's going to say something to Carlos Rodon with the way he's struggling in the Yankee Stadium. Hayden Birdsong didn't know Bo Mel was around.
Your starting pitcher having a monster day. You got to be kidding me.
You know, what really bothered me was the body language of Bob Melvin in that postgame presser yesterday. Just look at him kind of smirking when they asked him to quit. And I wanted the reporters to follow up. I wanted more information.
What was the follow-up you wanted?
Well, I want just, hey, so you got ejected. What really happened? He gave some very vague answers on what happened. Well, here's Bo Mel. Let's hear from him himself on his pregame ejection.
Yeah, look, the umpiring's a hard job. Yeah. I'm very aware of that. But like I said, just probably said a little too much.
Was there, do you believe at all in like getting the ejection to fire up your side and all?
That's more of an in-game type of thing. But it was just, I didn't plan that. So it wasn't choreographed. It just I probably went too far.
It felt choreographed to me. I'm sorry. So here's my theory on like getting angry at officials, referees, umpires, just in general. If you're not going to do it in the moment or immediately after the game and have a conversation with that individual, and if a day goes by, it's too late. It's too late.
I've never seen anything like this.
In the umpiring world, at least when I've umpired, just my setting is, you're going backwards? You're going back multiple days? Take a hike. Take a hike. And on that play with Brett Wisely, so it's the 4th inning. There's runners on first and second. Yeah. There's one out at the time. Brett Wisely hits a ground ball. And they were mad about the strike zone and whatever. Mm-hmm. Stop with the arguing on strike zones, okay? I'm so tired of hearing about strike zone arguing. Brett Wisely hits a ball down the line. The first base umpire is behind the first baseman, almost in short right field down that first base line. And he moves more in the field of play, and the ball hits him, ricochets back to the first baseman who was paying attention. He catches the ball on the ricochet, runs over to first, slides into first, and gets Brett Wisely out. Look, it sucks. Right. It's an unfortunate play. Sometimes the ball bounces your way, sometimes it doesn't. Was I angry the umpire went in more into fair territory as opposed to foul? Yes. Had the umpire been in front of the infielder, it would have been umpire interference.
Right.
But because he's behind him and the infielder has a clean look at it, it's not. The ball is a live ball, blah, blah, blah. It does suck. If you're angry then, you go out right then and there and you yell at the guy right then and there. If you're angry that day, you go after the game and you blast the guy that day. You don't wait 2 days.
I've never seen anything like this.
That's just weak.
I never saw anything when it was like, wait, he got ejected for something that happened Friday. I'm sitting there yesterday afternoon thinking, wait, you had Friday, you had all day Saturday, and as your team lost the first 2 games of the series, you get ejected before a game where you could have got swept in Colorado. That was a real thing. Camilo Duvall threw 6 straight pitches outside of the strike zone yesterday, 9th inning, and we're all thinking, boy, here we go again. And then the strike he did get on strike 1 was a gift from the umpire. Who's guy to play? He was irate. He was like, what the hell? That's a strike? What is that? Look, ESPN cares so much about the Giants. I swear, this is a microcosm of who the Giants are right now. Whoever wrote the game notes or whatever for the recap for ESPN has no idea what the hell's going on with the Giants. It says this, up next, Blake Snell is expected to be activated from the injured list to open a series at against the Dodgers tonight. Snell has been on the IL since June 3rd with the left groin strain. They have no idea that Blake Snell's already pitched had 2 starts for the All-Star break. They just melded in. It's like, yeah, he hasn't pitched since June 3rd.
Well, that kind of fits in with the Giants' rotation because they have no idea the manager's in the dugout. They had no idea the manager was in the dugout.
Yeah, let me play the ejection. Real quick.
This was just a few moments ago. Bob Melvin brought the lineup card out himself, and it could be that he got tossed.
I don't see him in the usual captain's chair. See Christensen at the top step, so we'll find out here in a minute.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
Come on, man.
When our boss isn't here, we all know he's not here, right?
Yeah,
Do we not?
Yeah, we know his
If
presence is
Shanahan
felt.
wasn't on the sideline,
We would know.
Would we know?
Well, we knew that Steve Wilkes was in the press box.
I mean,
he was in the press box. He wasn't on the sideline.
If Steve Kerr wasn't on the sideline, we would know.
Yeah, we knew Mike Brown was in Sacramento.
Imagine you are the starting pitcher. You're having an iconic day for yourself, and you had no idea that the manager wasn't there. It's just the whole everything about the Giants reads Little League. It just does.
No, this is Little League.
Crying. How about this? Hey, how about this? Instead of bitching and complaining about the umpire not getting out of the way, which he should have gotten out of the way, I agree with. But if you're going to be mad, get mad in real time or get mad that night. How about you dial up, I don't know, a bunt? How about you dial up a base hit with runners in scoring position on a night where I take the Wisely at bat away? You were
Shasky,
1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. How about you have your bullpen that you've taxed through the roof this year actually hold a lead?
No, you know what, Shasky? Let's dial it back. Let's dial it down. I'm going to tell you why. It feels like we're manufacturing passion for a lackluster baseball team. And I'm not going to do it no more. I'm sorry. It's the same old song. I'm just listening to you, and I'm listening to myself, and we're sitting here talking. I'm looking at these 50 mobile texts. It's the same old song. We're on a repeat when it comes to the San Francisco Giants. We took a week off from that, which really should have been their week, the All-Star week, but, they're not compelling at all. Logan Webb gets blown up in the All-Star game anyway, but it's the same old song. Lack of situational baseball. Bullpen blowing the game. Boy, starting to win 5 innings. Woo, wee, yay. Manager gets ejected for something that happened 2 games prior. You lost the series in Colorado. You're 4 games under 500. Your hottest hitter is Mike Yastrzemski, who everybody wanted out of town a couple weeks ago. And it's kind of a microcosm of what this era of Giants baseball is about. Look, I'm not gonna do it again. I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna fake energy or fake. This team doesn't care. Why should I care? They're telling the fans that we really don't care. Farhan told you, yeah, I'm going to put it on the players. They've been disappointing. We're probably going to be sellers.
But here's the part where I get frustrated. You told me as an organization from top to bottom, man, hey, everything about this year matters during this time period immediately after the All-Star break, and which I thought was absurd to begin with. Like, you don't make decisions, in my estimation.
Yeah.
You don't make decisions about a 6-month journey in a 7-day span, right? Like the big picture has to matter, right? So like, oh my God, we were hot for 7 days. Now we buy. Like, nah, that's just not how I do it. Same way I don't make decisions on my roster. Wow, Chase Young had a great Super Bowl. Let's bring him back. Like, no,
let's give him
like
20
the body of work wasn't great. You know what I mean? So no, he can go, even though he had a great game. Just because you have a great little stretch doesn't mean you're a great team. But you can't tell me for a week straight, this time matters, and then come out and not score more than 3 runs in any game against Colorado.
At Coors Field.
That's what I'm saying.
At Coors Field. So I'm not
couple
gonna,
of solo shots, great.
There's no reason to be outraged, which is sad. The Giants have taken me to this point to where I'm not going to lose sleep over them, which is sad. I want to lose sleep over a sports team. I want to be irate. I want to be pat. I want this team to be good. But you go out there and you're trotting out guys that wouldn't be on big boy teams. I mean, I'd rather talk WNBA All-Star game, Team USA losing to the WNBA All-Stars. I'd rather talk about training camp on Wednesday. This team, you try to give them a shot. Okay, Giants, here we go. Dodgers coming up. You got your staff coming back. Let's go. Yeah, urgency. Stakes are high. We mandatory to go to the playoffs. This is not a serious baseball team. This is not a serious organization. All right, save your thought on the other side. It's just, Shasky, they're not a serious organization. More coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Are you serious?
PXG.
4-game set beginning tonight in Dodger Stadium. As a segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. This feels like this is it, right? This 4-game set against the Dodgers. Blake Snell tonight. Jordan Hicks tomorrow. Kyle Harrison Wednesday. Logan Webb Thursday. This feels like it, right?
Yeah. Did you see the Shohei Ohtani home run?
Oh, did I?
I heard. Wait. It just landed.
I mean, Stan had one from the right side.
Absolute moonshot.
Yeah, one from the right side. How's Will Smith doing, by the way? Will Smith, he's putting together some good at-bats. The Dodgers are rolling. They got 15 guys on the 60. They got like 20 guys on the 60-day IL. All they do is come out and sweep the Red Sox.
Yamamoto. Yeah, I'm going to be ready for the postseason.
Yeah, I'll be ready for the postseason. Kershaw will be back Thursday.
Ohtani, right field.
Oh, my God.
Forget about it. A massive shot.
But no, Giants are catching the Dodgers at the right time.
What was that, Sam?
But no, let's say that the Giants are catching the Dodgers at the right time.
Let the highlight finish.
Yeah,
so then Ohtani highlight,
and then I want to hear the Drake Kirkpatrick hit.
Ohtani, right field. Forget about it. A massive shot.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. Hop step, and he trucked Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown. Oh my goodness!
All right, so you believe the Dodgers, Giants? This feels about it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm already ready to turn the page as I flip my notebook because
you know what?
I've got 5 things I'm looking forward to for Wednesday. You know what Wednesday is?
No, what's Wednesday?
49ers practice.
Hump day?
We're going to be down at Levi's.
Hump day?
We are.
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
No, I'm looking forward to training camp on Wednesday.
Wait.
Look, I'm just looking at Will Smith's number since,
Yeah.
I had this tweet where I said, Will Smith kind of reminds me of Buster Posey, which anybody who's comparing anybody to Buster Posey is the litmus test. He's a standard for the modern day catcher.
Yeah.
For especially all these youngsters, right? All these youngsters were all like, Buster Posey, he's a gold standard, Hall of Famer, blah, blah, blah. Joe Mauer got in yesterday. Congrats to him. Posey will be in one day. But ever since I sent that tweet, and I had the FPs come at me, junior and senior, and all these people were he's not Buster Posey. And didn't say he was. Just said he reminded me of him. Well, since that point, his on-base percentage, his OPS is 986, Will Smith.
Wow.
Slug is at 596, just a shade under 600. On-base percentage nearly at 400. Batting average 308, Shasky. 52 at-bats, 16 hits, 4 home runs, 9 RBIs, 7 walks. Only 16 strikeouts in 13 games. Batting 308. And he had a big at-bat Saturday night. It's like every time he does something, I get a tweet, I get a text from Spadoni, and I get a text from my main man at NBC, David Tetla. Just your nightly Will Smith highlight. And he's down on the like we talk Shohei, we talk bets. Nobody even talks about Will Smith.
No, but he's an excellent player. He's a winner, and he's done a great job stabilizing a depleted pitching staff for the Dodgers. Just look at the injuries.
Ragtag pitching staff.
I believe they're 11 games or 10 games up on the Giants and 23 games up on the Colorado Rockies.
All right. You know what? Let's turn the page. This team, I'm even. Giants, you got to do something. You want us to talk about you? You want us to talk about you? You want us to do something? You want us to be like, hey, make it compelling? Well, you got to do something for us to make it compelling.
Well, Bonte, I don't know if you know this, the 28th of July, they're going to have Jung-Hoo Lee Bobblehead Day.
Oh, the guy who crashed into 8 walls, it was... I'm actually excited about the Giants.
Oh, my God.
I mean, come on, man. The jokes write themselves.
Look, I am a little worried about the way they're pitching Ramos. Ramos is going to have to make an adjustment. They're throwing up on him a lot, and he looks tired, and I want to see him make the adjustment. I'm not freaking out or anything. It's just, the league has now got the book out on him. You're going to bat third. You're going to bat in the middle of the order. Teams are going to start prioritizing you. So I think that he's going to have to start to make an adjustment.
Honestly, Shasky, Ramos has been a great story.
Silver lining.
But would you be surprised if he face planted at the end of the season batting 260?
I would.
Would you be surprised?
I would be surprised simply because what I've seen is him make a lot of adjustments within series, how teams have tried. They tried pitching him away, and he started going away. They started pitching him in, and he started ripping the ball down the line. I would be a little surprised because when you do it for 2-3 months, that's not a fluke.
Yeah.
Now, does it come down a little in terms of production? Okay, I could see that, but like fall on his face, I don't see him falling on his face defensively, and I just think he's too balanced of a hitter. Will the strikeout numbers continue? Yes.
I hope not. We're looking for pillars here. And what could be a lost season? We need pillars. I need Ramos to be a pillar, but I'm not going to lie to you, Shasky. I don't know.
Well, maybe I'm too bullish.
I wouldn't be shocked. Like the way the Giants have traded out players and the way this operation has gone under Farhan Zaidi, it would not surprise me if Ramos, the feel-good story of the first half of the season, we're getting to the end of the year saying, boy, we don't know if he can, I don't know if he's an everyday player. That would not shock me. I'm not, maybe I got to stop spewing the negativity.
I'll tell you this. I've watched Conforto's at-bats for a full 2 seasons now, and Ramos is a better baseball player than Michael Conforto.
Right now?
Yes.
Right now?
To me, it's not even close.
We'll see.
I know that Ramos could stay in the lineup every day.
Well, it's 2 for 12 out of the break. And you're playing the Dodgers. It's not easy hitting at Dodger Stadium, especially at night. It's a big series for Ramos.
Absolutely.
Huge.
Absolutely.
So boy, you look at the middle of this order, boy. Ramos 0 for 4. Bailey 0 for 4.
Bailey's been dipping.
Conforto 0 for 4. 229.
Oh, no.
Matt Chapman now batting 234.
Well, the one thing that everybody said about Bailey was, he put on all this weight so that he could sustain throughout the year. And if you just look at the splits pre-All-Star break, post-All-Star break for Buster Posey, it was almost an annual thing where you'd see a dip in his production because when you're in the squad every day, it does take a toll on your legs and your body. And, it's tough. And so one thing I'm monitoring regarding Patrick Bailey is all right, the batting average it's not dived, but it's slowly taking a drip here, a drip there, a drip there. Is he a guy that kind of starts to feel the strains of a full season?
These youngsters haven't done it, man.
No, that is fair.
That concerns me. The dog days of August are coming up. I don't care how soft the schedule is. Well, yeah.
The Rockies are one of the worst teams in baseball.
So they're 36-64. They just lost 2 or 3 to them. So turn of the page. Steve Young. Because training camp does open up on Wednesday. It's time to get cranked.
I've got 5 things I'm most looking forward to.
I've got a few things here.
Number 5.
I'm not putting one above the other one.
Well, how about I do it?
No, I'm not putting one above. I tell you, number 1. I think all eyes. What's the number 1 story for you? Because I tell you what mine is.
I'll give you 5 in order. You ready?
Right, go 5.
Number 5. Hit me. Yeah, all right. Number 5. Nick Bosa and this defensive line. Well, this is a completely revamped defensive line. What are we going to do? Is Javon Hargrave going to look good this year? What's up with Bosa? He's going to be at everything? I want to see it. I think his absence last year hurt the offensive line.
Good. Bosa was at OTAs.
No, I'm talking about last year. And they have no Eric Armstead this year. I don't even know who's going to be their opposite edge rusher. I want to see what's going on with the defensive line.
Eric Armstead started the season on PUP. Physically unable to perform list down to Jacksonville.
Well, last year, Bosa was unable to perform because he didn't get in camp in time. And so this year, defensive line, this team has been, when they win because the defensive line is suffocating. What are they going to do there? So that's number 5.
Number 4,
Dre Greenlaw's replacement. Who is going to be the linebacker that's going to line up off ball, all right, alongside Fred Warner? I think that's the most important of all the defensive things, and I've got another one, but of all the defensive personnel that I'm worried about, it's not secondary, it's not nickel corner, it's not even D-line. It's Dre Greenlaw, arguably one of the best players on the team that never gets talked about. And we all know the minute he came out of that Super Bowl, they were completely different. Who is his replacement, Bonte?
I don't know. Oh, no, we're going to see. D. Winters has a shot to take this job. Jalen Graham, another guy. So we'll see. Demetrius Flettigan-Fowles, he's back in the business. Devondre Campbell from Green Bay. He had a down year, but he's a good player. Maybe he's your replacement for Dre Greenlaw, and maybe they never look back. Remember, Dre Greenlaw got his job in a way that, we discover a lot of players when they get hurt. Quan Alexander got hurt. His first year with the 49ers, he got hurt and was out for a long, long time. Didn't come back until the playoffs, and he was compromised. Couldn't play every single snap. And then, you know, Dre Greenlaw comes in, takes that job. He makes Quan Alexander expendable. Well, maybe Devontae Campbell, maybe D. Winters, maybe one of these linebackers makes Dre Greenlaw expendable here. Because the movement skills. Can he get back to being sideline to sideline, a 3-down linebacker, guarding in space? We had a hell of a Detroit game. Almost knocked out Sam Laporta. Almost knocked out himself. So Dre Greenlaw's replacement may be playing a lot of football this year.
I think by week 3 or 4, we might move this in terms of things that I'm looking at Wednesday. This might be at the top of the list.
Maybe.
This might be something to monitor all season. Dre Greenlaw's replacement. Number 3. Nick Sorensen, the new guy. It's not necessarily that I want to see all the schemes and the schematic stuff because it's pretty vanilla early on. We're installing certain things. I want to see what he's like on the field with the players. When Robert Saleh was here, I remember seeing the interactions between Robert Saleh and his players. The players loved him. And then when D'Amico Ryans was on the sidelines, you kept saying, Joe, look at how these players look at D'Amico Ryans. Look at how they play for him. Clearly, something was a little off last year with Steve Wilks. And I don't think that's a Steve Wilks problem. He's just different personalities. But Nick Sorensen, this is going to be something I'm monitoring. More body language, communication, things on the sideline. I want to see what the new guy looks like.
Well, Steve Wilks had a very good report to DBs. I saw him working a lot with the DBs last year, whether it's Travarius Ward, whether it's some of the what's my guy, Tashawn Gibson, who's now suspended for the first 6 weeks of the season. He did have a good rapport with the DBs, but obviously no Bosa there. He hadn't even met Bosa yet until week 1 in Pittsburgh. So, yeah, Sorensen is going to be something we're going to all watch here. Who is this guy? What does he do? How does he wear his hats? Is he a shorts guy? Is he a khakis guy? Is he a quarter zip guy? Who is he? Hey, I mean, he gives me surfer vibes, but you know what? Let's see it. Let's see it.
Yeah, I'm excited. Number 2. And we're going to get into him in a second. Brock Purdy, full offseason. The last year, obviously, was recovering from the elbow injury. Like, being the number 1 and being healthy for an entire offseason. What does he look like? Because I think last year's camp, he was testing his arm out. He couldn't throw more than a couple days in a row. He was still, like they had the whole Trey Lance thing kind of like going on in the background. You had the Sam Darnold thing going on in the background. Nobody is here arguing anything other than this is Brock Purdy's team. And now that Brock Purdy's been healthy for a full offseason, what is he going to look like in camp? They say that he was taking full command of the offense. I want to see what that looks like.
All right, number 1. Please tell me number 1 has something to do with Pretty Ricky.
Number 1.
Pretty Ricky.
Number 1.
What does Jake Moody look like?
Oh.
I'm teasing. No, it's Brandon Aiyuk. Come on, it's Brandon Aiyuk and the entire trickle-down effect of Ricky Pearsall, this other guy that they drafted.
Guy made 2 50-plus yard field goals in the Super Bowl. I'm not worried about Jake Moody.
I just wanted to see your head explode.
I'm not worried about Jake Moody.
I just wanted to see your head explode.
It's got to be Pretty Ricky. White boy Rick, Pretty Ricky Pearsall.
For me, it's just wide receivers. And the reason why I say wide receivers is that, like, the Niners finally have a plethora of wide receivers that they could utilize. Deebo Samuel has had an up and down last couple of training camps. Brandon Aiyuk has been the star of training camp basically 3 years in a row. Right? Star of training camp.
Oh, I know.
3 years in a row.
Which is why when I hear people say, we can just go find another Brandon Aiyuk, it's all good. On this team that we say has a Super Bowl roster that is loaded with talent, littered with talent up and down the lineup. And Brandon Aiyuk has been one of the best players in training camp 3 years in a row. And we think that Brandon Ayuk's just grow on trees. We can just go get another Brandon Aiyuk. It's all good. We need this guy in camp. You need him in camp because I want to see the 3-wide allotment with the 3-wide formations with Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel and Ricky Pearsall in the slot. I need to see it. I want to see it. I don't want to see Brandon Aiyuk called out of camp and then all of a sudden he hasn't called passes from Brock Purdy all off season. I need that rapport between the quarterback and the wide receiver, the number 1 wide receiver. So my eyes, number 1, I'm going to be fixated on Ricky Pearsall. Is he ready for it? Because we know Aiyuk's probably not going to be on the field on Wednesday unless something just dramatic happens. We're going to talk to Mike Florio today at 8 o'clock about Brandon Aiyuk because he said something that we'll play in just a second. Ricky Pearsall, can he get off a bumper run coverage? How's his route running? How's he look physically? I want to see the size of him. How big does he look on the field? Is he really an Aiyuk replacement or is he a Debo replacement? Who the hell knows? But everybody keeps saying, oh, they drafted him for Brandon Aiyuk. We all remember John Lynch, Debo Samuel, and Brandon Aiyuk all understand. They took calls on both those wide receivers. They took calls on Debo and Brandon Aiyuk. It wasn't just Aiyuk. It was Debo too.
Well, and if you just go to when you go to the practices, you realize there's a big drop off in terms of separation from Brandon. I'm talking about when they do the DB drills, right? And the DB is lined up with the wide receiver, and you just you got to do the guru, the couple of shakes to try to get open. Yeah, Brandon Aiyuk clearly creates separation. Yeah. You just watch. Now, Travarius Ward and him was by far the Titan matchup, if you will, because Travarius Ward is a physical guy who has pretty good movement.
Can you just repeat what you just said?
What?
About Brandon Aiyuk?
He was the guy who clearly got the most separation at practice year after year after year. And it's not even close. But again, the game isn't just about separation.
That's good to know.
But he is. I'm just telling you what my eyes see. And then there's a huge drop-off between him and any other receiver. Jennings isn't a separation guy. Jennings is like a guy's draped on me and I'll make a catch contested. That's his skill set. And he's physical. He's big. He's a different body than what they have. Danny Gray did nothing for me, just in general.
He's still on the roster, right?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. And then, obviously, Debo Samuel, they don't use Debo in practice the way that they do in the game. It just doesn't, Debo's out there and he'll make a play here and there, but you don't see him flying across formations, getting the usual typical touches that you'd see in a game. I feel like they use him in practice, at least in front of fans, very different. George Kittle very rarely gets used in practice.
So it sounds like it would behoove the Niners to get Brandon Aiyuk in the camp, right?
Absolutely. And that's where, you're bringing up Ricky Pearsall. I'm saying, forget replacement. I want him to complement. That's the ment I want. I want Ricky Pearsall to complement the other wide receivers.
Well, how about Mike Florio when he said this? 888-957-9570. The market for Brandon Aiyuk. Here's Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. He was on with Pat McAfee, and they asked him about Brandon Aiyuk and whether or not he had a market if he was to get traded.
It's funny. He'd been very compliant. He hadn't asked to be traded. There was a time before the draft where, as they were haggling over what he is worth, his agent was given permission to see if other teams would pay him what he was looking for. And at the time, it was $28 million a year. It's probably higher than that now because the market's changed. I'm told there were 5 teams that were ready to go and give him what he wanted, what the 49ers wouldn't give him. But they couldn't work out a deal with the 49ers for a trade. And, from the 49ers perspective, this is where it gets a little screwy. You've got 5 other teams that were willing to pay him what he wants and give you something to get him. Why won't you just pay him what he wants? So he's taken the stand now. He's asked to be traded. We'll see if he shows up for camp. But one thing about the 49ers, we've seen guys, you got to be the squeaky wheel to get paid. You got to be Debo Samuel, demand to be traded for weeks, and you get paid. Nick Bosa, hold out until right before the start of the season. You get paid. I think Aiyuk is shifting into, I'm done being a nice guy here because that didn't give me anything. I'm going to start agitating to either get the contract I deserve or get traded to a team that'll pay me. I think one thing we can all agree on, $14.1 million is criminally low for a guy who was a second-team All-Pro, second in the league in yards per target. He had 1,300-plus receiving yards on only 105 targets last year. Imagine what he could do if he was getting the ball thrown his way 180 times like CeeDee Lamb.
So it sounds like Brandon Aiyuk's pretty valuable to the offense. And, Niners, one thing that we glossed over last week was they've been unwilling to get in the contract negotiations with Brandon Aiyuk, according to reports. Mike Florio, and we'll talk to him at 8 o'clock again right here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. The Niners have been unwilling to engage with Aiyuk, even though he went back to the facility, they had a meeting or whatnot, and we all understand this is a tactic to try to get paid. Hey, trade me now. Hell, Debo and Aiyuk talked about it earlier. Debo Samuel talked about it with Kay Adams earlier this year.
I knew, I'll tell you.
Nobody's even talked to anybody about that, right? This is just yeah.
That's just people getting on the internet, moving on things
just doing that. What do you want to say about Brandon Aiyuk? A lot of speculation, like you're saying, a lot of this about his future.
Man, my dog, the season that that he just came off of in the seasons previous. I mean, if you look at his numbers from when he got to the league and now, like, it's always a different type of leap. And so, man, like I told him, man, I said, hey, man, you put yourself in a position to be where you want to be for us. You know, he's up for a new deal and things like that. And I just told him, because I've been through it, like, it's not going to be all fine and dandy like you think it's going to be, man. You got to stay the course. You know, you done did everything possible that you done did for you to be in the position that you done be in, and just let everything play out.
Just let everything play out.
So here's what I'm failing to understand. If 5 teams were willing to give the 49ers some compensation and pay Brandon Aiyuk, like that tells you how much they covet him. Hey, not only are we willing to give you draft capital, but we're also willing to shell out a lot of money. And we know that the Niners' financial situation is tricky at best. What was the holdup? Did the Niners think they could get the deal done on their terms?
I think the Niners probably wanted multiple first-round picks, and they weren't happy with the compensation they were receiving back, considering the player they were going to trade. The 49ers understand how good Brandon Aiyuk is. I hope they do.
Yeah, but if you're not going to pay him...
Right. So it's obvious. No, it's obviously that they weren't receiving the compensation that they wanted. They believed that they were going to get a certain package for Brandon Aiyuk. Maybe Parag and John Lynch, they had it on the whiteboard. This is what we'll do if they give us X, Y, and Z for Brandon Aiyuk. We'll go ahead. The fact that 5 teams say, dude, we got money ready for him. We're ready to pay him. Let's go. Let's make the deal happen. Obviously, there was an impasse on the compensation, whether it's picks or money, whatever it was. There was a disconnect. So the Niners said, you know what? It's better for us to hold out to Brandon Aiyuk because he's not a chump. He's second team All-Pro, for crying out loud. So you keep saying it. We're hearing it from Florio. You know where I stand when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk. 888-957-9570 as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. What's going to give here? What's going to give? What's going to happen with Brandon Aiyuk? The more and more I hear you talk, the more and more I hear Florio talk, the more and more I keep looking at his numbers and his impact on his football team. You can't go into the season without Brandon Aiyuk and expect to win a Super Bowl.
Especially when it's Super Bowl or bust.
Definitely Super. Let's get into that. Because I want to know, and I want to hear from the fans about this one. How can you enjoy a season when it's Super Bowl or bust? Is it even possible to enjoy the regular season when you know the setting is Super Bowl or bust? How can you enjoy it? Can you celebrate similar moments throughout the course of the season? We'll get to that coming up here on the other side, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
All right, the roast is back in its slot. We're not jacked up this week. We are back to our 6 to 10 slot. Steiny and Goo, 10 to 2, and Willard and Diz from 2 to 6. But Wednesday we'll be live from the Santa Clara Hilton Hotel on Wednesday for the start of training camp. The rookies are already here. The veterans report. Wednesday will be the first official practice, so we'll be down there at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. Please come see us. Please come see us. We're right next door to Levi's Stadium. Should be a lot of fun for the first practice of the season. And Shasky, we can't sugarcoat the expectations. There's not a Super Bowl or try again field this year. This feels like this is the one. This is the year that next year is going to look a lot different. And I'm not going to say the window is going to be closed, but there could be a different cast of characters next season due to finances, due to having to pay the quarterback, guys getting older or whatnot. This feels like the year where, you got to go all in on it. And I think the Niners have gone all in on it. But anything less than hoisting out Lombardi, it sucks to feel like this. And I get why people are hesitant to say Super Bowl or bust because you want to enjoy the process. You want to enjoy the season. But boy, it feels like as we enter training camp and we start a new training camp here in 2024 on Wednesday, that the expectations and the setting is anything less than a Lombardi is going to be a massive disappointment for this fan base and this football team.
I think that's the end game. Absolutely. But I would also say that going back to my fan width, right? So instead of bandwidth, I feel like each fan has only so much fan width, right? Meaning sports that can occupy your time at any given time, right? And if the Giants were really good and they were going into a good postseason run, that would distract you from some of the 49er early season stuff. If the Warriors had made a bunch of crazy moves, and they still might, and we were preparing ourselves for another big run with the Warriors, well, that would distract me as well, especially come October when the Warriors start to come back up again. And I know some people don't get into basketball maybe till Christmas, but you get where I'm going with this.
Yep.
I think because the landscape is so desolate for a Bay Area sports fan, I think if anything, it actually makes all of these 49er games more satisfying. We are 6 Sundays away from the NFL being back. I'll raise my hand and say, I think maybe in years past, I would have been poo-pooing the regular season because of the Niners, but because the Giants suck and because the Warriors, I just don't know. I feel like all my chips are in the Niner basket right now.
Well, they have been for me. The last, once Niner season comes around, they come around. And we're locked in on these regular season games. I don't think this year will be any different. But I think the intensity with these football games, knowing that this is a close, we may not have a team that competes for a championship around these parts. We'll see about the Warriors.
We will see.
The Giants seem so far away.
Yeah, they're
the
not.
Sharks are far away.
Yeah.
The Earthquakes are far away. The Glens and the Roots, maybe they're far away. I don't know. The Oakland Ballers, are they competing for a championship? I don't think so.
I couldn't even name the league that they play in.
So the Niners.
I'm not trying to be mean.
The Niners, this is their, they may be the last pro team out here in quite some time that has a chance to win the championship.
Well, plus they are the Niners.
They're the Niners.
Have a sex appeal that's just different, and because it's the NFL.
But according to Steve Young on 49ers Talk with Matt Mayoko and Jin Lee Chen, was last year their best chance to secure the Super Bowl? Because we saw Mahomes in practice throwing to Xavier Worthy. Back foot, rolling out to his left.
Oh, my God.
Threw a dime 50 yards. And the Chiefs are just going to be better.
So, let's talk about the Chiefs, because I think that's actually a really good point. So, what was the Chiefs' best chance to win a championship? In the last, let's just say, since Mahomes took over.
They've had chances every year to win them.
No, I know. But in terms of roster.
Probably that first one.
I agree. Okay. Now, we like Andy Reid. I think everybody likes Andy Reid. And I think that their GM has done a great job. Brett Veach, I believe, is the name of the GM.
Brett Veach, yeah.
I think he's done a great job. And clearly they have synergy.
Yep.
And they have an elite quarterback. And look, he's the outlier. But Purdy's closer to the Mahomes category than he is bottom tier quarterbacks. We all could. No one's saying he is Mahomes, right? But he's in that upper echelon. So here's where I'm going with this, is that yes, on paper, roster-wise, by far and away, this is one of their best chances. Last year, this year, they're very close, okay? And we'll see how it plays out in terms of health. But there's also a part of me that understands that even though I know I'm going to have to pay Brock Purdy and I'm going to have to lose some high-end players, if you believe in Lynch and Shanahan, which I do, and you believe in the quarterback, which I do, then you got to trust that in a couple of years, they'll be back in the scenario where the Chiefs were, where they kind of reloaded. They had a lot of young players, took a big step forward. The quarterback led them. He grew even more, and they kept certain guys, Chris Jones and Kelsey, and then they hit on draft picks. That's the key. You hit on draft picks, and then your elite play caller found a way to make it work, and boom, you're in the same spot. I'm not saying you're going to win it all. We know Mahomes is an outlier. I get that. But they found Pacheco, and they found a bunch of linebackers, and they found a bunch of secondary players, and then they found enough playmakers on offense with the all-time tight end and an all-time quarterback now, and they found a way to be back in the mix. I don't think it's over for the Niners. I do think it's harder, and they're going to have to hit draft picks. Like, this is their best chance, is what I'm getting at. But this doesn't mean that, like, Shanahan can't find guys. This doesn't mean that Purdy can't become more smart pre-snap and post-snap.
What's Purdy's growth? Where's his growth? Where does he need to get better?
Well, I mean, I think
because last year was the top 3, pardon me, MVP candidate, threw for the most single-season yards in Niners history, had an unbelievable season, his first ever full season as a quarterback with the 49ers, 31 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. He ran for another 145. Where is the growth for him? Where does he get better? How can he – look, Mahomes is numero uno, number one, but you're going to have to close the gap at some point. And the growth for me, I'll give you my opinion here. The growth for me is when the chips are down, when you're out without a guy, whether it's Debo or Trent or Aiyuk, can you win a game with your arm and your mind? Can you carry this team by yourself when you don't have premium weapons? We see Mahomes do that. We're going to see if Josh Allen can do that. Mm-hmm. We know Joe Burrow can't do that. No matter how good he is, you take away Chase or T. Higgins, or we'll see without Joe Big. Like, there's a struggle there. Can Brock Purdy overcome some of the shortcomings that other quarterbacks have to deal with throughout the season? That's what to me is the growth for Brock Purdy.
I think that's a fair point. I'd like to see him use his legs a little more. I just think that his legs, I'm not talking about like gun runs up the middle. I'm talking about like scramble drills and, maybe Shanahan moving the pocket. But to me, the number one thing that I think he will continue to grow is having more of his thumbprint on the offense at the line of scrimmage. Like, I think his number one attribute is his brain. I think he's really, really smart. And if I look at Peyton Manning, I look at Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, the real great quarterbacks of the last 2 decades, where they've separated as they've gotten older is having more of their fingerprints on the offense pre-snap, moving people around, and then using their brain to set themselves up for even more success.
Well,
now, I know
Shanahan's I don't know if Shanahan's going to allow that.
Well, I think that's part of the growth of Shanahan I'd like to see. So isn't his brain his number one attribute?
Yeah, sure. I think so at times, but his brain at times got him into trouble last year. We can all admit the 49ers were not the same team that they were going into Christmas Day against Baltimore. Something happened there.
I agree.
Something happened there because I can't unsee the Baltimore game. That game,
they weren't the same.
I mean, he almost threw 7 picks that day, but they weren't the same team from that moment.
Yeah.
The Green Bay game, they were not the same. Green Bay, you're down late in that football game. We were lucky that Brock Purdy walked away from that game without an interception in the box score. Mm-hmm. I watched the game not too long ago. Like, damn, we almost threw 3 picks on this one drive, let alone the game. So the growth for me is, can you carry this team if somebody goes down? That's what the elite of the elite do. Mm-hmm. They carry you. Brady, down chips, okay, you know what? We'll overcompensate. We'll replace this guy. We'll win a football game. We'll find a way to win. Can he continue to do that? He did. Like, as much as I just ripped him for the Green Bay game, they did find a way to win. They found a way to win. You get credit for that. But that, to me, is the growth. But Steve Young on the 49ers Talk podcast with Matt Mayoka and Jilly Chen, Does he believe, Steve Young, the great one, that last year was their best chance to win a Super Bowl?
Last year, the Rams are down. The whole division's down. Seahawks are down. The Cardinals are way down. In the playoffs, you play a Packer team that's been middling the whole time. You got an upstart Lions squad. You're like, that's how we get to the Super Bowl, and then you play a down year Chiefs team. Like, of all the times that you're set up to do it, that was it. But since the Ravens at Christmas, we just weren't the same. And, we held Patrick Mahomes to 19 points. You could have told me, look, Patrick Mahomes won't score 3 touchdowns. We're not going to win that game. Like, you're not going to walk over the Packers. We're not going to walk over the Lions. Like, things were haywire from Christmas on. And that's why last year was the time with the best roster in football to go get it done. And the fact is it didn't happen. That happens. It happened to me. I get that. But now next year, I think the Rams will be better. I think that Marvin Harris will make the Cards better. The Seahawks will be better. The Lions will be. The Packers will be better. Like, it's going to get better, and we're probably not. I don't know if we'll get better, but hopefully we stay the same and still beat the rank and file with this amazing roster we have and the way that we are innovative. We deploy the guys on offense. Then yeah, great. What just happened was a big miss. It was too bad.
Is that a big miss? Is that one miss we're going to come back and look at and say, damn? Kind of like the Niners when they lost to the Ravens, like, damn, that was our best chance. Or maybe it was 2011. It was like, damn, that was our best chance, but Kyle Williams kind of fumbled it away. Was that our best chance? Like, are we going to look back?
But it's true.
Are we going to look back at last season saying, we had a golden opportunity?
Every year. Yes, I do think it was one of their best shots. I don't think this year is going to be easy. I don't think it gets easier at all. I think it gets harder. I'm with Steve Young on that. That doesn't mean it can't happen. No, right? No doubt. And like, we also don't know what ends up happening around the league, because I'm looking around the league like we're all expecting Detroit to take another step forward. It's hard to go from a 12 or 13 win team to a 14 or 15 win team. Doubt. Now, they might be more efficient. There's a lot. They might have the number 1 seed. Like, things happen. The Niners didn't really grasp the number 1 seed until after the whole Eagles thing. Right. Like, the Eagles were the top dog. And it's hard to pick yourself back up after a Super Bowl loss. All that is so real. But we just also don't know what ends up happening around the league. I didn't see Tampa Bay being as good as they were.
But they will get better.
Agreed.
And that's to Steve Young's point. Green Bay will be better. Chicago will be better. Philadelphia will be better. McDonald, the Ravens defensive coordinator, now the head coach of Seattle. Guess what? I feel like they're going to be a bit better. Anybody think the Rams are going to be better without Aaron Donald? We'll see. Offensively, they look good on paper. Blake Corum, Kerryon Johnson, Cooper Kupp, Puka, the rest of the crew. Arizona, will they be better? Feels like they will. Let's go to Bert and Benicia. Bert has some Niner expectations here on the Morning Roast. What up, Bert?
What's up? I think last year was that year. Coming off of the Eagles game, losing Brock the way that we did, how pissed off everyone was and, like, in disbelief. And they kind of had that drive, like, if he was healthy, like, we'd be back. And then you go through the season, you start hot, you lose 3 in a row, you kind of come out of that rut, and everything's building to come back against the Packers. You come back against Detroit, and then you get the team. Like, I wanted the Chiefs, to be honest. Like, I want Mahomes. I want that rematch. Last year was the year to do it. After everything that happened, losing to the Rams in the NFC Championship, losing to the Eagles in the NFC Championship, after losing to the Chiefs, you get back to the big game with this lineup, with everybody healthy, with everybody hungry, and then that happens. And you don't score 24 points in regulation to win the game. You get held to under 20, just like you hold the Chiefs to under 20. And that was like the year. Last summer, I put a $500 bet on the Niners to win the Bowl last summer because I was like, this is it. This is our year. To be honest, and I hate to say this feels like one of those years where we have a divisional first-round loss.
Wow.
I mean, let's let it play out. I hear what he's saying.
But you know what, though? To his point, and I'm not even trying to be negative and down and out, but I'm having a tough time. We talked about the journey last season, the journey to get through Philadelphia and to get to Las Vegas. I'm having a difficult time kind of conjure up that energy to say, okay, boom, we're back. Last year's loss in the Super Bowl has lingered a lot longer than I wanted it to.
Did they click way too early in general last year?
No, I don't think so. I think they did what they had to do. You got that number 1 seed. You had home field advantage against an unproven quarterback in Jordan Love and an unproven Detroit Lions team. So it's set up perfectly for them.
So, but I think all Niner fans can agree. Like, okay, whether you think they played their best football against the Cowboys or against the Eagles later on in the year, they weren't the same Baltimore on.
Oh yeah, no,
okay.
Going into the Baltimore game, they were not the same.
So what happened?
Play better defenses.
Okay. Like, did they do something different, though?
I don't think they did anything differently. I think teams were just covered. They outplayed the 49ers for most of the quarters. I don't know what changed. It's a great question. I don't know what changed. Maybe they had more tape on Brock. Maybe more tape on Shanahan. Maybe they knew, hey, the Niners love the middle of the field. Let's take that away.
It's interesting.
Maybe we need to press them. Press their wide receivers. They can't gain separation. Because the Baltimore game was like a bunch of ghosts. I mean, oh my gosh, the Baltimore game was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. I don't know what changed from that point on. But I guess going into this season, knowing that, damn, we just blew a golden opportunity. I know the Rams will be better. Hell, I'm watching Patrick Mahomes throw 50-yard passes to Xavier Worthy, and I'm putting my face in my hand thinking, hey, anybody beat Kansas City in the AFC? So I'm thinking about all these things here, and I'm saying to myself, Shasky, how do I muster up the energy to buckle up, get to another riveting regular season, knowing that you can win 11 games and it's not going to mean nothing around here. You can win 12 games around here. It's not, if the Niners hang another division banner, Shasky, it won't mean a damn thing. Look, the only thing that matters going into the season, and you know this, is hoisting the Lombardi.
I know.
And that's tough to deal with.
But you have to take the steps there. So like we can have our eyes on the big prize, but you can't get too ahead of yourself. You got to go one step at a time. And I think that a lot of these guys understand that just getting there and preserving yourself on the route there is the most important. So I'm thinking about like what went awry last year. And to me, the number one thing was like, if we're being fully transparent, all year long, their D-line wasn't even close to what we are accustomed to seeing. Did they play good defense? I thought they did. They were good. They weren't close to the elite defense they were in years past. I didn't think they were as suffocating. The numbers might suggest a lot. I didn't get the same, wow, this is Nick Bosa, putting his imprint on this game, putting his thumb on the scale. Right. I never felt like that defensive line suffocated anyone back half of the season. I think their secondary is going to be better this year than they were last year. I think losing Talanoa was a big loss.
Huge.
And I think that they're older, they're hungrier. I look at the D-line, and I look at Bosa in particular. If I told you Bosa has a monster year, and he is wrecking shop like we think he can, I think that they can be a better football team overall. The record may not be better, but I think for the playoffs and closing down the stretch, I think if they can get the pass rush back to where it was, that to me could be the differentiator. They may not be as efficient offensively. Heck, even Christian McCaffrey might have a slight downtick. And if that defense is better and they're playing more complementary football, I think that is the difference.
Malik Collins is a good addition from Houston. Leonard Floyd is a really good addition from Buffalo. We know what Leonard Floyd brings to the table, opposite of Nick Bosa. I think he may be the most consistent edge rusher opposite of Nick Bosa since D Ford before he broke down. Yetur Gross-Matos is a role guy. We've talked about him a little bit here. Jordan Elliott is another role guy for this defensive line. And then there's Drake Jackson wearing number 95. Drake Jackson had the 3 sacks against Pittsburgh. And maybe he stayed in Pittsburgh. Maybe he stayed to watch the Pitt Panther game. Maybe he stayed in Pittsburgh. He's one of those hot roast beef sandwiches. I don't know. But after the Pittsburgh game, Drake Jackson was MIA. And we didn't hear from him the rest of the year, in which the Niners had to go out and go pick up Randy Gregory and Chase Young. So is there anything on the table? Is there anything left for Drake Jackson? You got Nick Bosa opposite you.
I think it starts with Bosa.
You have to, but I'm just looking at Drake, who's a second-round pick, right?
No, he's
second-round pick. He's very important. Leonard Floyd is a veteran. Maybe he can learn from Leonard Floyd. Maybe he could get better by watching Leonard Floyd, being a veteran instead of being around Randy Gregory and Chase Young, guys who are looking to get paid and get theirs. Leonard Floyd has been in this league for a long time. Can he learn from Leonard Floyd and get better in that department, Drake Jackson? Because you're right, the D-line did They did suffer.
It felt like it was there just like a revolving door of like, let's try this, let's try this, let's try this. I mean, they went Randy Gregory early in the season, and then they had to go Chase Young. I felt like both guys were,
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know you got the Chase Young game in the Super Bowl. Like, hey, that was a phenomenal game from him in the Super Bowl. But if we're being 100% candid, I don't think anybody thought he was a great addition. If we look at the totality of his 9 or 10 year.
Yeah. I just, and by the way, I say Kerryon Johnson. I'm thinking of the old Auburn running back, Kyron Williams, guy from the Rams. Yeah, Notre Dame guy. He's legit. Kerryon Johnson's a running back from Auburn. I'm thinking about for some reason. I don't know what made me think about him. I don't even think he's in the league. Where's he in Detroit? Did he get drafted by Detroit?
I think so. Maybe you're thinking of like legends in NCAA football.
So, yeah, like I did play NCAA football until like 3:30 Saturday night.
I want to go back to Bosa because like
so good.
When I think of the great defensive line players or outside linebackers of the last, let's just say 10 years or so, like J.J. Watt, Aaron Donald, those guys are immovable forces no matter who's around them. And when they want to put their imprint on the game, no one can do anything to slow them down or stop them. I just think Bosa didn't have a great year. Like by the Bosa metric, not by other people's metrics.
No, it wasn't good.
By grading on a Bosa curve. Like
it wasn't good.
He's an all-timer. And so you have to play like an all-timer. And I want to see him play with his hair on fire this year. And if I told you Bosa gets back to being the 15 to 20 sack guy, doesn't that kind of change a lot for this team?
It does. It does. But he's going to have to prove it by beating more doubles and triples again. Now, can Leonard Floyd command the amount of attention that can distract other, saying, hey, maybe he sees single coverage. Maybe he benefits from the gravity of Nick Bosa. That's one thing at the opposite edge, whether it was Chase Young or Randy Gregory, Jake Jackson, they did not take advantage of Kerryon Johnson was a Niner for a week. Is that right? They didn't take advantage of the gravity from Nick Bosa. And so Nick Bosa saw a lot of doubles. Yeah, it helps a lot if Nick Bosa gets 15 to 20 sacks, so you can force some turnovers here, and you can help out this secondary. No doubt about that, but offensively, something also happened to the 49ers. It was more of a grind offensively. The explosives, obviously in the playoffs, teams get better. You're playing top-of-the-line defenses in the playoffs. There's no doubt about that. But it became a grind for that offense, and the turnover bug started to plague them at times. Offensively, what's that next step for them, especially if Brandon Aiyuk is not around here? Here's Steve Young, though. As we're talking about Brock Purdy evolving his game, here's what Steve Young thought on the 49ers Talk podcast with Matt Mayoka and Jay Lee Chen about how Brock can evolve and elevate his game.
Make sure you have amazing people around you. Have an amazing coach, and all the pieces that, that's number one, because you need a lot of help to be great. That's a fact. We all know that at quarterback in the NFL. I think what you saw in the Packer game, there are free yards in today's wide open game. It's a different game than 20 years ago. And the guys who go get them with their legs in key moments, and I think that he needs to think about spitting out 50, 60 yards a game with his legs.
With his legs. Like the Lions game, right?
The threat. Well, I thought it was the Packer game, too, when he took off. The threat. And you don't have to necessarily do it every time, but defenses need to know, he at a key moment, he just got the first down because it's wide open. Go take it. Patrick Mahomes does a great job. Josh Allen, you see that every all the time. Lamar Jackson, you see it. Look, Brock knows he's not that guy, but he can be a threat. And I think that threat needs to come out more this year.
So Steve Young believes his legs will help him evolve to another level, and that he's going to have to run a little bit more, and that can help his game and help this 49ers offense. He's a mobile quarterback. Brock Purdy can make some things happen with his feet. Well, there's no doubt about that.
I thought in the Super Bowl there were a couple of plays, specific plays, where just a little movement left or right out of the pocket, it opens up maybe that secondary play for a receiver to break and come to you on a broken play, but also just to get 5, 6, 7 yards instead of no gain. Instead of 3rd and 8, it's 3rd and 4 or 3rd and 6. I think the Mahomes does a great job. That they don't really do design runs for Mahomes, but what he does really well is I'll just pump fake, and I just keep moving. Next thing you know, I get 6, 7, 8 yards. I do think that there are a lot more Purdy free yards, and not on the design stuff. I'm talking about the impromptu stuff. I think he needs to impromptu a little more. He is good when he's impromptu.
I don't know if I want Purdy running around a lot because he is the quarterback, and I have to pay this guy at some point, and God forbid something happens to him. We're going to Josh Dobbs, and we saw how the Josh Dobbs experience went in Minnesota. We've seen how he's gone in his career. Josh Dobbs is okay as a backup, but I don't want to see him play and take a snap in the regular season.
No one wants to see Josh Dobbs play.
My thought was, and I thought Steve Young would go in this direction, the drop-back passing game. The drop-back passing game has been very mediocre for the 49ers. And when it comes to these big boy teams, and you need to drop back and make a throw, that's where Super Bowls are won and lost. How can he improve in the drop-back passing game? Is it a Kyle thing? Is it a play-calling thing? Is it a scheme thing? I don't know what it is, Shasky, but all I know is that drop-back passing game let Niner fans and the 49ers down in the Super Bowl. At times, it let them down against the Green Bay Packers. How can they evolve and how can they improve and modernize their drop-back passing game? Because that has been something that has been very suspect.
So we're going drop-back passing game, even though during the regular season they were obviously clearly really efficient. But it was a lot off of play action and things like that. So you mean like 5 wide?
I'm 5 wide, 4 wide, 3 wide. I'm talking about 3rd and 7.
Yeah.
I got to have a 5-step drop. We need to make a throw. The pass game, just straight up pass game, vertical pass game, drop-back passing game. I don't give a damn what formation it is. I don't care who's on the field. Yeah. It just let them down in critical situations. Under Shanahan, for crying out loud. This isn't just last year. Yeah. It's going back to 2019. It's going to 2021. In the playoffs, think about the Rams in the NFC Championship game and the Cowboys game and the Green Bay game. And I know we can say it was Jimmy, but the drop-back passing game has been lacking. I need a little more.
Well, I think that's why they got Ricky Pearsall. See, and again, they might still move Brandon Aiyuk, but how many times did they go 5 wide and they emptied out and it was like Jennings or Conley? Like you just didn't have that extra guy, just one extra guy who's like a separator, right? And I think that Ricky Pearsall in this equation, if you got CMC on the field, Debo, Aiyuk, Pearsall, and Kittle.
Stop you for a second. This is why Brandon Aiyuk, when it all comes back around to him, you can't get rid of the guy.
For this year, no. Absolutely not.
You can't get rid of the guy. I
You're not better this year.
Foreseeable future. Somebody who's a man beater. Can you beat man coverage, for crying out loud? That does help.
Well, and I'd also like to see them split CMC out a little more. I know they want to get him mashed up on linebackers. I would try to set him up in the slot a little more. I think he can be a great little slot receiver. I don't think they utilize that in the drop back passing game enough. If Tom Brady had CMC, yes, he would check down to him, but wouldn't he also split him out wide? And I think he would split out Kittle wide.
So maybe it's Kyle Shanahan who needs to evolve.
This is why I keep going back to, I would like to see him let Brock do a little more at the line of scrimmage. I think Brock, if you were comparing Jimmy to Brock identifies the matchup at the line of scrimmage before the snap way better than Jimmy did. Like, oh, I got one-on-one out here, and Aiyuk's going to cook that guy. He did it with Kittle down the line to the Jacksonville game. Like, he knew, he even said, like, this is going to me. I think Brock's really good at that. So if you're going to go 5 wide in those situations, let him conduct the orchestra a little. And I think that's where he can ease off Kyle Shanahan's kind of like deficiencies in that drop back passing game.
Well, the 5 wide that I think about 3rd and 5 in the Super Bowl, because Steiny brought this up, and I got in a really dark place Friday thinking about that Super Bowl because I remember it like it was yesterday. It's just the head coach, man. Made so many bad. But 3rd and 5 to ice the game in regulation. And Shanahan is saying, oh, CMC. And Brock Purdy's looking Aiyuk's way. And he's looking right in front of a blitzer, and I believe it was Trent McDuffie. They do blitz.
A free blitz,
Free blitz, 5 wide. Boom, they sent an extra guy, and you throw it right into the blitz, and he bats it down. And now you got to settle for a long field goal, and Patrick Mahomes gets the ball back. There's a disconnect on that play where Brock Purdy didn't see what Shanahan wanted. Those guys have to get on the same page on these critical 3rd downs, and that's what I mean by the drop-back passing game and some of the evolution of this, whether it's the personnel, whether it's the formation. They just have to be better in these situations. 3rd and 5 to ice the game, to ice the Super Bowl, and the head coach and the quarterback weren't on the same page, and Brock Purdy gets his, Trent McDuffie gets his Matomo on. No. Well, and next thing you know, you're settling for a long field goal.
There were certain moments the offensive line and the communication broke down. It did. I'm not trying to take it off of Shanahan and off Purdy, but they did just get beat sometimes Like one guy just blew a dude off the line. Yeah. There were a couple plays in particular. Obviously, the 3rd and 5, the snafu there.
And that was out of the 2-minute warning. So you had 5 minutes to diagram a play for 3rd and 5. Kyle Shanahan, the offensive guru.
Well, they got to the line and Burford and whoever it was on the right side, McKivitz, they didn't figure out who to stay in front of. They didn't do the right thing.
So do you really believe last year we're going to look back? As we fact, because like once we get to Wednesday, we're going to fast forward. We're
going to be excited for next year.
We'll be excited for the upcoming season, but we still have a couple days to kind of relive last season. And going into the season,
well. Do you ever get over the 2011 NFC Championship game?
No, I don't. I'll never get over it.
Me neither.
Because
they blew that opportunity.
And they blew that opportunity. They blew the next year's opportunity. They blew the year after opportunity. And now we're going down that same rabbit hole. We're like, damn, 2019, we had a great team. You're up 10 points on the Kansas City Chiefs with 7 minutes to change left, and it's a 3rd and 15, and we know what happened from that point on. The Rams, we sat there before that NFC Championship game at SoFi Stadium, but on the big board of SoFi Stadium, they were playing the Bengals-Chiefs AFC Championship game, and the Bengals won that game, and the crowd erupted knowing, boy, we got a great chance to win a Super Bowl. The Niners and Rams felt that way. It was like, boy, and the Bengals and the Rams cashed in.
So I keep coming back to the coach because I actually think the burden and the boulder on his shoulder gets heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier every year that they don't do it. Not even the players. I actually think it's like
Shanahan.
Yeah, because now it's been a variety of quarterbacks.
I think he's got the most pressure on him heading into 2024.
In a variety of ways.
It's not even the players, Shasky. He's got the most pressure on him going into 2024.
If we were to boil down frustration, I think play calling, not knowing the overtime rules, situational play calls, him deciding to go with that defensive coordinator in that moment of where they were as an organization that late in the process, a lot goes back to Shanahan. I would say he takes the biggest slice of the pie from that loss.
Oh, my gosh. He's got the most pressure on him going into the year, huh? He's not even a player. How can a coach, not a player, have the most pressure on?
And this is
I honestly, Brock Purdy's playing with house money.
And this is what I think about. All right, let's say this year you do take a step back and you go 9-8. Let's just hypothetically, you go 9-8. What kind of pressure is on you next year?
Oh my gosh. Here's what happened now. What happened now? Oh wow. Yeah, we're not gonna. Colin Cowherd. I thought something happened. I'd look at the studio. They're like, if Lincoln Riley's fired, Dion is a perfect replacement for the USC head coach.
Can he win like 7 games?
Right, yeah,
that's stupid. Don't say that again.
A little win in the Big 12.
Paul Feinbaum getting a little too overzealous there.
Yeah, Colin Cowherd. Look who we picked to win the NFC West, Shasky. Your boy, Colin Cowherd.
NFC West, yes, I like the Rams. I thought they had a back-to-back sensational drafts. Finished top 10 in total offense and scoring last year. I really like what they've done with their defensive front in the last 2 drafts. Niners are good, but they're an old, expensive football team. Watch out for injuries and the Brandon Aiyuk noise.
It's the NFL. Everyone gets hurt. What is he talking about? And how are we old when Bosa's literally just entering into his prime? Aiyuk is still, 26 years old?
He's on the roster.
All right. Like Aaron Banks is young. You know, I dismiss that. Ricky Pearsall hasn't even played a snap.
Debo's 28 still.
Yeah, no, just listening to that is just like my only takeaway is, okay, so the Rams are not going to win the NFC West. That was my takeaway from Coward saying that.
And they've got the oldest player in this equation in Matt Stafford. Like, I know, I disagree.
Got the better head coach.
Who's also been injured.
But according to you, they got the better head coach.
Yeah, splitting hairs, yeah.
Oh, I can't believe you're on a McVay train.
I hate him.
Oh, I can't believe it. I thought I was a McVay guy. Oh, man, let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call, man.
Anytime.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the offense evolving, and, you know, I've been saying this for years, and Shasky, you know, I appreciate you bringing this point up. Part of the reason I think Brock probably doesn't get the respect that he probably deserves is just Shanahan doesn't allow freedom of the quarterback to have that, before the line of scrimmage,
autonomy.
To make, audible calls and things like that. I think everybody knows this is Shanahan's offense. This is his baby. Look at the history of the quarterbacks. he doesn't really talk to him on the sideline. His baby is that play sheet. That is the mother of all love for Shanahan, and that's all he cares about. And Brock, he stepped in, he's doing a good job, but Shanahan does not want to give that freedom. I just think that stubbornness gets in the way, and it kind of costs us in games. You can see that, and then look at the history. We never really had a deep threat. Our fastest receiver is Marquise Goodwin, I believe, and we never really have a deep threat passing game. We did make some deep balls last year. But like Shasky said, that was mostly off like play action and things of that nature. But I'll tell you, you're right, dude. Sometimes when it's 39, with all these offensive weapons, I'm still holding my breath because that's just not the Shanahan.
All right, Dave, you're breaking up. By the way, he was a good call. It was a good call.
That was a half a flush.
It was a good call. Good call. By the way, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. This is the time for you to discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop. Mike Florio at 8 minutes. Mike Florio, 8 minutes. Mike Florio. By the way, the Niners, they have the most players over the age of 30. They have 18 players over the age of 30.
Okay.
That's the most in the league. You know who's second most? Houston Texans with 12. 12. So the Niners, by far and away, even though they do have some youngsters, they are a little long in the tooth. They are long in the tooth. Steelers have 11 players over the age of 30.
Okay, but we have some guys that are, I would call legends. And so, the fine. Patriots for years had old teams.
Yeah, no, the old teams it does a lot of wear and tear, though. There is something that's something to monitor. They played a lot of 4 NFC championship games in the last 5 years. Like we think about the Warriors and all their finals runs, which is very impressive because they were playing in the deep June, and then have to come back for training camp in October. A lot of basketball, a lot of miles on those legs. Niners do have a lot of miles with this football team. A lot of calluses here, right? But injuries happen to every team. How do you overcome them?
Well, and I think they like Kittle, Juice, Trent, like just some of the old guys that I could think of off the top of my head. Like those guys now kind of have a pretty good feel for how to keep their bodies, intact throughout the season.
Well, they still get beat up.
No doubt.
They still get beat up. Debo got knocked out of 2 of the 3 playoff games. Kittle couldn't play for most of the overtime possession. I mean,
in the final game.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the Chiefs had injuries too.
They did, and they overcome them. They overcome them.
Look,
they overcome them.
It sucks, but they lost in overtime in the Super Bowl,
and it may have been their best chance. It may have been their best chance.
No, I know, but to think that everything they did needs to be questioned. It's
no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that at all. We're just asking a question. How do you evolve?
One play goes their way, they win, and none of these things we even.
But they had a lot of plays that didn't go their way, and they controlled most of those plays.
No, you're right.
A McCaffrey fumble, right? Not scoring after Mahomes throws 3 flies up, interception. Looked like a punt. You don't take advantage of that. I mean, the list goes on and the list goes on. They did not deserve to win that Super Bowl when you watch it back and you're like, damn.
Well, they did, but they didn't. They didn't.
You know what? I hate saying this because you got to play the game. But now when you look back at the entire week, it feels like that entire week they lost the Super Bowl. Whether it was media day, whether it was bitching and moaning about the practice field at UNLV, flying back to the Bay Area to practice, they didn't like the field. All of a sudden, hey, Chiefs, do you want to share the facility at the Raiders facility? All this stuff. That game was just a totality of everything that happened that week. And then, by the way, we don't know the overtime rules.
Oh, that's
sickening, man. That is really sickening. So, yes, going into this year, in my opinion, there's nobody. And I'm not saying he's going to get fired, Shanahan, if they fail to make it to the Super Bowl, if they fail to make it to the playoffs.
He'll get fired when they start going 4-13.
But to me, the most pressure heading to 2024, it's not even on a player. It's on Kyle Shanahan. How does Kyle Shanahan grow from last season and from all these shortcomings in big games?
And then does the personnel take a hit now that one of your main guys, Adam Peters, is no longer part of the team?
Mike Florio coming up, 8 o'clock. Spadoni, what's up, man? Hit me with it.
How?
The A's, are they just going to change their name to the Athletics? They should just do that. The Athletics. Instead of being Sacramento or Las Vegas, hey, we're the Athletics.
I think that is what they are doing.
What?
Yeah, that is what they are doing while they are in Sacramento. I think they are just going to be the Athletics.
So they're not going to have a jersey that says Sacramento?
No, they'll have like Anthony Slater, Marcus Thompson, Tim Kawakami for the Athletic.
Worst joke.
They continue to await the return of Estuary Ruiz, though that wait will last even longer. Ruiz was pulled off his rehab assignment over the weekend as he continues to feel discomfort in his wrist. What a season for him. He is expected to be reevaluated by team doctors today. The A's have been without their leadoff hitter since late May with a strained left wrist. Remember, they sent him down to Las Vegas when he was their hottest hitter. They sent him down to Las Vegas. Like, yeah, we don't need you on the big league club. What a dumpster fire.
You reap what you sow, brother.
The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. The one, the only, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. He joins us to talk some Aiyuk here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals. And as always, earn 4 times.
Oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift, all the overnight dancers, all the cops, all the muni drivers. Good morning to everybody out there. I'm not going to lie. Today's a struggle. After being jacked up last week and working up to 10 to 2, the swagger was on a 15. Boy, what a harsh reality to wake up this morning.
Speak for yourself. I feel great.
Yeah, you do.
Got a huge pump in. Nobody was at the gym. It was great.
The three of us disagree with you. Shout out to our friends at Florio Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Florio Water Plumbing and Drain. I get all these texts and tweets. Oh, man, thank God you guys are back at 6 in the morning. Thank God. Speak for yourself. For crying out loud. 10 to 2 was money. Just like Mike Florio as he joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests at 95.7 the game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Mike Florio getting ready for another football season here. Pro Football Talk on Twitter. And read his book, Father of Mine. You can find the ebook for that on Amazon for 99 cents through this Saturday. And be on the lookout for Son of Mine, which will be made available September the 3rd. Available right now to pre-order. Mike, good morning to you. Trady camping it up on Wednesday as he joins us here on the River Islands guest line. And Mike, it all starts with Brandon Aiyuk here. We heard your cut, heard you on the Pat McAfee show, I should say, Mike, about Brandon Aiyuk and how there were 5 other teams willing to meet Aiyuk's demands, his money. So what held up the deal? Was it the 49ers? Was it the draft compensation? What held up a deal? Because obviously the Niners were taking phone calls on Brandon Aiyuk.
Right, yeah. I think it was the trade compensation that ultimately kept it from happening, that no one offered enough to get the 49ers to pull the trigger. And I don't know whether or not this is a situation where the 49ers had their bluff called by Brandon Aiyuk's camp, because this didn't happen as a result of Aiyuk wanting to be traded. That happened recently with the formal request to be traded. Back before the draft, it was he wanted to be paid a certain amount of money. The 49ers didn't want to pay it. And at some point, it was decided, let's see if someone else will pay him what the 49ers want. The 49ers authorized that effort, and they found out that there were 5 teams that were willing to pay the 49ers, or to pay Aiyuk, what the 49ers wouldn't pay him. And, at some point, you got to wake up if you're Jed York or Parag Marathe or John Lynch, whoever's got the fingers on the purse strings. If there are 5 other teams that recognize the value in Brandon Aiyuk to the point where they'll pay him what the 49ers want and give something up to get him, even if it wasn't sufficient to get the deal done. At some point, the 49ers should look at that and say, look, all we have to do is pay him. We don't have to give anything up to pay him. You got 5 teams that are willing to pay him and give something up to make it happen. At some point, you got to look at that and go, yeah, we should probably just pay this guy what he wants, because other teams view him with more value than we do.
So I guess let's start here. I am so fuzzy on whether the 49ers can physically afford Brandon Aiyuk now and moving forward, because my understanding is that they're already $30 million over the cap, and I know the cap is a moving target at best. But, do they have the money to give him, even top of the market, what he wants?
Well, look, it gets complicated because it's not just now, but it's in the future. And they know that they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy after this year. I firmly believe they went into this offseason hoping to just hold it all together for one more year. I think we've probably talked about this before. Find a way to keep Aiyuk, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy together. After this year, they're going to have to make some tough decisions. Deebo may be gone. Kittle may be gone. And I think they were hoping to kick the can for one more year, see what Aiyuk can do. Maybe if they start to make him more like 1 or 1B as the receiver instead of number 2, can he be the number 1 guy in the offense at that position? And then you pay him after this season. I think they really wanted to, if they could have, and they still might be able to pull it off. If they draw a hard line and Aiyuk eventually caves, they get him for $14.1 million this year. They can make a decision after this season. But I think that's where it all comes from. You've got a team that you're trying to get the most out of what you have left now and lay the foundation for the future. And the key bridge piece is Brandon Aiyuk. if they could keep him for 14-1. And he decided not to go along with that. You know, I mean, he was second in the league in yards per target. Mm-hmm. He was a second-team All-Pro. At some point, it's undeniable, especially when you have all these other teams that are willing to pay him, and he knows it. And the 49ers were the reason why a trade didn't happen, because they refused all offers, and now they say they aren't going to trade him at all.
What were those offers?
I don't know what all of them were. I know the Patriots offered a second-rounder, and that was rejected, but I don't know what any of the other offers were.
You know, Mike, I would say, and Shasky, maybe you agree with this, but feels like 65% of the callers we've taken and some of the texts and the messages we received on the Brandon Aiyuk situation over the last 2 to 3 weeks. It feels like, in my opinion, Shasky and Mike, that 49er fans, a lot of them here are saying, well, we could go find another Brandon Aiyuk. We have McCaffrey, we have Deebo, we have Kittle. Without Purdy, Aiyuk's nothing. Do you feel like in this region, from what you gather, Mike, that we're underrating Brandon Aiyuk, and maybe he's a lot better than we all think he is?
That's the challenge. I know when this first came up, Chris Sims said when you watch 49ers film, Brandon Aiyuk is wide open a lot. Now, is that because of his inherent skills in getting open, or is that because defenses are stretched so thin that someone's going to fall through the cracks? And this past year, Aiyuk is the one who fell through the cracks because all the other players were known commodities and they drew more attention. So that's a fair read on it. And, you know, you're going to have reasonable minds differing. You're going to have analysis of film and look at how he gets off the brakes and look at what he does to get open versus it's Shanahan's offense, and you could find somebody else who could come in and do what Brandon Aiyuk does. And that's what, you know, you kind of take it to the next level. And this is something I suggested over the weekend. And I thought of this because at one point before the draft, there were reports, I think Mike Silver reported, that the Steelers were interested in trading for Deebo Samuel, but the 49ers wanted too much. Do you at some point just move on from Deebo Samuel now, make Aiyuk number one, and see what you can do otherwise to fill out the rest of the depth chart, whether it's Ricky Pearsall or others, right out of the gate? So, again, I just think this is a decision the 49ers didn't want to have to make right now. And it's a fair talking point as to whether or not Aiyuk is a guy who could be replaced. You know, is he one of the top 3 receivers in the NFL? Probably not. Where does he land? And does he land so low on the pecking order that you say, nah, we're not going to pay this guy $30 million. We'll just find somebody else to do what he currently does.
Most teams in the NFL, Mike, and maybe you could put yourself in this, you could put yourself in the hat too as the pro football team or whatnot. But whose future are you banking on moving forward? Is it Deebo Samuel at the age of 28 with a lot of wear and tear, or is it Brandon Aiyuk at the age of 26 who seems to be ascending at the wide receiver position?
Yeah, I think all things equal, it's Aiyuk, isn't it? I don't know how many more good years Deebo has left because of his playing style. That's the problem. Look what happened with Jamal Adams. He's got this rough and tumble, reckless playing style that caused him to play in 21 games over a 3-year period, and he ended up signing a 1-year veteran minimum contract in Tennessee a couple of weeks ago. It's a direct result of how he plays the game. I've watched over the weekend all of the episodes of the Receiver series on Netflix, and, I mean, Deebo plays the game with a reckless abandon that gets him banged up. And you know, in today's NFL, there's value in playing in a way that doesn't get you banged up. You have to know where that limit is, and that's the delicate balance between playing football and having no regard for your health or well-being. The other side of that is there's a reason to have regard for your health and well-being. It allows you to play next week. It allows you to finish games. It keeps you out of the blue tent. It keeps you out of the locker room. And yeah, all things being equal right now, I'd probably say Aiyuk over Samuel. But I really, I hate to keep repeating this, but I think the 49ers were hoping they could get one more year of Aiyuk and Samuel and not have to make a decision until after this season.
All right. Is there any way, like, what is the leverage that Aiyuk currently has? Like, to me, it's pretty simple. Either he shows up and he plays for $15 million or he's traded. There's like no in between, right?
Well, the in between goes like this. He doesn't show up for training camp like Nick Bosa did last year. he skipped everything, and he racks up fines. It's $40,000 a day, and if you're on your fifth-year option, for every preseason game you missed, you're fined a game check, regular season game check. So it's 14.1 divided by 18 for each of the 3 preseason games. And then he can hold out into the regular season and give up a game check for each game he misses. And there are rules and requirements under the CBA as to when you'd have to show up. And there's different games the team can play to try to squeeze him to show up sooner. And then he shows up, and what kind of shape is he in? How much does he really do this year, right? So I don't know that is a good outcome for anyone, especially Aiyuk, because he's given up real money to do that. The other thing is, he shows up, but, you know, if you even have the slightest pull in your hamstring, I'm not playing through it. I'm not going to go out there and risk a more significant injury. You know, if you got a concussion, or you think you might, you know, and I know that culturally the NFL is trying to get guys to always put their hands up and say, I might have an issue. You know, there are times where guys, and we know this, how this goes, they just keep going. They get their bell ring and they keep going. They don't say anything to anybody and they play through it. You get a guy who's not happy with his contract, he's going to be far more likely to put his hand up anytime he has anything that is remotely close to being an injury or a health condition that would keep him from playing, because I'm not going to go out of my way. I don't have security beyond this year. They're taking advantage of me at $14.1 million. So, you know, how many games does he actually play in? I think the Bengals are going to have to deal with that with T. Higgins this year on his franchise tag at $21.8. So there's a middle ground that's ugly for the 49ers and for Aiyuk, where Aiyuk's there at 14-1, but he doesn't give the kind of performance we saw last year that helped create this mess.
Is there any trade out there? Let's say that Aiyuk and the Niners can't come to an agreement. Is there any trade out there that would keep the Niners in contention for a Super Bowl? Because, I mean, we all agree, like, you take Debo or Aiyuk off the team, it makes it dramatically more difficult. I saw a trade last week circulated around, whether it's real or not, Devontae Adams straight up for Aiyuk. Like, is there a trade out there like that, or is that just complete internet BS?
Well, I mean, that's the problem with not doing the trade before the draft. Because before the draft, you're getting value that in theory could help you this year in the form of whatever picks you get for Aiyuk. After the draft, you have to get a player if you want something that's going to help you this year. Now, something they could do, they could trade Aiyuk for draft pick compensation, and then they could replace Aiyuk with a separate trade using the draft pick compensation they got as part of the ammunition to get the guy that might be available elsewhere. So it wouldn't have to be Aiyuk for Adams straight up, if that's even a possibility. And then again, based on the receiver show, it sure doesn't seem like Devontae Adams is thrilled about being with the Raiders right now. But you could trade Aiyuk to someone, and then you could trade for Devontae Adams. Or you could trade Aiyuk to someone, and you could target some other receiver from some other team who might be disgruntled or might become, you know, replaceable as the season goes on. So, you know, and here's the other thing too. If a top receiver on another team gets injured during training camp or the preseason, all of a sudden you may have somebody who's willing to give up a lot for Brandon Aiyuk. And if at that point the 49ers have decided, hey, you know what, Ricky Pearsall looks pretty damn good, or we think this guy, Juwan Jennings, is ready to really step up. They gave him a contract in the offseason. He was a guy who was, for a while in the Super Bowl, on the short list of maybe he's the MVP of this game. So you get 2-3 weeks in, people get clarity, an injury comes along, and maybe it happens then, and they don't feel compelled to get somebody else who could come in and replace him right away.
Mike Florio here on the Morning Roast with Shasky and Bonte, River Islands guest line. Of course, Mike, this is kind of a lazy question, I guess, but I was going to ask you, who has the most pressure on them coming into this season? And, you know, everybody's got pressure, right? This is the NFL. Money's on the line, contracts, legacies, or whatnot. But with this football team, and considering what they've done in the past 5 years, coming up short in the Super Bowl twice against Kansas City, blowing a 10-point lead against Kansas City, blowing a 10-point lead against the Rams in an NFC Championship game, not having your quarterback last more than 6 plays against Philadelphia. To me, I was just having this conversation with Shasky here. It feels like Shanahan has the most pressure going on himself going into the season, because Purdy's going to get his money. Guys are going to get paid. What do you think about the 49ers in 2024? Is that valid? Does Shanahan have the most pressure on him, on this football team moving forward?
Well, there was
bit of research recently. I think it was from NFL research about coaches who have been to multiple Super Bowls, either as coordinators or head coaches. And for everyone who's done what Shanahan has done, and that's 0-3 as coordinator or head coach, they never ultimately won a Super Bowl. I don't know what that really means. You know, right after the Super Bowl loss, I made the argument that at some point Shanahan might need to go somewhere else like Andy Reid did to just kind of hit the reset button, because I think the pressure mounts and the intensity mounts. You know, I think back to when the Bengals were getting to the playoffs every year and losing. It was getting harder and harder every year to set that aside. Look at what happens with the Ravens when they get back to the playoffs and they get deeper into the playoffs. I think it becomes more and more of an issue, and I think the 49ers are going to be dealing with that every time they're back in the Super Bowl, especially if they keep coming up against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. And there's a good reason to believe that if the 49ers keep going back, they're going to keep running into the Chiefs more often than not. So maybe at some point it's good for both sides, and that's what happened with Reid and the Eagles. Now, look, that was after, 14 years?
So we're getting to that point, though, huh? We're getting to that point with Shanahan where we may have to think about life after Shanahan.
I just think at some point when you are standing on the porch, banging on the door, and the door's not opening, I think the longer you bang, the more pressure there is on everyone to finally open the damn door. Now, I'd also say that Purdy probably has a little bit of pressure on him to cement that he's worthy of, a market level contract. I mean, right now it's like, yeah, the guy's going to get a contract after his third year. Okay, we fast forward to February. It's like, well, what's he going to get paid? How much is he going to get? Is it going to start with a 5? Is it going to start with a 4? Is it going to start with a 6? So that's all to be determined based upon what he does this year. And obviously, the more success they have, the more likely, they win the Super Bowl, he's getting a 6 at the front of his contract. And, all these other issues are solved, but you're going to have cap concerns because you got a quarterback who's going to be, at least for a little while, the highest paid player in all of football. So there is some pressure on him to kind of finish the job. But, yeah, I just think you put yourself in Shanahan's shoes. And it's like it's always something that keeps you from winning that Super Bowl. It gets to a point where it just drives you nuts. Yeah. And I think you become hyper aware as you get closer and closer to winning a Super Bowl. What is it that's going to happen this time? Here's what happened against Tom Brady and the Patriots. Here's what happened the first time against Mahomes. Here's what happened the second time against Mahomes. No lead is safe. You almost have to be up 41-3 at halftime to finally be able to relax and think, okay, this time it's going to turn out differently and I'm finally going to win.
Mike, I love it. I'll ask you another thing. When you keep saying 4, 5, 6, I'm assuming years on the deal, not 400, 500, 600 million when talking about Purdy.
I mean 40, 50, or 60 million a year.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So on that same note, Packers and Jordan Love are working on a new deal. At least it's being reported that. And I guess Love won't practice until the deal is done. What would that deal look like? And how does that impact the framework for a Brock Purdy deal, you think?
Well, he's holding in, right? You got two options. If you're not happy with the contract that you have, and Jordan Love is due to make $11 million this year, obviously he needs a new contract. So they didn't get it done before camp opened. So now they're going to do he's holding in, and the team's fine with that. He's not going to practice, but he's there. It's the middle ground between the holdout and showing up and reluctantly practicing. But Matt LaFleur's got to get a football team ready without Jordan Love. So I think they'll get something done sooner than later. And again, is it going to start with a 5 or is it going to start with a 4? But the thing that I tell people all the time, and we saw this with Derek Carr 2 years ago when he did his extension with the Raiders, and all the usual suspects on Twitter who get the initial text message and never ask questions about what it all means. Oh, it's $40 million guaranteed, and it's $40 million a year, and this, that, and the other thing. It's like, yeah, but you know what? There was an escape hatch in there that lets the Raiders get out after 1 year if they decide to move on. Oh, and they did. So I think the key for any of these quarterback deals that will be done, including Purdy's, how many years are you truly tied to the player? With the extreme being Deshaun Watson and the Browns are stuck for 5 years. The Broncos were stuck for 2 with Russell Wilson. The Seahawks are on a year-to-year deal with Geno Smith. That wasn't proclaimed from the rooftops when Geno did his deal. Everybody said, oh, it's 3 years, $100 million. No, it's 1 year at a time. Daniel Jones, 2 years. So that's going to be the key with Love's deal. Regardless of what the number is, how many years are the Packers truly tied to him? And I think that's going to be the thing to look at when Purdy does his deal. How many years are the 49ers truly committed to Brock Purdy?
Mike, it's taken a while for us. We really haven't gotten out of the Super Bowl. We saw it in Las Vegas. That was one of the darkest moments for 49er fans in the last 30 years, no doubt about that. How will 2024 play out for them? If all things are equal, they get Brandon Aiyuk into camp and they're healthy, where do you see the season going for the 49ers, Mike?
I remember 4 years ago there was a preseason event, and Kyle Shanahan was asked, what does he want for the 49ers this year? And he says he wants to have a 10-point lead with, 7 minutes left and finish the job. And I made the point that that's the easy part. You get a 10-point lead with 7 minutes left in the Super Bowl. That's coasting, or at least it's supposed to be. The hard part is going back to 0-0. Dennis Green, the former Vikings coach, and he was a 49ers assistant at one point, he called it the Valley of 0-0. Every team gets dragged back down to the Valley of 0-0, and you have to do it all over again. Look what happened in 2020 after they went to the Super Bowl the last time. All those injuries with the back-to-back games on that horrible surface at MetLife Stadium. The season can get easily derailed for any team at any time. 0-0, the climb from 0-0 to the 1 seed is not easy. It's a long, hard fight, and then you get to single elimination. So, yeah, the 49ers are one of the best teams in the NFL, but we got 272 regular season games, and we know from experience a lot of stuff happens. Should the 49ers be in the mix when it's all said and done? Yes. But remember, Chris Berman used to say that's why they play the games. He probably still says it. I just don't see him very often anymore. But that's why they play the games, and we'll see. And it's just another reason if you're a 49ers fan, and I feel for the 49ers fans. Good Lord, to be that close, to have that championship just kind of dangling in your face, and you reach for it, and it's like, you remember the old Eddie Murphy bit, one lick, psych. There goes the trophy, just like the ice cream cone.
You love that we keep falling short. Just a little. Just a little. Come on.
I don't. I don't love that.
No.
Listen.
For content purposes.
Wouldn't it be nice if like over the course of 32 years, every team could win one Super Bowl? I mean, the problem is the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. Look at the AFC.
I know.
Look at the Bills. Look at all these teams. You just have to accept the fact that for the next decade, you're just going to be watching and waiting and hoping that something happens that keeps the Chiefs from, winning another Super Bowl and another Super Bowl and another Super Bowl. So at least you guys have a chance to get there. You don't have to deal with the Chiefs in the playoffs. You don't have to. You only have to wait for them until the Super Bowl.
I made this point, Mike, that if I see the Chiefs on the other side of the bracket in the title game, knowing that the Niners are in the NFC title game, I'd rather just lose the NFC title game. I don't want to play Kansas City no more. I mean, you watch Mahomes throw on his back foot across the field to Xavier Worthy. I mean, come on, man. Now he's got a new home run hitter. I just got depressed again. Mike, you're always good to us.
Great stuff,
your book.
Mike.
Can't wait for your book as well. First one was good. Finished it. Father of Mine, Son of Mine coming out September 3rd. Pre-order right now. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Thanks so much for the time today, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Anytime. Mike Florio here on the Morning Roast. There's a lot to chew on there. A lot to chew on. Niner fans, what do you think? 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. We'll react to everything Mike Florio had to say on the other side. Brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky with over 30 million.
You put yourself in Shanahan's shoes. It's always something that keeps you from winning that Super Bowl. It gets to a point where it just drives you nuts. Yeah. And I think you become hyper aware as you get closer and closer to winning a Super Bowl. What is it that's going to happen this time? Here's what happened against Tom Brady and the Patriots. Here's what happened the first time against Mahomes. Here's what happened the second time against Mahomes. No lead is safe. You almost have to be up 41-3 at halftime to finally be able to relax and think, okay, this time it's going to turn out differently and I'm finally going to win.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That cut with that music. Mwah. Nice job, Spadone.
You know,
nice job.
You asked him about pressure. I always go back to there's a golf guy he's got a lot of pressure. He keeps saying pressure. But
they all have pressure. I don't want to,
and we'll get to Purdy's pressure in a second. I've had 6 months. It's been about 6 months, right? It's the 7th month of the year. Almost had 8 months. It's February was the Super Bowl.
March, April, May, June, July. Almost
about 6 months, give or take.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
No lead is safe with Kyle.
I've had an opportunity to digest the Super Bowl. I've watched it back 4 to 5 full times. They lost that Super Bowl for a variety of reasons. But if you made me choose the biggest reason, it is Shanahan. Now, Shanahan's part why they got there. There's no doubt about it, right? But I can't watch that Super Bowl without thinking about all of the different points in that game where they, A, didn't move the ball, B, weren't prepared for a blitz concept that was coming at them, C, didn't give McCaffrey certain touches in certain situations, didn't get George Kittle involved as a guy who can move off the line a little, and then not knowing the rules in overtime, then not only do you not know the rules, you don't realize that you've got Satan himself on the opposite sideline, Patrick Mahomes, who was going to score a touchdown, and you needed a touchdown. And I said it to you 500 times in the stadium, you got to score a touchdown. You got to score a touchdown. And so if you made me choose the biggest reason, now he's also one of the bigger reasons on why they were there, but why they lost the game was Shanahan. Doesn't mean he's not a good coach. It doesn't mean I don't think he's the right guy for the right spot for this team. Like, all of those things are true. They lost that Super Bowl in a large part because of Kyle Shanahan. And I love the guy. It does, but he's got to wear it. He does. He has to wear that.
You know.
Why are you laughing? 888-957-9570. And we'll get to Purdy in a second because I have a little thing I want to do with Bonte. If I made you boil it down to one thing, knowing it's never one thing, what was the big reason why they lost that Super Bowl?
It's Kyle Shanahan. And it's not even close. It's not even close when you really think about it, because I'm not just looking at the Super Bowl. I'm looking at Media Day. I'm looking at a head coach on Media Day, and I don't know if this is confirmed or not, and I'm not here to speculate. I'm not here to say that he was drunk but something was off.
Something was off.
Something was off. And something was off all week.
I told you it was not a good look. Remember, I came in, I said, dude, it's not a good look, dude.
Of course it wasn't a good look. I mean, it's never a good look, but something was off. Something was off. And I think back to Super Bowl 54, and nobody wants to touch this. When you get to Super Bowl 54 down in Miami back in 2019/2020, and you get there and you're just bloviating about Kirk Cousins. And maybe it was a question, but debunk the question. Hey, I'm here with Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm here. Like, he was talking about Kirk Cousins and how we thought we're going to draft him, which is why we didn't draft Deshaun Watson. Patrick Mahomes like, dude, you're digging a bigger ditch. Just move on and talk about the Super Bowl, please. So he doesn't handle these situations greatly. And then I think about the way they were prepared on Christmas Day. They got smoked Christmas by the Baltimore Ravens. Then you come out in Green Bay and you're lethargic in that game, and all of a sudden Debo gets hurt. Look, you know you have Debo Samuel. There's a great chance he may go down because of the way he plays. He went down in that Green Bay game, and it was like, oh, what do we do offensively? We go from averaging 30 points a game to having 7 at the half and being now 13-7 going into the fourth. And, oh, my gosh, we got to rally quickly here. My quarterback's struggling a bit. Then you get the Lions game in an NCAA championship game. And, look, you can blame Steve Wilks all you want to. Steve Wilks was the scapegoat.
Who had a better game plan and who made better adjustments in game in the Super Bowl?
Steve Wilks is the best coach in the Super Bowl, which is why it drove me crazy when Shanahan showed him up on the last possession of overtime, the last possession of the game, and he wants to throw his headset because they're lined up wrong. Well, you don't have Drake Greenlaw, and Steve Wilks has had a good game. Defense gave you everything you needed. They held Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to 3 points at the half. The Chiefs had 13 going into the fourth quarter. Steve Wilks did a hell of a job in the Super Bowl. Hell of a job. Gets no credit for it. He was the best coach. So, yeah, when I look back at the Super Bowl, the situations, the game flow, the penalties, the preparation, not knowing the overtime rules, yes, it's on Shanahan. Now, I'm not saying we need to fire Shanahan. I'm not saying that, hell, he should probably get an extension. He's been a great coach for the 49ers. But, boy, too many in these big games, it gets a little tight and situations don't come out their way. So I look at the Super Bowl and the accountability, the lack of accountability in some of these games, in some of these Super Bowls. Kyle, come on, man. Let's go. Let's go, Kyle. What you got? You got everything. You got high-priced left tackle. You got a high-priced tight end. You got a high-priced defensive end. You got your quarterback that you said you stumbled into, but whatever. We're going to give you a pass for whiffing on the number 3 overall pick. A monumental whiff in Trey Lance. That may go down as the worst pick of all time.
Can I ask this one? How come in all these big games, they've got Pro Bowlers galore at all the weaponry, and it feels like all the losses, their offense comes up just short?
All these games, all these big games. 2021 Rams, 17-7. What happened in the fourth quarter?
Like, can we lose a shootout once? No, I'm serious. Have they ever lost a shootout in the playoffs?
No.
It's always like, the offense just did one more thing.
It's a grind.
No, I know you're playing better defenses. I understand that. But, like, even the game the year prior between the Chiefs and the Eagles, like, Eagles offense moved the ball.
Oh, that was a shootout.
Yes, that was a shootout.
It was Last team with the ball
He's gonna
will
win.
win the
I
football
agree.
game. All right? But you think about 2019, 20-10, and you played conservative, and you were tight in that Super Bowl. Don't get me started on not calling the timeout before halftime, not giving the ball to Mostert, and then in the third quarter, you're up 20-10, and you get a little conservative.
I don't know how he gets over the whole overtime thing. Seeing the audio from the game afterwards and basically having an entire offseason to chew on it, you are going to go down. It's not Bill Buckner-esque, but you're going to go down as like, don't do what Shanahan did.
Well,
you always kick it off.
I watched them in Dallas.
Am I wrong?
They hung off.
It is the gold standard of what not to do in an overtime game in the playoffs.
You know,
everyone will know it because of the blunder.
We laugh at McCarthy and Dak Prescott for a lot of their misery and what they do, but in that wild card game, being at Texas Stadium, Shasky, the feeling I had inside that stadium, if Dak does spike that ball with 1 second left, the Cowboys are around, the 21, 22-yard line?
They almost blew that one.
They almost blew that game. You almost blew it, all right? Special teams saved you in Green Bay.
How about the game against the Cowboys when Zeke Elliott's final snap as a Cowboy to that point where they went wide? Come on, that was funny.
That was funny.
But they did have a play there.
So, I mean, look, Shanahan's going to be here for a while, but Mike said something. He may need a reset at some point, and he may not get that Super Bowl here. He just may not get that Super Bowl here. And that saddens me that we're at that point now. Because after the season, it's inevitable. There's going to be a reset with the personnel.
There's no doubt. Is there like a... I know Don Nelson was kind of like a tortured soul. He was so brilliant, he almost got in his own way. Is there an element of that when you watch Shanahan?
Absolutely there is. Because I see McVay, he coaches a lot looser. It always feels like McVay has a pep in his step, right? He's walking around.
They're very different ethoses. McVay is just more optimistic and fiery. And
that's
just,
what he is. Yeah. Shanahan just he gets in his own dome.
I would say Shanahan, to me, is more... analytical like Belichick. Like there's many ways to win, right? McVay reminds me more of a and he's not Dick Vermeil, but more of the Dick Vermeil type than he is. Like he'll hug and kiss a player on the field and high five him, whatever. Whereas Shanahan's got more Belichick, like I'm thinking 3 plays ahead.
He does play chess. And you hear rumors like Shanahan run a play knowing that it's not going to work just to set up a play down the line. Well, that all sounds good. That all sounds fine and dandy. But then what if that play doesn't work that you were setting up 3 plays from now? Like, were they setting up the 3rd and 5 in the 4th quarter? Were they setting that up?
Well, here's where I have a hard time, though. He's won so many big playoff games. And yet, in all the losses, I feel like I can... And this is the part where I find it difficult to do the evaluation. He's great. He's going to be, when it's all said and done... Only Bill Walsh, if he wins a playoff game this year, only Bill Walsh is going to have more playoff wins than him, right? So he's so good in the playoffs, yet his losses are so littered with crazy mistakes.
Jim Harbaugh had that same tag. And then last year now I know it's college football.
Yeah.
But you think about what they went through at Michigan.
That's actually true.
What they went through. And he finally, they had lost 2 straight playoffs, losing to TCU. Blown out to Georgia the year before. And then finally, you got to play Alabama in the Rose Bowl. Jim Harbaugh, kind of like Shanahan in that Super Bowl, where Shanahan went for it on 4th down and got the pass to George Kittle for the 1st down. Well, Harbaugh, we forget, in that Rose Bowl, Big Dog and I are like, he's really going for it from his own 35? And he went for it. And he got that monkey off his back to win a bit. Because he's won a lot of big games. But now it just feels like Harbaugh, we look at him completely different. Even though it's the national championship in college football, doesn't it feel like some of that pressure has been alleviated for Jim Harbaugh saying, well, you can't win a big one? Well, he did win a big one. He beat Saban. I know. All right, and he beat Penix Jr.
Well, and he chose to go to the division of Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
And the loaded AFC. I know, in part because he believes so much in Herbert.
Right.
To that organization, the Chargers.
The Chargers, out of all, I think the Raiders made a mistake not getting Jim Harbaugh.
I'm with you.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Who their quarterback is.
Yeah, I know.
AOC.
Yeah, I see that.
Not that AOC.
No,
Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah,
AOC for president.
Yeah. Well, oh boy. Let's go to Richard Hayward. Rich, what's happening?
Hey, I'm just going to say, I've been listening to our defense wasn't the problem in that Super Bowl.
It sure wasn't.
I mean, and And the stuff that he did, it's ridiculous. It's like, I'm not saying he's Marv Levy, but he has 2 L's, in a Super Bowl. I mean, that's unprecedented territory. The only other person is the Buffalo Bills. I don't want to be where it's Niners, and I'm a Niner, Niner fan, and it's just like, no, we're not going down as, if we don't win this year or we lose another one, then unbelievable. The pressure is on Shanahan.
Wow. Is that the most pressure? Thanks for the call, Rich. Most pressure on Shanahan going into the year, 888-957-9570 is the number.
Before you go out to any other lines, I mean, we can make a case there's an equal amount of pressure. Forget the team aspect, the individual aspect financially and like stability-wise for Brock Purdy.
Here's why I don't think there's that much pressure on Brock Purdy. Sure, he's quarterback of the 49ers. Sure, he's got a lot of money on the line. But Brock Purdy's going to get a contract, whether it's here or anywhere else.
Yeah, but there's levels to these contracts.
There's levels to it, but he's the last pick of the NFL draft. Whatever happens, whatever money he may get $20 million guaranteed. Well, you know what? Has the last pick, Mr. Irrelevant, ever got a contract extension?
Yeah, but
has a contract ever, a lucrative multi-year deal ever been given to a guy who was picked last in the NFL draft? So by that ethos, he's already exceeded expectations. He's going to be a starting quarterback, whether it's here, somewhere else, no matter what. He's submitted himself as a starting quarterback in this league.
Yeah, but like the difference between $20 million a year and $60 million a year over 5 years is pretty different. Like, so let's play this exercise. Let's play this exercise.
Can we use that same exercise with Brandon Aiyuk?
I'll get to that in a second.
$14 million is a lot different than 50 guaranteed, right? You get it now?
Well,
we've been arguing about Brandon Aiyuk getting this money.
$30 million when this year is done.
So
30.
Brock Purdy
will make less than $2 million
but you know
when
what?
this year's
that
contract
new deal,
is done total.
That new deal he gets, generational money,
so
right?
If Purdy wins the Super Bowl, how much is he getting?
I don't know.
Well, just throw out numbers.
I don't know. The best, whatever the top deal is.
What do you think it is? 65?
55 a year. 60 a year.
Okay, let's go 60 a year. $60 million a year. He loses the Super Bowl. What's he getting?
40, 50.
That low? 50 or 40?
I don't know. I have no idea what his agent's going to break down. I have no idea what type of money he's going to get.
There's a lot of money on the line for Purdy this year?
Oh, if he goes to the Super Bowl and loses to Mahomes, he's going to get paid.
Yeah,
regardless.
But is he going to get top dollar?
Yes, he's going to get top 5 money. Absolutely.
Okay, what if he loses in the playoffs?
I don't know. How does it look? Does he lose 41-38? Does he throw for 4,500 yards in the regular season? Does he? I don't know. Kirk Cousins got a lot of money.
What if it looks like it did last year? It looks exactly where they were kind of close. No. He wasn't the main reason.
He's going to get top dollar, Shasky. He's getting top 5 money regardless.
What if they don't make the playoffs?
Well, then we have a different conversation.
What's that conversation look like?
I don't know. It's going to be a lot of conversations. I don't know how much.
There's a $30 or $40 million variance between
I don't know if it's that much.
Super Bowl appearance and no playoffs.
Yeah, I don't agree with that because Kirk Cousins has gotten top dollar. And what the hell has Kirk Cousins done?
Okay. So you still think no matter what, he doesn't make the playoffs?
What has Kirk Cousins done?
Nothing.
And how much money has he received?
The miracle down in New Orleans.
How much money has he received?
And I don't even think that was him. I think that was the other quarterback.
Well, no, it was Dalvin Cook in the first half, which opened the game up, and then Cousins made a couple throws in the second half. Look, Cousins, 1 playoff win? 2 playoff wins? How many?
Yeah.
How much has that?
But he had to fight and claw for that money year after year. Like, he franchise tagged him multiple times in Washington. Like, before he hit free agency.
He had no wins in big games. He had no wins on Monday Night Football for how long?
So you think that the Niners? I'm not going to hold you to this.
No. I don't care.
No, but let's say he doesn't make the playoffs. They go 8-9. The Niners.
Doesn't matter if he performs at the level he performed last year and he throws up similar numbers. He's going to get paid, Chasky.
Well, I know he's going to get paid.
It did not
60.
It did not hinder Kirk Cousins from getting top dollar.
No, but I think we all looked at that money and thought it was pretty dumb. Like, it's spent stupidly.
But he got that money.
That's true.
Daniel Jones can't throw a 4 pass to save his life. He's making $40 million a year.
Daniel Jones stinks.
$40 million a year. So Purdy, no matter what, is going to get his money. He's getting his chips.
I'm going to say,
man.
If he doesn't make the playoffs, I think that number from 60 million drops down to like 35 million.
Yeah, you're insane.
You think so?
I think you're insane. Trevor Lawrence, What did he do last year?
He did nothing.
And what did he just receive?
Well, I just think the Niners could play hardball because they could say to themselves, well, you don't like it here, Purdy? Like, we do have all these Pro Bowlers, and if we can get you down at a lower number, we can keep more of these Pro Bowlers. I did go to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Good luck with that.
I'm not saying it's a winning argument.
Good luck with that.
So you think no matter what he's getting
top 5, top 10 quarterback, buddy. Are you crazy?
Well, I think if this year, if it looks really like, I don't think it will,
really bad?
But if it looks really ugly, no, I don't think he's going to get top dollar.
Like 30 million
less? If he could hold out right now, I know he can't, but if he could, like now's the time where he can get broken off. If he has a subpar year, like I do think it changes it a little. I'm not saying he's not going to get paid. He's going to get paid.
Yeah.
But I think there's a big difference between 35 and 40 million and like 60, 65. Because you're going to have Dak's number coming up. We'll see what Jordan Love's number is.
Well, there could be a lot of movement then. What if Dallas doesn't give Dak that money? Jerry Jones was looking at Brock Purdy saying, ooh, let's get him down here. Dude, Trevor Lawrence, 5 years, $275 million, one playoff win.
I think it's dumb money. What did I say to you when he signed it? I'm like, I wouldn't have given him that money.
Well, he's going to get that money, Brock Purdy. Wow. He's going to get that money. That's baked in. He's getting that money.
No matter what happens this year. No matter what happens.
Kirk Cousins was Mr. Mediocre. And Kirk Cousins, how much did he just sign for?
Kirk Cousins.
But he's been healthy his whole career. Like that's what I'm saying.
Purdy's been healthy too.
Well,
he's been nicked up, but he's been healthy.
It's true. He's been healthy for the games. I don't know. I think that this year, I do think there's a lot of money on the line this year.
I mean, he's going to get paid. He's getting paid. But you know what? If he doesn't have a great season, you know what happens then? You know what happens if he does face plant and there's questions around the quarterback market or about him in the quarterback room? You know who could be available next season?
I don't know who.
Kirk Cousins.
Oh, stop it.
Am I lying?
Kirk Cousins.
They didn't draft Michael Penix Jr. to hold a clipboard for the next 2 years.
I don't know, man.
They didn't draft Penix Jr. just to be wearing a cool Falcons hat on the sideline.
You bring up Daniel Jones, and I find that to be actually an excellent case study in the guy had a great year. They went to the playoffs. A great year. I mean, I think it was like 17 touchdowns. Something like that. They went to the playoffs. And they paid him an amount of money that I don't think anyone else was going to pay him. Now, I think Purdy is way better than Daniel Jones. I just want to make that very clear. Way better. But paying Daniel Jones looks really stupid today, and it's forced them to bid adieu to Saquon Barkley, who everyone agrees is a better football player than Daniel Jones. I do think if Purdy, and this is what the beauty of where the Niners are at, they don't have to pay him today. If he has a down year, he's still going to get a lot of money. But I do think there's a difference in $65 million and $45 million. That's like four players on offense.
Well, it's not even about that. It's what's the signing bonus and the guaranteed money? What is the upfront money on day one? Upfront money day one. What is it for him?
Yeah, I think the difference is like $120 million guaranteed and like $210 million guaranteed. That's a big difference.
$120 million is
no, I know it's a lot. We're talking about, but I mean, if we're looking long term,
I mean, Baker Mayfield got 3 years for $100 million.
How much guaranteed?
Let's see here. He's set to make $30 million guaranteed. $50 million guaranteed.
Yeah, see,
$30 million guaranteed in 2024. $30 million with $20 million guaranteed in 2025 and $40 million in 2026.
I think Purdy starts at double that.
Yes, well, there you go.
Starts.
Well,
at double.
Yeah,
meaning my 110, 120 is about right.
He's going to get
guaranteed.
Paid. He's going to get paid. So I don't think, Brock Purdy, you're playing house money. I got all these playmakers. I got Shanahan. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I mean, if they're haggling with Nick Bosa to the very end, they're going to do the same thing with Purdy.
They got the Jimmy Garoppolo deal done in April when they initially made him the highest paid quarterback.
But their finances were so different back then.
They were different.
2018, they were paying, the Malcolm Smith premium money just to come to the team.
Well, good luck paying Purdy all that money. That's a lot of money. Well, let's go to Will and Moran, then we'll get to BPA. Will, what's happening?
Hey, guys, I think that Purdy gets paid regardless just off of positional value. Just like the value of what a quarterback is in the NFL. So I think you're right. Vontae's getting paid regardless. Also, it's not that bad of a look when you lose to Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I mean, they're probably the dirtiest duo in the NFL. They just understand each other and they play for each other, so it's not that big of a deal. It's not like, you lose to them as, this big giant failure. It's not like he did, lose a Super Bowl or a big playoff game to Daniel Jones. I think Purdy also, too, is just very underrated. I mean, due to the fact that he has a lot of weapons around him. But, I mean, look, if the Chiefs defensive coordinator said that he threw the kitchen sink at him and the kid didn't blink, I just think that he's worth a lot more than we give him credit for. I mean, imagine what last year would have looked like with Jimmy G. Would have been absolutely terrible. It would have sucked. So I just think that we pay him just because he can run the offense, he can play football, and he's way better than your average guy. Like, you go down the list, I can't name them all. There's plenty of quarterbacks that got paid high money after getting smoked by Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. Right. Peyton Manning, Russell Wilson being a few to name. So I just think you pay Brock Purdy off of the positional value. I think he's worth every dime, and he keeps us relevant. I just think that he doesn't get the credit he deserves. He's a great quarterback. Pay that man money.
Well, real quick, who has the most pressure on him going into the season? Is it Purdy? Is it Debo? Is it Bosa? Is it Kyle Shanahan?
I would say Shanahan and Bosa, because I feel that, Shanahan, he's always going to get the brunt of every negative thing because he's the head coach. He's the punching bag. He's the guy that goes up to the stand. He answers all the questions. He's going to get a lot of smoke regardless. But I think going into it, it's Bosa. I really liked what you were saying about him a few weeks ago. He didn't really answer the call. We paid him a lot of money. It raises a lot of questions if you want to play Brock Purdy. But I just think that, he needs to show up and be the Joey Bosa that we all love and watched earn that big paycheck. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks for the call.
I think about all these like quarterback things, like Trevor Lawrence. He doesn't get, he's a free agent before he gets his big money. Let's just say hypothetically, how much do like Team X, the Raiders? I just use them as an example. How much are they throwing at Trevor Lawrence?
A lot of money.
A lot of money, right?
A lot of money.
Right? Like Dak Prescott. If Dak Prescott hits the open market,
they're getting a lot of money.
He's getting a lot of money.
Quarterbacks are getting money.
Right?
Brock Purdy's going to get a lot of money.
For sure. Like, would the Raiders view, if Dak, I'm just using, because Dak's coming up on a free, if Dak and Purdy are both available, who are they giving more money to?
I don't know. You have to ask the Raiders.
Are we in the Niner bubble? Because I know Purdy's way younger.
No, my bubble is I don't know what these teams think in their war rooms. I don't know how they have
who would you pay more money to?
I wouldn't pay either a lot of money. I'd go back to the drawing board.
Well, I'm making you choose. You're running the Raiders, and the owner says to you, I'm just using them as an example. You have to get a quarterback this year. We can't go quarterback roulette year after year after year. You got to pick one so we can have some stability.
Dak or Purdy? I'll lean Purdy ever so slightly. Ever so slightly.
Yeah, I'm taking Purdy all day. He's younger. He's been better in the playoffs.
I'm taking Purdy slightly. But I don't know, just not the hypothetical, but just in a war room or what the Giants look at or what the Commanders look at, I don't know how they view Brock Purdy. I don't know how the league views Brock Purdy. That's a question for outside the league. I know how we view Brock Purdy, but we're in this bubble. We're in this market. Like with Sean McVay, he obviously brought in Jimmy Garoppolo. He sees something when nobody sees something in him. But as a backup, but still, I wouldn't even have Jimmy Garoppolo in my quarterback room. I would try to find another backup. I'm like, Jimmy, I don't know about this.
McVay also took a swing on, Carson Wentz and Baker Mayfield the year prior. So this is kind of his thing. He's got a little Andy Reid in him where Andy used to take flyers on people who no one else would touch.
Yeah, so I don't know who to like. Yeah, I take Brock, but Dak's not as bad as we all make it out to seem.
No, he's a good player.
He's not bad. I look at the coaching situation. I look at the personnel around him.
But he
doesn't have a running back around him.
He's also got like 8,000 interceptions.
He does. He has big blunders.
Losses.
He has big blunders. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. So I take Purdy. Let's go to BPA. I'll take him on the line right now. BPA. Brian and Paul Alto, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
I miss you.
We're back to 6 to 10.
Missed you too. Yeah, I think, we don't know what Brock's going to get paid. Everyone assumes he's going to demand the biggest contract in the history of the NFL, but, Tom Brady took significantly less on almost every contract he took, right? Because his priority was obviously winning championships. And you never know. Maybe Brock takes the same tack, right? Has he been a pretty selfless guy so far? Yeah, he has as a quarterback, right? And I think that's part of the reason why his teammates love him.
How has he been selfless? What has he done that has just stood out for him to be selfless?
I mean, you can look at. I mean, does he ever like pump his own chest or take the credit or demand the glory? No, he's always given the credit away to his teammates, always, almost to a fault. You know, when they were talking about the MVP race, and he says, "Yeah, McCaffrey should be the MVP." Like, you know, like, and just judging by the way that his teammates and his coaches love him, in a way they never loved Jimmy Garoppolo, in a way that Kirk Cousins has never been loved by anybody.
Most quarterbacks give their teammates credit.
No, but look, let me defend BP. I'll let you continue. He did have not opportunities, but other quarterbacks would have handled the whole like, hey, you're healthy, but if you're not, we're going to go get Brady. And, hey, we're going to bring Trey in. It's going to be a circus. And then we got Darnold, and that's a circus. And, you know, you're coming off of this. Like, it could have got weird is all I'm saying. And to his point, it never did. He never had. There's not one soundbite from Purdy that even comes remotely controversial. I'm with BPA on this.
I mean, we're
quarterback. Go ahead, BPA, finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're fortunate to have him. Right, he's an elite NFL quarterback, top 5 in the league. I mean, compare him to Dak is a joke. Dak is a losing quarterback in the NFL. Pump your stats up when the game doesn't matter against inferior opponents, but when he plays against good teams, he don't show ever. So I think, you know, we're lucky to have Shanahan, and it's unfortunate we haven't won a Super Bowl, but I'd rather be contending for a title every year than have an organization make excuses for an utterly failed president of baseball operations like Farhan Zaidi every year because they don't want to take the PR hit, and everyone knows this guy's dead man walking. But like, yeah, I'd rather have an organization that was honest. Steve Wilkes was a bad hire. You can blame Kyle for hiring him, but look, let's stop the revisionist history on Steve Wilkes. You know, he wasn't a very good defensive coordinator.
He was the best coach in the Super Bowl, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was one game.
He was the best coach in the Super Bowl.
And he wasn't even game planning that game.
Oh God, stop. Okay, okay. You know what? Crop time was right. Eric Crockett was right though. You know, we always got to flush BPA. He asked for it.
I thought it was a good call.
It was all right.
The end was a little crash and burn.
Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain.
He wasn't game planning the biggest game of the year.
No, but you know what?
What kind of take is that?
What, though?
It's hard to hit 3 DCs in a row.
No, but you know what? Eric Crocker did say it. Shanahan's really the defensive coordinator of the 49ers.
Yeah, he's probably
so
right.
You know what? That's why I'm blaming Shanahan even more about the Super Bowl because he is the defensive coordinator. It's his scheme, his system. Dude been in the league for 25 years. Told us midway through the year, this ain't my scheme. I'm still learning the scheme. What do you guys want me to do? I'm still learning the defense. I don't have none of my assistants here. I'm still learning the scheme. So you know what? He's right. Shanahan made game plan the defense.
But can we also, like, if we're going to, like, they made it to the Super Bowl with weak Steve. Like, Steve Wilkes is not that good. Like, come on. Come on.
Well,
I mean, he hired Robert Saleh, who we all thought stunk at first, and then he ended up becoming really good. They upgraded their personnel. He moves on to a head coaching job. Then he hires both unproven, never done the job for. Then he hires D'Amico Ryans. It's a grand slam. It looks like D'Amico Ryans is a special human being, right? And clearly that guy's destined to great things in the NFL.
Maybe the wrong coach got away. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I
think it's just hard. I think it's just really hard to hire and crush it on 3 straight DCs.
I want to take this next call. Let's go to Eric in Sacramento. He's got a take. He's got a take.
Okay.
What's up, Eric?
Oh, how you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
Good, Eric.
You know, I do have a comment about Kyle Shanahan. Why in the Super Bowl in the overtime didn't they double team Kelsey? He was the only guy catching the ball. I was yelling at the TV.
Totally agree. We were watching it, and pre-snap, they couldn't even line up in front of him. They didn't know what to. It was driving me insane.
Yeah, and so granted, Kyle Shanahan is a good coach, but he hasn't taken them to the promised land of the Super Bowl yet. He messed up in what year was it? 2017 when the Patriots were down by 25 points going to the fourth quarter, and they give up 25 points, and then the GOAT Tom Brady, they win it in overtime.
Well, Eric, he's not the defensive coordinator. The head coach's name was Dan Quinn, and he calls the defense. So the defense blew a 25-point lead.
But the offense struggled in that game in the fourth quarter, don't you think?
I can go through that game. I can go through that game every day, twice on Sunday. That was not Shanahan's fault. As down as I am on Shanahan, Eric, that game, we could watch it together. I'll let you know on how that was Shanahan's fault. I go through the entire game log. how
Let's watch the game
Tevin
together.
Coleman gets hurt, everything. But continue, Eric. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk about Brock Purdy. I think before all is said and done, he will be even better than Steve Young because he'll get a long-term contract. Steve Young was only here for a short period of time. In fact, Joe Montana was forced out, if you all remember. He had to go to Kansas City. He still was in the prime of his career. He took the Chiefs to playoffs, and so I was disappointed that the loyalty of the Niners was not good in terms of wanting to keep Joe, until his career ended.
So you believe Brock Purdy will end up being better than Steve Young in a 49ers
Oh,
uniform?
yeah, absolutely. In fact, right now I look at on the top 2 49er quarterbacks of all time, Joe Montana is number 1, John Brody is number 2, and Steve Young is number 3.
Can I ask you a question? How many MVPs does John Brody have?
It doesn't matter, but look at John Brody and how many years he played for the Niners.
How many MVPs did Steve Young have?
Let me see. Did he have any? Did he have one?
He had 2. The year that Joe was sitting on the bench, hurt with a back and didn't play all year, 1992, and then obviously the famous one in 1994. So, we have to be honest with our assessment here.
No, hold on. I just want to ask Eric
Joe was better than Steve, but Steve was awesome.
So
2 MVPs.
With this assessment then, Eric, you're banking on Brock Purdy. We're basically watching a modern-day Hall of Famer then, in Brock Purdy.
Well, as long as Debo can stay with the Niners, as long as they can keep Christian McCaffrey there, as long as they can keep the nucleus that they have right now, I don't see any reason why he's not going to be an MVP. And he will lead the Niners to Super Bowls, but we got to get rid of Shanahan. Shanahan's not the guy to do it.
So I just want to make sure we're clear. 7-time Pro Bowler, 3-time first All-Pro, 3 times second-team All-Pro. 4 times he led the NFL in touchdown passes. 6 times he led the NFL in passer rating. 5 times he led it in completion rating. You think that when it's all said and done, Brock will be better than that? Because that's a pretty accomplished player.
It's a high bar.
It's a high bar. And I even think, we all think that Joe's better than Steve. But, man, Steve is a high bar.
Well, Steve is, but he had to end his career early because of the concussion problem. How old was he when he retired?
Well, he was a young 38 because he didn't play.
He played in the USFL or whatnot, but also he had a lot of playoff shortcomings too, Eric. To your point, but you believe that the Niners, but you think we have a Shanahan problem though. So you think that they need to get rid of Shanahan?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. I mean, let him go to another team. He'll do fine there, but he's not the right fit for the Niners to get them to the Super Bowl. If Eddie DiBartolo was the GM right now, Shanahan would have been gone. We wouldn't be talking to him in the same language as being the head coach of the Niners because Bill Walsh, he got it done. He won 4 Super Bowl championships for the Niners, and then
3.
Of course,
he won 3.
He left.
He won 3. The 4th one, George Seifert actually was
his team. Yeah, good. Hey, interesting call, Eric. I'm not mad at it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. All casts on 95.7 The Game. Appear on the River Islands guest line. It's time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop.
Look. We could talk.
He's right. Eddie D would have fired.
Would he have though?
He wouldn't have gave Shanahan a contract extension.
Okay, that's a different question. That's a different question. But look, Joe is greater than Steve. Everyone agrees. But I do think that we've kind of forgotten how great Steve was. And Steve had a lot of playoff shortcomings. He did. I'm not going to deny it. But again, I just want to read this to people.
People want me to, they say that I should have flushed, Eric. And look, I'm trying to be patient. MVP. I'm trying to be patient.
Okay? Offensive Player of the Year, 7-time Pro Bowler, 3 first-team All-Pros, 3 second-team All-Pros. That means he's the best quarterback in the league 3 times and second best 3 times. He led the NFL in touchdown passes 4 times. He led the NFL in passer rating 6 times. He led the NFL in completion percentage 5 times. Again, Joe is greater than... Brock would have to be pretty freaking amazing. And I'm not saying he can't get there, but can we have that conversation 5 years from now?
I mean, listen.
That's all. We're not there yet. We're just not there yet.
I don't even have Brock Purdy ahead of Jeff Garcia yet. He's close.
I think that's a conversation. We could have that conversation.
But yeah, come on.
But I did like that he brought up Brody.
Yeah. Let's go to Rob instead, Bruno. Rob. What's happening, Rob? You going down to training camp this year, Rob?
I'm gonna try to get a Saturday thing. You know, I can't go throughout the week, but I'm gonna try Saturday. So, but I feel what that caller was talking about. But the big but. If Shanahan goes, that means Purdy got to go. Like I always said, Purdy is a product of Shanahan. That's all it's about. And there's no pressure on no 49ers to win Super Bowls. Jay York, as of right now, is comfortable with just being relevant, and the Niners are fine with that. I can tell you why. Go look at that press conference when he was drunk. You know what I'm saying? They were just happy to be there. They were just lucky to even be in the Super Bowl. Remember, I made that famous call. I took Detroit.
Oh yeah.
I said Detroit gonna win the game.
Yeah, they should have won the game.
I know y'all was thinking about it when it was 24/7.
Oh,
so you know what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, my point is this. I just feel like that Jay York, he's comfortable with just being relevant. 49er fans just comfortable just having a coach, having the talking points, having a running back, having a great white hoping quarterback. Oh, we're going to win a Super Bowl this year. Knowing damn well you're not beating the elite quarterbacks in the AFC with a guy like Purdy. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Now, we can dominate the NFC. For sure, but in terms of when it comes down to making plays with your arm, and when you playing like Kyle's a great schemer, but Andy Reid's a better schemer. So when we play guys like that, you know, now it comes to okay, what can my talent do? What can my quarterback at the ball? What can he do?
Rob, so how are you gonna digest the regular season and knowing that it's basically Super Bowl or bust? How do we get through the regular season with that mindset?
I'm a football fan. I like to party, so I'm I'm having a good time every time the Niners play.
There you go.
I'm not one of the fans that just he's weak because he didn't do it. I don't. That's not me. I love the sport. I coach the sport. I love sports. I'm gonna watch the game regardless. But if we're just talking about Super Bowl, I don't think we win a Super Bowl with Purdy in the scheme altogether. You got to have something that breaks the scheme. Remember, Cal always said you got to play, you got to outcoach, you got to outplay my scheme. And I don't think they had a quarterback that can actually do that. I thought Elway did a great job of playing within the scheme, but then doing his own thing when it was time to do it. I don't think Purdy just doesn't have the physical ability to arm to do that, and I think teams know his limitations. So it's only so many routes he's going to throw if there's no threat of the run game. You see what I'm saying?
Rob, who is your favorite 49er currently on the team?
On the team, I mean, Debo, that's my guy. He's the heart and soul. Yeah. I like in Greenlaw and Debo, definitely Debo and Greenlaw. Them dudes are what 49ers football is about. Smash mouth. We won't smoke. We want all the smoke. And Trent Williams, too. All them three guys, they represent what the 49ers are about. But we need a guy like that at quarterback and a guy like that at coach. I think if we had Jim Harbaugh as the head coach, we'll be straight. But I think Purdy, Jed, and Kyle. No, I'm taking Purdy out of this. Jed is just comfortable with being relevant. That's it. And the Niners are okay with that. I'm just saying, look at that press conference when he was drunk. They were just happy to be there. They was complaining about the field. I knew he was going to catch an L after that.
All right, Rob. What's coming over the game brought to you by Safeway. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Who has the most pressure going out into the season? Purdy, your thoughts on him. Shanahan, how can the Niners evolve? How do we ratchet up the energy to get ready for another regular season, knowing damn well that the end goal is to be in New Orleans? That anything short of a trip to New Orleans in February will just not be good enough. Just not be good enough around these parts. 888-957-9570 is the number. More coming up on the roast.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal for members. Delicious green or red.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasta.
Oh, we are back. We are back. No more brunch with Bonte and Butcher, or Butcher and Bonte. That was fun while it lasted. That was fun while it lasted.
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
Not this morning.
I was rooting against Bonte. At least Bonte didn't win.
That alarm went off. I swear to God, that alarm went off at 4 o'clock this morning. And I stayed in bed till 4:45 looking at my phone saying, this can't be life. What happened?
It is sad, but it's true.
It is sad, but it's true. Download the free Odyssey app. Just let me vent, Shasky. Let me vent. And listen to 95.7
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Nothing I can do about it. Wherever you go. You can catch...
Always sounds like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
You can catch live
Ain't
games
nothing
on
you
the
can
app.
do about it.
Who was
with
that
all
again?
the music, the cop in Louisville, when Scheffler was getting arrested before the Open.
Some people say that that's the only reason Xander has 2 majors is because of that cop.
Oh, man. Hey, I saw that. He's the first guy, Rory McIlroy, 2014. Tiger Woods did it twice. And Patrick Harrington, I want to say. Patty. Only guys to win both the Open and the British Open and the U.S. Open in the same year.
He did not win the U.S. Open.
PJ, my bad.
Yeah.
PJ.
The first time since 1982 that the Americans swept all the majors.
7 of the last 9.
There you go. See, your boy was watching.
It was really good. Troon was fun.
Yeah, no, it was
a
good.
bloodbath.
Yeah, it was a
Olympics
bloodbath.
next. Let's get the gold.
Speaking of a guy who has a gold, Xander.
Yeah, Olympic.
Going back to back, maybe.
Yeah, San Diego boy.
So, look, I don't agree with Rob saying that, hey, they're happy with just being relevant. No, that can't be the case. They don't pay that money. I don't agree with that take. I hear what Rob was saying, but I don't agree with it. No. This organization is obsessed with winning that big one. Now, winning the big one is very, very difficult. We've all experienced that.
Is this the toughest spot to be in sports?
Yes.
Meaning you've been knocking on the door.
Yes.
But the only way to become truly satisfied with where your team is at is if they actually win one.
Yep.
That's the hardest spot in sports?
I think so. And the Boston Celtics were just in that spot.
Yeah, good call.
The Warriors were in that
good
spot.
Call. Good call.
2022, the Warriors were in that spot. I felt like that was, I hate saying it, the bonus championship, but we didn't, they got off to the 18-2 start. We're like, wow, maybe they are back. But we weren't 100%, because a lot of people thought Memphis could beat the Warriors in that second round series, and Boston was young, and we were worried after game 1. We were worried about after game 3, like, damn, we're going to lose this. But this is a tough spot, because the only satisfaction is to win that big one.
It's kind of like before they won the Mickey Mouse ring, the Dodgers. Right? The Dodgers were kind of in that zone.
They were in that zone.
Knocking. And it almost, all of the other regular season accomplishments became moot because they couldn't win the big one. The Vikings of the 70s, the Bills of the 90s.
There you go.
Who else?
The Yankees right now with Aaron Judge and company.
Really good call.
If they don't win,
good call.
They don't win it. It's, you know what? Like the Astros could go to the playoffs and lose. They got a couple. They redeemed themselves from 2017 for the trash cans and everything, and they won it. They got 2 rings. They're good. Philadelphia, the Phillies, and Bryce Harper. Knowing that Bryce Harper's on that roster, if they don't win it all this year,
good point.
You know what?
It's a good point.
It's a disaster. Same thing with the Dodgers. There's a couple teams. And now, it's the worst spot to be in, but it's a great spot to be in because you know you're playing for high stakes.
No doubt.
You know you're going to be in the playoffs.
I meant the worst spot in the sense of if you don't win, you look back on that era with more disappointment than any other era.
The Jim Harbaugh era. How did we look at that era?
It's utterly disappointing. While wildly successful, utterly disappointing.
The Brian Sabian Giants led Giants with Barry Bonds from 97 to 03. We look
some
back
of my
at that
favorite
era.
years, some of my worst years.
We don't bring up Bonds hitting 73 home runs.
Nope.
We don't bring up Jeff Kent winning an MVP. We don't bring up JT Snow in the Gold Gloves or the great 3 to 4 year stretch Rob didn't have. We talk about Game 6 against the Angels. Yep. We talk about Jose Cruz Jr. jumping a pop-up in Game 3 down in South Beach, Miami. And then we talk about JT Snow getting thrown out the plate in Game 4 after rallying from a 5-0 deficit only to lose 7-5. We don't bring up any of the good. And to our point last Friday, we were discussing this, and I got into a dark place thinking about this. That wasn't an act. That segment from 1 to 1:30, I was in a really dark place thinking about that Super Bowl because all the greatness of beating Philadelphia, Debo having a hat trick, and starting all 5-0 and beating the crap out of the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. We don't talk about the accomplishments in 2023.
You know whose highlights I've been watching all morning?
Who's that?
Lamar Jackson's.
Wow.
Lamar Jackson had a great year last year.
Great year.
Does anyone care?
Nope.
If he doesn't win one Super Bowl, will it not be an utter disappointment? Even though he's been a remarkable first ballot Hall of Famer type.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt. No doubt. You can't get elevated. He won't. You know what's crazy? I wonder, and I wouldn't know this because I don't live in Baltimore, but if Lamar doesn't win one, will they ever elevate him above Joe Flacco?
Ooh.
Joe Flacco had one of the sickest playoff runs in NFL history.
I don't know.
And he's got the Super Bowl.
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know how Flacco is viewed.
Yeah.
I really don't.
In Baltimore, he's probably king. Probably king out there for that Super Bowl.
He's got to be.
You know, I'm looking here, Xfinity Mobile text line 510.
Give it to me.
Donovan McNabb and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Some of the best teams that I've ever seen.
That era of football has kept him out of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Donovan McNabb, and I'll say this right now, and this is a controversial take. Controversial. But Donovan McNabb was a better quarterback than Eli Manning. More consistent. But Eli has the 2 Super Bowls.
2 great playoff runs.
McNabb had unbelievable seasons. All the kids who played Madden was like, who did he take? A lot of people took the Philadelphia Eagles because of McNabb and T.O. McNabb was special, but he didn't get over the hump, and it's probably going to keep him out of the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
When you look at Aaron Rodgers right now, only having the 1 Super Bowl feels like an utter disappointment in his career.
Yep.
But he has the 1. It's the same thing with Drew Brees. But he has the 1.
He has the 1.
And that's the one thing that, like, if you get 1, it buys you all of the leeway. Like, when we bring up, like, I brought up Dan Marino's arm in the green room earlier this morning. Most people that didn't see Dan Marino were like, I didn't win anything. It's like, Dan Marino was amazing.
He's my favorite quarterback of all time.
And we feel like we discredit his entire career because he didn't win 1.
Steiny was talking about Dan Marino, how we like Dan Marino. I grew up, obviously, Dolphins were on TV a lot. And then, you know, you collect football cards. It's like, wow, Dan Marino, he shares the same birthday as me. So I was like, oh, it's September 15th, baby, right? But we watched a lot of Dan Marino growing up because they were always on television. Dan Marino is my favorite quarterback. And this guy couldn't run a lick. He was in the pocket, and it didn't matter who. He turned Orlando Gatson and made Orlando Gatson a 1,000-yard wide receiver. Nobody knows who Orlando Gatson is. He was special, but he doesn't have the ring. And he never got back after that second season. No. He had a dream year. We all thought, oh, Marino's going to be in another Super Bowl. He's going to be in many Super Bowls. He got to the 1 Super Bowl. Then he couldn't overcome the Buffalo Bills, couldn't overcome the shortcomings of not having a running game, and the Dolphins would choke and choke and choke, and he never got that ring. But as a talent, he may have had the best arm. He'd sit there flat-footed to throw at 60 yards with a perfect spiral.
The only loss the 85 Bears had was against the Dolphins. He shredded that defense, and they were a game away from going back to the Super Bowl and facing them, but the New England Patriots beat them.
Let's upset them.
Let's spin this forward. Like, the Niners don't have any Super Bowls in terms of wins under Shanahan. I can make the argument if 2 quarters of Shanahan's entire career changes, we're having a completely polar opposite conversation.
We're talking about Shanahan being the second best coach and maybe matching Bill Walsh in terms of Super Bowl titles.
This is his 7th year?
I think it's 8.
Maybe it's 8?
Wait,
okay.
2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 7th season. Is it 7 years or 8? 7, right?
Whatever. Yeah, but you get where I'm going. I think Walsh was 79 to 88, so 10 full seasons, I believe. And we're having a totally different conversation. If 2 quarters of his coaching career are completely different, and it sounds like we're like picking this guy apart and we're picking up the carcass and all that. And yes, we are. But like the difference between being a champion and going for a 3rd championship is literally just a couple of quarters.
And you know what? The reason why we're so hard on Shanahan is because the expectations he set were high. And when you come in and you get labeled as a genius and this innovator, he's been special offensively. Things he did with Jimmy Garoppolo, things he's done with this offense, Brock Purdy, nothing short of special. I mean, he wins 1, and we're talking about him. Okay, George Seifert, Shanahan, who you taking? Right now, I can't put him in that George Seifert conversation. Seifert has 2 Super Bowls, 2 of them. And hell, he's got more as a defensive coordinator with the 49ers. Been along for the ride for all of them. So when it comes to Kyle Shanahan, and winning that one. And the problem is, yes, you're right, Shasky. A couple quarters go differently. We're talking about it. We're discussing them in a totally different way.
You can say that about a lot of people. I know it sounds dumb.
No, it doesn't sound dumb. I would say this. Part of the reason why those 2 quarters went in a different direction was partly because of Shanahan.
I know.
He's got his fingerprints all over the meltdowns that we've seen in the NFC Championship game. Now, you could say Jimmy. Sure, Jimmy has a lot. He's got a lot to do with it. But Shanahan does too.
Do you think Brady becomes Brady and Belichick becomes Belichick if they don't win that first one?
Nope.
How about Mahomes currently? If they don't win that first one against the Niners.
It's funny. We have a conversation about this, and now is the perfect time to bring it back up. If the Niners win that Super Bowl in 2019, the pressure on Mahomes and Kelsey to win it the next year against Tampa Bay, and then if they lose it, they're 0-2. Now, all of a sudden, that conversation in Kansas City is like, damn, Kansas City hasn't won since the 60s.
Andy Reid
the
losing
70s.
again.
Andy Reid can't get the big one.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Andy Reid's not in the Hall of Fame. He can't win a big one. He's a glorified offensive coordinator. And all of a sudden, they're 0-2. And all of a sudden, they're facing a different pressure. And all of a sudden, they may do things differently. Maybe they give Tyreek Hill the money. Maybe they don't trade Tyreek Hill to Miami. But since they did have that one, now they have that one, and they lost it. But they're like, you know what? We can reset our books and sell Mahomes. Now that pressure of not winning the big one is in Kansas City, and they're having a totally different conversation. Maybe they don't get past Buffalo with 13 seconds left. Maybe they lose to the Bengals. It's like, oh, wow, they really can't win the big one. So that quarter of football in 2019, Super Bowl 54, that 3rd and 15, changed the trajectory for Kansas City and the 49ers. It's crazy.
It
If
is.
you boil it down to one play, 3rd and 15, where Troy Aikman, by the way, if you get that call, oh boy, Mahomes needs to do something. It's a pretty critical down here. He needs to do something. And then boom, they get the 3rd and 15. And it changes how we view Shanahan in 2024, and it changes how we view the Kansas City Chiefs. That one play changed a lot. It changed the history of the NFL. It's kind of crazy. Of course, you don't lose a game off of one play.
No,
you don't win the game on one play.
With this woulda, coulda,
But
shoulda.
that one play, 3rd and 15, changed the course of history for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers and for Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs.
I think about the Super Bowl against Baltimore all the time. Hypothetically, they win that Super Bowl. However you want to say it. Cap runs it in. He hits Crabtree on the fade, whatever. Where's Harbaugh? Where's Cap?
Yep.
Where's Willis? Where's
So
Gore?
true.
Where's Justin Smith? Like,
It's
I
so
think about
true.
that all the time. And it's just like, man, everything is different. But with Shanahan, we're their Cincinnati Bengals.
Wow.
To his Joe Montana. Like, that's all I keep thinking about with Kansas City. And Shanahan's like, you keep coming up short to this guy, and we're going to be a footnote in their montage when they're both going into the Hall of Fame, Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. And it's hard to swallow because these are some of my favorite teams of my life.
Think about that, though.
It sucks.
3rd and 15 goes differently. And the Niners force a punt. And they run off a few more minutes.
Quan Alexander catches that interception.
Yeah, but you were able to overcome it. You get 3rd and 15.
I know.
3rd and 15. And you're able to milk about another 3 minutes off the clock.
Chiefs need some Mahomes magic. Launches down the middle. Hill, open, caught. And they get it. Kansas City, the big play.
This is why it's so hard to
Can you
swallow.
find it? It may be tough, but find the beginning of that play. They break the huddle. And Troy Aikman, I'll never forget being at the old studio. I was dialed in. And Troy Aikman's like, Mahomes needs to make a play here. Kansas City, boy, we're getting down to nitty. He said something and was like, wow, this is the play. That play, 3rd and 15, helped change the course of history over the next 5 years. Now Mahomes and Kelsey are working on a three-peat. They're going into the season thinking about a three-peat.
I know. And I actually think they're going to get it.
And the Niners, and we're sitting here saying, boy, this is our last ride. It's our last ride.
I mean, that does.
It is unbelievable when you really think about it. Forget the overtime and knowing the rules, Shasky. 3rd and 15 down in Miami in 2019, because Mike Florio said it. When Shanahan was like, boy, I would love to be back in that spot having a 10-point lead with 7 minutes of change left in the Super Bowl. That's what I want again. Well, we had it.
Well, I'm convinced if you watch that Super Bowl back, they would have kept scoring and kept scoring and kept scoring. Like, once they got on a roll at the end of that game, it was curtains.
Yeah, so that's why when everybody say, oh, man, Jimmy missing Emmanuel Sanders, there's still going to be a minute 30 left on the clock. There's still going to be. We had an exercise, matter of fact. Now, we're going to get to film on Mike in a second. Now, I remember the BSG days, right, Shasky? Because you flew in one of those days that week. And Steiny asked, he goes, all right, what would you like in this scenario? If it plays out in Super Bowl 54, he goes, I'll never forget this. He goes, what do you want? Would you want to have the ball last, or would you want your defense on the field to shut down Mahomes for a chance to win the Super Bowl? And I remember I said, I'd never forget, it's like, I want to have the ball. I don't want to be in a position where Mahomes has the ball with the chance to win the game. And this is before he proved anything. And now we saw how that played out last year in overtime.
Listen to what you said. I want to have the ball last.
I want to have the ball last.
And the Niners took the ball first in overtime this time around.
Yeah.
They had the option.
And then they were going to rush and try to go score a touchdown with a minute 49 left. Unbelievable. Let's go to Filmo Mike. Unbelievable. Filmo, what's happening?
Hey, man. Just sitting here. Missed opportunities. You know what I'm saying? I probably got a bad signal. I'm on the bridge, man, but
it's all good.
The bottom line is, man, they got to get it done. You know how I know the pressure's ratcheted up. Jerry Rice getting into it with people on the golf course, asking questions. I swear to God, I feel Jerry Rice, but I swear I wake up in the middle of the night sometime cursing because the Niners didn't get the job done, man. We gonna get the job done though. I believe in I really feel if y'all been watching Debo's on a whole nother level of focus, man. For real. He's a leader of the team, and I really feel like he gonna have to get the job done. I don't know about the quarterback situation as far as how we gonna get BA in here and how we gonna get everybody paid, but I really feel like Kittle and Debo gonna lead the way this year, for real. I don't know what it is. I'm looking at his Instagram. He's super focused, man. That's all I gotta say.
No, hey, good call, Phil. It's just the most pressure for a 49er team. I think this is the most pressure they've had on themselves to win it. Now, we can look at last year. We can look at 2013.
This is 94 season.
This is 1994. Yeah. Get the monkey off your back.
Yeah, that's 100%. Especially given all of the losses in a row in horrific fashion. You've lost 2 Super Bowls in just this regime. You've lost 3 in the last 11 years, 12 years.
Wow.
I can't do it anymore.
This hurts. Like, I'll never forget Worldwide Hef saying, Pop. He goes, Pop, I don't know if I can do this no more. All the energy and passion I exuded for the season. You said it. I've said it. Multiple Niner fans. I'll never forget Anna midway through the year. She goes, I just read this article, why women live longer than men, and it's because of sports. I'm stressed out. She felt stressed as a sports fan for the first time in her life. She couldn't handle it. It was too much. Now training camp is opening up on Wednesday. We'll be excited at the Hilton Hotel. Trust me, football's back, folks. That's something to celebrate in itself. We don't have to talk about that lousy-ass team wearing orange and black on the baseball field. That's for sure. That's uplifting in itself when you just think about that. But then we get through this regular season, and we're Jets week 1, Vikings week 2, Rams week 3.
Sam Darnold.
Then you got the Cowboys and Chiefs in back-to-back weeks. And we got to see Mahomes at Levi Stadium. Knowing that the Niners can win that game against Kansas City in the regular season, and it won't mean a damn thing.
They've never beaten Mahomes.
Yeah, but they can win that regular season game, Shasky, and it won't mean a damn thing.
You think they can win that game? Because I do not.
Well, even if they do, it won't mean anything.
Well, I mean, they beat the Eagles in the revenge game, and like looking back, it's like, wow, we put all that energy into that game. We did, and and at the time, it made a lot of sense. Looking back, it was. Wow, we did a little too much.
The 49ers could start 5-0 and it won't mean a damn thing.
They did last year.
What does it mean?
Well,
I'm saying this year they can start 5-0, and for the fans, you know it. We'll be happy in real time. We're all the way, lead the division. 5-0.
What does it have to do with January?
But it has nothing to do with January. Nothing to do with January.
If I told you this, the Niners.
This is sad.
The Niners get in with a wild card. Okay. But they're playing their best football in the final month.
I'll take that.
Over playing their best football in the first 2 months.
I'll take that.
I kind of am too.
I'll take that. Maybe they
form over.
Maybe they need the wild card so we don't have that pressure of being a top seed. Just say, you know what? Fine, we'll go on the road. We'll go to Detroit. We'll go to Grant. Because we always say it. The 49ers style of football travels anywhere.
I would like to go to a playoff game in Detroit.
I don't think I want to play the Lions in the playoff game.
I know. I'm just saying, like, as a trip.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of fun.
That'd be a lot of fun.
That'd be a lot of fun. If we can get somebody to send us out there.
You know people.
Out.
You know people in Detroit? You know people in Detroit?
Well, no. I mean, it's just that we played in the Pontiac, Silver Dome way back in the day. It'd be something fun.
Ford Field.
See Marshall Mathers playing at halftime? That'd be cool.
That I could do without.
Really?
He's about 4 albums
come on.
Too deep for me.
Say that for a lot of rappers.
We got roasters in Detroit.
You know, maybe
we do.
Who's the roaster that calls in all the time?
I'm fashionable.
Yeah, she knows people.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi. I know people.
Can we get credentials for the NFC Championship game?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. That would be a problem because tickets are going to be sky high in Detroit.
You would wear the mink parka, right?
Nah, I don't do well the mink. That's too much. I'm
animal would you have?
No animals. I'm understated when I dress.
He's vegan. Yeah,
I'm understated when I dress.
On.
I'm not a flashy guy when I'm dressed. I'm like a vegetarian when it comes to fashion.
Scarf season?
Might be scarf season.
You and Jonathan Kuminga?
Peacoat, scarf.
This is from the Kuminga collection?
Maybe a Kango hat.
You're not wearing. What are you, Bruce Arians?
Yeah, I do like the Kango. I've always wanted a Kango, even though I've never owned one. Maybe I'll wear a Kango for Wednesday's practice. My hair is probably a little too long, but I've never really wear a Kango.
Oh, I got my sun hat ready to go.
Yeah, But maybe they need to go on the road to lower the like Kansas City last year. Like, even Spinoni said, I'm not betting against Mahomes, but they had to go on the road to Buffalo. They had to go on the road to Baltimore, which is very impressive. That Buffalo-Kansas City game was an all-timer.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, Shasky. I don't know. I guess that's our assignment over the next 2 days. How do we ratchet up the energy to get fired up for the regular season? Because is it enough to say, hey, football's back, let's go? Is that enough for Niner fans?
Hope. Yeah.
New hope, a new journey. Because I used all my material last year. I used that material, and I milked the hell out of the journey to Las Vegas. As we talk about the journey when starting the training camp. I don't know if I have that in me. I don't have that in me.
I think you
What do I do?
I think the second we get on that field on Wednesday, you're going to have some pep in your step. And there's going to be new songs that you've never heard of that you're going to Shazam or whatever the heck you do on your phone. And you're going to be like, listen to this hitter. And then you're going to be like this. Yep. To all the different players that recognize you from television, and you're going to be vintage Bonte. Maybe we see Debbie.
415, extending mobile text on. You guys sound like the Niners have been a complete failure, like where the Cleveland Browns will kill to have. Well, you know what, 415? We're not the Cleveland Browns! All right? We're not Cleveland. Things are different around here. We're not the Cleveland Browns. So, no, the bar is set higher out here. Sorry, I was born in the wrong era. Maybe if I was born in the 70s, I have a different perspective. But I was born into greatness. We were born into greatness, Shaq. We were born the year they won the Super Bowl.
I was born in the darkness.
So, you know what? This season is all about winning the big one. Like the Niners in 94. They beat the Cowboys in the regular season. It always erased the home field advantage. But we all knew. It doesn't mean anything till you beat them in January. And even when Eric Davis set the toe with the pick six that made Candlestick Park shake, it still wasn't good enough until the scoreboard said 0-0-0 and the Niners have more points than the Cowboys.
Can I give you a full admission?
What?
I'm thinking about week 1 already, and the Jets have me worried. Like, of all the times to play the Jets on the schedule, week 1 might be the worst.
It's not good.
It might be the worst.
No, their defense is legit.
Like, they're going to be healthy.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is going to be healthy.
Sauce Gardner.
Quinton
Williams in the middle. Quinton Williams in the middle, wrecking that offensive line.
So you're forgetting about 2 names that are going to come back to haunt us.
Javon Kinlaw.
And?
Robert Saleh.
And?
There's another?
Solomon Thomas, your boy.
Yeah, that wasn't on my top. I actually feel good.
Stop!
That Jets defense is legit. And then did they add weapons offensively too? I got the depth charts up here right now. They added something. Garrett Wilson. Oh boy, Garrett Wilson. See, now I'm a little, see. Man. Where did we go wrong here, Shasky?
I don't know, but I'm getting my phone on these spam calls is just going crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
I keep going voicemail and it just keeps calling.
We're all getting them.
Well,
Yeah.
it's just like, I don't know. I don't care about the police department in Santa Margarita or whatever the heck it is. Like, have you guys gotten those? Like, hi, this is the fire union.
No, we're getting something's happening with on our work email. It's getting really
work email.
bad.
Kimberly Taylor's just sent us about 20 emails just right now. Kimberly, turn off the emails. I guess there's an all-staff meeting tomorrow. I don't know.
Apparently there's 700 of them
we just
in a
got
row.
30 messages from it. Yeah, no. Let me see. Garrett Wilson, Xavier Gibson, Mike Williams. That's right. They got Mike Williams for the Chargers. The Jets, if he can stay healthy. He's already on the PUP list. Physically unable to perform.
Who is going to start in Greenlaw's spot?
Ricky Pearsall. Is there a lot of pressure on Ricky Pearsall?
Of course there is.
First round pick.
Is he even going to be healthy? Do we even know what the injury is?
No, we don't.
What is going on?
No, we don't.
What is the injury?
Our pets' heads are falling off. What's going on? Let's go to Shane in the city. Shane, what's happening?
What's up, guys? How are you doing today?
I need to be uplifted, Shane. We had to wake up early, have to go at 10 to 2, having all the swagger. Now we're back in sweats and hoodies. Now we're thinking about the Super Bowl. Man, Shane, how uplift us, please?
Hey, it's Motivational Monday, man. I'm here to, try to be optimistic as I can. I have been down these Super Bowl years have been kicking our butt with Shanahan, but a few things need to happen this season. And early in the season last year, we were scoring about 30 to 35 points a game. If Shanahan is the guru, is the genius, he needs to up that 40 to 45 points a game. I know that's a lot to ask, but we have the firepower to do it. The best thing that can happen for the 49ers this year is with Aiyuk's holdout.
You're expecting 40 to 45
Is he going to go in the tank, or is he going to come in?
Are you serious?
Or is he going to?
No, let him finish.
Is he going to come in?
Shane, keep cooking.
Is he going to come in and be a dog about it and say, you know what, I'm going to earn it? He already kind of did earn it. It's very debatable on that, right? Both sides. You can, and is he going to say, you know what, I'm going to earn it with Purdy, and we're going to go get this thing, because they can do it. They have the firepower on offense to go and do it. It doesn't matter what we do defensively. I'm not afraid of the Jets week 1. I'm not afraid of anybody on our schedule. You know why? Because our offense with Shanahan, it goes above and beyond. But Shanahan, the only thing with me, I'm gonna go back a little bit and just say he's got to be a better motivator. He's got to have the heart of the team, and he's got to be able to say, respect me more than like me. I don't care if you don't like me. You've got to respect me. And if he can work on his leadership skills to get that team going in the right direction, hey, I think we've got a great shot.
Shane, real quick. You said 30 to 35 points a game, right?
No, he said 40 to 45.
That's what we were, yeah.
You said 40 to 45?
We got to take it up a level. Yes, sir.
Oh, so you think 40 to 45? Okay, all right. Maybe I'll do it. No, you don't have to plus. It was a good call.
Just so that we're clear.
You need to contact Floyd Water Plumbing and trade at Floyd Water.
38.8 is the all-time points per game in 1950.
Oh, my God.
All right, the Broncos in 2013, 37.9. Patriots, 36.8, 07.
I know.
Oilers in the 60s.
Falcons.
Bears.
Falcons
are,
what did they
here
average?
we are, 33.8.
Falcons are really good.
And that's 13th all-time.
That's what I was looking for last year. I was 30 points a game. You guys laughed at me. But they averaged 29 last year.
No one has ever averaged more than 38.8.
Yeah, no, the 40 to 45.
Can you name the quarterback off the top of your head for the 1950 LA Rams? I know without even looking at it.
North Van Brocklin?
Yeah. Do you know who's playing wide receiver?
Jack Snow.
Good. Look at you.
Come on, baby.
1950, the year after.
Come on.
The Browns and the Niners had the exact same record in the AAFL, and my guy Frankie Albert was the co-MVP of the league.
40 to 45 points a game. Hey, Shane, let him cook, man.
For the record, the highest scoring 49er team in history, the 1994 team that won the Super Bowl.
How much?
They averaged about 31.5 points.
That's a lot of points.
31.5 a game.
Got to make some history this year.
And they had to shut down the fourth quarter because they were blowing teams out. So they weren't even trying to score in the fourth quarter.
Except the Eagles game.
2019 Niners, Jimmy Garoppolo. He could have had the single-season passing yard record for the 49ers. They shut it down in the fourth quarter in a few games, quite a few games. Cincinnati, up top of my head, Carolina. They dropped 50 on Carolina. They're just running up the score, running the ball on them in the crispy whites at Levi Stadium. Cleveland Browns, Monday Night Football. I mean, they shut down the fourth quarter a lot. Niners in 2019 was special, man. That's a special. That was a special.
I don't
team.
even know if I could do 45 a game on all Madden.
No, you can't. I can't even do it on all pro. All pro, I get to about 39, 40. I'll be cooking. But I'm telling you what, I'm not playing Madden anytime soon because it's NCAA football. Oh boy, I got to recruit. I got big recruiting for week 1 against Alabama. Big recruits. 5 stars want to come to my school after winning Daddy.
Do you make your own schedules in that one after you get to the first season? Or
Nah, they had Alabama already scheduled. I had to fix the Florida game because Florida came to Doak Campbell Stadium last year, so I had to make sure I'm going to the Swamp this year.
So you did the Lincoln Riley. You started ducking the smoke.
Yeah, I'm going cupcakes. I got a couple cupcakes. I'm not changing it. Kent State, Akron, because you got college football playoff. A lot of wear and tear if you play the big boys early.
Well, right now my Wyoming team that I'm the offensive coordinator of is 5-0.
That's not bad.
Just faced BYU,
That's
and BYU has 7,000 jersey combinations.
Did you hook up their combos?
Of course I did. My Wyoming jerseys are pretty sweet.
Yeah, I got my Florida State. We don't have a lot of options, but I did wear against Cal Berkeley. I had to host Cal Berkeley at Doak Campbell. I wore the crispy all whites at home. Just for a one-off against Cal.
Do they give you the stickers?
Yeah, they get the stickers too. You get the stickers every week. You see stickers.
That's so weird that Cal and Florida State's going to be like a thing now. That's very odd.
Every 8 years.
But you know what's not odd? Fast 5.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
You know what? Let me start off. I did a terrible job this morning, folks. Roasters, all the overnight dancers, everybody. I did a terrible job on my favorite day of the week of setting the tone.
He's full of baloney.
And I set a bad tone for the week. Hopefully I will be better tomorrow and Wednesday because I was depressed. No one by waking up early and the schedule last week was just so beautiful. I was like, wow, we got to go back to 6-10. Not only that, but reliving the Super Bowl with some of the shortcomings with the 49ers in that 3rd and 15, I put us all in a deep, deep, dark place. And it's my fault. It is my fault. I set a bad tone this week. So I promise, folks, I will be better tomorrow. I'll be more optimistic. I'll be a little more fired up. But when I think about the 49ers and what's at stake here and looking at the future, it's sad, but that's the reality that anything other than the Super Bowl will not be good enough for us. It just won't.
See, unlike you, I can find, appreciation in a 6-inning outing from Hayden Birdsong. What an incredible step forward for the young man. He's had some really good starts, 5 appearances thus far, always goes 4 innings at minimum. Yesterday, being allowed to go back into the 6th inning and get to the 12 strikeouts. I thought the curveball and the slider were excellent. I thought his fastball misses were much closer than they have been in other starts. He's been awesome. Hayden Birdsong, revelation. Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because I'm good. You have to laugh at this because someone sent into the thread, someone being Sam Lubin, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you guys are aware of what happens when Nick Castellanos hits home runs. It's become sort of a thing and sort of a trend, boys. The first time it happened, like the whole meme started with Tom Brenneman, who used to be the voice of the Reds on the television side.
He's back.
Obviously he is back doing games for WB, I guess, this year in college.
Yeah, the first game is Oregon State and like some other school.
Jesus.
So he's got to work his way back up from the bottom.
Thank you. And that was the first time this whole meme started with Castellanos, deep drive to left. That'll make it a 4-0 ball game, starting with Tom Brenneman. And now it's become sort of a trend. And if you just look through his career history of home runs, chances are something horrible happened that day. And I don't mean to laugh at it, but you got to kind of laugh at just the absurdity of it. So it starts with Brenneman, and then you get a career-threatening injury for Fernando Tatis. You got a eulogy for a World War II veteran, a 9/11 tribute video package on air, apology of opposing team's coach getting a DUI. 10 minutes, a home run happened after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock.
Whoa.
You got a Memorial Day tribute package, and then he hits a home run. You got the eulogy for a deceased PA announcer for the stadium, cancer announcement for the team's owner. An hour after the death of Queen Elizabeth was announced, Vin Scully death announcement, a home run. This guy is the Grim Reaper.
He is.
I hope to God he doesn't hit a home run on my birthday or something.
We'll call him
Good
the Turk.
Lord. Nick Castellanos, hang him up, brother. And by the way, he hit a minor league home run for the Detroit Lions the day that Osama bin Laden died.
What?
You just can't make this stuff up. Nick Castellanos.
Oh my God.
It's just. Oh, by the way, Biden yesterday announced he is withdrawing from running for president. Castellanos hit a home run.
It's the most obvious thing that ever happened.
Yeah, it was. What did he say last week when he got COVID? It's like, hey, OG, just you know what? This may be the worst thing for you. You need to take a chill pill, OG. Just relax, and he's going to do a lot of relaxing now.
Nick Castellanos. Sam, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really happy the Giants are catching the Dodgers at a downtime with all those guys on the IL. I mean, if this is ever the week to get it done, this is it. Oh, my God.
How about Shams getting that news, too, huh?
All time. Take that, Woj.
Woj in shambles. Get it? Shambles.
I'm in shambles right now. I got to be better. You know what? You know what I'm going to do today, Chef? I'm going to watch Super Bowl 54 over.
Uh-huh.
Then I'm going to watch last year's Super Bowl over, and I'm going to be better. I will be better. That was fast five. I can't believe we're entering a season where we can't even enjoy the regular season. We're not going to be able to enjoy a win against the Jets.
No, speak for yourself. I'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy it.
It is sad, but it's true.
You're lying to your teeth.
48 hours from now, we're going to be walking right onto the field.
I can't wait.
I can't wait.
I can't wait for that. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Just sell and just fire everybody.
You can host the best.
I lost. I'm out.
I can't see it.
How you feeling, buddy?
You don't really want to know.
Of course I do.
I love Willard and Dibbs. Those are my brothers, my friends. I missed 2-6. Your boy's struggling, Donnie. Oh, no. 2-6. That's my new nickname. 2-6.
Well, let the record reflect.
Right, but I'm here, baby.
If there's any kind of change, it's been pushed through Guru.
I don't like that now.
I like our spot. I've gotten comfortable here.
Yeah.
I like our listeners. I'm happy here.
All right. I'm happy to see you.
I'm content. I don't wish for more than I have.
Now, damn,
I'm content with what I have, and I like it here 10-2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know how much longer you're going to see me.
I don't know how. Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to see Goo.
Yeah.
Why?
I got a Goo bomb. Spadoni don't even know where I'm going.
You got job action outside the Bay?
No, the Democratic Party needs somebody, and I'm thinking about putting my name in the hat.
For?
President.
They have a candidate.
I'm having bad material early from your boy.
Yeah, we got a 49ers training camp coming up on Wednesday. We'll be down at the Hilton Santa Clara along with Bonte and Shasky. Day one of 49er training camp. And let me just throw this out at 49er fans. What are the three big storylines that you have going into the season?
Wow.
What are the biggest issues, the biggest questions, the three biggest things, let's say, that you're going to be interested in as training camp opens? 49ers, obviously, 4 out of the last 5 years have gotten to the NFC Championship game. They look to be pretty loaded again. What are your expectations for this year, Goo?
Wow, that's a great question. I'll tell you, the one that just comes to mind is Brock Purdy. And just, is he your franchise guy? And I know right now, if you look at the scoreboard, Steiny, it's 100-0 that he is. But can he actually get this team over the top? And I keep looking at all the games, and I'm not just putting this on him, the playoff run where the offense looked pedestrian, but I have to believe finding out just how much you're going to pay him, and there's so many quarterbacks in the league that I would take right now that I wouldn't take over Brock Purdy because he's been stellar. But, Stoney, that's it. How good is this guy? And I think we're going to find out this season. He's going to get his chips, but just, is he Jimmy Garoppolo being hid, behind Kyle's greatness? Or is he really what we've seen the last 2 years, a guy where you could make a case who's played better football outside of Mahomes?
Yeah,
that's my number one.
I mean, the thing that I'm kind of thinking about these days is, if Purdy's your number one issue, couldn't you also say that Kyle Shanahan, who's entering year 8, I believe now, as the coach of the 49ers, couldn't you say that he's either closer to having his franchise quarterback or actually has his franchise quarterback for the first time since he's been the 49er coach? So couldn't you look at it as though the quarterback position actually has been more, let's say, stabilized and more productive than it's ever been since Shanahan's been here?
I like that, but also I do know Jimmy Garoppolo took him to a Super Bowl, also a couple NFC Championship games. But help me out. I don't like how you said, you asked my the biggest question. I hope I'm not putting Brock Purdy's not an issue, Steiny, but I do have a question of just how good he is. And, hey, were these last 2 years, have they figured something out? I don't know, but I hope I'm not coming across like he's an issue. He's my biggest question.
But, all right.
Because when you say issue, I feel like I'm not giving him his props. He's been incredible, Steiny, but you can look me in the face and say, you know what? And I'll ask you now, do you have to see more of Brock Purdy? And I know
when you say have to, it's like he's not going to get a contract till the season's over. So he's got one more year. He's gone to an NFC Championship game. He's gone to a Super Bowl. He's going to start this year. Hopefully he stays healthy. The 49ers have a successful year, and then we pay the guy. I think it's as simple as that. And the other thing is, just the way Kyle Shanahan's 49ers teams play, I don't think we're going to see a regression from Brock Purdy because of the offense that the 49ers run. And I got to believe that when it's all said and done, the Niners, assuming health, are going to win at least 11 games. They're going to go to the postseason again. And even if they don't get it done, let's say in the postseason, let's say they win a game and they lose in the NFC Championship, I don't see that as being the obstacle to him getting paid. I mean, if Brock Purdy's taking you to the NFC Championship one year, the Super Bowl the next, and then he takes the 49ers to the playoffs this year, I mean, what would the questions be at that point if he can do that?
He would have passed the test and, he would be solidified in my mind because he's damn near, he's on the doorstep. But if that were to happen, you know what, Stoney, I have my question, and it's just about not if, when they get it done. But I'll throw it back at you because I like what you're saying. What's at the top of your list in regard to the biggest question going into this season?
I think it's Aiyuk right now. I mean, to me, we got a 49er team that is, I think we all know they're a top 5 or 6 team right off the bat heading into the season. And I think they're solidified at virtually every position. And we got to figure out what happens to Brandon Aiyuk now, whether he's going to report for $14 million, whether he's going to hold out, or whether they're going to figure out a way to reach a contract extension agreement with him. To me, the biggest issue right now is Brandon Aiyuk, and it's clear cut. Now, if you want to get into football issues, we can. If you think it's the offensive line, if you think it's the, let's say, defense against the run, I think both those things are fair. I'm fascinated by this idea of pressure for Brock Purdy. And I don't think he's under any more pressure this year than when he first took over the job a year and a half ago. I mean, he's kind of answered the bell the whole time. And I don't see a scenario in which at the end of this season we're saying, well, he might not be that good. The first 2 years, the evidence is pretty solid. He's 24-7, including the playoffs when he's a starter. So I think as long as he's got this team around him, as long as the defense is pretty good, I think we know what to expect with the 49ers offense.
Okay, I'll give you this, and I like that. But life is mental, Steiny. What would you give me for Brock Purdy? He's going to get paid way more than what he's making now, no matter what happens, I believe.
Of course.
But he knows when he drops back to pass at any juncture this season, what's at stake in regard to, hey, if I knock it out the park, I might be a $60 million man. Do you think any of that, him being so young and new and just hitting being basically a breakout star, I do wonder, let's just say they struggle, it could be a game, a quarter, a series, if that pressure, and we'll never know how to gauge it unless he tells us, but can that creep in on him knowing now is different than last year? My contract was my contract, but now I'm actually on an individual basis playing for more cheddar. I do wonder, if he presses or does too much. And it may not affect him at all, but I think naturally that's not too far-fetched to see how he handles that.
I mean, sure, there's no doubt about it. I mean, his performance this year is probably going to dictate how much he gets paid, but I think probably it also dovetails in with how successful the 49ers are. I mean, if let's just assume Brock Purdy's the same kind of quarterback that he's been since he took, let's say, his first snap with the team a year and a half ago, and they make the playoffs. I mean, I think it's a done deal. Right. Whether they succeed in the playoffs or don't succeed in the playoffs. I do love talking about the idea of pressure because we talk about this a lot. I don't think it's as big a deal as other people think. Like when you say, well, Brock Purdy's under pressure. I mean, a lot of guys handle pressure great. A lot of guys, they use pressure to be at their best. And I don't know. I wonder if there's anything tangible that he's feeling this year that's different than last year or the year before.
Well, I'll tell you what, he shouldn't, because like I had just mentioned, the greatness of the Niners is we've seen it since 2019, and they've had multiple chances to do big things. A lot of people around the league, inside the league, in the know, looked at this Niner roster as one of the best teams in the NFL, and that was pre-Purdy. So, he's had a monster 2 years, but I don't feel like, the weight of the world is on his shoulders like it is on Kyle and John, just to, kind of cash that championship chip in, per se. And if you're one of those, Steiny, I remember our conversation Friday. If you're like, Goo, it's just not about championship or bust. I get that premise, but what if you were a Lion fan or all these other cities? You have to step back and have perspective and understand the Niners are great. But if it's about, they're so great, but you want to hoist up that Lombardi trophy, then you're feeling like this started before Purdy, and you kind of just want to see him get it done.
I must be in the minority, or I must look at things a lot differently, because I don't think Kyle Shanahan's got any pressure on him. Now, every coach wants to win the Super Bowl, so there's pressure on him to win a Super Bowl, just like there is on any coach. But when I look at coaches in the Bay Area or coaches around the country, I mean, this guy's got more job security than probably 90% of the coaches right now in football. And that's what I always, that's where I'm at. I know the fans might be Super Bowl or bust. And again, the 49ers obviously and Shanahan want to win it this year. But I think Kyle Shanahan is coaching this team like he's going to coach this team for the next 10 years, or like he's going to coach this team into the foreseeable future. And at some point, he's probably feels like he's going to get one, and if it's not this year, it'll be the year after.
Well, then, you know what? Just hearing you say that, to me, it kind of boils down to this, and you tell me what you think. So some people in life, Steiny, get job security, and they, for different reasons, some we don't even understand why, how they keep it, but Kyle has earned, what you just talked about in regard to his job security, obviously by winning multiple Super Bowl visits or whatnot, but as far as when it's all said and done, to get that ring and be known, because he's brilliant offensively. Everybody knows that. But when it's all said and done, to me, there's nothing bigger or more impactful than a coach, per se, being able to say, I was a Super Bowl winning, I was a champ. That regime, when I went to San Francisco, we delivered. And as great as the Niners have been, I just feel it would be the football version of Macbeth if they somehow, Kyle couldn't get it done here, because they have done great things and they've been close. So I'm watching the Niners are like, not if, Steiny, just win. And maybe that win, W-H-E-N, maybe they don't get it, but that's all Kyle needs to be put into a class of coaches, some of the best to ever do it. And I think we brought his name up Friday, Marv Levy, Steiny. Multiple. Are we going to say he's a bum? No way. One of the greatest to do it, but he doesn't have that one thing that he had multiple chances to get that puts him in a different class of coaches.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. I think that, what would make anybody in the 49ers organization feel like Kyle Shanahan can't get it done? I mean, he's going into, I think, year 8 right now. So I just don't feel like he's got any pressure on him. He's probably under contract. We don't even know.
But amongst the fans, though, Steiny, because you're right, there's no furnace. But amongst the fan base, regardless of what age you are, because I saw your Warrior tweet that got a lot when you're talking about the new ones want to trade Steph. But just from the fan base, you don't think there's any not anger, or maybe that could be the word, fan short for fanatic, but some type of, we've watched this movie so much to where we've been the favorite or at the top. We've had leads in the biggest game, and Bonte left out of here and said something, I'll call it profound, Snotty, because Just think how history would have changed had they been able to win those Super Bowls, those 2 from the Chiefs. And now we're talking about Mahomes, as great as he is, losing 2 games on the biggest stage. But those 2 things could have really happened. Like, nobody can erase the Niners having the Chiefs, taking them 15 rounds. So it's kind of, from a fan perspective, damn, are we ever going to get it done?
I mean, if you're going to go, and I get it, if you're going to say, well, if Mahomes doesn't beat the Niners twice, then he's the guy who's snake bit. Well, then.
Well, that was more of the Niners would have 2 under Kyle. And my goodness, then we're talking about but him like Andy Reid.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's just think about that. If they got 2, and I know it's a stretch, but Steiny, that's how there would be no pressure at all. And within the building over there at the Niners, there is no furnace, I don't believe. And I'm not lobbying for it, but I know fans, man. And I just feel like they just want to have that parade. And when you're good and people are calling you the best and you kind of blow leads or they get away on the biggest stage, I think those hurt and stay around longer.
888-957-9570 is the number. Who's got the most pressure on him if you're a San Francisco 49er coach or player heading into this season? And where are you with Kyle Shanahan? I mean, are we at the point where we're officially calling him snake bit because he's lost 2 Super Bowls? I don't know. What is it? What's the definition of being snake bit? Sometimes it feels like in this day and age, it's losing 1 Super Bowl or losing 1 championship. And again, I just don't think there's any pressure on Kyle Shanahan. You know what? I don't think he feels pressure. I really don't, because he's somebody who's grown up in the business. He's seen firsthand the way his dad was treated. He thinks he's one of the best coaches in the NFL. He probably is one of the best coaches in the NFL. If he doesn't get it done here and the 49ers end up firing him, he'll get a job the next day if he wants. So, when we talk about pressure, I don't think Kyle Shanahan feels any pressure. I think he goes to work every day thinking we got a chance to win the Super Bowl if I have a good year and our players execute. But, I mean, the one thing about, football and every other sport is only one team gets to win. And, if he doesn't win, then at what point do the 49ers say, let's make a change? But I think they're years away from that. But I don't know. I don't know how Jed York feels.
Yeah, and I think about Bill Walsh, the innovator, West Coast offense. Stoney, that's all I need to say is his name, and he's a legend. But, man, if you stack championships, and I think George Seifert, Stoney, who's won Super Bowl, he gets so disrespected. It's like, you got that off another coach and what they built. But the bottom line is when you win championships, Kyle Shanahan could put himself in a conversation. I'm not saying he'll be greater than Bill Walsh, but there's no loser when you have that conversation of okay, let's take a step back. Kyle's a genius, offensively. But if he had championship or championships, people could sit down, chop it up and say, let's talk about Bill Walsh versus Kyle Shanahan. And I feel like you can have that conversation with said coaches when one coach hasn't won the chip. You know what I mean? And that the gravity of winning that championship or chips is heavy.
Okay, then maybe you're right. Then maybe if he doesn't get it done this year or next year. I mean, how long was Andy Reid in Philly? Anybody know off the top of their head? I want to say 13 years.
Yeah, it was a while, man. I'm going to say 9, Spadoni. I'm guessing Drew Brees. But, I just, like I said, there's
99 to 2012.
13.
Yeah, 13 years.
Wow.
And how many what his numbers are? NFC championships?
Well, he only won one of them because he only got to that 1 Super Bowl against the Patriots in Philly.
So Kyle's already done more than Andy Reid did in Philly, essentially, because he's gone to the NFC championship 4 times in 5 years. So I don't know. Who do you guys think has the most pressure on him for the 49ers right now at 888-957-9570. Also, what are the biggest storylines? If you want to say concerns, or challenges or obstacles to overcome, what would be your 3 storylines coming into this season for the 49ers? And I'll throw that out to the fans at 888-957-9570.
I got and I've been a broken record here, and some people on the YouTube chat, and I saw it on Twitter yesterday, I don't know Greenlaw and when he's supposed to return. I assumed he wasn't going to touch the field this year, and they were going to be careful with that injury. But defensively, Matt Steinmetz, the Niners have been stout. They've been one of the best units to do it. I wonder, without Greenlaw, how that impacts Bosa and the rest of the gang, how Hufanga, how he'll man the secondary back there coming off his injury. So defensively, without Wilson, I don't want to call it a debacle, but the team ended up in the Super Bowl and played pretty damn good defensively. But that's where I'm at. I want to see if the Niners, Monday night at home against the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, if they can continue what I'll call a defensive masterpiece this throughout the season, led by Bosa.
Well, you know who disagrees with you?
Who?
David Lombardi of The Athletic.
What did he?
What? Easy, Spadone.
What? I missed it.
Well, there was a story in The Athletic, one pressing question for every NFL team. So I looked obviously at the Niners.
Okay.
He said the biggest issue for the Niners is can they get back to who they were defensively, particularly against the run. He said 2 years ago the Niners were number 1 against the run. Last year they were number 10 against the run. So I guess according to Lombardi, they've taken a little step back defensively, and that's the that's the one issue that he's worried about, the 49ers defense against the run. I still think
because you got real quick, Stein, I'm interrupted. That's what you got. Aiyuk is the issue, huh?
Well, just because it's a practical issue and they need to figure out whether he's going to be on the team or not. But that's an issue that could go away the minute he signs. The minute he signs. But I think the offensive line obviously has to be better than last year. The defensive line's got to be better than last year, and maybe Purdy's got to be better than last year,
man.
But
it'll be fun to watch. I'm ready.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are you, 49er fans? Training camp starts Wednesday down in Santa Clara. Bonte and Shasky will be at the Hilton Santa Clara at 6 o'clock. They'll be doing their show 6 to 10. Guru and I will follow them up 10 to 2. If you're going down to training camp, come by, say hello, and we'll talk some 49ers football. But how you feeling, 49er fans, coming into this year? Make or break? Do or die? Gotta get it done? Okay. What happens if they don't? 888-957-9570. Also have a lot of other stuff to get into. The San Francisco Giants started their second half on Friday. They lose 2 of 3 to the Colorado Rockies. The U.S. Olympic men's basketball team.
Bron. Look, it's Madonna. Look how proud. That dude is incredible, man. I'm sorry.
I don't know if I've ever rooted against a team as much as I did on Saturday.
You always root
I was in a place where they were rooting for Sudan. What's that about? They were mad.
I definitely. You know what?
If you root against your Oliver North, you got to root for your team.
Whose team?
USA.
I don't want to.
I was in a place. Santana
I don't like.
Row.
I don't like all-star teams. I like teams.
Well, this is for your country, though.
Yes, right. They put together all-star teams, and South Sudan has players who know how to play together. And they almost pulled it off.
Yeah.
They almost pulled it off. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Reminder, the Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru are going to be live from the Hilton in Santa Clara for training camp Wednesday and Thursday. 888-957-9570. Give me some storylines and things you're looking for as training camp opens for the Niners on Wednesday.
What's going on, world? It's your boy, Kevin.
right?
Yeah, I guess, but I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to TC is in Sacramento. What's up, TC? How you doing, man?
T.
Steiny, good. What's going on, man?
Talk to us.
What's happening?
Hey, yeah, I'm going to talk. Hey, I ain't called my boys in a minute. Hey, so this is right in my wheelhouse.
Okay.
Y'all know how I feel. Look, check it out, Steiny, Goo. The most pressure is on Kyle Shanahan. Y'all know that. It ain't on nobody else around the team. It ain't on Brandon Aiyuk. It ain't on Deep. It ain't on nobody. The pressure is on Shanahan. If this guy doesn't, if we don't pull it off this year and get it done, bro, we as simple as this. We have to look to move on. I'm talking to all Niners. I want people to really realize that this has nothing to do with in the feelings. I don't want nobody to be in their feelings. I want everybody to be honest with this guy. I don't care about the NFC championship games. I don't care about any of that. I'm talking about winning a bowl. And if this head coach, can get us over the hump, Kyle Shanahan has a lot weighing on him. He has a lot to win or get off the pot, or he has to open it up for Brock. It's a lot weighing on this dude. Is this dude going to let Brock beat Brock? Brock is doing everything under the sun he can do, working out, getting better, doing that. Is he going to open it up for Brock, or is Kyle going to hold Brock back? Everything lays on Kyle. This has nothing to do with the team. It's about this head coach, bro. And if this head coach is going to back up this quarterback like he's supposed to and get this team over the hump, if he doesn't, bro, we might have to look to move on, dog. I've been telling everybody about that. Nobody wants to hear that in the Niner organization, from the fan base and the media, but it's the honest truth, dog. I don't care about how good you are drawing up plays. If we can't get it done with this guy, bro, we have to look to move on, dog, period.
So, real quick, when is your final straw, per se? Because right now, Purdy looks great. They're winning. When do you say I've had enough? This season?
This season, Goo. Listen, Goo and Steiny, y'all really know how I feel about Shanny. Y'all know when I call, I'm always talking about that guy. But I'm going to leave it alone. This is a straw. I'm going to give him this season. Me personally, dog, I'm telling you, if he don't get it done, dog, we have to look to move on. Period, point blank, no matter how you cut it.
Even if they go 13-4 and losing the Super Bowl to Mahomes again?
Man.
He has to go. We can't get it done, Steiny.
All right.
So if you're blaming guys like that, Steiny, we'll say fans like that, if you're not watching the game and you're just saying to hell with it, if the team loses, I'm blaming the coach, you're never going to – there's nothing Kyle can do. But outside of the OT rules or the debacle, which was his players not knowing the rules, which really didn't impact the game, I don't believe. I don't think Kyle messed up tragically like I thought he did in 2019, this past Super Bowl. They just lost.
I'm always curious if you're a fan that says, Kyle's got a lot of pressure. All the pressure's on Kyle. Like, what does that mean? Does he goes to every practice this year with a pit in his stomach? He's a little shaky, a little nervous every time he uses his security card.
Now I'm going to take a crack at something.
He's got high blood pressure.
No, maybe it's 4th and 1, and you want to go for it.
Okay.
And you used to roll the dice, but now you might really be feeling the pressure, and you'd start doing things different to where you're a little more safe. You know what? Run the punting team out there instead of just letting it all hang. We'll really never know, but we can. Like, why didn't you, take your foot off the gas kind of thing to me, Steiny? Because right now, he's an aggressive coach to me.
Well, interestingly, it was just a few years back that people didn't think he was an aggressive enough coach when he didn't call timeout at the end of the second half.
Or throw the flag in the championship game against the Eagles.
Exactly. So, I think he's – let me put it this way. What coach out there in the NFL's got more job security than Shanahan?
I think there's one, Andy Reid.
And I'd maybe say John Harbaugh. I don't know what Sean McVay's situation is, but I just think that if you look around the NFL, Kyle would be swooped up in a second.
Yeah, Steiny, no, come on now.
Just like Andy Reid was. I will say this.
If you're trying to win that Super Bowl that eludes you, I cannot see a scenario where you trade Debo or Brandon Aiyuk. Like, that's what this is about. You got the guys. That's obvious. When are you going to close it?
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Jose. Jose's in San Francisco. What's up, Jose? How you doing?
How you doing, guys? First-time caller. Signing guru. Well, the whole thing I'm thinking about is, like, man, you got to see it as a perspective. As a Niners fan, like, I grew up watching the Niners. I ain't never seen them lose a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? They went up to the Super Bowl and they won it, and they won it with confidence. You know what I'm saying? It's like, to have all these losses, going to NFC Championships and losing and stuff, like, I don't see it, man. The pressure's on Kyle Shanahan because, like you got John Lynch, the best GM. He's giving them the best pieces, you know what I mean, for his board. He's giving them what he's asking for. He's setting up a good team for Kyle. And he just, ever since, like, the Falcons, he was offensive coordinator, he's been losing the big games. I mean, he's smart, he's a genius. But when he gets there, he just can't win it, man. And if he loses it one more time, I'm kind of seeing it like a curse, man. Like the Kyle Shanahan curse. You just can't win a Super Bowl with this guy. You know what I mean? Even though he's hella good and he will be picked up, you know, if you don't got the grit to, like, finish the freaking, the course and finish the mission and win the big one and hoist the trophy, man, what is it all for, you know? That's all I got to say.
No, I hear you. They've gotten there a couple times, haven't gotten it done. I mean, I guess it people don't want to hear this, but, like, looking back at those two Super Bowls, the 49ers lost a 10-point lead. Look at who their quarterbacks were. I mean, he went into two Super Bowls against Mahomes, one with Garoppolo, one with Brock Purdy. I don't know. I mean, were they favored in either of the Super Bowls? I can't remember off the top of my head.
This last one they were.
They were favored.
Yeah.
Why?
Because Kansas City's offense was doing boo-boo.
Well, Kansas City has the best player on the field every single time they play.
Now, that's correct, but can I just throw that? Go ahead, Spadoni.
Well, I was just going to say, I don't think they were favored in much of their games except for the Dolphins one. I don't know if they were favored against the Bills or the Ravens.
And that's why Steve Young kept hammering home. That was the version of them that you wanted to get. And, you know, they've went and added wide receivers to their thing now, but woulda, coulda, shoulda.
I thought you were gonna. I didn't know you were gonna stop there. I thought you had extra action there. Frazier's in Antioch. What's up, Frazier? How you doing, man?
Morning, Bruce Steiny.
Hey, man.
My thing is the last two callers are they off base. Kyle Shanahan had nothing to do with the losses. Our defense lost that, and we have a guy come in that didn't even know what the play was. Had two wide receivers open in the end zone. We don't get the ball to him. Purdy is under duress. I don't see what Cal had to do with that. Cal didn't tell the guy to not block the defensive lineman. Cal didn't tell the guy to not hold Bosa. I mean, I don't understand what Cal has to do with the players. The players has cost us two Super Bowls and a championship. Jaquazi Tart dropped the interception, and our offense then got us through the whole season balling out, but our defense and gave up two 10-point leads against Kansas City in both Super Bowls, and we lost on the same play that we lost the first Super Bowl to them in. So I'm not blaming Cal for that. I'm blaming the players on our defense for not having the gas to finish the end of the ride. I mean, I watched both Super Bowls, and each time we're winning the games, despite Jimmy G, despite what everyone is saying about Brock. We are winning those games. Without the interceptions from McCaffrey, the fumble from McCaffrey, the fumble from Kittle, we should have been blowing Kansas City out 24 points going into the half. But no, that's not how the cards laid out. Cal had nothing to do with that. Cal called all of the exact plays that got us there, that made us be one of the top offenses in the league last season. But our defense didn't show up the last few minutes of the game. I don't care if they were gassed, tired, or whatsoever. And Greenlaw got took out of the game. So, I mean, I'm not blaming Cal for anything. This is the best we've been since we didn't have Chip Kelly and them guys.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. I'm with you there. 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, and I kind of agree. The 5 wins, they had the best quarterback. The 3 losses, they didn't. They had Montana and Young. They won all those Super Bowls. They had Kaepernick, Garoppolo, and Mahomes and Brock Purdy. They weren't able to get it over.
You gotta now going in that you're correct, but Steiner, you still got to watch the game play out, and it consists of other players than the quarterbacks and the muff punt. The great Lori Matthews shouted that out. That wasn't Kyle's fault.
What do we blame that on?
Man, no, but that changed that game this past one. So the caller has a point. We can't. That wasn't. Kyle's name is not Ray McLeod. That changed the game.
I just look at the Niners and I don't think they were the best team in any of the Super Bowls they played in. I really don't. Or if they were the best team, they didn't play well enough to win a Super Bowl on that given day. I just don't. They didn't play clean enough this last Super Bowl, I don't think. And they didn't take advantage of the opportunities they had. And you got to do that against the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, if you want to point the finger at somebody, you can. But
they had a chance to win that game, though. And that's all you asked for, Steiny.
Okay, well then why is everybody bitter that they haven't come through if all you want is a chance to win the game?
Well, it goes back to you and what you said in regard to being snake bitten. If they lose another one, it'll just be a trend if they get back there. But if there was an injury to a key player, that's when I would bring that word up, snake bitten. Like maybe it's just not in the cards.
Javier is in Vacaville.
Okay.
What's up, Javier? How you doing, man? Oh boy.
How you doing, Mr. Simons and Mr. Johnson?
Hey.
This is the round table, and I want to make sure it's
brought to you by
that
Echo.
Sure.
That's right. So the last caller said Shanahan was the one to whatever reason not execute, and for one, Mr. Johnson, there the group Johnson. Please understand, Ray McLeod didn't have a bad whiff of that punt return. That ball was kicked off of his it bounced off his cornerback's foot from the gunner getting good inside leverage. But what everybody really needs to understand is this. It's 3rd and 4 to win the Super Bowl. And I talked to Coach Ranellis, assistant coach for 49ers at a coaching clinic in March, and we had words about this. He said in that coaching clinic, he's assistant coach for 49ers, Coach Ranellis, assistant running back coach. He said that Chris McCaffrey is the best player on the 49ers on the field, on the 49ers at the entirety of the game, 12 times, a dozen times in that coaching clinic meeting. It's 3rd and 4 to win the Super Bowl. You run a fake fly sweep action with Chris McCaffrey, pull a center, have a 4-man protection against a 6-man pressure and leave that A-gap, 3-tech, Chris Jones unblocked. Nobody wants to watch the game and say, well, why does that matter, Javier? Because the best player on the field, Chris McCaffrey, if you have 4 yards to win the Super Bowl, I'm giving it to him 12 times out of 10 and 13 times out of 10 on Sunday to get 4 yards, 2 snaps, 2 downs. You win the Super Bowl. Yeah. Instead, you run a fake fly sweep action with him with a 4-man protection with Spagnuolo bringing a 6-man pressure. Chris Jones is unblocked with the pulling center that's following McCaffrey. He's faking the fly sweep action. And you're throwing a perimeter pivot route to the perimeter to your third receiver, Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings is great. I'm giving it to McCaffrey 12 times out of 10 and 13 times out of 10 on Sunday. 4 yards, 2 downs, you win the Super Bowl. And he said, I never called a perfect game. It's not about calling a perfect game. Chris McCaffrey's the best player on the field, you said, and you're going to run a fake.
Yeah, that's on Kyle, Javier. You're right. That right there, Steiny, is on Kyle. But that was one of the plays in the Super Bowl. But that right there, he's talking to himself. I love it. But he broke that down, Steiny. That is a play where you could say, hey, coach, did you overthink it? And Chris Jones blew that play up. And if you get a first down there, Steiny, you might be hoisting that trophy.
I just wonder, is the 49ers lost the Super Bowl last year, and then they lost it in 2019 before that. I mean, it feels to me like the fans are having trouble moving on. And I hope the players don't have trouble moving on. They better not be thinking about last year. They got no shot.
Well, obviously they haven't. Yeah, because they've got off the mat, but it's funny you say the 2 Super Bowls, but just think about this. They have the NFC Championship game in Philly. Everybody had expectations, and you're thinking when you wake up that Sunday morning, like, I'm sure Niner fans are like, if we win this game, if we have the most points after 60 minutes, we're going to the Super Bowl. You lose that one, and we saw what happened with Purdy. And then the Ram game, you're up 10 on the road in L.A., and Debo's doing his thing with Jimmy. And, but again, Steiny, it's not the Super Bowl.
Do you want to go through the 2 Super Bowl losses too?
No. I'm just painting the picture of the totality of heartbreak.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Yeah.
No, I know we're doing that.
Yeah, well, no.
I know.
I'm just not thumbing the bruise. But
let's go to Darrell and El Sobrante.
D.
I guess the theme of this year is going to be don't choke again. Like, that's what it feels like. Even though they're one of the most successful franchises the last 5 years, they've just come up one step short. Darrell, what's up, man?
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Right on.
I just want to know what fans who would fans replace Cal with? Like he took Jimmy Garoppolo to the Super Bowl. Nobody's taking Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl. He took a rookie quarterback to the NFC Championship, and then the next year he took him to the Super Bowl. He played against the best quarterback in football. What do these guys expect? Bill Walsh had the best quarterback in football, all his wins. What do they expect? That was my point.
I don't know. I'll ask him, Darrell. What do you expect?
Well,
what do you guys expect?
Well, how does it work, though, Stoney? We give you credit, and I have Kyle for doing what he did with Jimmy, doing what he's doing with Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, but you had a chance to get your dream quarterback. How did that work out? But so we give you credit, and then when you lose, we say, oh, you don't have the best quarterback. I don't think it works like that. I just watched the games. And like Javier pointed out, that was a big down, Stoney. And Chris Jones wrecked it, but Kyle's play calling, the protection allowed it to get wrecked.
Well, it sounds
so
to me
it
like
can't just be, oh, you got Mahomes, don't worry about our errors or me calling or dialing up the wrong play at the wrong time.
Well, I mean, it seems to me like 49er fans want it both ways. They want to give Kyle Shanahan all the credit in the world. Not so much 49er fans, but the idea that, well, Kyle Shanahan's really great, but I mean, come on. We got 2-3 calls here that are actually saying, yeah, Shanahan's got to get it done this year, or what? This guy's going to coach for a long, long time, and for all we know, this is going to be the 8th year of 25, and he may win 3 Super Bowls, and they all may come after this year. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I mean, I think I hit the nail on the head when I say, what do you expect, 49er fans? Because their answer is only one thing: a Super Bowl. A Super Bowl.
Yeah, and they're becoming impatient by the season.
It's a wrap. My question is, do you get more impatient because you get close, or do you get more impatient because you're never close?
Oh, well, to me, it's the first one, because you get close.
Yeah, see, I think not enough 49er fans appreciate the fact that the 49ers aren't Jacksonville. They're not the Cardinals. Like, they've been a top 5 team the last 5 years. They just haven't broken through. And the one thing I always remind people is pro sports are littered with players and coaches who didn't get it done for the first 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, and then they end up getting it done. And we all kind of look foolish because we said, well, they weren't going to be able to get it done. And I mean, I think you got to let it play out, and you can't of course it's a big year for the Niners. They've got everybody back essentially from their team. They've been a great team. They're going to take another shot at it, but I don't know. There's just the idea of this thing hanging over Kyle Shanahan and the organization's head to get it done. And if they don't get it done, I mean, my question is, okay, then what?
Right.
Like, then what? What do you do then if they don't win it this year?
To me, it all depends on who's running the team and the organization, Stoney York, on what he defines as success. And on a personal level, I'm not going to sit here and go from dude's a genius, Kyle, that is, and then he's a bum or he should be fired. But the core of my essence, understands fans fed up like, can this guy get it done? And so if you were to counter, well, here we go, gambling. Would you bet right now, Stoney, on how you feel about Kyle? Would you bet that he's going to win a Super Bowl as a Niner head coach? I'm past the mark to where I'm going to bet no.
I guess that's the part that and you use this term, 49er fans are fed up. With what? With their success the last 5 years?
With what? A couple tough Super Bowl losses? Again,
Well, how do you think Javier felt when he singled out that one play and that was at the coach's doorstep?
So what?
But it's
one play.
But that's how he feels. He's not by himself.
Okay,
so he's blaming Kyle on that while you can sit here and simply turn the mic on
49er
and
fans
say,
are fed up.
No.
What are they fed up with?
Who said that?
You
I said
did. You
impatient.
said fed up.
I said impatient.
You said fed up.
I said impatient.
You said fed up.
I said Studio 64. I take that L. I said impatient.
Well,
fed up sounds like this dude's like you don't win, you're getting fired.
You are.
Nah.
I mean, you all are fed up, apparently.
This is stinking from the head.
888-957-9570 is the number. No from San Francisco. Super Bowl or bust, which is a large part of why Aiyuk is in such a position of leverage. Pay Purdy 56 instead of 30, and then Aiyuk can get 30. Well, I mean, they don't know what they're going to pay Purdy.
Right. But right now, it's leaning towards the big bucks, Tiny. Right. If he has the year he had last year, what do you got? 50 said, you know what I mean? And this owner is on record as saying, we're ready for Brock to reset the market. Like he said that way back when.
We'll see if he does that. I mean, we'll see what kind of year that Brock Purdy has. We'll see what kind of year the Niners have. 925. Steiny's ability to just dismiss anything anyone says is wild. I'm not dismissing it.
Watch the game again, Steiny.
There's 2 points of view. One is 49er fans are pissed off because they haven't broken through in the last 5 years. And the other is, you know what? In pro sports, all you can try to do is give yourself a chance every single year, which they have. I would take the 49ers franchise over virtually every other football team. And yeah, it sucks that they haven't broken through, but nobody's got a right to break through. Nobody has been gifted just the right to break through and win a Super Bowl. And to my way of thinking, when I look at their 2 Super Bowl losses, I don't think they should have won both games. I don't think they should have won either game. They had chances in both games. They didn't come through. Whose fault is that? Well, I don't know. I can't tell you whose fault it is. I can just give credit to the Kansas City Chiefs because they made all the big plays, and that's what champions do. And I don't know if it's Kyle Shanahan is the reason why they haven't been able to break through. Maybe it's been Garoppolo once and Purdy once and McCaffrey's fumble and everything under the sun. 888-957-9570 is the number. What are the big storylines heading into this season for the San Francisco 49ers? That segment was brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop.
Hey, my brother. They holding us back, my brother. We got to go, my brother.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinman style, the Guru Johnson with you. And we're talking 49ers. They open training camp Wednesday. I mean, here's the way I look at it. If you're a 49er fan, you got to go into this season. You're incredibly hopeful, right?
Oh, my God. I mean, you're one of the top 2-3 team.
So how long are we going to dwell on these losses? Like, once the season starts, they got as good a shot as anybody else, and we move forward and we see if they can get it done this year. But, like, I mean, you're the favorites in the NFC. We'll see what happens if you can run the table. But I think every 49er fan's got to like where they're at right now, despite not getting it done last year.
Yeah, so when you see something happen over and over and it's established how good the Niners are, Steiny, I think you don't get bored, but I think the mental thing about week to week with the Niners is, okay, when the stakes are really, when it's go time and we get, because we're assuming what you just said, Niner fans can pretty much assume they're going to get in the playoffs barring some disaster. Okay, it's hard for me, Steiny, to get up knowing that you're taking that almost for granted. It's like almost wake me up when it's the playoffs. And I'm not saying everybody's like that. I'm not saying, but you got to understand that's how I believe a lot of Niner fans are feeling.
How is any 49er fan, how are you going to enjoy this regular season?
What if they said maybe they don't? Maybe that's where they're at.
So they're going to watch 17 games, and it's not going to be enjoyable even if they win 12 or 13 games. Like, I'm more worried about the psyche of 49er fans.
But now you're digging into it, though. That's kind of not everybody, but a lot of that is there. Of course, you're going to enjoy your team winning, but I don't think watching the KD Warriors, we knew before the ball was tipped, but
they're not as good as the Warriors.
But they're having that same success when you go to multiple Super Bowls, and when you do lose, it's at the NFC Championship level. And there's one game a week, partner, and during the other 6 days of the week, you're being told just how great you are. There is a fatigue but that's...
So you just said some 49er fans are saying, wake me when the playoffs start.
I really believe that.
Okay, well, I'm asking those particular fans, like, what are you going to do for 4.5, 5 months? Like, are they going to be 6-1, and we're already going to be saying, well, it's all about the Super Bowl? I mean, I'm being dead serious. If I get being hopeful, but in the NFL, I mean, it doesn't seem like there's anything they can do in the regular season that will make it enjoyable for fans, because fans have already taken it to the
win or
into
bust.
the postseason. Yeah. So that's what I'm wondering about.
I feel like let's say we have 5 callers. 3 of the 5 feel that way. I can't speak for them, so we can hear from them. They can call us, but that's just how I'm thinking, Steiny. I mean, nobody's going to throw a party because you beat the Rams in week 3 if that's who you're playing, because you're one of the best teams in the league. That's been established. It's just about getting that stamp.
Larry's in San Francisco. What's up, Larry? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys, and happy football season.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Yeah, listen, man. I'm a 49er fan since 1968, okay? And I'm going to just put this real for the 49er fans out there. Listen, we're spoiled since the day of Bill Walsh, when we won that first Super Bowl. And since then, it's been Super Bowl, win, Super Bowl. And now we're at a point where we went to a point where we had Coach Mariucci. We were anything but never could win. And then we had those losing seasons until Harbaugh showed up, right? And now, here we are with Brock Purdy. And let's face it, man, we're just spoiled. You know what I'm saying? We won all these Super Bowls, and now we got to a Super Bowl. We lost 2 Super Bowls. Okay, now that one last year, I'm going to be honest, that was the coach's decision. He made the wrong decision. Why would you get a guy like the quarterback for Kansas City, the first play after the overtime? You know what I'm saying? You get the ball first and go down, make them play to you. But that didn't happen. All I'm saying with the 49ers fans, listen, guys, We got a great thing going because sooner or later it's going to be over with. And then we're going to see where you really are as the 49er fan. Because I can tell you some horror stories. After that 73, that 72 season, the Niners were terrible for 6 years until Walsh showed up. With that, I'm out.
Thanks, Larry. Appreciate the call. Mike Florio was on with the Morning Roast today, and he addressed the part about Shanahan and whether or not he's snake bit.
You put yourself in Shanahan's shoes. It's always something that keeps you from winning that Super Bowl. It gets to a point where it just drives you nuts. Yeah. And I think you become hyper aware as you get closer and closer to winning a Super Bowl. What is it that's going to happen this time? Here's what happened against Tom Brady and the Patriots. Here's what happened the first time against Mahomes. Here's what happened the second time against Mahomes. No lead is safe. You almost have to be up 41-3 at halftime to finally be able to relax and think, okay, this time it's going to turn out differently and I'm finally going to win.
I don't know how much the players or the coach think like that, or whether the players and the coach are just able to focus on the present. I just don't, like, I think that players probably move past it more quickly than fans do.
Yeah, no doubt. And you know what? Well, most of them, Debo, Aiyuk, Bosa, they're not calling plays. It's Kyle. So I think this is this pressure, if you want to call it that, this cloud is on Kyle and not the players, especially a guy like a Brock Purdy who's not even in his, prime. He's so young and having a stellar performance. But I think this is all on the coach.
Let's go. I want to take a listen to Mike Florio on the pressure that Shanahan and Purdy are under this year.
At some point, when you are standing on the porch, banging on the door, and the door's not opening, I think the longer you bang, the more pressure there is on everyone to finally open the damn door. Now, I'd also say that Purdy probably has a little bit of pressure on him to cement that he's worthy of, a market level contract. I mean, right now it's like, yeah, the guy's going to get a contract after his third year. Okay, we fast forward to February. It's like, well, what's he going to get paid? How much is he going to get? Is it going to start with a 5? Is it going to start with a 4? Is it going to start with a 6? So that's all to be determined based upon what he does this year. And obviously, the more success they have, the more likely, they win the Super Bowl, he's getting a 6 at the front of his contract. And, all these other issues are solved, but you're going to have cap concerns because you got a quarterback who's going to be, at least for a little while, the highest paid player in all of football. So there is some pressure on him to kind of finish the job.
How many 49er fans are feeling like the biggest issue is Brock Purdy? And can Brock Purdy continue to play at a high level? Or do you think it's Shanahan? Or do you think it's some other thing? Because he's at
the top of my list. That was my one, Purdy.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I think, I know this is going to be a crazy analogy, but it's like the San Francisco Giants. And here's what I mean. They're 4 games under 500. They're completely mediocre, but you can always say, well, they're still only 3 games back. And it's just a matter of kind of how you look at it. When I look at Brock Purdy and the Niners, I don't see a scenario in which he has a bad year, because the offense with the weapons it has now and the offense that Shanahan has, I do believe Purdy's probably going to be like he was last year or better than he was last year. And will they win the Super Bowl? I don't know if they will. I don't know if they won't. But I don't think it's going to be cut and dried regardless of what happens. I don't think at the end of the year we're going to say, oh boy, Purdy was really bad this year. I don't think a quarterback with any competence is ever going to look bad in a Kyle Shanahan system.
So
I don't.
Yeah. So I guess, Donnie, if somebody asks you your opinion on, do you think Purdy's getting that big contract? It's not about if, it's just about when, because he's not going to fall on his face per se.
You know what's weird is I don't the least of my concerns is what Purdy may make next year.
But isn't that already why you got, if you want to call it whatever, the confrontation, don't you got the Aiyuk thing because they're holding money back to pay Brock?
Yeah, but if Brock Purdy stinks this year, then maybe they don't pay him in the first place. I mean, that seems far-fetched to me.
But that's the one component you don't have to help you with the Aiyuk situation on the front end.
What do you mean?
Like they don't know how Brock's going to look this season, and I do wonder how that, that can't help you with Aiyuk right now.
I guess what I'm saying is I feel like we don't know, saying, well, we don't know what's going to happen with Brock Purdy this season. Why do we have more concern about Brock Purdy here than other quarterbacks around the league who are establishing themselves? Like, does anybody, and I know Justin Herbert's in year 4 or 5, but nobody thinks Justin Herbert's going to regress. I just, why, my question would be, why would Brock Purdy regress as a quarterback when he's still able to quarterback this team with this potent offense?
And that's why, again, I think they're going to have double-digit wins, but I do wonder if, where that Niner offense led by him was in the whole playoff run. I'm not putting that all at his doorstep, but it was kind of odd that they looked normal. The whole offense looked normal, wouldn't you say, in the whole playoff run, Steiny?
Yeah, and I think, to me, that's expected when you're going into the playoffs. I think there are very few teams and players who are able to raise their level of play in the postseason because you're playing 3 playoff teams in a row. You're not getting any patsies in the middle. So I just always expect the playoffs to look different than the regular season because the competition's better, and I think you just got to acknowledge that you're playing better teams. Austin's in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's happening, man? Listen, do you guys, non-Niner perspective, fan perspective, Steiny, why are we so sure? Well, first question is, why are we so sure that everybody's going to run to pay Brock Purdy $50 million? I know everybody's dropping these numbers around like it's chump change, but I question whether I'm going back to sort of this analysis that the 49ers are competing with themselves. Who else is going to pay him that much money? I don't believe there's too many other teams, maybe less than 3, that would pay Brock Purdy that kind of money. Tell me I'm wrong.
You mean another team other than the Niners?
Yeah, I don't think his value outside of the Niners is anywhere near that. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but please tell me, give me 2 or 3 teams that you feel would pay him right now that kind of money. I don't believe it. And the second thing I wanted to say was each year is different, guys. The players look at it as a new year. Why? Because there's new contracts. This isn't the same team, by the way. Every year is a different team. They've lost guys. There'll be guys leaving this year. These guys are playing for their livelihoods, man. Everybody's lining up to get paid. So this notion that, everybody's coming back and they're excited. Yeah, they're excited. But I guarantee you they're looking at their pay. And Brock Purdy will be thinking about that money, Steiny. I mean, anytime you're going from chump change to the wealth that we're talking about, there's no way he's not thinking about that contract. So, yeah, we got to see what he looks like when that pressure's on, because there will be pressure to say that there's no way that, first of all, to say that there's no way that he regresses, I think is a little bit. I
didn't say that. I said how.
I don't know how you would know that.
How? I'm asking the question: what would his regression look like?
Well, I think the regression would be to play in the NFL. I mean, we got 17 games, and you're assuming that he's going to go out and play the same way or equal to the same way he played last year. Let's be honest. In the playoffs, guys, and Guru, you remember I called you and told you that Green Bay was going to be a problem, and you poo-pooed it until you saw that they were. But here's my point, man, is that every year everybody's getting better. He closed his eyes. I know this is going to sound rough, but he closed his eyes and threw the ball down the field. And luckily, Aiyuk caught the ball, remember? Yeah. If Aiyuk doesn't catch that ball, think about this, guys. If Aiyuk doesn't make that miraculous catch, and it's odd that he's the man that's got to wait for his money right now, but if he doesn't make that catch, you think for a second that Kyle Shanahan wouldn't have been on the phone checking other quarterbacks out, you're crazy. So Aiyuk saved a lot of things from happening, and I can't believe that Aiyuk is the guy that's now got to plead for his money. So everybody wants Purdy to be paid. Aiyuk's got to be paid because he's the one that maybe saved the season for the Niners. That's all I got.
Yeah, good stuff.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate the call.
And Snotty, I feel like I love Austin. He said a lot of what I've been saying. Like what scares me or very perplexing about this Niner team was how pedestrian the offense was throughout the playoffs. I know you say, Goo, it's better teams, but damn it, Green Bay got hot, okay? But they came in here and almost took it from you, and the offense looked, so.
And I think I could say Kansas City's offense in the Super Bowl was pedestrian. They just happened to win the game. I mean, they held Mahomes to 19 points. The Chiefs and Mahomes to 19 points. I think it's like that's what happens when you play better teams, I think. The 49ers defense played well enough to win the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. And if the Niners end up winning that game, then I think everybody's saying about the Chiefs, what happened to their offense? Yeah. Well, they played a pretty good defense who played him straight up for a game.
Let me say one thing to Austin's down if he's still listening. It doesn't matter how valuable Brock Purdy is to anybody else. The market is what it is, and he's the quarterback of the Niners, Austin. And right now, his 2 years, outside of Mahomes, give me another quarterback that's as won and done as much as Brock Purdy. So my point is he's going to get paid for that if he has another year like that. So the question of, because I don't believe Brock Purdy could go to Dallas or some other locale, the Vegas, and this is no shade, and he's a Dan Marino type of quarterback. I believe he's with the GOAT of play calling and bringing the best out of you, i.e. Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Shanahan. So that's what it's all about. He's going to get paid for being a Niner quarterback. And right now, I don't know if you could give me a more valuable person on this roster for what the Niners are trying to do than Brock Purdy.
I disagree with the notion that if the 49ers don't pay Purdy, that nobody else will pay him. I think another team will pay him. I don't know if it'll be 60, but I think the idea of
would he be as good? I don't believe so. That's giving credit to Kyle.
Exactly, and there we go again. We've seen Kyle Shanahan get something out of Garoppolo and get something out of Purdy.
Yes.
So why is he the one that hasn't been able to get it done? Because I could make a case that no other coach in the NFL would have been able to take the Niners to the Super Bowl with those two guys. Like, nobody would have been able to win a Super Bowl with those two guys, and maybe other coaches wouldn't have even been able to coach this 49er team as far as Shanahan did.
Okay, those are all facts. But the bottom line still is he calls the plays. 2019 Super Bowl, you had the ball last, and you called this bigger than the quarterback. You called pass plays when they couldn't. You were just gashing them on the ground. Those are sequences to me, Steiny, where you can look at the coach or the offensive coordinator at that juncture, like, why is Steiny calling this at the most important time of the game and second guess? And every coach, that's what it's about. And I believe Kyle has failed at that at the most important times and kicking the ball in overtime. Those are decisions that come down.
Well, then why don't you move on? If you don't think he can get it done and he's come up short time and time again, like, that's kind of where I'm at with Kyle Shanahan. If it's just so easy to say on the one hand, this is a play calling genius, and I say it, any team would take him.
Right.
And this, that, and the other thing. But then we harp on, well, he didn't throw a flag here, and he didn't know the overtime rule there, and he called the running plays when he should have passed, and he called passing plays when they should have run. Okay, well, be bold then and say you want another coach. You know what I mean? Like, if you truly believe Kyle Shanahan is snake bit and he can't win the big one, why would you keep him as a coach if you really don't think he can get it done? But the reality is, I think we all know he can get it done.
Interesting.
One team wins. What's the old thing? If you flip a coin, it's 50-50. So if you get heads twice in a row, that happens 25% of the time. If you get heads 3 times in a row, it's harder and harder the odds go being 0-2 in the Super Bowl, to me, that's nothing to me. I just don't view that as anything.
And the losses in the NFC championship games.
Now all of a sudden
that's in my gumbo.
So now it's on Kyle Shanahan, even though even though 90% of 49er fans said, well, if Brock Purdy doesn't get knocked out against the Eagles, we win that game. Well, how's that on Shanahan?
Okay. No, I'm just telling you how I think. He didn't throw a flag in that game early. You got to be ready. And Brock Purdy might not have got hurt had you thrown that flag and took that touchdown, that play off the board. You didn't do it. But after what happened, after the quarterback got hurt, how can you blame Kyle? It was over.
Well, I'm not blaming Kyle.
I'm
when
going
we
to
lose
the Ram game up 10 points in the fourth quarter on the road.
Okay.
And Tart did drop that ball, but at the end of the day, it's just like it's a theme. But I'm not ready to throw him out with the bathwater.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think it's a theme.
I'm not there, Steiny.
Oh, I'm not there that it's a theme, I guess is what I'm saying. That there's a theme that Kyle Shanahan snake bit.
Is there a story? Can you understand the story?
I can understand the Niners lost 2 Super Bowls to a team with Patrick Mahomes quarterbacking. And I would say, I'm not saying it shouldn't be disappointing. I'm not saying you don't have the right to kick yourself if you're a 49er fan, but I don't see anything inherent in Kyle Shanahan's strategy, in his approach, in the way he coaches, that's going to prevent him or the 49ers from winning a Super Bowl. And you know what? Like, if somebody out there does, if Jed York really thinks that, he's got to fire him.
Right.
But I guarantee you,
he doesn't.
Right.
That's just right.
So I would think most people would think that they don't believe Kyle Shanahan is snakebit right now. He just ran into a better team in 2 Super Bowls, had some misfortune against the Eagles when Purdy got hurt.
But that sounds good until you watch how the games played out, partner. When
you're under the impression
Mahomes, I can't win. You're right. But Steiny, Mahomes can lose a football game. He's not a machine. And when you watch those games on the biggest stage, kudos for the Niners. For Steiny, they were in the lead. And I don't think it's too far-fetched for a Niner fan to be mad as hell.
I never said they shouldn't be.
To not take away from Mahomes' greatness, but for you to say it was Mahomes, that doesn't mean we got to ignore what we saw. That team should have won that, to me. They should have won that Super Bowl last year.
You never should win a game if you don't win the game.
But if you got to win the game, you can expect to win the game, Steiny.
It's football, okay?
What does that mean, though, when you're up?
It means if you want to, like,
are you going to throw rocks at me because I think the team just any team that has a 10-point lead late in the third, are you going to tell a fan that's upset that got away? Like, that blows your wig? Like, the closer you get, you expect to, when the tough gets going, or the going gets tough, the tough gets, come on. You just cavalierly say it was 10-point lead. It's Mahomes, but there's plays that the world watched.
They didn't make them. Blew it. See, there it is. Niners blew it. I do not believe the Niners blew it. I believe the Chiefs made the plays they had to make to win the Super Bowl.
So when the ball bounces on the punt and hits the Niner players and it's a turnover, when the Niners were going to get the ball, you could tell me that's snake bitten. That wasn't Kyle's fault, but you got to do better. Like, that changed the game.
Okay, to me, that's a fluke play. How many times did that happen?
And the Chiefs turned it into points.
Exactly, because they're good.
Reason why. I just think you're over there, and this is how I look at it, Steiny. And why I feel some type of way about in life, forget football, in life, you get so many opportunities.
Right.
You get blessed so many times. You're assuming that this Super Bowl opportunity is going to be there.
No,
and
there's a lot. I'm absolutely
I feel
not
that way, though, about it.
I'm absolutely not. I just know we've done 90 minutes, and all we've done is talk about the last 5 years and the 49ers' shortcomings. And it's like, we're getting ready to start training camp. It's like they're back to square one. They got something to prove. They're in the mix. They have as good a shot to win the NFC as any other NFC team.
Yeah.
And, like, again, I'm being dead serious with Niner fans. Are they going to start 5-0 and everybody just says, well, they tricked off Super Bowls in the past, so I'm not going to get excited this year.
Or fatigued. How about that? You think some of Niner fans are going to be fatigued? Even if they go 6-2, Steiny, they're going to be happy, but there's going to be a feel, I know it, of we're 6-2, but talk to me when the offs come. Yeah. That's what happens when you're good and don't get it done or you get close.
Okay. And we'll keep harping on that. Right. I mean, the problem is that we harp on that way more than they harp on it. They're on to 2024 right now.
No, I'm not saying they're not. Come on now, Steiny. I believe that.
Well, then, so who cares what the fans think?
Well, we do a show based on it.
But they're irrelevant in terms of the success and the failure of the 49ers.
Well, we're going to watch Kyle and Steiny. I'm just telling you here, we'll see if this pressure or this narrative, we'll find out if it changes him or, oh, that was a head scratcher, or if he's less aggressive or whatnot. But you know when a guy is pressing in sports, either a coach.
Okay, you tell me when Kyle's pressing this year. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
A lot of Bay Area banks.
I used a word that didn't exist the last time I was on with you.
Okay. Guru does that every day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, training camp for the Niners starts Wednesday. Guru and I will be down there at Santa Clara along with Bonte and Shasky, who are going to do the morning roast from down there. So the San Francisco 49ers season starts on Wednesday, essentially. And how are 49er fans looking at 2024? Kind of feels like nobody's gotten over 2023 yet, or 2019 yet.
There you go.
Or 2020 yet, or 2021, or the year they went 6-10 when they had injuries. But the Niners probably going to be in the mix again this year.
Yeah.
And Brock Purdy, it's the year before he gets paid. We're talking about some of the concerns you might have about the Niners. What's the thing you feel most confident in about the San Francisco 49ers?
That's a great call.
Coming into this year.
That's a great question. Christian McCaffrey. And I know you said last week, Goo, that's across the board. Everybody has to worry about injuries. But there was a point last year where we let it show off about why is Kyle not spelling or giving relief to McCaffrey when the Niners are, got the lead in hand.
Maybe because he knows certain talk show hosts harp on the fact that he's lost fourth quarter leads. So now he runs McCaffrey most of the fourth quarter so that they don't blow leads, because he knows that people are going to criticize him if he pulls McCaffrey out and they lose a late lead.
But I love you for that, but that's hogwash, because you said he doesn't listen to the crowd. He don't listen. He's doing his own thing. But I do got to give you some love here. Norm just texted, driving from his doctor's appointment, son, you said fed up. I told him he was wrong.
Oh, so you tell your dad the same thing you tell me.
Yeah, until Spadoni can pull it.
Love you, Norm.
Anyway, yeah, he don't listen. Come on, but I'm worried about don't run him into the ground, because he is.
Okay, so just
you're smiling.
I am smiling because I'm laughing, but it's a good-natured laugh. I just asked Guru what he feels most confident in. He said McCaffrey. But then it's all about your worry about McCaffrey.
Yeah.
You're just like a natural worrier, and that's why I worry about you.
Steiny, I'm just telling you, Kyle needs to improve on. If they got the game in hand, give some other the back some spell him, man.
Why would the guy who everybody rips for losing late game leads not make sure to win a game by keeping his starters in an extra couple possessions?
It's called growth, and I'm telling you, you don't want to see McCaffrey go down.
Well, let me tell you what else you don't want to see.
That is your offense.
Is Kyle lose more 10-point leads, or he'll get run out of town. Well, sometimes you got to keep your starters in to make sure you win.
You reap what you sow, brother.
More Mike Florio. Let's get into some Brandon Aiyuk stuff, because Florio's been all on top of this this offseason. We're just going to start with the first one. This is Mike Florio, Pro Football Focus, on what held up the trade talks earlier with Aiyuk.
I think it was the trade compensation that ultimately kept it from happening, that no one offered enough to get the 49ers to pull the trigger. And I don't know whether or not this is a situation where the 49ers had their bluff called by Brandon Aiyuk's camp, because this didn't happen as a result of Aiyuk wanting to be traded. That happened recently with the formal request to be traded. Back before the draft, it was he wanted to be paid a certain amount of money. The 49ers didn't want to pay it. And at some point, it was decided, let's see if someone else will pay him what the 49ers won't. The 49ers authorized that effort, and they found out that there were 5 teams that were willing to pay the 49ers, or to pay Aiyuk, what the 49ers wouldn't pay him. And, at some point, you got to wake up if you're Jed York or Parag Marate or John Lynch, whoever's got the fingers on the purse strings. If there are 5 other teams that recognize the value in Brandon Aiyuk to the point where they'll pay him what the 49ers won't and give something up to get him, even if it wasn't sufficient to get the deal done. At some point, you got to look at that and go, yeah, we should probably just pay this guy what he wants, because other teams view him with more value than we do.
And I think the Niners know they're going to make him play on that 5th year. They know his worth. And now, again, they don't want to meet his asking price. up until today. But there's no doubt in my damn mind that they know they need Brandon Aiyuk to win a Super Bowl.
I don't think you can say that unequivocally.
Because
I don't think if you ask Kyle Shanahan, hey, if we don't have Aiyuk this year, are we out of it? He's not going to say they have no chance to win a Super Bowl without Aiyuk.
But it becomes more difficult for everybody.
Probably.
Okay, he deserves that, Aiyuk.
But, I mean, like a lot of times in sports, sometimes you make a move and everybody thinks it's not going to work, and then you realize you don't miss the guy as much as you think. And I don't know that's going to happen with Aiyuk. But I do think it's interesting that the 49ers are being questioned now when I'm starting to think all along they weren't going to pay Aiyuk.
And that's their prerogative.
Exactly.
I get you. Yeah.
So
it looks like that's how it's going to. Again, Wednesday, what's he going to do? What is Brandon Aiyuk? I mean, he's mentioned the teams, but if the Niners really thought this relationship was over and they wanted to sever it, Steiny, he would have been traded.
Yeah, see, I don't think so. I don't.
Wow.
Because they apparently, according to NBC Sports Boston, the 49ers did have a deal for Aiyuk with the Patriots earlier this offseason. The Patriots are willing to pay Aiyuk and give up a second-round pick, which was pick number 34, and the Niners said no. So,
but Brandon's better than that, the 34th pick. You know, when you would, like for the immediate, they're trying to cash in right now. It's almost a first-round pick. That's almost a first-round pick. But Aiyuk, see, we think different of how good Aiyuk is.
Well, apparently, you think differently than the 49ers think Aiyuk is because
right now, because they could just be playing hardball and give him his money here in the next couple of weeks.
Why would they do that? That's what I don't understand. If they are at an impasse, why wouldn't they just get it done now?
But if you look at their track record, we talked about it, that's just how they do their business. What's the Bob Myers thing, Steiny? You don't have to do anything until you don't have to make a decision until you have to. And maybe that's what they're doing.
But I don't understand, and I get it. They've signed guys late in the process.
What do you gain? Is that what you're saying? What do you gain by doing it this way?
Yes. I mean, if you think you're going to give them $2 or $3 extra million a year, why wouldn't you just do it now? To me, I think there's more going on here with Brandon Aiyuk. And I don't know if what he did in the offseason is affecting how they want to deal with him now. But, I mean,
that's a fair question.
What if I think if we got Kyle Shanahan in here and talk honestly, he would bring up the fact that the 49ers have a lot of work to do with their salary structure moving forward. And I believe that the 49ers, at least at this point, have prioritized certain guys over other guys. And some people don't like to hear it, but Aiyuk isn't the biggest priority on this team. That became for goodness sake, they did a redeal with Christian McCaffrey before they even
in the middle of the
approached Brandon Aiyuk. Yeah. So maybe we need to start thinking that Kyle and Lynch don't think as highly of Aiyuk as Aiyuk thinks about himself.
I got to say this to that, Steiny. That did happen, but when you're talking about the best player on your team, who I believe McCaffrey is, I wouldn't tell Aiyuk to jump off a bridge because they re-up the best player on the team. And it's almost like get in where you fit in. And technically, they don't have to pay Aiyuk. And you're right. They know the numbers crunch, where they're at. But Brandon, I would do the exact same thing in a violent sport that could be over in a millisecond. I get him not feeling comfortable. He's got too much to risk going out there and maybe
for $14 million.
Well, see, yeah. Now I feel like I'm Spreewell saying that ain't enough. I need to feed my family. I'm not. But good organizations don't do their business by making Aiyuk go out here this year.
Well, the Warriors basically did the same thing to a legend in Klay Thompson. They basically said, "Yeah, we don't want you back, even at a real nice number."
A lot of people
and the Warriors may do it with Kuminga too.
But
they're in the same spot.
I guess I feel I know more about Brandon's talent than Kuminga's.
Okay, and maybe they do too, and that's why they're not paying him.
You really believe that?
I believe that they don't think as highly of him as you do. I mean, isn't that obvious? If they thought he was in Justin Jefferson's league if they thought he was in the league of the other guys who got paid big money,
I guess,
then I do think it would be a no-brainer to pay him up there with the top 3 wide receivers. But the reality is the reality is they're a running football team. The reality is that McCaffrey's going to touch it 25 to 30 times a game. And the bottom line is Brandon Aiyuk, how many catches did he have? 75?
1,300 yards.
75 catches in 17 games? Yeah. I mean, do the math.
But what was it?
5 catches a game.
60% of his casts were first downs and touchdowns.
Nice.
Like, he's
dynamite.
Like, when he catches it, it's a big deal. But Steiny, you mentioned Justin Jefferson, who is his equal. But my point is, he's your Justin Jefferson. And like Austin from San Jose said, Steiny, he kept your season alive in the playoffs.
Well, that's what you say. And Austin, I don't believe it.
But you saw the catch against the Lions. It changed the game.
It didn't, okay, and he had a terrible postseason overall. No, this is what we can go back and forth on.
No, the offense had a terrible.
And he's part of the offense.
He was the best part of it.
Oh, he was the best part of the 49er offense in the playoffs? No, he wasn't.
In the Super Bowl, he was open.
Okay, so now he's open all the time.
He was open in the Super Bowl. I'm not saying he's perfect, but you're talking like he did something wrong.
He didn't have a good postseason.
And I don't think Kyle did either. It's a collective.
Well, Kyle's under contract for 5 years. Aiyuk still got a career in front of him. I mean,
you got me with that.
Like, this is I don't understand. Now,
you just think differently of Brandon's talent, you and I. And
I think he's fine. Yeah. I don't think he's the best receiver in football.
Would you say I'm not alone that a lot of people think highly of Aiyuk?
I think highly of Aiyuk, but I don't think I'd pay him $28 million. And I don't like.
Well, would you get a deal done, or would you run him out here on a? Would you do what it looks like they're trying to do? Probably. That would be cold.
If the 49ers as an organization have made a determination that right here, right now, this year, they can't afford to pay Brandon $28 or $30 million, then that's the decision they've come to. And now the ball's in his court. Well, I mean, if you're the 49ers, you could just say, our team's set. Brandon should be coming back on a $14 million deal, and we'll figure it out next year. And you know what? If you want to go that route, all the more reason not to pay him this year. Because, I don't know, why didn't he have a great postseason?
That is my quote. Yeah, well, I'm not just putting it on him.
Okay, well, if it's Purdy's fault, then why would you pay Purdy? If it's Aiyuk's fault, why would you pay Aiyuk? If the offense looked pedestrian in the postseason, why would you pay them both? Is my question. Like, you have
the fear would be if you lose one, then are you worse than pedestrian? You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, if and I'm playing devil's advocate here, but if you're harping on the fact that the 49ers offense was pedestrian in the playoffs, and you have your starting quarterback you got to pay in the next year, and your ostensibly your number one receiver, why would you pay them both if the offense has been ordinary in the postseason? Like, I think it's a fair question.
Well, then I guess the next one, my follow-up, Steiny, would be, when they drafted Pearsall, forget the contracts, what did that indicate? Do you think, I'm just thinking now, they thought they might need some more firepower? Because I thought Debo and Aiyuk would suffice. I think that's a great tandem, sprinkled in with Juwan Jennings, but maybe they're telling you what I guess I'm not afraid to ask. Why would you think you needed help in this area? Maybe that draft pick is them telling us we don't have enough at the wideout position.
I think what they're telling you is we're a football team that, unlike a few others, we cannot pay 2 wide receivers 25 or more than $24 million a year. How come? Well, because we have the highest paid running back in the league. We have the highest paid defensive end in the league. We've got the highest paid guard in the league. I mean, maybe they just can't pay Brandon Aiyuk, and it's just like it's the NFL's version of the second apron. What are you going to do? I don't know. I don't know, but I got to believe that something has been prioritized in the 49ers front office, and we're kind of seeing it play out. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers start training camp on Wednesday. We'll see if Brandon Aiyuk is there. And the question I have for 49er fans going into the season is, how hopeful are you? What are you most concerned with? What are you most confident in with the San Francisco 49ers?
Yeah.
What's the one thing the 49ers can hang their hat on? To me, it's Christian McCaffrey at running back, and I think Kyle Shanahan's proven he's a pretty darn good coach, and he can make this team competitive as long as they've got some pieces. And they've been to 4 NFC championship games in the last 5 years, and they'll try it again this year.
Look at you.
And they'll be in the mix again this year, you hope.
Yeah, our boy Willard just texted in, Stein. He texted us, Pearsall is one of their replacements. That's why he was picked. So you might be onto something. We'll see it play out. But I'm just saying, as it stands right now, you need Brandon Aiyuk on your football team rather than go with the Juwan Jennings / Pearsall model running a rookie out there. That's how I would do it.
Okay, well, the 6-5-0.
And they're going to make them play on that fifth. Like, that's how it's going to pop off.
The 6-5. Well, you know what? We don't know that yet, but it looks like it's possible. 6-5-0, this is for you. Why the hell would you pay $52 million in salary a year to 2 wide receivers when you're a run-first team? And that's the practical way I think the 49ers are looking at it. Nothing personal, but we've got a guy that we rely on more than anybody else, and we can't have a $20 million running back and 2 $25 million receivers, especially when we know we got to pay the quarterback in a year.
Yeah, but how many times or conversations did we have where we thought Brandon would get paid this offseason? They trade Debo. Like, that was an option.
Well, what we're finding out is I don't think the 49ers want to trade guys. They don't. They want to. They're like Danny Ainge. They don't want to trade with you. They want to hose you, and other teams don't want to get hosed. I mean, if you really didn't want Brandon Aiyuk, or let's say you didn't want to pay Brandon Aiyuk, well, then why wouldn't you taken the 34 pick with the New England Patriots? This is
man, just think about that.
This is more Mike Florio about the 49ers maybe wanting to kick the can down the road.
Debo may be gone. Kittle may be gone. And I think they were hoping to kick the can for one more year, see what Aiyuk can do. Maybe if they start to make him more like 1 or 1B as the receiver instead of number 2, can he be the number 1 guy in the offense at that position? And then you pay him after this season. I think they really wanted to if they could have, and they still might be able to pull it off. If they draw a hard line and Aiyuk eventually caves, they get him for $14.1 million this year, they can make a decision after this season. But I think that's where it all comes from. You've got a team that you're trying to get the most out of what you have left now and lay the foundation for the future. And the key bridge piece is Brandon Aiyuk, if they could keep him for 14-1. And he decided not to go along with that.
Well, Mike Florio, Pro Football Focus.
And, I'm hearing a lot. Obviously, I'm not
Pro Football Talk. My bad, go.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad. I'm hearing a lot of they're the 32nd, in regard to rate passing team in the league. Steiny, would you give me 25 to 30 passes a game for the Niners? That to me is a whole lot of passing. And it could come at a time where you need that big third down. You need that big catch. Everybody knows you're not going to run. You need it. So for the people that are coming at me almost like vultures, Steiny, saying, oh, Pat, we're a run-first team. Oh, okay, but you still need to throw the pigskin to move the chains. That's wins your games. I'm not saying I'm a shortchange or budget at the wideout position.
They're not shortchanging. They're paying a guy $24 million already who's a wide receiver.
I just think Aiyuk, I love Debo, is better. And man.
Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing that I don't know. Maybe he's in the 49ers plan. Okay, so they, in theory, are deciding this year whether they have their franchise quarterback or not.
Right.
And they're also deciding whether they have their number 1 receiver or not. Why don't you wait to pay them both? See what happens this year. See how Purdy plays. See how Aiyuk plays. Go win a Super Bowl. You both get paid.
You very well, maybe. That's what it looks like we're staring at the more I think of it.
Like, if you don't think Brock Purdy is going to be your franchise quarterback, like, in a way, I understand not paying Aiyuk right now. Maybe they're they want to get those two guys in the same year for their contracts because they want, if both those guys are compatible with each other, then we'll break them both off at the end of this upcoming year, and there'll be a tandem for the next 5 years. But maybe Kyle Shanahan's saying, I don't know how good of a tandem they are.
Man, I'll say this to you before we go to break, Steiny. Rest in peace, OJ. But I think Brandon thought he had juice to play this card, and right now it not work. And I know you don't have the numbers in front of you, but how many times do we see guys play this card, think they have the juice, and get matumboed? So I don't know if Brandon has a false sense of self-worth or he thinks he's better than he is, but just think about how he's feeling. And I know it's a business, Donnie, that he played this card, and right now it looks like, hey, buddy, we ain't got to pay you till next year. You need to show up and ball out.
Why anybody on an NFL contract thinks they have juice is beyond me. In the NFL, without guaranteed contracts. And I don't know that he's done anything yet to, like, the only card he played was the same card that Debo played, and it worked for Debo. So, I mean, we got to figure out what happens.
It did work for Debo.
Patrick's in San Bruno. What's up, Patrick? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Enjoying the sunshine?
Yes. Yeah. Well, we're inside, but yeah.
Steiny, I tell you, I got to agree with you 100%. And I'm going to tell you why. Number one, the 49ers, as you know, don't like whiners. And this guy's been whining. He's been on social media. And even as a devoted 49er fan, I'm kind of sick of him, to be honest with you. And number two, I agree with you. I don't think he's a top-tier wide receiver. He's a good one, but I agree with you. During the playoffs in the Super Bowl, the guy disappeared, And number three, on the flip side, I think the Niners are looking at it, just like you said, very pragmatically. He's got 1 year left. Let's feel him out. Let's see what he does, and then we'll make an assessment at the end of the season. There's no need for this team to panic at all. And the fourth thing I'm going to say is we need to also focus on the fact that there's great quarterbacks out there like Burrow and Mahomes that tore us apart last year, and the Niners might be thinking, hey, some of the money we're going to pay these two wide receivers, $55 million this year, we might want to not have one of them and invest it in our secondary where I think we really need the help. Because we're facing some great quarterbacks.
I think that's a good point. Maybe the 49ers, I mean, I think it's obvious their priorities are what they are, and right now, Aiyuk's not a priority at the number that he wants to be a priority at. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, where are we with Brandon Aiyuk? What do you pay him? Is he the biggest concern for your team right now? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Goo, what are you looking at tonight?
You know what I'm looking at, Stoney? Prize Picks. I love it. I've been winning, and it's America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike those other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the moolah roll in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks. Get this, with as little as 4 correct picks, you can turn $10 into $1,000. Let's go. Tonight I got Blake Snell in LA facing the vaunted Dodgers with more than 4.5 strikeouts. Let's go ahead, Blake. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 for a direct deposit match. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey.
But the 49ers had an issue once with a kicker, Robbie Gould, who wanted a new deal, wanted to be traded, and they wound up signing him to a long-term deal. Same thing with Debo. He came out, I want to be traded. It was a huge deal. Are they going to trade Debo? Well, what happened? End of the summer, long-term deal. Now, they want to get a long-term deal done with Aiyuk. And if you're the 49ers, why would you trade Brandon Aiyuk or Debo Samuel, either one, for draft pick compensation in 2025 when you're trying to win a Super Bowl now? It makes no sense. Not only that, you could trade Debo after the year if you want, and you'd have the services this year. Aiyuk, you could franchise tag him after this year if you wanted. And they still want to work out a long-term deal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I think there's an answer to that question that Adam Schefter of ESPN was talking to Pat McAfee about. Is because maybe unlike the fans, the 49ers organization as an organization doesn't believe when you say, oh, well, why would you do this if you're going for a Super Bowl this year? Well, the answer might be because we're going to try to go for a Super Bowl next year and the year after that and the year after that. And it's almost like when Joe Lacob said we can't make a move this offseason that will jeopardize the next 10 years because we want to be a factor over the long haul, not just the short haul.
Yeah, but I mean, man, I agree with everything Adam said, Stoney. I feel it more and more by the second that this is what we're facing. And again, it could be Debo next offseason if they continue to play hardball with Aiyuk, not pay him, and the Niners are basically doing their version of running it back, and they don't risk hitting the field Monday night hosting the Jets without the services of one Brandon Aiyuk, who you said, what is it, $15 million he would get this season, so don't feel sorry for him. But I guess if I'm the Niners, that's what I would do too. And Brandon Aiyuk, you go, okay, all right, it's just one more year. They got the franchise tag to use on you, buddy. Mm-hmm. Like, they really got you under their thumb.
Let's go to Amin. Amin is in San Francisco. What's up, Amin? How you doing, buddy?
Danny, Guru, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
Doing pretty good myself. I just want to touch bases on this Aiyuk situation. Aiyuk's played with us for 4 years. First 2 years, dude was in the doghouse. You didn't clear 1,000 yards, barely had 70-something catches. You yet to hit over 80 catches to 100 catches in a season. You played 4 seasons. So you want 100% of the money you think you deserve for giving us 50% of the effort and what we expect of you. These last 2 seasons, you had All-Pro, you had over 1,000, but the season before this one, you barely cleared 1,000. And then these last 2 seasons, Debo has gotten injured and you have more productivity. So if Debo's on the field more and he's healthy, do you have that productivity and that leverage you think you have to say, well, I deserve this because I did this for 2 seasons out of my 4? doesn't work like that, man. And then Debo has that leverage to be able to get that contract done and put that pressure on the Niners. You don't. And using that, man, you're making yourself look kind of like naive, and you're letting your folks talk for you. And then it comes down to, do we really want to deal with that headache on a guy who's trying to sit here and basically extort us for more money in which he doesn't deserve?
Extort stream.
Yeah, I was too strong.
It's extreme.
Yeah. Oh, you said extreme. Yeah. That's strong. He's just trying to get paid, baby.
Man. I mean, it is interesting. I mean, if you look at Aiyuk's numbers, they're good. Not great. And the other thing that, again, to me, so much of this is circumstance. If Brandon Aiyuk would have come up 3 years ago when Deebo Samuel would have come up, he would have gotten paid.
Man, oh, man. So timing.
They didn't have McCaffrey. Purdy hadn't even established himself yet. Deebo Samuel was the unquestioned number one on this team, or at least he was by far their most dynamic offensive player. And then in the course of 3 years, they've acquired their best quarterback that they've ever had. They've acquired the best running back in football, according to some. And the writing's on the wall that you can't pay every player. And so the one thing I do kind of think is, why don't you try to see what happens? See what happens this year and then move forward with the plan moving forward.
I think outside of Brandon, what we deem a possible holdout Wednesday, Stoney, I expect that to be the case, and I think the Niners have fired their shot.
I'm interested to know what 49er fans think. And I mean it this way, because a lot of times fans, we don't think about the salary cap and things like that. But if you're just a 49er fan, I mean, is it as simple for you guys as to say, just pay Aiyuk and we'll figure it out later? Because it feels like that's what a lot of fans are saying, and that may be the way the 49ers end up going. I'm just wondering what 49er fans are thinking about Brandon Aiyuk and if their opinion has changed over the course of the last 4 or 5 months since the season ended. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. What's up, Oreo Cookie? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, talk to us.
I did want to say that I do. Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hello.
You're on, buddy.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to say it's not every day that I agree with.
That's a choke.
I think I could fill in the blank. I think a G was coming, Stoney. Or was he going to say you? Maybe.
I think he was going to say me because the text was that he thinks that 49ers need to play hardball with Aiyuk.
And he's not getting a lot of love, Aiyuk, from the fans just in the YouTube chat. A lot of them are straighten up and show up and report. And a lot are turned off, Stoney, I believe, how he's handled his business. The Pivot podcast and telling it, I mean, it's his life.
Yeah. Let me throw this at you, Goo. A little bit of a curveball here.
Right, I'm ready. I'm in the batter's box.
I made a list of 4 Bay Area athletes who are eligible for contract extensions this summer. Brandon Aiyuk, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and Steph Curry. Who gets one, who doesn't?
Wow. Moses Moody gets one because it ain't going to cost me a lot, but I like where he's at, and I think his role is defined, and he'll be a contributor off the bench for years to come with the Warriors. So I'll knock that one off first. And then Brandon Aiyuk would be the second. And now we're talking about Kuminga, which scares me, man. What is it? What is he eligible for? 5 years for $224, something around there?
That's what he's eligible for.
Man, Stoney, he would be the one that I would hold out and play hardball with and make him play this year so I can just feel better and more comfortable about giving him his ducats. And who was the other? I'm missing one. That's
Curry.
3. Oh, good. Come on now. Let's do that.
Yeah, I kind of look at Aiyuk and Jonathan Kuminga somewhat similar, even though Brandon Aiyuk's a little more developed.
Second pro all team, if you're into that.
Well, I mean, you can't be dictated by that if you're the 49ers. But what I'm saying is, if I were Mike Dunleavy or I were John Lynch, I would want to not pay either of those guys right now and have Kuminga come back at 7.6 and have Aiyuk come back at 14.0. Because to me, what that does is that sets up even more flexibility next year. Like, I look at it as if the 49ers, it sounds to me like if the 49ers pay Aiyuk, then this is it. Then next year they're going to have to make drastic changes.
Yeah.
Okay? And I think the San Francisco 49ers feel like if we can get Aiyuk to play on his $14 million, it gives us a whole nother year of information on Aiyuk, on Purdy, on what this offense is, on how important Aiyuk is, how important Debo is. It'll give us a whole nother year of evidence, and we can figure out at that time what the best way to move forward offensively is.
After 17 games plus the playoffs to where you get to see it gel, I'm not mad at that. And maybe that's how it'll happen, but there's no way you could tell me losing Debo or Aiyuk doesn't change your identity offensively, Stoney.
Well, and that's the point. Maybe the 49ers look at it as though we will not be able to move forward long-term with both those guys. And so we're gonna try to deal with it right now. We're going to try to deal with it right now. Maybe that's what they're saying. And
but having him play on this fifth year, Aiyuk, that is, they're kind of kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, but it gives them more time to decide whether they want to pay him or whether, or, maybe that this year's going to help establish Purdy's market, obviously. So maybe the 49ers just want one more year as is, and then they know next year that the chickens are going to come home to roost.
That's how I would do it. Would you do it the same way? Why wouldn't you do it that way?
What way?
Putting all your chips in and keeping it status quo to try to get that elusive championship.
You mean don't
pay anybody. Do what they're doing. I thought it was kind of cold at the time, and I felt bad for Brandon. What good that'll do him. But the bottom line is, why would the Niners do anything different right now when just what you said, you can get another season, another postseason, and see what it is, and basically, who are we going to keep?
Do 49er fans, do you guys feel like this is different? This contract negotiation with Aiyuk is different than the ones the 49ers had with Deebo Samuel and Kittle and not Christian McCaffrey. Who am I forgetting? Bosa last year. I mean, does it feel different? And as Guru likes to say, or does it seem like there's nothing to see here? That some point in the next month, the 49ers are going to come to terms with Aiyuk, and he's going to be here, and all this talk will have been for naught. I'm interested to see what the 49er fans think of that particular part about whether they are worried about Aiyuk or whether they still think something's going to get done. What would you put those percentages at if you're a 49er fan?
Man, something going to get done this year, Stoney, I think is at 35%.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at. And I got to tell you a fear I have. That's too strong, fear. But nobody in their right mind can tell Darrell L. Johnson the first that Jawan Jennings, a teammate, same position as his counterpart, Brandon Aiyuk, that tweet that he tweeted about, imagine you thinking you're doing something by yourself, was not a direct shot or correlation to the day Aiyuk requested a trade, to me, has me thinking Aiyuk's letting you know he's about Aiyuk. And some will say that's how he's supposed to be. But I wonder if he doesn't get paid and he's out there, on his fifth year, Stoney, after games, is he salty? He can give you some looks to where you're like, is dude okay when he ain't getting the ball? But I wonder if this bleeds over into the locker room. Just a thought I had.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. A couple answers on the YouTube chat. Bee's Knees says it's different because Aiyuk is acting different than Debo did. Real Deal Sports, Aiyuk will likely stay once they sign this new deal. It's Debo that will more likely than not be traded. 49er whiner, this contract negotiation is different because Aiyuk has not been as much of a good soldier as the other players who received their deal.
What do you think he means by the public going on the podcast and talking to another quarterback on another team in your conference, come get me, they don't want to pay me? Man.
Not wanting to block early in his career or whatever was going on between he and Kyle Shanahan at the start of his career. Does that have anything to do with the impasse now? I don't know.
Lori Matthews, I don't know. It's only different right now because the Niners are playing with less money.
Good point. Mike Florio was on with the Morning Roast today, Pro Football Talk, and he was asked whose game he thinks will age better, Debo or Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, I think all things equal, it's Aiyuk, isn't it? I don't know how many more good years Debo has left because of his playing style. That's the problem. Look what happened with Jamal Adams. He's got this rough and tumble, reckless playing style that caused him to play in 21 games over a 3-year period, and he ended up signing a 1-year veteran minimum contract in Tennessee a couple of weeks ago. It's a direct result of how he plays the game. I watched over the weekend all of the episodes of the Receiver series on Netflix, and, I mean, Debo plays the game with a reckless abandon that gets him banged up. You know, in today's NFL, there's value in playing in a way that doesn't get you banged up. You have to know where that limit is, and that's the delicate balance between playing football and having no regard for your health or well-being. The other side of that is there's a reason to have regard for your health and well-being. It allows you to play next week. It allows you to finish games. It keeps you out of the blue tent. It keeps you out of the locker room. And, yeah, all things being equal right now, I'd probably say Aiyuk over Samuel.
In terms of long-term viability.
Lord. No doubt, man. And I love Debo, and I appreciate everything he's done, Stoney, but I love when I go to Carfax, you look at Debo's Carfax report and the injuries on that receiver doc when you kind of don't see him with Debo and the soft tissue, I would get off him fast and in a hurry.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons football's a joke is because the harder you play, the more it gets held against you. The more reckless abandon you play with, the more it screws you, essentially, is what Mike
Debo
Florio
got his
was saying.
still, Stoney.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did. But apparently he's going to pay the price on his next contract for playing hard.
Wow.
Antonio's in What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Hey.
Doing pretty good. I think it's kind of the same situation with the other players, man. That's what happens when you got too much talent. You know, I think they will get the deal done eventually, and they're gonna. He's gonna be. I don't want to say forced to play this year, but I think he's gonna end up playing this year, man. Because I think he really wants to win, and I don't think we're gonna trade him to nobody right now, man. If we're gonna do that, I think we'll do that, before the draft. But honestly, the only thing I'm really worried about with the Niners is the offensive line, the right side in particular. So that's about it. Other than that, we stacked, man. Like, we are freaking stacked. The best roster. We got to keep on competing. I think we're gonna be right there at the end of this year. But we got to get number 6.
Appreciate it, man.
Look at him.
This is an interesting point, and it just hit me on the Xfinity mobile text line, and it's this. 707, these negotiations are different because Aiyuk has no leverage. And I think there's something to that. And I don't want to say no leverage, but if you look back at the guys who ended up signing, when they signed Deebo Samuel, they had no choice. They had to re-sign Deebo Samuel. They needed him as a weapon. Ditto for Kittle before that when he got his deal. Bosa is the best player at his position maybe in the NFL. Reality of the situation is that I can make a case that Kittle, Deebo, and Bosa essentially had to get paid. They were that important to the team at the time that they signed their contract. And while he's a hell of a player, the reality of the situation is the 49ers don't have to extend Brandon Aiyuk as much as they had to get Bosa in, as much as they had to get Deebo Samuel in, and as much as they had to keep George Kittle as their starting tight end. It's a different team now. They have more weapons than when Kittle and Deebo signed, and the reality is, can we be honest? Aiyuk's not in Bosa's league in terms of absolutely positively having to have him to ensure the success of your team.
I'm not mad at that at all, but the bottom line, when you talk about leagues, Donnie, I went to hell with Bosa. This dude thinks he's somewhere in Justin Jefferson's league. You know what I mean? And maybe that's his – we'll watch it play out, but there is no doubt in my mind. I'll be happy for him because I want him to stay here and get the money. But as far as a contract, I don't think we'll hear anything until next season about that with Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. So you think how do you think it's going to end up? Because it sounds to me like you think that Aiyuk will end up coming in and playing on $14 million.
Yes, sir. And it'll be just like the Pivot podcast that I keep talking about. The last sentence on that question to Brandon Aiyuk was, come on, man, what uniform? Who are you going to be playing for? Start week 1. And he started about 2 seconds down, 2.5. And he said the San Francisco 49ers, I expect him to do his version of a holdout. Then he'll report. But, man, it makes all the sense in the world for the organization to do what they're doing and kick the can down the road, run it back, try to get the chip, and make some hard decisions between Debo and him. And I don't even know if they deem that hard, but I just don't see how what he's done up until this point, and it hasn't worked, that he'll get the win when they got another year of his services and that franchise tag.
One of the things I was thinking about with the Niners is let's put offense and defense together and kind of rank their players and their importance. And how many players do we list before we get to Aiyuk?
Bosa's on there.
Okay, Bosa.
McCaffrey. Purdy. Trent Williams. And Stoney, that's what Fred Warner. Okay, and I'm stopping there and I'm putting Brandon number 11 there.
I'm putting Debo there. Debo Samuel at 6.
Wow.
At number 6.
They did go on the losing streak when Debo was out. I talk about the chess piece he is pre-snap and the stress that he put. But, the other part of that is Brandon Aiyuk eats too because of the attention that you got to give to Debo.
Well, and like this is one of those things to me, Goo, where you could very well be 100% right. But there's always another side, and that is maybe the 49ers think Aiyuk is actually more of a product of what McCaffrey has done and how Debo Samuel is feared, and that maybe they think that if he were on another team, he couldn't eat like Justin Jefferson or some of the big boys. I don't know. I'm just trying to put the pieces to this puzzle together and what's going on with Aiyuk, if anything. This from the 707. 209, Aiyuk does have leverage because availability is the best ability. Debo, Jennings, Kittle, and even CMC miss multiple games every season. Health is wealth. That's a way to look at it for sure. Let's go to Z. Z's in Oakland. What's up, Z? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How you guys?
Doing well.
Yeah, so I just want to preface this first by saying I've been a Niner fan since I was 6 years old. I've watched 3 decades of football. Of course, the number one goal is to win a championship, but I think it's pretty short-sighted to say you can't enjoy watching regular season football with that end game in mind. Week in and week out, it's good to watch a good football team. It's fun. Sucking is not fun at all. The 2000s were just depressing. We were all in the mid-20 teens. We were the butt of everybody's joke. I mean, since then, now we have the most playoff wins in NFL history. We've beaten the Cowboys twice in the playoffs, the Packers like 5 times. We've beaten Seattle in the playoffs. Seattle hasn't beaten us in like 3 years. I mean, if you can't enjoy all that, I'm sorry. Like, it's just not – I want a championship more than anything.
Yeah.
But every single year watching a good football team, watching Christian McCaffrey run the football, like, how long do you get to do that for? That's poetry and cleats, you know? We have so many – if you want to choose a jersey, like, how many players do you have to choose from? Like, in 2016, you couldn't pay me to wear a jersey of who we had.
Right. Good stuff, Z. Appreciate the call.
And I'm Steiny. Oh, my gosh. I'm sure I mean, how many guys are like and gals are like that? I mean, I can't hate on them. Again, I hope I didn't come across earlier in the show saying when my team's winning and I want them to win a chip, I'm not going to enjoy that said win that day. But you kind of know what point I was trying to make. Like, it's got to all, at the end of the day, be towards something. And getting your heart broken is better than not even being at the dance. What is it? To love and get hurt is better than no love at all?
Something like that.
Yeah, boy. But, yeah, you get my drift.
Yeah, No, I just...
Yeah.
It's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. There we go.
And that's the truth.
Correct. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm thinking of 49er fans, and that's why, to me, when I think of football in particular, and it's different than the other sports, I think things change in football more than any other sport, and it's like I get the hurt of losing last year's Super Bowl, but okay, that's over. You know, you didn't get it done. Okay, so now what's going on this year? Well, we hope to be there again. Okay, high expectations. Okay, you're 0-0. Nothing's given. You're still going to have to make the playoffs. So, like, the idea of wake me when the playoffs start, I mean...
That was strong. I ain't going to back off of it, but you know
no, I mean, I get the feeling. Yeah. I get the sentiment, but... To me, when I think like that, I think, well, how are you going to enjoy the regular season then if they have another real good regular season, double-digit wins?
And now you have me, because you asked me the question a while ago. Stoney, I am curious as to how Kyle is going to, again, he's going to be the same Kyle, but I do think how close he's gotten, and I do appreciate him and the other players, Kittle, saying it's time to win a Super Bowl. Like, they're not running from that. But I do wonder, week to week, how much of that is a thing in his mind when there is a close game, or you got to be aggressive or not. Like I know, I appreciate Kyle knowing it's a thing. Not that it's affecting him, but I do wonder if we see a different side to him because of what we deem a cloud maybe. And Stoney, Kyle could pull up right now on that mic and say, Goo, I'm totally with you. I am trying to win a ring like my dad.
Of course
These things do hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
I'm not going to tell you I'm call the wrong plays because of last year or the year before.
Well, and I don't think Kyle Shanahan at any point in this regular season will have to make a decision where he says, I got to remember I got pressure to win a Super Bowl. It's like, I think he's just going to coach how he coaches. And I think over the last 7 years, we've kind of seen Shanahan go through some phases of being more aggressive than other years, more aggressive than he has been in other games. And I don't believe we're going to be able to detect anything tangible about the way Shanahan coaches. 888-957-9570 is the number. Reminder, the Morning Roast and myself and Guru, we will be live from the Hilton in Santa Clara for training camp. That starts Wednesday, and the Morning Roast will be there Thursday also. Don't forget, training camp starts Wednesday, and we'll be there on 95.7 The Game.
This is a consumer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
Hey.
Good start to the second half for the Giants. They go into Colorado and take one.
I was like, what are you sipping on?
You know how you know when a team is bad?
The record?
When their fans say after a loss, well, we didn't lose any ground.
Yeah, they ain't gaining either.
Trading deadline on July 30th, 8 days away. They're 48 and 52. Oh, but they're right there.
2-3 to the Rockies.
Yeah.
Couldn't score more than three runs 3 consecutive days.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand where the offense is. Why is it not materialized? We talk about the staff, the pitching, and Birdsong was in his bag, with the strikeouts yesterday. But good God, man, this offense is just putrid.
So what do you do, Goo?
Well, I'm about to pay you your bet on the Solaire. He ain't hitting 30.
He hit Homer yesterday.
Yeah. Would that put him at 8?
11.
Yeah, but I need 30.
He needs 19 in 100 games.
Boy. So I don't know. They got to get hot. We're almost. They'll go to the warm city weathers, the warm cities, and that offense will come around. But that just was not what I thought. And every time I see Webb penciled in to start, like Saturday, Steiny, I'm at Chaplin's Santana Row watching the game, and I'm like, Webb, and it's not his fault. Webb, they're going to win this game, and the offense gave them nothing.
Yeah, they're not even 500 when Webb starts.
Yeah, dude, and they're under 4. They're 4 under now. The Pirates, who are they about? They're just a bunch of teams that they're chasing. Arizona, San Diego, the Pirates, the Mets, the Cardinals.
But yet.
Go ahead, tell me. I'll put it in the cap. This is why I love myself. The math is still there. Mm-hmm. Applies for the 2024 Giants.
Yeah. They're in 10th place right now.
I got you, but 3 back of the last spot.
And we did this with the Warriors.
Yep, we did.
And how'd that work out?
It has no bearing on how this is going to work out.
You're right,
but
because this team's not as good as the Warriors.
I don't feel positive about all I got for the Giants, partner, is the math is still there. But good Lord.
Oh, yeah. No,
Snell tonight in L.A. Snell.
Yeah. By the way, how about
2 good starts in a row?
I don't know if you can feel it, Goo, but I certainly can. I came into the city this morning, and it was electric. The city was electric. Giants fans talking about that third wild card. Let me tell you something. It has invigorated this fan base with passion and optimism like I've never seen before. I mean, this third wild card has everybody buzzing. And I'll tell you what, I know they're 4 games under 500, but boy, Giants fans can't be feeling much better. They're still in this thing, and there's 3 spots up for grabs. I mean, it's been electric. Orange and black all day long.
I'm going to give you a standing O for that, but I'll tell you what.
Because never.
They're just boring. That's a fact.
But
even if they get to
only
the third
3
wild
out.
card. Yeah.
They're only 3 out.
And imagine if you didn't have the third wild card and they were 9 out. The season, basically, from a baseball fan perspective, it would be like, man, I really got to watch them. I love the game. But now, at least they're still 3 out. And if they get their act together.
If they were 8 out, there would be no less enthusiasm for this team than there is right now at 3 games out.
Well, I would say to you, partner, that's a baseball problem more than
It is.
But at least, Donnie, like we're going to watch tonight, the game has meaning.
Well, you might.
No,
and you can.
It's the Dodgers and Snell. Come on now, Ohtani.
Oh,
boy, I wish the Giants had an Ohtani.
There we go again.
What? I can give credit where.
Stop living in the past. They didn't get him. You don't get guys like Ohtani.
Well, maybe this offseason they'll get somebody.
Who?
You
don't believe that.
Shout out Temple
Owls. That's the Giants' problem, is you don't believe that. And rightfully so. You're very pragmatic.
What's their biggest problem to you, really, though? When you hear honestly, Steiny, and even when you catch it in it, what do you think their biggest issue is?
Mediocrity, top to bottom.
But they tried to go spin.
Oh, yeah, they tried.
I got to give Farhan that. It's obviously not working. But, man, I guess what do you do now? Obviously,
there's nothing to do.
And Melvin getting tossed yesterday at the I don't know why I thought that was whack. I'm like, I can't tell you ain't mad. I know you're mad at how your team's performing, but I'm not one of those dudes, Steiny, that I tell my kid, if you're upset, let it out. Don't let it fester. But he gets ran.
Who's upset?
But Melvin was about what happened the Saturday night. But you're telling me to move on. He's got to move on. But he got tossed, and then after the game, I'm on Twitter or whatever. Oh, Melvin really fired him up. They won. I'm like, it's the Rockies. You're trying to avoid
Well, they
getting
lost
swept.
their first 2 games.
I understand.
So, do you make a distinction between Melvin flipping a spread, which you always want managers to do, and getting ejected before the game ever starts?
I'll take the spread.
Of course you will.
Yeah.
Of course you will.
Because that lets the players know he's mad at us, not the ump.
Well.
Steve, all right?
What was that?
My strike call.
No. Yeah, Giants lose 2 out of 3 in Colorado. I mean, seriously, there's nothing.
Man.
There's nothing to do if you're a Giants fan.
Demoralizing.
They're demoralizing.
I'm so upset.
Why? Why?
Because they're better than this. I believe.
They're not.
I think they
Why
are.
would you think that?
Because they got good. They got some serviceable ball players, man.
Then don't make any moves, and we'll make a run in the second half.
Well, I'm not saying that. In the second half has already started, even before the break. Time's running out. And I will say this. Who was in the World Series last year? The Arizona Diamondbacks, and they came from the 3rd wild card. So it can be done, but every day, what we keep talking about, the pitchers that are coming back, but what about the bats? Who's coming with the bats?
They don't have any hitting.
I'm watching Soto on the TV. It's the Yankees
there we go.
playing.
Here we go.
What?
Yeah, you don't have
That's better
Soto.
than staring at you for 4 hours. I'm just saying, I'm watching him smash the ball out the park. The Giants have nothing remotely close like that.
And that's just hitting you?
Oh, no, it's been.
That's just hitting you. Like, sometimes when people go, what's wrong with it? Nothing.
See,
they're not good enough.
If you mean that, you saying it all. And I believe you're telling the truth.
Well, why do you think they're better than this?
Because Soler.
Oh. What about him?
It's a collective partner. They got some serviceable ball players.
Serviceable. You're answering your own questions. The Giants have serviceable ball players. They got a
top payroll, Steiny. They're with. So you feel Farhan just went spending to spend? Or he thought he was going to get a bang for his buck with a guy like a Soler. I don't know what you make of Chapman's season. The Glut, it's just everybody's so-so. Except Ramos, who's kind of cooled down. And I'm not blaming him at all.
Who looked at this team before the year and said, we're not so-so? You were so-so at the start of the year. You just...
Steiny, I don't think anybody had 4 games under 500 with 91 to play like that. Like this was par for the course. It's disappointing.
Everybody had them this way.
Now, Vegas had them. I forget they're almost 500 or 500. This is just, they're stale, and I don't know what to make of Doval. Now we got to throw a party when he closes a game, but it's just, I don't know what's going on. Something's off, and it's making me look at Melvin different, and I don't think that's fair. But Steiny, you got to get your troops ready, man. They're 2 or 3 to the damn Rockies to start the second half, going into 4 against the Dodgers.
And you just think they're good enough to go into Colorado and win 2 out of 3?
No, I think there's
why? Why would you think that?
Because they got Snell, who's back.
Well, he didn't pitch against Colorado.
You got Harrison. You got
Logan Webb lost in Colorado.
And those are the games, and it's bigger than Logan. But Steiny, this team's can't hit its way out of a paper bag right now.
So why do you think they're going to the postseason?
Because I feel like they're underperforming.
Are you pandering to Giants fans?
What is that? Does that pay my bills?
Kind of.
How?
It keeps every Giants fan on your good side.
But where's the money come from? I'm about money.
The fans pay our salary.
Oh.
The listeners pay our salary just like they do in Major League Baseball.
Hey, real quick, Steiny, I ain't done much of it today. You didn't ask me how my weekend went.
I
went to the rooftop.
I heard you yesterday.
I went to the Lions Den, a cigar lounge in San Francisco Saturday night. We had a driver. My friends are doing the day trading the stocks. They're making some money.
Go ahead and do it.
I might have to quit betting and learn how to do the stocks, investing in I was at the table like, this is mind-blowing. Kind of changed me a little bit, Carter. No, seriously. I may leave the sports alone. We'll talk about it. I will, but my boys are doing some things, and they're doing it through stocks and investments. And I was just sitting there like, wow. Didn't have to spend a dime.
Good luck with that.
Hey, Carter, I appreciate the love. I think some days my partner loves me, and then I was like, I can't make you love me.
All Giants fans are like you right now. There's nothing to do, honestly, except watch the team, cross your fingers, and hope they can start winning more than they're losing. That's all they can really do. And by the way,
but if you know you're underperforming, then
they're not. I don't believe they're underperforming.
You really don't.
Who the hell looks at this team and says, boy, we should be a top 5 team in the National League? Please. Come on, Goo. Look at that lineup.
I've given it more credit than it deserves, but I don't think we've seen the best of it. And all it takes is, and you're going to laugh, 7 out of 9, 8 of 10 to be right back in this thing. And then
what do you mean? They are in it, I thought.
Yeah,
they're only 3 back.
But I don't feel good about it. Anybody they play now, like the lowly Rockies, I'm like, even if Webb's pitching, they can lose it. They'll find a way to lose this game. But the offense, more so than the pitching, Steiny, to me, and the bullpen ain't been nothing to write home about, but this offense just cannot score runs. And I don't understand. Solaire's at the leadoff. He ain't your prototypical leadoff hitter, but all season it's been like we're trying to jumpstart him. And then guys that I think have professional at bats, even the Yaz's, the Chapmans of the world, but it's everybody. It feels like guys in the Giants lineup will get hot individually, but it never sparks. Wow.
It's a sign of a bad team.
It never spreads, you know? Guys will have individual, they'll get hot, but it doesn't. Yeah.
See, here's where
sign of a bad team.
Here's where, like, I'll just, I'm literal. You said, Steiny, nobody had the Giants being 4 on. What are you talking about? Of course, many people had them 4 under after 100 games. Nobody thought they were going to be 60 and 40.
So you don't think just today, going into L.A., snail pitching, this has been a disappointing season. Oh, I think it has been by far. Mark Willard, the Shaskys, Bontes, the Lubman, they're not happy. And they should. I don't know who is, but you feel like you expected this. I don't think this low you expected.
What's the difference between 3 games over and 4 games below? They're mediocre. But they're not even mediocre. And I don't want to bury them because I don't think they're out of it because the third wild card's there, but the other thing people don't realize is when you're 10th or 11th, you can win 3 out of 4 and leapfrog 1 team. That's it. And the way I look at it is if you're in 10th or 11th and you're 3 games back, it's really more like 5 or 6 back because you're never going to win and all 5 teams above you lose consistently. Yeah. Somebody's playing somebody else. And that team's going to, you're not going anywhere if you're a 500 team. You have to put together a winning streak at some point.
Well, I do have to say this because I'm a sports romantic. You don't need, I'm just, the pirate in me, Steiny. You don't need those teams to lose at the same time every day. You need the team that occupies that last spot to lose. And that's how you gain. And what about
handling your business? And what about the 7th place team and the 8th place team and the 9th place team? Richie's in Queens. What's up, Richie?
That's our guy. I love Richie.
What's going on, Richie? How you doing, my man?
I'll tell you what. I just called you guys randomly, and I said to your producer, I said, I can't believe that they're talking Giant baseball. Yeah. And so I had to jump in.
Okay.
You guys are right on. God. Am I shocked that they're 4 under? I just, they blew some games. Duvall has been killing us. I don't know what he is. I know he pitched well last night. But the big guys, Snell not being there cost us 3 or 4 wins. That was a big thing. And Webb is taking a step back, and so is Hicks. but you guys called it. The offense is atrocious at times.
Oh,
I don't know what we got with Fitzgerald. Maybe we got it looks like a Trey Turner kind of build, and he's got some power.
That's a nice call.
He tore it up. He tore it up offensively with some home runs, but, I'm glad they got rid of the shortstop that was there before. But Chapman has been atrocious. Other than last night, Salah has been a tremendous disappointment. And Estrada, guys, has fallen off the map.
Yep.
I think they're going to trade him. I really do.
That's a
I
good.
do. I think. And you know what? You mentioned. You mentioned about. Look, I always said, win your games. Just you go. Which they're capable of, especially if their staff gets solid. Robbie Ray comes back now. Webb gets back on track. The kid looks like a stud. I don't want to say I'm not going to compare him to the bums and the Lincecum, but he's 97 with a great curve. He's got movement. He looks really good, so I think he's going to get there. I think they're going to take Hicks out of the rotation. I mentioned last time about DFA, and I know he's got a big contract. Luke Jackson, I don't want to see him in there. But, the kid Rodriguez has got talent. Miller has got talent. Obviously, the Rogers boys, Walker. So I'm not that concerned too much about their bullpen. It's their offense.
It's bad.
They've got to be. Chapman is killing them too. I'm very disappointed with him.
Yeah.
He had a slow bat last year, and he hasn't proven anything. And I think Wade's hurt.
I hadn't told this to Steiny, Richie, but I'll leave you with this one too. We keep saying when Cobb and Ray come back, but you keep playing like this, losing 2 or 3 to Colorado. It might be too late when they get back. That's all.
Thanks, Richie. Appreciate the call.
Doesn't mean to cut you off, Rich.
See, I think that here's how you know when you have a team that isn't a contender or isn't a very good team. When a different thing is getting you beat every night. And, if when the Warriors were lousy back in the day, one night offensive rebounds would kill them. The next night, they couldn't make threes. The next night, they fouled too much. The next night, they, their defense was terrible. The next night, they turned the ball over too much. And that's what I see with the Giants. I don't see anything that they, again, can hang their hat on. What kind of a team are they? What is their strength? What are they built on? It's 100 games into the year, and nothing has emerged other than individual players who are maybe taking the step that Elio Ramos is.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I thought it was going to be the rotation and defense, Donnie, and I'm living in the past. There's no Bochy here, but I felt like you quibbled a little bit, radio quibbled when I said one guy gets going, but it's never infectious. How many games where we just watch them, even in a blowout, where they're just knocking the cover off the ball, and if they do have that said game, it never translates to the next day. So I really believe, starting pitching-wise, you could say, hey, we've been hurt. But my goodness, the offense, and he mentioned Chapman, it's just, I don't get it. Runners in scoring position, they never take advantage of that to the utmost. But the math is still there, and that's all I got for you on the Giants, that they still got time. Unlimited possibilities.
Colorado hasn't been eliminated either.
Well, good luck with that.
Hey, don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. The 510's got a question for you, Goo. Chapman was an average hitter going back to the Oakland A's days. Yeah. Why does Guru keep bringing him up like he's Shohei or Ohtani or Aaron Judge?
Because you kind of need him to be your version of that. You are so right. Hey, I'll take that all day. But damn it, the 15 home runs he hit in Toronto, and they said that was a finger issue. The power was kind of concerning when he came in. But I was like, the Giants got him. He flashed the leather. What's been the highlight for Chapman this year? The series against the Pirates and Mets on the road, where his glove won him the games at the end.
Sounds like Wiggins.
But wow.
Oh, remember Wiggins? He had 3 good games in February.
Yeah.
He can do it.
And this is the last thing about the Giant hitters. I just feel like I'm watching the same at-bat over and over. The same pitch, the same thing getting him out. It's just like, man. And Estrada looks like he has been eating some tostadas. Like, I don't even like his body type anymore, Stoney. So I don't know what's going on there. They're not fast.
But yet,
the math is still there.
Right. The math is still there.
And I owe you. There's no way he can hit 30 homers. There
wasn't any way he was going to hit 30 before the season.
Here, I might give you the money during the break.
Well,
I got to have it first.
That'll raise my record in bets with you to like 11-1.
No, you've been on a little, about 3 in a row you lost.
No chance.
Steiny, the Warriors road record?
That's the only one I've lost in 3 years.
Kings?
You lost that bet. You said the Kings would have a better record this past year than the year before. You lost that bet.
Yeah. But there was one other, I think, during the break.
Right. Back in 2009.
Please.
Back in 2009. I may bet you on the postseason. I feel like betting you on that.
Well, that was for the cap. Like your Shanahan won't win it here.
Yeah, those don't count.
Yeah.
I won't hold yours against you. About Shanahan. Farhan Zaidi, by the way, just a reminder, Goo, he signed a 2-year contract extension in October. Farhan Zaidi.
There's no furnace.
Zaidi. What?
I didn't even say his name today.
No,
I just said Farhan.
I was doing it like I said John Sally.
No, that's the classic.
Steiner, you don't know Chapman. Chapman loves baseball. Wiggins does not love basketball. Ooh, that's a strong statement.
And you can't just put it on one giant. It's just a collective. Estimated eyes on the YouTube chat said Melvin couldn't rally squirrels around an acorn tree. So what's up with Bowmel, Steiny? I just need more fire. And you got Rand yesterday, but that was a different run. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if he fits I'm just throwing it out there.
What are you, Billy Martin reincarnated?
He had the 27 Yankees in San Diego, and it didn't work last year. He got ran. And I know him and the GM didn't see eye to eye, but you couldn't get that team fixed.
Sometimes it is frustrating when you say, Bo Mel, he's too mild-mannered. Well, then why'd you hire him? He is who he is. You know who Bob Melvin was. He managed the A's. He managed the Padres. He's not a spread flipper.
And I guess I'm asking if he did that, would it matter? It doesn't work. Hal McRae.
It wouldn't work. Yeah, how'd they do that year? They won 62 games when he hit the reporter with a phone.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Open lines next segment, and it's our potpourri segment, believe it or not. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
High five! Up top! Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Here's something interesting.
Lay it on me.
Little news for you. You'll be disappointed.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're definitely going to be disappointed. I'm going to read you 2 paragraphs from a story that just dropped in The Athletic. TNT Sports has informed the NBA it plans to use its matching rights to continue broadcasting the league's games. The network is targeting the 11-year package signed by Amazon Prime Video, sources briefed on the move said. While TNT has the contractual right to match an offer per its current contract, the NBA is expected to decline the network's right to take the agreed-upon Amazon package. Sources briefed on the NBA's plans said the league's preference is to honor the $1.8 billion per year contract it agreed to with Amazon.
Well, what am I missing? It seems like the card was before. If they got that card to play, TNT, why would it be invalid?
No, they had the right to match. Didn't mean they had to take it, apparently. Doesn't mean the NBA had to take it. Just means they had the right to match, I guess.
That hurts, man.
So.
No Barkley, Shaq, Kenny, and, well, we got him this year.
Maybe not. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Guru. And here's another thing you've got to be upset about. Looks like Pajemski is more valuable than Kuminga.
Man, what's going on, man? Steiny, what's happening? He's like, dude, I'm like, whoa, man. But again, kudos to Pods and his future and what he's got. I think it's going to be difficult because now, you may call me crazy, Steiny. They know how he plays and they know they got to get ready for him and plan for him. But I would never in a million years would have thought, and it feels like there's merit to. He's more valuable than Kuminga's potential.
You know what I think it is?
Man.
I don't think, and I'm kidding around about, Pajemski better than Kuminga, but I do think what we found out, I think what we found out is Pajemski has more value. And I think what we can start to put together is not only the Warriors, but it seems like teams are afraid of how much money Kuminga's going to ask for, and the conventional wisdom around the league is they don't want to take that risk of giving him 160, 180, 200, whatever it may be, to re-sign him.
So you think that's giving the cause for pause at the price?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, think about it this way, and we saw how many teams this free agency had to worry about that second apron. And the Clippers obviously made their moves to get under the second apron. They let Paul George go. The Warriors, their number one priority was to get under that second apron. If I'm another team, I don't know that I want to acquire. To me, the similarities with Brandon Aiyuk are incredible. You need to get a team to not only give up an asset or assets for Kuminga, you got to pay him also.
Yeah.
And that to me would give me pause if I were another team.
But if we go off, just in regard to Aiyuk, because you brought him up, if we go off of what Florio reported, Steiny, 5 teams are willing to do that.
Right, but the Warriors,
I get it,
want more than a second-round pick or whatever. And I use second-round pick because that's what the 49ers ostensibly turned down for
Big
Aiyuk.
year for Kuminga, Steiny. Big year. I do wonder if he'll have that new payday before.
I wonder too.
But he just got voted most overrated. Where do you think that came from? Out of nowhere.
It's one guy at Bleacher Report.
Yeah.
Put up a writer at Bleacher Report created a list of the top 5 overrated players in the NBA, and he had Jonathan Kuminga at number 1.
Damn.
Number 1.
And Kuminga's got game now. Yeah, so, but I don't know what he is, man, and what he can be, but we'll find out. But damn, to have him at 1. That made his rounds yesterday. I saw it.
He also had Jonathan Isaac, Jamal Murray, Miles Bridges, and Jalen Green on that.
Jamal Murray?
On that list. Yeah.
What am I missing there?
I'm not sure. I didn't read the story. I just read the list.
But when you hear Murray, that dude has been hurt. He's a champ when he's healthy and could get down with the best of them.
Maybe the guy doesn't feel that way.
No, I'm asking you, though, about Murray. I don't think he's overrated. Because he definitely was playing hurt last year. No passes, but
yeah, I'm starting to. I don't know. I'm starting to think that the Warriors, like, they're telling us what kind of a tricky spot they're in, because I do think one of the reasons they love Podziemski. I don't know. What do you think they love more, Podziemski or Podziemski's contract right now? Because I keep reading about his contract is the most important thing because he's under cost certainty for the next 4 years at
would you
very
scoff
minimal
it
number.
if I just said that's a factoid? But Steiny, I think it's him, his ability to hit the ground running, his cerebral play. Like, I just think they love his brain.
I think they love his rookie year for sure.
Made all rookie team.
That's like Brandon Aiyuk making second team All-Pro.
But we were, it was a cute story pods early, but Steiny, we were like, he's solidified and he's got a little spot on this team. They're going to have to depend on him now.
Yeah, I guess. I just making the all-rookie team to me doesn't ensure that you're going to have a great career.
Well, I'm not.
We've seen too many guys like that.
I hope I'm not sounding like I'm saying that. I'm just like, he stood out, man. Got the hella heart, and he played his ass off.
Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Sacramento. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Hey. Doing well.
What I'm believing is that Draymond Green is the number one most overrated NBA player. They should have gotten rid of him when he punched out Jordan Poole. In fact, let's go back to the Cleveland game in the NBA Finals when he got suspended. That's when they should have gotten rid of him. So I'm not a big Draymond Green fan. He's got a bully attitude. He's been a bully ever since he was young. He never got therapy for it. And so I'll put Draymond Green in that number one category.
Okay. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate the call.
Safe to say he is not a pro Dre. Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, he's got 4
I didn't know we were talking about Draymond Green.
Yeah, he ain't overrated, though. It's just, yeah.
Well,
as a ball player, he's not overrated. He hit his ceilings down. He balled out with the best of them. Arguably one of the best defenders to ever do it, according to who you ask.
So he's worth the money he's getting paid right now.
Then
he's overrated maybe right now.
Well, see, I don't have him rated up there to where he's overrated. Now, you can say overpaid.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. The Warriors have what? August 6th is a key date for the Warriors, about 2 weeks away. They'll find out about Lowry, Markkanen,
and Curry too.
I think Curry's a done deal.
Okay.
If Steph Curry's eligible for a 1-year extension on August 6th, and I can't imagine that they won't announce that on August 6th.
If they don't, and then we get to, what would that tell you then? If you were surprised, like what's going on there? Then Curry's last, things change in this league quickly. I'm not saying he's finessing it, but it would lead me to believe, like, I got enough money already, partner, if you don't give me another dime, but I'm about looking around I don't know. I guess that's what avenue I would, start walking towards.
I feel like if the Golden State Warriors don't announce an extension for Steph Curry on August 6th or shortly thereafter, it's because they don't want to give him a contract extension. For the life of me, I cannot understand, or I don't see a scenario in which why would Steph Curry not want an extension 2 years from now for $64 million when he's going to be 38, 39 years old? Like And people might say, well, maybe that's his way of holding leverage over the organization in case they don't do right by him. And, well, again, why would he not want to sign a $60+ million deal right on August 6th? Huh? And the only thing I could think of is maybe the Warriors have thoughts about what they want to do 2 or 3 years down the line, but I can't imagine that they actually wouldn't give him that money if he wants it. I think that's what you got to do. It's a price of business. Rafi is in Berkeley. What's up, Rafi? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, Guru. I want to mess with you a little bit. Can I?
Oh, go ahead.
I got a bet for you.
All right.
I want to bet you $1,000 that the Warriors will not win a championship in the next 10 years. 10. What do you think about that? That's where we're headed, my man.
Wow. And I gotta be honest here. Because now you're talking about life after. Yeah, but forget the money. I got that. But the life after Steph Curry to find somebody. But maybe you don't need a Steph to win it all. You need Steph's or something close. But I wouldn't bet against the price of a dynasty. That's coming. We may be in it. Hopefully I'm wrong, and you try to delay that as far as you can. But Steiny, I know that's a decade, but there's a price to be paid, and it's not just 1 year not making the playoffs because it feels like 10 years. But man, that's just a thought I don't even want to think about because that's life after Curry.
Yeah, that's too much money for me to bet. Would you bet $10?
No. I would bet 10. But 10 years, I don't know how life after Curry's going to look. What if they get Wiseman's left and right? Guys, by the way. Oh, boy. What we got?
I was just thinking this today. And I got no way to prove this.
Loco Moco, I'm not taking the bet. All right.
So, you talk about how the Warriors missed on Wiseman. You know what I'm starting to become convinced of? They wouldn't have taken Anthony Edwards with the first pick.
Why do you say that?
Because Kerr hated his workout.
Oh, he did that.
Kerr hated his workout.
When did that pop up to you?
I was just thinking about it. And when that draft came up, the Warriors were sitting with Curry, with Poole, with Clay. I don't think they would have taken Anthony Edwards.
Well, I'm glad they didn't have the chance to. Man.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just starting to add it up. And they had their 3-guard rotation at that point, and they needed a big guy. I think they actually would have taken Wiseman with the top pick. Not for nothing. I'm just spitballing here.
And I know how you are, and I know how you think, Stoney, and Warrior fans keep hearing me say the same thing about Wiseman. It wasn't about who wasn't in the draft. It was just he wasn't who we thought he was going to be. And that's what hurts.
Well, there you go.
You know what I mean?
There you go.
Can I start it all? Can I dream what the number 2 pick would be? Maybe not Tim Duncan, but maybe a couple levels before. A 12-time All-Star that could get you. Chris Bosh, maybe. Was I wrong to dream that he could have that type of impact for the Warriors? Because let me tell you, partner, had they hit, things would be looking a whole lot different in Warrior land right now. That's all. That's what that. When I think about that, I'm like, that's what the Spurs did when they got Kawhi and got blessed for that bad year. They turned it into Kawhi. We turned it into a guy that is not here.
There you go again.
And I'm being real, man.
It's been one of those shows.
I'm not doing
Garoppolo
it. You're
missing Emmanuel Sanders.
Dude, you've been saying that more than me.
No, Brock Purdy. Missing Brandon Aiyuk.
Kyle not throwing the flag.
We have 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, Kyle not throwing the flag against the Eagles.
The Warriors missed on Wiseman.
Led Zeppelin.
I'm watching Soto on TV. Why can't the Giants have a Soto?
Just going out the yard left, right for him today.
For who?
Man, Soto and the Yankees scored 9 runs.
Oh, here we go again.
What do we got?
The United States one-on-one basketball team is struggling with Germany.
You talking about Coach Kerr? He was getting killed out to Twitter. He always takes heat on the. I don't know why. What are you going to do with the rotations in the All-Star? You got an All-Star team. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
You're going to question his rotations?
I'm going to question the team. That's what I'm going to question. I mean, for goodness sakes.
They won the game, people, Saturday. That was bad defense by Sudan. Come on, Braun had it at the top of the key. You let him go left?
They played the South Sudan.
With a couple NBA ballers, though, Stoney.
Who?
South Sudan had a couple.
Who?
Hold on.
Who's in the league?
There was
From
one
that team.
There's one in the
Not
league for
Thor.
sure. No, I thought he's still in there. That was my guy.
Gabriel.
Yeah, Gabriel. There you go.
Yeah, 11th man for Portland 3 years ago.
He played good on the Lakers.
Of course
though.
he did.
Hey, I like good call, Carter. But anyway, they played their butts off.
Who?
South Sudan.
Oh my God. I was going to say.
Anthony Edwards should start. I'll leave that there. And I'm gonna walk
Kurt
off.
doesn't like him. He doesn't. He said he doesn't work hard enough.
I don't care how hard you work. You're the best of that bunch right now. You're in your
Whoa.
prime.
Better than Curry?
Come on now.
What?
I'm taking age, everything. You were having to draft Team USA. It's Jokic and Ant-Man. But Ant's coming off the bench because it's what have you done for me in the past?
Yeah, 5-1-0. So what? Warriors might not win another championship ever. It's why dynasties are so special. When it was good, and the Warriors got their 4 rings. Yeah, I'm with you. You're right on the money.
It's been 30 years for the Cowboys when they had their quote-unquote dynasty. Yeah. It's been 30 years for the Niners when they had since their last Super Bowl. You never know, Matt. That's why these last 3 Super Bowl losses. Here we go. Now, Carter, he's playing I'm just
serious.
keeping it real.
I'm serious.
But those are 3 Super Bowls.
Right, and we all know that. We know they lost their last 3 Super Bowls.
But it speaks to you're not guaranteed anything.
Who says you are? I'm not sitting here saying I'm guaranteeing a Super Bowl this year.
But your silence is like, just move on.
Exactly.
You're
just
gonna
move
get right
on.
back there. Sometimes
like they're not gonna 3 weeks from now, we're not going to have hey, Goo, did you see the 49ers won that Super Bowl last year? They beat Mahomes. It's.
I got it.
I don't think you do.
Now, you're setting me up, and then when I go, I get the lob pass. It's like, you can't talk about the past.
No, you can talk about the past all you want.
You brought up the Warrior one, so I was like, man, you just took me down there.
Enter the Draymond on the YouTube chat. It's South Sudan, not the Sudan. If it would be South Sudan and North Sudan, we would have lost by 20.
Oh, man.
We were only playing the South.
That man. They were down 15.
Seen it before.
And they struggling now with Germany.
Of course they are. Because these teams are well-oiled machines. They're not all-star teams that want to mail it in like Curry and get their automatic.
So you're saying it's not our game anymore?
It isn't.
It's been that way for a while.
Well, it's everybody's game. No, that's the thing.
No, it is.
This is David Stern's vision from 25 years ago. There's no doubt about it. He made the game global, and now, wow, lots and lots of teams can compete. We need Draymond. That's the problem. Draymond's not on the team.
No.
They need defense. They need feistiness.
Now, we got into an argument Saturday. I called you yesterday. I appreciate you while I was out, and you helped me get some information. You don't got to tell them what I needed. Are they using a smaller ball in Team USA, Stoney?
No, we got our excuse then.
But
they're not used to playing with a ball with a little white on it. You're right. They cannot be expected to beat Germany or South Sudan if they're not playing with a regulation ball.
It feels different, man.
What?
It looks different and it feels different. Just more harder to put it in unless you're LeBron or Curry.
Well, it was pretty easy for the South Sudan.
They were
put
balling.
It in.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. 888-957-9570.
Same size ball.
Of course it is.
I had an argument. Go ahead. We'll talk about it.
You had an argument with somebody and you maintained it was a smaller ball, but you had no clue whether it was or not.
I was saying it was regular size, but I had no clue.
Yeah. Well, you said, is it?
So I was right.
Yeah. It's regular size. 925 I understand there's not a North Sudan, but there's a Sudan and a South Sudan. And you combine those teams, and I'll tell you what, they win that game 101-82. I don't even know who Sudan has. I'll bet you some tall guys. Did you see that game, though? That's the future of basketball. 5'6'9" guys, long as hell, able to defend.
Hey, you don't want those problems, man. Hey, you might be onto something. It'll be a little while.
Andis Brown on the YouTube chat. I have no worries. USA is going to win the gold easy. Might be one or two tight games, but once they figure it out, they'll find. Well, if they have one or two tight games, it's not going to be easy.
And what are they figuring out exactly?
They're figuring out that they need to actually try to beat a lot of these teams. That's what they're figuring out. They're figuring out that there is no intimidation factor anymore with the United States. There isn't. It's the price of universal. What's the word? The price of globalizing the game.
But it is entertaining watching that. Think the playoffs are over and then we get this. I'm in for it.
Yes. Are you excited about the Olympics? I am, Steiny.
I'm not.
Really?
I ain't an Olympic guy.
What about LeBron being a flag bearer? Friday. You going to watch the opening ceremonies?
Probably not.
Why not?
Because I just told you.
It's a spectacle.
Yeah. I'll be watching baseball.
No, you won't.
Please. I love me some baseball, man.
You do. You do. What kind of, what's your favorite Summer Olympic event?
The 100.
Yeah, I like track and field.
Yeah,
I like all the track and field. That's my favorite.
There's some fast people in the world, man.
Yeah, hence their name, sprinters.
I give you a 1.
Sprinters.
I will say this about Team USA. I know we got to go.
Do we?
Embiid, just get on the first thing, smoking, and go home and get into bed and rest. What are you? You look like a shell of yourself. And what?
Now I know why.
And Kevin Durant, get on the same bus and come home. Why are you risking anything, man?
Well, those guys come home, they have no chance.
What are you doing? If I'm Phoenix and I'm the owner and everybody involved, and Embiid just looks terrible and slow and big.
Look, you want me to put the rat on the table?
Yeah.
You know why Embiid's playing for the United States?
Because
he couldn't have made the Cameroon team. It's clear.
My man on fire late. Please.
Cameroon would be like, dude, please.
Stop it.
Yeah,
I won't stop it, Bob. I won't. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got the Too Short segment on the other side. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. By the way, you did say yesterday when you called me, I was laying in bed.
Thank you for answering.
Getting ready to go to sleep, and you asked me a question, but then you said, Steiny, I'll tell you about my weekend on the show, but in the meantime, I got a question for you. He asked me the question. I gave him the answer. And now I'm interested to hear how your weekend was.
My man.
How your weekend was on the other side. Hey, what's coming up on the game? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Reminder, the Morning Roast and myself and Guru, we are going to be live from the Hilton in Santa Clara for training camp. That's 49er training camp Wednesday and Thursday. You're not going to want to miss it on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing.
tired of getting pushed around.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How's everybody doing out there? Actually, I don't care.
Well, there's one person you need to care about.
You.
And I know I take care of you just during the break. My buddy Tone goes, I can't. He just sent me a text.
Oh, no.
Look, he P1. I can't believe you let Steiny get away with that and you didn't.
Which
he
thing?
said Purdy's the best Niner quarterback ever. I said, no, he meant under Kyle.
Thank you, Goo.
And I had your back.
Hey, did you see what I just sent you? Via text. You get it?
Yeah.
What do you think? Ask me what I did Saturday.
What did you do Saturday?
I'll tell you what I did Saturday.
Because I don't know what I'm looking at.
What do you mean? That's a picture. That's a painting, right?
Yeah.
Of palm trees on an ocean. I did it. That's my painting. That's what I painted on Saturday.
Steiny, I love the effort, but the ocean part I'm having some difficulty
What are you
with.
talking about?
Well, you know what? The water here, wow. It looks like the sky, like it's
beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't know about water. I'm gonna tweet. Can I tweet this out?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll tweet it out.
Yeah, so I went. Susan and I went.
That's dope.
You know, we're looking for more stuff to do because the kids are gone, and we're trying to reconnect.
Yeah.
And we did this thing where it was a happy hour at this bar restaurant, but there was art involved.
I love that. I see it in movies all the time. People go on dates and do that.
I painted on canvas.
That's tight.
I did. So if you want to see my latest piece, Guru
How
just
long
tweeted
did it take?
About an hour and a half. Not that quite. Not quite that much.
Did you have an instructor or anybody that comes by?
Yeah, there were about 20 people there doing it, so he was doing everybody at once. So,
what's the ambiance like? You're in a.
It was 20. I would say, I think it was probably 25 black women, Susan and me.
Oh,
that's who was at
wow.
Right. And then the instructor was a man.
Right.
Yeah.
You threw me off with the black women.
No, there were. There was a birthday party there, so they were doing that.
I looked at Carter like, no, I get it. Where at? What city?
Oakland, down on Grand Lake.
That's on the, not bucket list, that's on the to-do list.
Yeah, it was fun.
So ask me what I did.
What'd you do this weekend, Goo?
Steiny went to Santana Row Saturday. Met up with the fellas. Steiny, I'm blessed. I got dudes from 30 years ago. We still friends.
Sure.
Went out there, the ambiance in Santana Row on a Saturday with the live band and the multiple options of food, cuisine, and all that stuff was incredible. Weather was perfect. Then hit Chaplin's in the Union for Mike Sousa's 50th birthday.
Mikey.
Had a great time. And then went to Charmaine's on the rooftop. Right, not too far from here. It's a restaurant.
In San Francisco?
Oh, with my heavy hitter friend, Steiny. Oh, my gosh. And the ambiance is dark, but you on the top. So that was great. We had a drivers.
Good for you.
And then we went to the Lion's Den.
Where's that?
Not too far from here, and it's a cigar lounge. And they're playing music, but Steiny, I thought I saw Joan Rivers out there smoking a cigar. Everybody smokes a cigar, all ages. But the ambiance was everybody was just out there puffing. And I was like, this, Ice Cube said
you have a
today
cigar?
was a good day. I tried to hit it, almost knocked me on my back. So.
Yeah, something about a cigar. I don't know how to smoke.
Yeah,
those.
I'm watching everybody do it.
So Saturday, you were...
Oh, it was, boy.
So when did you get down to Santana Row?
About 12:30.
Noon?
Yeah.
So I bet it was nice and toasty?
Frankie. Oh, yeah, everybody.
A group of about 12 of you? Or
yeah,
8?
about 12. Yeah.
And there was action?
Action. And then yesterday I was drying out, if you know what that term means. My battery went dead on me yesterday.
Well, that's because you went out all Saturday. You mean your car battery, not actually your internal battery.
So Mike was golfing at Mission Hills, and I don't like to do this. He was helping me. He goes, we're going to have a couple drinks in the restaurant. I don't like to be the dude that didn't golf and pulls up for the alcohol part of the trip. Somehow I ended up there, met up with a couple cool cats, Steiny. But you never want to be the dude that meets your guys at the bar afterwards.
Actually, that's
not
the guy you want to be.
Not to me. And I said, I'm not going to have a drink, but I met Dave and Lou
Okay.
They were at there. Lou owns Mission Hill. Hector owns it.
Okay.
But I met Dave and Lou and had a good time. So it was a good weekend, man.
Yeah.
Except 10-2. This is when I needed 2-6. Oh,
I'm going to tell you something.
I needed the gym this morning. I'm going to go after.
I'm going to let our listeners in on something.
Are they down?
Of course they're down. They're playing Germany. They're actually playing a team that's unselfish.
They look dejected.
They should be.
Jaylen Brown cursed, but go ahead.
So let me tell you that, and I mean this. My monitor is going to be peaked once the season starts. This Olympic team with Curry, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, who's 30 going on 42, LeBron James, who's 40 going on 50, and Drew Holiday. Half their roster, here's, mark my words.
I'm all quiet.
Put this one in the cap. Put it in the cap. This team will either get beat in the Olympics or these 6 guys next season, I don't like it. I don't like it. Those guys are getting up there.
You came at me earlier about this. You get it. This is not good for anybody, even the league as a whole. When you just look at those guys you just met, Steiny, I don't like this.
We just watched the NBA basically send a message to the older players. It's a young man's league now. It's younger. These 25-year-olds are the real deal. And we put 6 guys out there who are 30 plus, and 5 of them are 34 plus. Well, 30.
Now, some would say this only comes around every 4 years. Relax.
But that's fine.
Unfortunately, those are the guys that, like, that's scary. The Steph Curry, you can't tell me this is not taken away, not the whole season. I don't like it.
I don't disagree.
Curry
with
didn't
you.
have a playoff, but still.
But I don't disagree with you that they'll feel some kind of effects from this. I don't know what it is. It's not just the games. It's 40 days on planes.
Wow.
Dude, they all flew from wherever they were to Vegas. Then they stayed in Vegas for 5 days or 6 or 7 or whatever. And they were just working hard in Vegas. They weren't partying. Then they flew to Abu Dhabi. Then they flew to London. Now they're going to fly to France.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
And could you imagine if it's not for gold? Oh, that would be the cherry on top of what was it all for?
I mean,
they should have lost to South Sudan.
I know, dude. The days of them just cakewalking to gold medals, those days are over. I mean, Germany's got them on the ropes.
I got to be honest. If I'm Kerr, I might have turned, or whatever coach in the future. You can't win. Like there's really shade on Kerr about the rotations to the point of like he don't care or hear it, but like
I kind of don't like this team. Yeah. I don't.
Well, they're better than the one they had under Spoelstra where they lost and didn't win it. Remember, that wasn't too long ago.
I don't remember that team. Do you remember who was on it off the top of your head?
I'll get it for you in a second.
Okay.
But on the other side.
I mean, the problem is the biggest problem to me with Team USA is they don't have a guy named Thor. South Sudan had a guy named
I've always
Thor.
liked his game.
Who?
Thor.
You've never seen him play before Saturday.
He was in the league.
No, he wasn't.
No.
You're thinking of the guy from Game of Thrones.
No. There were 3 guys, 2 that played in the league for South Sudan, had previously played, and Gabriel. I'll
Wenyen Gabriel, yes, he played in the
Lakers.
NBA.
Yeah.
Well, he played for Portland too. I don't believe Thor ever played in the NBA.
Man, you watch.
Because I think I'd remember a dude named Thor, even if he were a Scribini.
Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, wow. I'm a bit. Take your losses when you can.
Take a play off, is that what you're saying?
Something like that.
The guy who had a triple-double.
I'm going to call a timeout. How about that?
Is it a 20?
No, there were 3 guys I thought that had.
You know what? You might be right. I don't know. I just know that they almost
This is bad, though, Team USA.
Thor was drafted in round 2, pick 37 in the 2021 draft.
Yeah, I knew I had saw Thor. Steiny?
Right, he never played a game in the NBA, though. You're thinking of, somebody on the text line says you're thinking of Thon Maker.
That's who I'm.
Yeah, that's not him.
Wow.
Wait, was that who you were thinking about? I can see that.
JT Thor.
Wow, that's not who I was thinking. The Thon guy.
I'll tell you what. Dude, Warriors need to get themselves a Thor.
This painting thing, you just blew my mind.
Why?
Like, I can't wait to do that.
You think you think I traced it, didn't you? I didn't.
No, that is a hell of a, and can kids go? Or not kids.
I think so. Well,
yeah,
I don't,
18.
Well, yeah,
that's
I
a
think
fun
so.
outing is what I'm saying.
It was fun.
How much?
It was fun. I don't know. Like,
for 20?
Yeah.
40.
I don't. Now, when I do this to you say to get out of my pockets.
Carter has it. Mr. Olympic Club. Oh, you missed him when Larry was here with me. He couldn't believe he was part of. I said, that's my guy, Carter.
Hey, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Time for a victory lap from Steiny.
For what?
I said JT Thor did not play in the NBA. And I was right.
Thor?
He played for a team called the Charlotte Hornets.
Oh, look at that. I was right. That's who he played for. We were talking about the South Sudan team.
Oh,
and a couple guys I said in the NBA.
Yeah.
I take the actual lap, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I was wrong.
But don't bury the lead. We're back.
Which
Our
one?
guys are back. We ain't seen them in a week.
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, let me guess. Everybody likes the old time slot except me.
No, I text both of them individually that I love this spot. 2 to 6.
Oh, you like 2 to 6?
I loved it.
I mean,
for my life, it was the greatest.
Yeah. Do you want to do a little bit of
go get the Just Beat It, the beet juice. They make it at the grocery store.
How about this? You could be Kuminga, and I'll be marketing, and let's do a trade. You go 2 to 6 with Willard. I'll go 10 to 2 with your guy.
You think they can handle each other? Well, they'd be fighting.
No, it'd be me and Steiny. It'd be you and Willard.
You join me. Join me 2 to 6.
Whoa, Willard.
Who says no?
Oh man,
Not me. I'll pin you less. You have to do less.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Are you ready for 22% airtime? Is the question.
That's what I just said. You have to do less. Yeah. Join
I don't
me.
know where to start
Less
with you
to do.
guys, but can we just, I'm going to take a crack at it, the Giants. It seems like every batter has the same at bat over and over and over. And he's like, this is what you should have expected. I'm like, nah, you're being too fair. This is not what we expected. 4 under at this juncture.
Right. And
they are boring.
Well, you look at the series, and the first game was the one they should have won. And then on Saturday, they probably could have won. And then yesterday went the way you expected the whole series to go, and you got the one. So you took 1 of 3 in Denver. Wow, that's really bad.
9 runs in Denver is absurd. That's positively absurd. And as far as like what we were supposed to expect this year, you know, the preseason naysayers are having a victory lap right now, which is like, I don't know, you know, if you go player by player, were the Giants supposed to be great? I guess not. If you look at their payroll, you would say that they should be. And what were they built on? Everyone's still waiting for this identity. What they were supposed to be built on was pitching and defense.
Okay,
because that's what good Giants teams in this ballpark do. You base it on pitching and defense.
I was living in the past.
And the fact that their offense, I know that's what we like to point our fingers at, but if you go by the data of the season, they're a middle-of-the-pack offense, which I'd suggest is actually good enough in this ballpark. A middle-of-the-pack offense is what they were when they won World Series. And you don't want to blame it on injuries because that's lame, but, you know, big part of your defense was your brand-new shiny center fielder, and he ran into a wall. And your brand-new shiny center starting pitcher, Cy Young Award winner, who still hasn't got a win.
Yeah.
And so a bunch of things that they thought were going to go one way have gone the other way, which to me still means that, yeah, there are some things on the table that could go well.
But the math is still there for
them.
them.
The math is still there, but the victory lap for the naysayers is also fair. Because look at them. What are you doing? 9 runs in 3 games a couple. What are you doing,
man?
What are you doing at like super urgency time? To the point where the manager, and I'd love to go into a back room and find out how planned that was. And like the manager getting tossed before the game even starts.
Tibbs, don't leave none in the chamber. Let it out when you can, but I didn't like that. I'm going to do it here.
But this team went out and won the game.
Yeah, but see, is that really why they won it? But I
have no idea.
Stotty said the same thing.
They're trying to get their attention, though.
They're 3-1 when he gets thrown out, counting that game. So it's a quirky stat, but in that spot where you can't flip the spread anymore. And shout out Jim Leland, who got inducted in the Hall of Fame over the weekend.
Jimmy.
Old school, you would flip the spread and you'd get mad at your team. But now you can't get mad at your team, much like you can't get mad at your kids, because then, you know, they go into a little bit of a shell. And so you have to, you know, baby it and, you know, velvet glove it and all that. So he did what he did. And
Maybe it sent a message of urgency, and they went out and they got the win.
4 in L.A. who their starting pitcher, some guy that I ain't heard of.
Yeah, L.A. is not. They're not great right now. But the Giants,
you think that would help you? It help your chances.
You know what the Giants are though? Like low key, no one's talked about this all year. They're kind of like last year's Warriors. Do you know how significant the Giants splits are this year?
Home road.
Yeah. In the National League, they are a better road team than the Rockies and Marlins. End of list.
Wow. List.
Now, as far as a home team, if you are not a division leader or the Braves, the Giants are next.
That's
so
amazing.
they're a solid ball club at home, but they are awful on the road.
So what happens?
I don't know. We decided last year that it meant the team doesn't get along. Maybe they don't get along. I don't know. They don't look like they don't get along.
Wow.
Maybe someone's about to punch somebody.
Yeah.
In practice.
They're also not good against plus 500 teams this year so far. They're 29 and 37.
That was definitely Warrior-like.
Something like that.
Well, and then this weekend, that's what makes it even more alarming is that you were going up against one of the worst teams in baseball, and you should have been able to fatten up, and yet you come out on Friday and you lose a game that you should have won, and then Saturday was in the balance and you blew that one, and then on Sunday, you finally got the win.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the Team USA's near upset by South Sudan?
Like, I hate to do this.
Oh, no, because I think, go ahead.
They're not winning the gold medal, this team. Like, are you kidding me right now?
That's terrible.
Of course they're not winning the gold medal. And every time I say that, whoever I'm talking to goes, well, they better. Or what? What, are we going to have a redeem doc here in 4 years? Look at them.
Yeah.
They're not that great. I know they've got names.
They're not that young
They're
either.
not that great. They're not.
It is alarming.
They're not special in this tournament. They had to rally to beat South Sudan.
Established in 2011.
Yep, good country, good team.
You like the pick?
There is no North Sudan either. Right?
I know. It makes it sound better, though. Like South Sudan, not mid-Sudan or North Sudan. No, honestly, as they sit here and lose to Germany with 4 minutes to go. Why are we expecting them to just click?
And not to sound un-American, Steiny ran down the list of the OGs, Bron, Curry, and B. Like, these games in travel, Dibs, we'll be watching early on next year, and I know it's about your country, but it's not good for any of them. What they're expending, and you better get gold. Just me.
It's July. I mean, honestly, if you are expending something that you need in 3 months, then that's a you problem. Honestly, I mean, this is not really them expending that much. I mean, they're 40-minute games, and they're going to play, including these showcase games, they're going to play about 10 games over the course of 5 weeks. Really? Is that going to wear you out? If that's wearing you out, that's a you problem.
I think the problem is that, we have a big pool of players that we pick from. And the guys who are on this team tend not to play unless it's an Olympic year. And so this is just an all-star team that's come together.
Right.
Whereas all the other countries basically have the same team every single summer and play together every single summer. So these other countries practice together over the course of years, and I don't know.
They also care more.
Exactly.
I don't care what anybody says. I love it. We better win gold or else what? We'll see on opening
Or
night.
else Steph Curry doesn't make $52 million this year.
Curry's getting beat up on social media and has about his rotations about this tournament. That's where I'm like, that ain't
beat
fair.
up on social media all last year for coaching the Warriors, and then he got an extension. I'm sorry. I don't really think anything's on the line here. Like, whatever we want to turn this into, and it's just pride.
Was it still our game? I think we already knew that before this thing.
Still our
Jokic,
game.
Giannis, and all the other you talk about the best players. Who do we have?
It's the world's game now.
Okay.
It's the world's game. And if the world wants it more than we do, then we won't win. Right. The one thing I want to ask you guys is, what do you think when Steve Kerr does what he's done so many times, but he does it now at this level and says, you know what? That's on me. I didn't have him ready. I didn't have him prepared. That's on me. How does that make you feel when you hear that? Does it make you think, well, Kerr, I mean, it's just an excuse and, you're trying to take the bullet for the team? Or does it make you think that then maybe you shouldn't be doing the job? Because the more I hear him do that and the more I hear him play that card, the more it kind of wears me out. Like, that's something that should never be said by a coach. Like, then do it. Then get him ready. I mean, granted, South Sudan, exhibition, whatever, but we've heard him say that so many times, right? Oh, that's on me.
I just think
That's interesting.
I think that's part of his coaching philosophy is that you shield your guys.
Right.
And by the way, you getting fatigued with his voice is exactly what his point was 2 months ago when he signed his extension and sort of indicated you're not going to be the Warrior coach for that much longer because his voice is starting to wear thin. It's probably going to be time for a new one.
And that's why it was the Derek Jeter, the 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when I hear a pro coach say I didn't have him ready or prepared, to me that's strategy and game plan.
For who?
I don't believe Steve Kerr's job, any pro coach's job, is to get their team mentally ready to play. That's just me.
I agree.
I don't need the rah-rah.
I think that's your only job.
What's he got to do?
Go the X's and O's,
what do they do? You chant USA before they go out and take the floor? I mean, I don't know. I mean, ostensibly the reason these guys are on this team is because they want to win for their country, and Curry wants a gold medal. So and the guys who don't, I don't know how many guys don't have them, but I think that's Kerr saying, guess what? We didn't scout JT Thor as well as we should have.
I mean, a head coach at this level, to me, like what made Phil Jackson so great was not his X's and O's, it's his ability to keep big stars cohesive.
Incredible.
Right, but that's over a whole season. These guys are showing up for a little wackadoodle tournament for 2 weeks.
Right.
You don't need to keep them together.
Right.
There's not enough time for them to even get mad at each other. So, like, I don't know. To me, Team USA head coach
Just
is kind
the ball
of,
out.
it's a la baseball manager.
Open
How
gym.
about yesterday? Hayden Burnsong struck out 12 and found out after the game that Bob Melvin had been thrown out. He didn't even know that the manager was not managing. So how important is the manager?
But I don't know. I didn't like. I'm old school. I didn't like. I'm like, damn. Well, go get him, buddy. Way to go on your 8th strikeout. But that was telling. Like, wow.
12-year-old starting pitcher in his 5th start does not even know that the boss is not in the dugout for 2.5 hours.
It just didn't sit with me well.
I had no idea that was the case.
Didn't even know.
You know what? Good for him because his job.
Focused.
Exactly. Focus. And you know what? 12 strikeouts. He was great. And that curveball, it plays.
He's pitching.
The curveball is filthy.
Denver.
So, right.
Why did it curve? It's not supposed to curve.
So it has me thinking about, like, if Robbie Ray comes up, what do you do? Well, for me, Jordan Hicks is the odd man out.
And there's no
then
doubt
if
about
Cobb
it.
comes up, then what do you do?
Yeah.
For me, I want Birdsong in there every 5th day because... And not only because the curveball, but just watching the way he like mutters to himself and 22, and he doesn't know really how great he is yet because he's just so dialed in.
My guess, Birdsong's start yesterday did earn him the nod of Hicks to the bullpen.
Yes.
Hicks will pitch tomorrow night.
I'm not mad at that.
And they haven't announced it yet, but Robbie Ray's throwing Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Robbie Ray's throwing Wednesday, and I think after Hicks' turn, you have the doubleheader this weekend, so maybe extra
Against
stuff
who?
against the Rockies.
Yeah.
They got 2 on Saturday.
Yeah, let's play 2.
I was going to say, that could be, but you got to go do it.
They got
and they've
8
never
games
done
this
it.
week.
They've
They got
never
8
done
games.
it all year long. Every time, nothing's infectious. Like they could get 12 runs a game or 12 hits, and it doesn't. You would think, oh boy, 3 runs, 3 in Denver. I was like, whoa.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You mean he's going to start? He's starting Wednesday against the
Robbie
Dodgers.
Ray?
Yeah.
Yes, he's going to start on Wednesday.
Okay.
He's going to start on Wednesday, and then what does that set you up for? Does that mean Logan on Thursday?
Against Kershaw.
Yeah, he's back.
Phenomenal.
Yep.
And then, but you have the doubleheader on Saturdays. I don't know how they're going to play it, but yes, I believe that was a big step toward Birdsong, at least keeping the job through the Hicks thing, the Cobb thing.
Yeah.
That comes after the deadline.
And Glasnow might be back. Glasnow might be back for the Giants.
For the Dodgers.
For the Dodgers, yeah.
No,
For the
for the
Giants
series.
series, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
That's not good. That's 2 guys. I'm just saying.
I mean, I think for the Giants right now, you have bigger fish to fry than who is going up against you. Right now, it's just a question of can you win a baseball game?
Yeah.
And you go to Denver, and you should have won Friday. You didn't. Saturday was winnable, and you found a way to lose it. So right now, you're just trying to figure out how you win games. And if you take 3 or 4 against L.A., then all right, we're back in. If you lose 3 or 4 against L.A., well, now we're talking about who do you sell?
That's my mark this week, 6-2.
Because you've been saying,
I don't care how hard that
you
sounds.
mentioned 2 weeks. That was your barometer.
6-2, and you will be 500 by deadline day, and then you can legitimately have a conversation. And I know that sounds very unlikely, and that's because it is.
Yeah.
But that's the mark.
For sure.
Yeah.
And if not, then you're looking at maybe Doval, maybe Conforto, maybe I mean
Chapman.
Exactly.
Maybe Snell.
You're talking about a sell.
I don't think he'll do it, though. I don't think he's got the guts to do it.
Look at you calling out Farhan.
I don't think he's got the guts to do it because it would be it's a no-win situation for him. The world is not going to be like, wow, look at the big brain on Farhan doing the right thing. That's not what the world will do. The world will be like, dude, this is an abject failure. This is an admission of a failure. This is you just now shedding contracts because you went up over $200 million and it looked awful. That's not going to.
Would he win over some people for admitting the failure? Like if that did happen, do you think some would be like, we appreciate the realness?
What do you think?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't. I think Farhan would win people over with one thing and one thing only. Playoffs.
Oh,
winning.
Yeah. No,
yes.
I got him winning the series.
Go to the playoffs.
That happened last week.
And that'll win people over.
Last week we had some fun doing bad takes and stuff, and then we said
we loved that.
No,
show,
that was so good.
We loved
that. Was great.
Oh, we have fun
because the whole world's driving around going, "Here's all of mine." You know, I've been thinking about all the stupid stuff I've said in my life all weekend
Did
long.
one come to mind, Willa? Did you have one? I don't know if that's where Snotty was going.
No. I just want to ask Mark about. So, a lot of people, like I said, Farhan's not going to get fired. No matter, I just said no matter what. It was just putting the cap. Well, that's the point. That's what I want to ask you. Because a lot of the texters are like, oh, way to go out on a limb, Stein. He just signed a 2-year extension in October. You're contending that doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot.
1,000% contending right now that Farhan's job for next year currently is not safe.
That's a lot of percent.
I am firmly stating with a Sharpie today to everyone listening that
1,000% and a Sharpie?
It's not safe.
Joe Horn, by the way, with the Sharpie.
Then I did come up with a hot take because I said he's not going anywhere.
Well, and I agree with you on the surface because I think that he was asked to do a certain thing, and I think that he did that. He was asked to spend. He was asked for the farm to get better and for attendance to go up, and he's done all that. And the fact that they're losing, for me, shouldn't fall on Farhan. But when you look at the tea leaves, and Mark talks to a lot more people than I do, and you start to think about, like, if they go 78 and 84, and they're 4 games out of the third wild card, what does that mean? It means people are mad, and if people are mad, who bears the brunt? And if you talk about who bears the brunt, it's not going to be Logan Webb, who winds up the year 10-9 with a 3.14. It's going to probably be the Pobo, president of baseball ops.
There you go. Bob Melvin is a hell of a lot safer than Farhan is right now for next year.
Even though he also has 2 more years.
Yeah. 2 years.
But, whatever.
If you're going to give $31 million to a pitcher, are you really worried about breaking off Farhan's last 2 years of his deal if you feel like it's better for your organization,
right?
Both in terms of PR and baseball.
And Robbie Ray's got 2 more years at 50-something million.
I don't know. Like, are they still giving checks to Tommy LaStella? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea. I'd have to look that up to be honest with you. But bottom line is that's pocket change for the Giants.
Did Camilo make you feel any more confident about him yesterday?
It was a good result. You're facing the worst lineup in the National League, and you still walked a guy.
As soon as that guy got on base, I'm triggered on the next batter.
I'm triggered right now by relievers. Dude, throw strikes. Yeah. Throw the ball.
That's how it starts.
In the box.
Yeah.
You see that little box?
Yeah. One pitch inside
throw the ball
box. Yeah.
In the box.
Yeah.
That's where the ball's supposed to go. Throw the ball in the box, especially at Coors Field when there's 2 outs and nobody on. I used to, years ago when I broadcasted in the minor leagues, there was a guy. Do you guys remember the name Casey Kochman? Do you remember his first base?
Angel.
Yeah. His dad was the manager of the single A team for which I broadcasted, and he had a rule. He had a rule, and this is minor league pitchers making $4 an hour or whatever the hell they made. He had a rule. You walk someone with 2 outs and the base is empty, you get fined. Fine.
Donnie, I like kangaroo court. I like that.
That's not a kangaroo court. That's the kangaroo court. Usually they vote on that.
Fine. But hey, I like that.
Yeah.
No reason at all to do that.
You're in single A. Man. There's nothing on the line. Throw the ball in the box.
That's when you need to work on stuff.
Yes.
2 outs, nobody on.
Throw
you can nibble.
Yeah. Throw
Go
the
ahead,
ball.
you nibble.
Throw it in the box. That's right.
You got me thinking about something starting tonight. I don't know what to make of Bo Mel. I like him. But if you're telling me some guys don't like each other, I believe.
I'm not telling you that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not telling you that.
No.
Did you feel that way?
Last year, that was more the
with
case.
The Warriors. And he lost
with
that
the Warriors.
with the Padres, though. Remember, he didn't get to. They were infighting, and maybe that was bigger than Bo Mel. But when you brought up Phil, I said Phil would have been perfect for that, and it didn't happen. They broke it apart. But I look at Bo Mel like you were filling out that lineup card allegedly every day with all those bats. You couldn't fix what the Pasoy problem y'all had. And it cost them.
I don't think that last year in San Diego, the players were ever upset with Bob Melvin. There was a much larger situation.
Right, but with each other.
From the top down, from their GM, A.J. Preller, who is a jerk. Like that's kind of a thing.
It's not breaking news.
In San Diego. Yep. And I think that there's a comp this year, not that, because Farhan's not a jerk, but how he's viewed by the players.
That means something.
He is viewed, I think, by some of the players as somebody who doesn't really understand
that's not good,
baseball and what's going on from the player's perspective inside the clubhouse. There is that thought, I think, amongst some players.
But I would say, real quick, Willard, when it's 3-2 and you're at the bat, that ain't got nothing to do with me.
Correct.
I'm just, go do your job.
But it does affect the way you approach your day-to-day. If you are a younger player and you're worried about maybe, like, I have options and I know someone's coming back and am I going to get shuttled out? And is the president of baseball ops maybe more involved with how much I'm going to play as opposed to my skipper? If the skipper's not necessarily, like, writing the lineup card every day, who do I really answer to? There's a feeling of unease if you don't know, like, who your boss is and who your manager is.
And remember, Gabe Kapler was much more an extension of Farhan than Bo Mel is. So therefore, when the Sean Manayas and Ross Striplings and Michael Confortos of the world were like, dude, y'all told me I was going to this and now I'm that. And Gabe would be like, nice talking to you. I'm going to my office. Like, you guys figure it out. That didn't play well, but that's not Bo Mel. Wow. Bo Mel is much more going to look those guys in the eye and say, this is what we're doing. And so I think now that frustration, because how's Jordan Hicks feel about going to the bullpen? He was supposedly promised being a starter. Was it for the whole year? I don't know what was said to him. But that stuff now lands on Farhan. I would look at Bo Mel in San Diego this way. Blake Snell followed him. Matt Chapman, this is not a coincidence that suddenly the free agents started saying yes when Bob Melvin became the manager.
That's a great point.
Versus Gabe Kapler.
That's a great point.
Like everyone, Farhan finally landed some guys. Well, gee, what's different?
Yeah,
that's not a coincidence.
I think what can sometimes be an issue in this case is when you have veteran players and they look around the clubhouse and they say, we don't have enough. And they've been in the league long enough to know that they might not have enough. That's kind of what I worry about. If Matt Chapman is looking around saying, oh, man, we need everything to go right, and their veteran-type players start thinking that, then that's where I feel like it affects the way you come into the office. And, does it matter when it's 3-2 and a game on the line? Probably not, but it affects your preparation, your mindset. You might not look forward to come to the stadium as much as you would if you're a winner, all that stuff.
Everything you're talking about to me is the word morale. And morale has been difficult for the Giants, I think, for better part of 2.5 years.
It's everything.
Yeah.
Well, and look at this year. They are yet to have a 5-game win streak. So even when they've gone on a little mini roll, they've lost, and then they've lost more, and then they've bounced back, and it's been such a yo-yo year. You haven't really ever felt like this team is hot, like this team is on a roll. They've had a couple of good stretches, but they haven't been able to sustain it, and it's due to injury and ineffectiveness and however you want to assign it. But I do think that's part of what Mark's talking about, the morale. And here you are in July 22nd, and you've got 8 days to either surge and get help or fade and see some of your teammates go.
Yeah. I got them winning the playoff series. Like, I'm mad at them. It's disappointing, but they got the collective to win a play. Like, I would not. I'm telling you.
All right.
I feel that way.
Because you saw a lot of signs in the first half.
Before you guys leave, can we just do like 2.5 minutes on the Aiyuk thing? Because I was listening to you guys talk about this earlier today.
Well, you ain't got to ask me. Well, that's what it is. I'm ready. You got me till 3.
All right. We're booking. Hey, guys, book Guru for 2:30.
Stoney, go ahead.
Well, I thought you guys had a really interesting conversation, and I also have to lay on a sword here because every time I watch another episode of Receivers, my own opinion adjusts. And I think that the 49ers think that Deebo Samuel's more important to their offense than Brandon Aiyuk.
Wow.
I think that Kyle Shanahan thinks that. I have a number of reasons why I've sort of adjusted to that thought. And so it's not that they don't want Brandon. It's not that they won't sign Brandon. Maybe they won't. But the more I think about it, I'm listening to you talk about, and Dibs, you've said, they're not a Super Bowl contender if they don't have Aiyuk this year. Tell me, this is what I wanted to ask you all day. What's the scenario where Brandon Aiyuk doesn't play for the 49ers this year?
Oh, no, that's what I've come to grips with. He's playing no matter what pops off on that field.
They trade him.
Which they're not going to trade him.
Okay, so then there's no scenario.
Florio's at 5 teams.
There's no scenario where Brandon doesn't play for because he'd be a moron.
Sure.
To not play for the 49ers this year.
Pass up on $14 million.
Well, not just that.
And lose your year and all that.
And lose your year and lose your leverage and lose tens of millions of dollars and then come back next year and the Niners can be like, franchise tag.
So the only answer is if they trade him.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
So, I think the Niners are chilling.
Right.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
And you said something earlier about both teams, the Warriors and the Niners, both perhaps being in that same chill mode of, all right, Kuminga, you can play on your final year option and we'll see. And the Niners do the same thing with Aiyuk. And then, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And, both can make a lot of money with great play and both could lose a little bit of money with bad play. I do think, Mark, in closing, Steiny, I know you got the bag on the shoulder.
Bag is on the shoulder. The bag is on the shoulder.
You had to do it for a week.
Baseball has a term, VORP, value over replacement player, and the VORP for Debo is a lot greater than for Brandon Aiyuk.
Wow.
Because if Debo's healthy, what he brings to them...
If Dibs.
He's been mostly healthy.
I hear you.
He's been mostly healthy.
But he missed the playoff game against the Packers. He was in, but out.
Yep.
Just ask yourself.
Yep.
Yeah.
You look at Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, there's no. I hear you.
Who do you think?
There's handwriting on there.
Who do you think they drafted him to replace?
Not Debo.
Yeah, because Debo is unique.
All right, gents.
All right, gents.
All right.
Have a good rest of the show, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
God, it's good to see you guys.
Right,
it really is.
Can I just tell you about how much...
Steiny, it's great to... Bye, Steiny.
Yeah, that's too
funny. What radio station are you leaving right now?
He's leaving.
95.7.
The game. Yeah, thank you.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
No, for real. Grab the microphone if you want to talk about Davante Adams. I mean, we can do it. We can do it. Yeah, Davante Adams is absolutely in this documentary riding the line between the ultimate professional and the dude that just reeks of me. Like, I don't know how many of you are all, and look, that maybe that's it. He's phenomenal.
And he's fighting for his life.
He's a phenomenal player. And yeah, easy for us to be like, oh, God, you're all about yourself. And he's like, I'm getting killed.
Dude, he's getting killed.
You're taking years off my life.
Every throw.
Here. Right. And then the Raiders, by the way, really great job addressing the QB position this offseason.
I like what they did. I like the player.
It's just you got Gardner Minshew now. All right.
He's a gamer.
Yeah, whatever.
He's a gamer.
We'll get back to that because I really do. I want to do a deep dive on how this documentary has changed my opinion about what the Niners are doing at the wide receiver position. But yeah, let's start.
It's changed my opinion on 3 of the 4. Justin Jefferson, for sure. I didn't realize like how phenomenal he really is. Deebo Samuel, it's definitely made me love him even more. Kittle,
oh my God.
Whatever. Kittle's the greatest personality in all sports. I'm on Raw. I had no idea. First of all, the 10-pack that he has.
Dude, that family is
incredible.
Got half a cup of crazy, though.
Yes.
Actually, maybe 3/4 of a cup of crazy.
Yeah. And for Devontae, I haven't changed my opinion to the negative, but you can see as an NFL player, especially as a veteran and a guy who's in a tough spot, I get it. I get the frustration, but you're right. It's trending toward like, man, it's a little bit much with the complaining.
Yeah, it absolutely is. All right, we'll circle back to that.
Yeah, for sure.
But
what episode are you on? Just real quick, so I can catch up.
I'm halfway through 5.
Okay,
I'm halfway through 5.
3, so I'll catch up tonight.
I'm starting to do a better job, and this is still bleed over from doing the morning show all week. I don't know if this happened this weekend because I know you were just all like rose petals and sunshine about doing the morning show.
Yeah,
and I loved it throughout the week, and then sort of the sleep catch-up that had to happen over the weekend, I was like, this is fun for a week. Not every week.
No.
Oh, God. Well, like I was tired all weekend.
I napped 3 of the 5 days.
I got too much stuff to do to be napping.
Sure.
We ain't napping.
Well, I got a baby who naps, so it's a natural.
Right.
You nap, I nap.
Don't. I got a 10-year-old. It's like, you want to go here? You want to go there? Oh, my God. Anyway. Enough about us.
Good to see you in the afternoon.
Yeah, good to see you back. And by the way, to all of our audience, we missed you. And sometimes it's funny to make it sound like it's all these different people. I hope that everybody's here on 95.7 The Game all day long, every day. But if anybody is just an afternoon listener and by chance you missed us, well, then we missed you too. And so here we are, 888-957-9570. Dave Fleming's going to join us in just about 40 minutes. And so I love Dave. And you know me, I am not a jealous human being. I do not have the jealousy thing in my body. But there are tiny little moments where I have it. Dave Fleming is the source of one of them. I get jealous when the morning roast gets to talk to him. It's not a bad thing. I just listen. It's great. And it's great radio. But I'm like, I would love more opportunities to sit there and talk for 20 minutes with Dave Fleming about the state of the Giants. So we're going to do that at 3 o'clock.
I agree with you. And I was thinking about jealousy of Dave Fleming for a different reason because I don't do career envy a lot.
My God.
But if I had, if I wanted to do like the Mount Rushmore of career envy, Jim Nantz and Dave Fleming are probably 1 and 2 because Dave gets to not only be the Giants play-by-play, college football, college basketball, major championship golf.
Come on,
Fleming.
Come on.
So, yeah, he's on my Rushmore of career envy.
So he'll join us in 40 minutes, and we'll get into it. And here's kind of the way that I was thinking about this going into this week. Normally in baseball, it sounds silly to talk about must-wins, or it sounds silly to bring a season all the way down to a small sample because that's just not the way baseball works. Like I look at Logan Webb's start on Saturday, and I saw a lot of frustration all over social media and beyond. Like, dude, you're the leader of this team. It's Colorado. They stink. It was a game you had to have. You have got to go out there and shove. That's your job. And I sit there and I look at it and I go, well, but hold on a second. Like, first of all, it's Coors Field. He had one breaking ball not break. You got a 2-2 game in the 6th inning. And for some reason, Bomel tried to take the blame for that home run. Like he said, he rushed Logan.
He told him to slide step
because there's a runner on base, and he thought that maybe flattened the pitch out. Is that a Steve Kerr? Is he just blocking for his guy?
Right,
maybe. But the bottom line for me is I'm not going to make Logan Webb's season about one pitch in the 6th inning in Colorado. I'm not going to do that. However, we've reached a moment. We just have. And how the Giants, I want to take this from media talk to like real, relatable Giants fan talk. How they play this week, in many ways, will determine my desire to spend any money on this team the rest of the year.
As a fan.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And the reasons for that are there are many. But it's timing partially. And it's also based on expectations and promise and all of that. If you are going to, in this time and space in Bay Area sports, if you are going to head into 2 months of, well, let's kind of look at Casey Schmidt over it. If you're going to do that for the next 2 months, all apologies, I care, but I don't have time. I don't have time for you. I will still turn it on. I will follow it. It's my job. It's my passion. But 49er training camp opens tomorrow. And Larry Markkinen Day is August 6th. And Warrior Camp will be opening before you know it. And friends are texting on the daily right now, trying to plan which weekends are we open so that we can get together for fantasy football drafts. This is what we're doing right now. And I personally, this is not a threat or this is not angry. I've only got room on the calendar and in my bank account. I've only got room for a pennant race. That's it. So get your butt in the race, or I will loosely see what you're doing in the months of August and September and check back next year when there may or may not be a new Pobo, and there may or may not be a new third baseman, and there may or may not be a new shortstop.
Right.
There may or may not be a new right fielder. All of these things. May or may not be a new second baseman. I will check back then with my dollar. And that's the point that I think Giants ownership is looking for right now. And I'd like to firmly give them my answer.
Right.
I'm out.
Yes. And you're out if over the course of the next 8 games, which you mentioned it, 8 games in 7 days, you have a doubleheader coming up this weekend. And if you go 3-5 in those 8, and then now you're 6 games below 500, and you don't feel like you're in the race, if you, as a P1, as we use radio parlance, a diehard fan, a guy who goes to between 8 and 15 games a year, you're a real one. You're a fan no matter what. If you get to that point in the beginning of August where you're checking out, what does that mean for fans like me, second tier or third tier fans who maybe only go when it's going to be a thing? Those fans won't go, and fans like me are less likely to go. And if you're not going to go in August, in September, then it becomes a real indictment on, like you said, the entire organization, because right now, 48 and 52, you have 62 games left to go. That's a lot of games. And you're only 3 games out of the wild card, but it feels like you're kind of stuck in the mud. And if fans like you are thinking about checking out, that's a bad sign.
There's a lot of games left, but their record also has to be really good. I mean, I think we use 85 wins as kind of the barometer. I don't know that gets you in. I don't know. It feels
like it will.
It feels probable, but it also feels like a target of like you're not going to get in with much less than that. 85 wins is 37 and 25 the rest of the way. Does that feel realistic to you? Easiest schedule in the game, sure, but 37 and 25 off of going 1-2 against the Colorado Rockies.
The Cardinals right now are on a pace to win 85, and they are the second wild card. And the Braves are only 2.5 games ahead of them, and the Braves are fading based on all their injuries. So 84 might get it done.
Maybe.
But even to your point, to win 84 from here would be 36 more wins.
You got to play a really good baseball.
36 and 26 to win 84.
That's good baseball.
That's really good baseball, and that's better baseball than you've played throughout the first 100.
And the Giants don't play good baseball, and so
consistently.
Well, you can, everyone does the who's to blame thing. Okay, president of baseball operations. Well, you're the president. Okay, the manager, Bomel, you've been unimpressive. Is the pitching staff? Is it the hitting? My God. I could sit here and you could bring up every one of them, and I guess my answer is yes. Is it their fault? Yeah. Yeah. And I'm looking at little things. You want to get mad at Logan Webb because he gave up 4 runs? Fine. I'm mad because he forgot to cover first.
Right.
Again.
Well, he thought Tyro was going to get it.
He thought wrong, and there's no expensive price for just starting to run that direction. It's your job. When the ball gets grounded to the right side of the field, you veteran number one starter, you. I don't get it. And that's what gets me in sports when a team doesn't look buttoned up.
Yeah.
Okay?
Fair point.
Wait, what are the overtime rules? That's what gets me in sports. Not wins and losses, not I gave up a run. Button your asses up. It's 100 games in. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dave Fleming in a half hour. How's everybody doing? It's Willard and Dibbs.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah. Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That makes it a very, very big week. It makes it a very big week. You know, we said last week that coming out of the All-Star break, my gosh, these could not be more urgent. And then the weekend, went out there and just didn't go well.
Right.
At all. at all. So,
and we talked about 8-3 for these 11. If you can go 8-3, you'd be, right in the thick of it. And, you could think about really being buyers. And, I think 8-3 is doable. 2 out of 3 in Colorado, 3 out of 4 against LA, and come back to Colorado and maybe, split those however it falls.
I was willing to do 7-4. I'm only asking for a split in LA.
Fair enough.
And that remains because I'm asking now for 6-2. 6-2. You got 8 games this week in 7 days. 8 games in 7 days.
Crazy.
Okay.
So you want a split and then a sweep?
Or a 3 out of 4 and a 3 out of 4.
Okay.
You can do it however you want.
Right. That feels a little bit
asking 3 out of 4 in LA sounds absurd.
On the surface, but LA is not what we normally know from LA. Yeah, crack it open. I like it.
Hey, man.
Back in the afternoon. We're back to drinking on the air again. Finally. You and your spicy water.
Mm-hmm.
3 out of 4 and 3 out of 4 seems aggressive, but you're in a spot where you got to make a move here because you're sitting 4 below. And I was just doing the quick glance at the standings, and there are only 2 teams in the National League with a worse run differential.
Wow.
2 teams.
Is that for real?
For real.
Wow.
Only 2 teams worse. Now, it's a little bit of a curious number because the Cardinals and the Nationals are both -31, like the Giants, but the Marlins and the Rockies.
Sure.
That's it.
Sure.
The Giants and the Cardinals and the Nats are all -31.
This is one of my big observations from the weekend that was very, very unsettling. Very unsettling. You watch the Giants play the Rockies, and I know we go for results, right? Okay, you took 2 out of 3. Here was what really bothered me. The 2 teams looked incredibly evenly matched.
Wow. Yep.
Yuck. Like even the game they won. Oh, we're grinding. We're in the late innings. Walker and Rogers and Duvall and a walk and a steal. Like you're grinding. What? You can't go win one game in Colorado 6-1. You can't do that with the pitchers that you had, the performances that you had. Harrison pitched great. Webb, Birdsong, phenomenal. Phenomenal. You had 2 puppy pitchers go out there over the weekend and pitch absolutely phenomenal baseball, and you gave them bubkiss in return. 3 runs per day at Coors Field. You didn't have one game? Like the magic number for the Giants is always 4. Their record when they score 4 runs is incredible.
Right.
Their record when they score 3 is terrible. Coors Field, you couldn't get to 4 one time? And don't blame the umpire down the first base line whose belly is too big and he could not get out of the way of.
That was a big moment.
That was a terrible break.
That was Friday, right?
Yes, that was Friday.
That's extra bases, which would have given them a 4-0 lead.
5. There were 2 on. They would have all scored. Yes, 5-0. Okay. Game probably over, or a reliever would have given up 5 in the next inning. I don't know.
Perhaps.
Coors Field. But yeah, that game was super annoying.
But when that happened, they didn't score again.
Correct.
And they didn't really threaten again after that.
Correct.
You got outscored 13-9 by the worst team in the National League at altitude. It's inexcusable. And, you lost the 2 games in kind of the way that you had lost most of these games. And the bullpen, unfortunately for Kyle Harrison, terrible. He gives up 1 hit in 5, and he's absolutely filthy. 93 pitches, got to come out, fine. And then it's just gas can, and then Grandy's pet favorite comes in to mop up.
Well,
and Luke Jackson gives up a run too.
Of course not, because that's what Luke does. He now has been relegated to being the guy who comes in when the game is probably already a loss. That's now who Luke Jackson is, which is super sad. Like when they got him, I was like, ooh, that's a nice pickup. Like he was an effective reliever in Atlanta. He has been incredibly disappointing this year. Why? Who knows? I have no idea what the story is behind that. But yeah, that Friday game was incredibly frustrating. You got an umpire that body blocks a Brett Wisely 2-run double, plus the 2 runs that Rodriguez gave up. I'll never, ever get over this one. This one blows me away. Who was the hitter, Grandy? I forget the hitter. Who was the guy that was arguing with the ump that he didn't get hit? And the ump's like, no, you got to go to first. And he's like, but it didn't hit me. It hit my bat. And the ump's like, I'm sorry, it hit you. Go to first. And then they go to replay, and by my eyes, the replay clearly showed the ball miss his arm. And the only thing behind his arm was, checks notes, a bat. And the replay officials come out and go, play stance is called. They had to drag the guy to first base. And the second it happened, Dibs, the thought crossed my mind. I go, I know the next guy's going to hit a homer. I know he will. This is how Coors Field works. If you're a Giants fan, you know how Coors Field works. It annoys you, and then it turns the knife in your stomach.
Yeah. It was Diaz.
He's like, it didn't hit me. And the ump's like, yes, it did.
And then Doyle hit his 16th.
Of course he did.
Right.
I go, I know the next dude's going to hit a home run. You don't even need to watch. So I didn't. I was cooking. I went to the next room, and I could hear the sound of the crowd. I go, Jude, did he just hit a homer? He goes, yeah. I'm like, I knew he would. Because that's how Coors Field works. And in that moment, the Giants are still up 3-2. But it felt like they should be up 6-1. And I'm like, I know how this story ends. And everyone was terrified of Doval at a 3-2 game. And they never even got to him.
Nope.
Because the rest of the bullpen gave it all up as well.
1 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th, and it's 7-3, and it's night time.
Yeah.
And a game they should have won, they lost, and then you come back the next day and you figure, all right, this is the one, and then you lose that one too, and then Sunday becomes desperation, and that felt like a game that they probably should have won 11-0, but like you said, you got to grind it, and then Doval comes in, and you got to sweat it, and a 2-out walk and a stolen base, and now you're thinking, oh, God, some fluky little bloop to right, and this game will be tied, and then what? But they were able to get the one.
Yeah. Shocking that it didn't happen because Colorado, right? Like, we know how this goes. So, 888-957-9570, and I think what you've just laid out, what I've just laid out, that if you ask me, all right, so where are you pointing the finger? Who's to blame? I got one word for you. Yes. That's my answer. Yes.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Not yes, but yes.
Who's, like, I could give you a few individuals.
Who aren't to blame.
Yeah. Like, I can give you individuals. I can give you Elliot Ramos. I can give you Lamont Wade. I can give you Patrick Bailey. I don't have a whole lot to say about those guys. To be honest with you, I know that it's in fashion this weekend to be mad at Logan Webb, but Logan Webb has been Logan Webb largely. You know, a little bumpy over the last week and a half, including the All-Star game. But Logan looks like Logan. You know what I mean? There are a few others. Ryan Walker, I got no issues with your year. I can do that with individuals. But if you want to do a bounce around the team collective, the only group I'm not mad at is the broadcasters. That's pretty much it.
Dave Fleming coming up at the top of the hour.
Dave, you're doing great. Do a great job.
Dave Fleming in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Look forward to it.
That group is crushing it like they always do.
Always.
But outside of that, the pitching staff, nope, not happy with you. How about the defense? No thanks. Offense.
How about the base running?
Not really. Base running, putrid. How's the coaching staff? I'm unimpressed. How's the front office? Still disconnected. Anyone else that we want to talk about? I don't know.
Is Murph still in the clubhouse? He retired, didn't he? Yeah, he retired, but he's doing a hell of a job.
He's doing a hell of a job.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell he's doing great.
And whoever provided the uniforms for City Connect, you blew it too, because those uniforms came late as well.
You blew it.
You all blew it. So that's why when I go back to what we talked about in the crossover, and you and I have had this discussion about Farhan, and I've been very critical of Farhan over the years, but I don't think in all fairness, and I know this is big boy sports and it's not fair, but for me, when I look at what's gone wrong this year, it's less about Farhan than it is about the individuals who he signed to play baseball. He signed them to be as good as they normally are, and they haven't been. And Blake Snell came in late and got hurt, and he hasn't been good. And Doval has been shaky. And you can go across the diamond. And Wilmer Flores, God love you, but your career looks like it might be heading toward the exit. And Tyro Estrada, you've had a bad year. And we can pick and pop all around the diamond, and we can look at guys who are not playing as well as they should. And is that Farhan's fault? No. Will he bear the ultimate price? Probably.
Maybe.
He might, yeah.
Fun fact. I have the fact, and I'm going to ask you if you know it.
And you know I won't, and then Granny will buzz me, and my week will start off on a negative note. So go ahead.
No, but there's only so many answers here that even make sense. So you're going to, at minimum, be close. How old do you think Wilmer Flores is?
31.
Oh. Not only, you're not right, but you erred on the other side of what I thought you would. He's 32. He will turn.
How old do I think he looks?
He looks 37.
At least.
He plays like he's 37. He's not that old.
Yeah.
He turns 33 in 2 weeks. Okay, so that's he's getting there. But let me look at this. I think Mike Yastrzemski might be older.
Oh, for sure.
Than
He's
Wilmer
older.
Flores. Yeah, he is. Yastrzemski is a full year older than Wilmer Flores. Why does you just said it, your career looks over. I don't know why is it, couldn't it just be he's having a bad year?
It could, but usually when you watch him play, he moves like this, he looks like this, but he has 17 or 20 home runs.
Right.
This year it looks like it's starting to overwhelm him a little bit.
He was their best player last year.
Right. The bat looks slow, and he is slow, which is fine.
He was always slow.
Exactly. But as a first baseman, he looks stiff, and it just looks like that he's not the same. He was never a vibrant player, but at least he was a more useful player. And I guess part of my bias is the fact that this team looks slow in general. They don't have any real exciting players outside of Fitzgerald and Jung-Hoo Lee when he was around for that month and a half.
Well, that's the same thing we've been saying about this group for 3 years now. And I would argue that largely, like everything in sports, is a chicken and the egg conversation. I'm always, which one's the chicken and which one's the egg? The boredom or the record? Tell me which one's chicken and which one's egg.
I think the chicken is the record.
Okay, so
and
then
the boredom is the egg.
Then I think the chicken comes before the egg. Like, I don't think, that idea, well, the Giants put me to sleep, I would argue is their record. It's not what you're actually looking at. It's not the, boy, they don't have any exciting players. We need swagger, and we need yelling, and we need that kind of energy. No, you need wins. Like, I've always felt that way. Didn't the team in 2021, wasn't that fun? They didn't have any exciting players. Who was exciting? Nobody was exciting.
Well, they all were because they hit home runs.
Donovan Solano had a nickname. Does that look like an exciting guy to you? Has he ever even said a word? Donovan Solano. He had a nickname. It was Donnie Barrels. And that was the year that Late Night Lamont was born.
Nickname.
People had nicknames.
Yeah.
And every night, people were like, I love this team. Right, because every night the score was 3-3 and they'd go in the ninth inning and somebody would do something miraculous and hit the ball over the fence at the right time. And they won 107 baseball games.
They had 10 guys who hit more than 10 home runs. That was exciting. And even though they weren't an athletic team that ran the bases like crazy, you had guys who hit the ball over the fence.
Right, but they were super boring players.
Sure.
Think about it. Tommy LaStella was on that team. Austin Slater was one of the double-digit home run guys. Yaz had 25. Donovan Solano. DeSclafani was having a good year that year. Yeah, he was restaurant quality. I mean,
he was 2 for 51 at the plate.
There you
Remember
go.
When pitchers hit?
God, pitchers used to hit that recently. Oh.
Gosman had 10 hits. Gosman hit 185.
Gosman had a walk-off. Was that the year that he had the walk-off sac fly?
Pretty sure it was. He came in as a pinch hitter.
He came in a pinch hitter because it was like, I don't know, what inning was it? That was back before. Was that before or after people were coming to second base there in the extra innings? I can't remember.
That was before.
The whole pandemic thing. I can't remember.
Wilmer's hitting 207. Gosman hit 185.
There you go.
What are we doing?
Who was exciting? No one was exciting. The standings were. So that's all.
September 17th, 2021, Gosman drives in Brandon Crawford in the 11th inning to beat the Braves.
There you go. And it was a mid-range fly ball, and Crawford had to get some giddy up. He really did. He had to give it everything he had with those big trunk legs, and he made it. It was close. But the Giants won. Why? Because everything went their way that year, and it was exciting. A bunch of boring dudes.
Mostly.
Who was exciting?
Well, Late Night Lamont was exciting.
Okay.
And Yaz had a monster year, and, he has all those consonants in his name, so that's kind of exciting. I didn't mean to say that while you were taking a sip. I got you. It was Buster and the two Brandons. Right. It was the last hurrah. There was a lot more to it.
Sure. We love those guys.
But you're right. Wins made it feel more exciting because 107 wins.
But when the Giants would lose between 2017 and 2021, I'd argue that Buster and the two Brandons were the poster faces for this team puts me to sleep. Because they're not exciting players. They're good players. They're good players when they're playing well, and that year they were playing excessively well. And they're champions.
And you had some personality with Johnny Cueto and the Shimmy Shake.
Sure, and there was Pablo, and going back. But there's no personality to me in baseball. I don't know. Did you watch the series when the Giants played the Guardians a couple of weeks ago? Is anybody on the Guardians where you're like, wow, this is exciting. Watching this guy hit.
And they're good.
Very exciting. They're incredible. I mean, Jose Ramirez, is he exciting? I don't know. He's really good. Might be the most underrated player in the entire game. They got a bunch of other dudes hitting 300 that the average fan has never heard of. They got a phenomenal bullpen. They're filthy. I've never heard of any of them. I don't know who any of their starting pitchers are. I don't know any. I know their manager because I believe in Stephen Vogt.
Right.
Pretty sure I wanted him to be the manager of the Giants.
You did.
But
Stephen Kwan was darn near hitting 400 for most of the season.
And he is now my ambassador of Kwan. I love that guy.
They got brothers, Naylor brothers.
That's true. I learned that weekend also. My son's
one's good, one's...
I know, right, but my sons made fun of me. I was like, wait a minute. The Giants are not the only team that has brothers playing for them? They're like, Dad, you didn't know that Josh Naylor and... What's the other guy?
Bo.
Yeah.
Bo. You didn't know that Bo Naylor... I'm like, I don't even know who Bo Naylor is. What? I have no idea what's going on here, but I know that team plays ball. And their fan base loves them because they're good. That's all. I don't need flash. I don't need your back pocket to hang out of your pants. I don't need any of that. I need you to hit the ball. Stop swinging at the curveball that's a foot outside. Because if you stop doing that, then when your back pocket is hanging out of your pants, it's cool. Right now, it's annoying because you're hitting 220 and you strike out a lot. And then you get a hold of one in Colorado, but you're leading off because you like to, and you only get one run for it. Still waiting for your first 3-run homer that matters.
That was exciting.
That was a bomb. That was a bomb.
That was an absolute bomb.
Then he got upstaged by Shohei Ohtani at night. By the way, somebody make sense of this for me. The Soler homer yesterday, according to StatCast, was further than the Shohei one that went out of Dodger Stadium.
Right.
What?
I don't.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah, StatCast. The computer doesn't lie, but
I guess not.
And yeah, the Soler one was an absolute bomb, and now it's I think the second longest home run in Giants StatCast history.
This is the longest home run in baseball this year.
Yeah.
You know who has the longest Giants home run in StatCast history?
I know.
Also had a nickname on that 2021 team.
Ready to chant with me?
No.
Let's go.
No, Grandy will dump it.
Rick. Yeah. Alex Rickerson. Alex Rickerson went 480, right? And so
I forgot the exact number.
I think, yeah.
Also at Coors, though, I think.
Also at Coors, which, by the way, doesn't count. What are we doing? There's got to be two separate stats. Longest home run of the year in the majors and longest home run of the year at Coors Field. That doesn't count if you do it at Coors. That's why Shohei's was way more impressive.
Yeah.
Way more impressive. I loved everybody last night. They're like, that almost left Dodger Stadium. I'm like, that left Dodger Stadium. I don't know if it bounced somewhere, but all I can see is there's people who are having a corporate gathering under an overhang out in center field above the stands, and all of a sudden everybody's running around because I think their table got hit by a ball. That counts. That's out of Dodger Stadium. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. This is a big damn deal this week. 8 baseball games. You better win a lot of them. Although, are you with me? I really don't believe that Farhan Zaidi, I don't believe that he has it in him this coming weekend to just be like, yeah, we traded Matt Chapman for somebody in AA. I don't think he has it in him.
No, nor should he. And if you are
Why not? What if they go 2-6?
Well, then I think that if you're Farhan Zaidi, you are pot committed, so to speak. And if you are in Farhan's shoes right now, and you know that your seat is maybe not so hot that you can't sit down, but it's a little bit warmer. Like in my car, I have seat warmers in my Honda Fit. There's the high setting and there's the low setting. And the low setting, you can tell that the seat is warm. The high setting is, man, this seat is hot.
Yeah.
I think he's probably in the low setting, but you know, it might be switching to the high setting. And if you're Farhan and you're looking to make moves, you can't make a move that reeks of I give up. And you mentioned something in our show thread, and I know we're going to get into it maybe after Dave Fleming about the white flag. When do you know when it's time to wave the white flag?
I thought it was kind of a theme in America this weekend.
It definitely is a theme, and I do think that certain political parties waited too long to wave the white flag. And if you're Farhan Zaidi, I don't think that you can wave the white flag. And if you trade Chapman for a prospect or Conforto for a prospect or Doval for a prospect, that to me is you telling the organization, I give up, we're not going to win, and I'm going to be gone.
Do you know that the Giants already made their first deadline trade? Do you even know that they made a trade yesterday?
No, of course not.
And it was a buy.
What'd they buy, Mark?
Buyers.
What'd they buy?
Big time buyers.
Big time buy?
Oh, yeah.
Before you say who, don't guess dibs who the player is. Guess which team they bought a player from.
Seattle.
That is absolutely correct. Good job.
Granny knew exactly where I was going.
Those dudes are on speed dial with each other. Is that DePoto up there?
Correct.
Yeah. DePoto and Farhan love each other. They love each other. They're also both horrible at a press conference. DePoto's the one that's up there is just like, yeah, he was the first one to do the break-even comment. He's the first one to do that. He did that like 2 years ago, and he got torched for it.
I'm not going to guess which player was on the move because I'm sure I've never heard of him, but I would guess this. It was either involving cash considerations or a player to be named later because that's what these two teams do.
It's absolutely incredible. You don't even know the deal, and you know the deal.
One of the teams gave cash, and they probably have this bag of money that they just pass back and forth.
Yeah. I'd love to know, what is that? Like, when someone gives cash considerations, how much is that? Is it $25? Is it $2,500? $25,000?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, you're right,
$2.5 million. The Giants received 28-year-old reliever Mike Baumann.
I like the player.
In exchange for cash considerations.
Okay, there you go. Minor.
Major. Yeah, actually.
Is it Bowman or Bauman?
I don't know.
Exactly.
B-A-U. It should be Bauman.
Oh.
Yeah, it should be Bauman. Maybe it's Bowman, but if it is, he pronounces it wrong. But people do that. You know what I mean? Look at Brett Favre. That's not the way it's spelled. I'm sorry, Brett. Like, that's just not, you can't do that.
Michael Bauman?
Yeah, Michael Bauman for cash considerations.
Yeah, I've got him as the chief financial officer at Emerson.
He will be soon. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And Dave Fleming joins us next. Should they buy? Will they sell? What are they willing to do? What's on the line this week? All of that with Flem next. Willard and Dibs.
Crack into savings at Whole Foods Market. Prime members buy 2 12.
in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Of the replay decision. Soler to deep center field. Wow, he hit that hard. Doyle is watching it into the trees almost. What a home run to start the game for Jorge Soler.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That call is from NBC Sports Bay Area, and of course, none other than our next guest. And that, of course, is the great Dave Fleming and all guests on 95.7 The Game. Up here on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Dave, I don't know if you'll be happy to know this, but we were talking last hour about which groups, position groups with the Giants we're not frustrated with. And the only one we could come up with is the broadcasters.
The only one, huh?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
End of list.
The pitchers, the hitters, the defense, the front office, the coaching staff. We're frustrated with everybody, but not you guys. You're crushing it.
That is bad news. Right. Ultimately, we do not want that as broadcasters because after a while, then you're going to turn on us too.
Well, let's hope not. I don't know that we could ever turn on you guys, but yeah, Dave, what do you think is riding on this week? Like, I wonder to what level you take Farhan's words at face value when he sort of suggested last week that they may be sellers. That feels like such an admission of failure, though. Do you think they would actually do that?
Well, here, I'll give you a two-parted answer. Number one, I always take him at his word. I don't think I've ever been around a front office executive who is more open and honest publicly than Farhan. I mean, almost without exception in my memory, when he says something to you guys, to us, to whomever, when he says it, he means it. And I think if you look back on, the sort of the way he's steered this franchise, he has been extremely transparent about his priorities, what he's thinking. He's just an honest guy. And so when he said that, I paid close attention. I did not think it was sort of like lip service or, appeasement or whatever. I just thought that's how he's feeling. So the second question is, are they willing to, if this week doesn't go well, if the next, however many 9 days don't go well, are they willing to sell? That's probably, ultimately it's Farhan's call, but it's probably a sort of a big picture franchise call. You're not going to see, I don't see any scenario where there's some sort of like tear down at the deadline. That almost never happens anyway, no matter what a team is going through. But yeah, if they don't play better this week, could I see a couple trades where the Giants are giving away veteran players as opposed to adding them? I could see that, yeah.
A little disheartening to think about it when you're only 3 games out of that third and final wild card. And so I'll think about the positive, which is not normally my bit, Dave, but I'm going to try it here and try to play the role. But if you're looking for the add, if things do go well this week, where would you look positionally for them to add?
Very hard to actually find. I mean, you could do, it's just not, I would say there could be trades in both directions to maybe balance the roster out. We just don't have a lot of track record of that with Farhan. I mean, it's not to say that he's not creative. I think he's a very creative front office executive. He's shown that in his willingness to sort of look different places to find talent. But I don't see a lot of examples of 3-team trades or, some in, some out. We just haven't seen a lot of that. I think that is still possible that we could. To me, the number one area where if you're looking to add is shortstop. I mean, that's not to say that Tyler Fitzgerald hasn't been impressive the last couple of games and that Brett Wisely hasn't done a real nice job filling in. But the gap in the depth chart of this whole organization to me is at shortstop. If Marco Luciano is not a defensive shortstop, then I think that's where the biggest need short-term, long-term is. And so that's where whether you could actually do something about that at the deadline is a different question. But that's where I think the Giants have the easiest spot for an upgrade.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Dave, what about the big picture through your eyes? Like, what is the most frustrating part about the way this team has played for you?
For me, it's the pitching. I think, and some of that is definitely all these injuries, but the pitching numbers for the Giants are way below what they should be based on talent level, home ballpark, level of comp, all that stuff. I'm shocked. I really thought that the Giants were going to be, if not an elite pitching group this year, certainly an above average group. And by the numbers, they've been way below average. So that has really surprised me. It's easy for us actually to obsess over the shortcomings of the offense. But gosh, look around baseball. Like, offense is so down in so many places. The Giants offense has been, when you account for the home ballpark, the Giants offense is average or maybe even a little better than average. It's the pitching numbers. They're like, 25th in team ERA or something like that. If you told me at the beginning of the year that would be the case, I would have thought that's impossible.
And do you look at the future here, in the immediate future, certainly with Robbie Ray expected back this week and Blake Snell with a couple of good outings? Do you think that there's still time for that to turn?
Yeah, I do. I think the weird part about this season is that the All-Star break came so deep into the year, deeper than it's ever come. I mean, there has never been a season where there have been more games before the All-Star break played ever. So this is like the home stretch now. I mean, it's the way this schedule is laid out. The Giants just don't have that much time left to get it turned around. If you start doing the math about how do you get to a certain number of wins, 85, 86 wins, where you think you at least got a chance to get one of those playoff spots, you got to play really well for the next 8 weeks to make that happen. So there has to be urgency. That's a big problem when you're talking about the specific question you asked, where these guys don't have a runway to kind of like hit the ground and ease into it. If they're going to be impactful, they have to be good right away. That's a hard ask, and that's where the calendar is just really against the Giants here. That doesn't mean it can't happen. That doesn't mean there's not enough talent on this team. We've seen Blake Snell. Didn't take him long after finally getting healthy to find that comfort zone. If that can happen for those other guys, then you're talking.
So, I mean, when you talk about the calendar, Dave, I like the best example is just this week, 8 games in 7 days, and then the trade deadline. Is it so? Have we reached a point where we're with such a fine-tooth comb that like their record this week determines what they're going to do?
Yes. We have reached that point. I agree. I think that is true. I mean, that sounds kind of crazy when you play 162 games, that 8 games could determine that, but I think that is the case here. And I think, I guess you could play out different scenarios, but my gut tells me if the Giants players and coaches want the front office to go out there and make an aggressive deal to help them, it's got to be like a 6-2, 7-1 week. And if it's not, I don't think that move is coming. I don't. And you know what? I agree with Farhan in his sentiment. I'm not sure, I'm not weighing in on the judgment of this team and the potential of this team, but just the idea of the players dictate whether you make those kind of moves. The way the team performs on the field dictates what you do. And you have to show the front office that this is a team that's worthy of giving up a part of your future to make a move for now. Otherwise, it's going to be either status quo or, possibly a trade in the other direction. I don't expect that's going to happen, but this team needs a really good week if they want the front office to go out and add.
Dave Fleming here on 95.7 The Game. Big week indeed, and we're all keeping our eyes focused on that. And one thing I'm curious about, Dave, is the future of the rotation with Robbie Ray coming back and with Birdsong pitching so well. Does this mean that Jordan Hicks might find a shift back to the bullpen, or how are they going to figure out how to make this work when they've got 6 pitchers for 5 spots?
Yeah, I mean, I think Hicks is he's going to start tomorrow, and My guess is just purely a guess, maybe one more after that. And at that point, you could for a week or two kind of have 6 guys, even if Cobb is ready to come back, and it sure seems like Cobb is getting very close. You could even have a week where you had 7 starters if you manage the roster a certain way. You can't do that long term just because you wouldn't have enough relievers to help you out. But short term, you could kind of finesse it. You could use an option on a player like Birdsong for 1.5 turns through the rotation, and then he comes back and somebody else gets a breather or something like. You could get creative with the numbers if you take out the calendar and plot it out. I think we're going to be seeing something kind of like that because they will have a surplus. And I think Hicks is realistic about it. I don't think he wants to be a starter. There's a reason he signed here. There's a reason he put in all the work to make this conversion. The next 3 years of this Giants contract, he thinks of himself as a starter. But I do think that he's realistic about the innings total and the possibility that he may need to take a breather and go to the bullpen for a while.
Dave, let's use Hicks just as one example. And I don't know if you know exactly what was said to him or promised to him, but let's also be real. The last couple of years, that was a thing in this organization where there were players who felt like they were told one thing and then another thing happened. Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, to a degree, Michael Conforto. Has that characteristic of the Giants, whatever you think about it, has that kind of been taken care of with Bob Melvin?
Yeah, I think the communication's been good. I do agree with you. Like that, we heard from some of those players that you mentioned that they didn't feel like the communication had been good enough. I have not heard from this current group anything like that. I haven't. And from Hicks specifically, when I talked to him about why he chose the Giants and how it went, I think he was pretty frank with me about the conversation they had about what happens when we get to that point where we don't think it's in your health interest to keep pitching 5-6 innings every time out there. And I think he was on board with I think the reason he signed with the Giants was he was on board with the sort of general parameters. Everything can change, but general parameters of how they laid it out. So I think that communication's been excellent.
Camilo Doval gets the save yesterday. I won't say that it was shaky, but it was interesting with the 2-out walk and then the stolen base. Is he finding his firm footing as the closer, or is it still a little bit tenuous about his permanent role there?
I think this is a performance league, and I think Camilo has earned some benefit of the doubt, but I think he's also used up a lot of that with the way he's performed this year. He just hasn't pitched nearly as well as he has in the past. And so do I think that it's on a appearance by appearance basis, his role there? Maybe not quite like that, but I think that he is on notice that the results have to be there. Otherwise that job is not guaranteed to him. And that's not, let's just say he got called into the office and yelled at or something like that. But I think he knows that it is not a birthright for him to be the closer of this team. And if he doesn't pitch better, that job is probably going to go to somebody else because he hasn't pitched very well. Like he just hasn't. There's no way. How could you deny that? How could he deny that? So it was an encouraging step yesterday, really important just psychologically. That's where I give him a pass. Because he did a couple things again yesterday that frustrated me, but I give him a pass because it's hard, man. When everything's kind of piling against you and you're feeling like I can't make one mistake, that is a hard mind space to be in. So I'm giving him a little leeway for a couple of those things yesterday because he got through it and built some confidence, and I hope we see him again tonight.
Dave, real quick, the analytics has devalued the manager position, and maybe not a great advertisement that yesterday Hayden Birdsong threw 6 innings and then found out later he's like, I didn't even know that my manager got tossed out of the game before the game even started. What did you make of that entire experience yesterday?
Well, I kind of had a heads up just because, Bob didn't tell me he was going to get kicked out. But he did tell me he was taking the lineup card out before the game. And so in the back of my mind, I was like, oh, okay, well, let's have our cameras paying attention because that could be interesting. So I kind of knew that he wanted to get something off his chest, and he did. You know, it was kind of a funny line that Birdsong said that. I think part of that is just the starting pitcher. There's nothing like it really in all of sports where the starting pitcher, once the game starts or right before the game, is there's such a focus that's different from anybody else. Like, that doesn't tell me anything about like how Bob's presence in the dugout is or how he manages or anything like that. I think Birdsong was just totally focused on his own performance. He's talking to Brian Price. He's talking to JP Martinez, to Patrick Bailey. And he sure was fun to watch yesterday, wasn't he?
Man, a curve that actually curved in Denver. What the hell, Dave? How's that happen?
The Rockies front office had to be watching that going like, no, wait a minute. Like, we've spent 25 years trying to find this. How come this kid can waltz in here and look like he's 18 years old and do that to us? That was really impressive. He's made, this is a guy, he's kind of got the aw shucks thing going. And he looks so young, and he's got the name that's kind of a funny name and a nickname, Birdie, and all this. It's easy to sort of stereotype this kid. When I talk to him, he is a very cerebral pitcher. He's not only thinking about the way he attacks hitters at all times, he's made tweaks already since coming to the big leagues. He's refining his stuff. He's working on the side. Like, this is a guy who's pouring himself into being the best version of himself that he can be. And I think the results are speaking for themselves. Like, everybody should be excited about his future because it's not just that ability to spin the ball that you saw yesterday. It's the adaptability. Like, he's made 5 big league starts. He's already a different pitcher now than what we saw 4 weeks ago.
Fantastic stuff yesterday. And all right, here we go. 4-game series in LA. All they have to do is take at least 3. There you have it from a man from the lead position group of the Giants, the broadcast team. Thank you, Dave.
Next time we talk, let's rank somebody else higher than us, please.
Well, nice. I'm going to let the players guide the way on that one, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
Just like the trade deadline.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks, Talk Dave. To you guys soon.
All right,
sure.
there it
Bye-bye.
is. There goes Dave Fleming in L.A., where the Giants are getting ready to sweep the Dodgers over 4 games.
And a part of a great rotation of broadcasters. I like where they're at.
Yes, I do like that rotation.
Yes, I do. I like it as well. Deep and effective.
I like the idea of the Giants' actual starting rotation.
It's great.
I love it on paper. I mean, Blake Snell throws tonight, and he's coming off of 2 outings where he's given up a total of 2 hits. All right, so I like that.
Yes. Against a team that he normally pitches very well against.
That's right.
The Dodgers,
He's got a very good track record against them. Of course, that was pre-Shohei, but Shohei's left-handed. That should go, I don't know, okay, I guess, in theory. Robbie Ray returns Wednesday. I like that. Logan Webb is in the rotation.
So Hicks tomorrow and then Ray Wednesday.
Hicks is a little bit of a nail-biter tomorrow. That doesn't feel great in this moment, but that's fine because he's right. He's probably going to be in the bullpen soon. You've got your young, exciting guys in Birdsong and Harrison, and you're flanked by the potential return of Alex Cobb. And that all sounds great. Sounds great.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
It sounds very potent. But as Dave said, with the All-Star game coming later than it ever has, and you look at the schedule and you realize you only have 62 games left to go, and you mentioned it, if you want to get into real wild card contention, you need probably 36 wins in your last 62, 36 and 26, which gets you 84 wins, which still might not be
enough. Yeah.
But if we use that as the baseline, 36 and 26, that's a pretty tall order as you come down the stretch, especially when you come out right away with 4 against LA.
Yeah, that's what Dave's saying. Like the All-Star break's over, and I'm like, oh my God, they've already played 100 games. Like,
exactly.
The stretch run is now. And I'm very glad that Dave answered that very honestly. This is stupid when baseball ends up like this, but too bad we're here. They have to win at least 6 games this week or else. That's kind of where we've arrived.
Yeah, he put it at 6-2, right?
He said 6-2 or 7-1.
Right. 6-2 puts you at 54-54.
Yeah, you'd be 500
with exactly 1/3 of the year left to go.
Right.
Because there's 162, you break it into 54 game increments, and you have 54 left to go in the deadline.
Part of that is emotional, just because you'd be 500. It's like, okay, you're 500, and again, you can sort of project out and go, the schedule through the months of August and September is, in theory, pretty friendly on paper. There's no more Dodgers in there, right? You're already done with the Guardians and the Yankees and all this stuff that you've already done. So, yeah, you've got teams that you should handle. You would, in theory, have the return of Snell and Ray and maybe Cobb. So you've got like this super legitimate veteran starting rotation that you can throw out there every night. You'd be back at 500. I think you can very much at that point go, all right, let's call Toronto and talk about Bo Bichette. Or let's call the Marlins and talk about Jazz Chisholm. And maybe you do think about giving up Marco Luciano or something like that. I don't think that that's crazy. But what is crazy is the idea of this team going 7-1 this week. They're in LA right now. Just thought I'd mention that again. They're in LA.
Yeah.
Until Thursday. It's asking a lot for them to win 2 of these 4.
It is. And if you win 2 of the 4, and then you've got 4 against Colorado, you sweep that, then you go 6-2. But even to think about sweeping Colorado, which on paper, you should at least win 3 of 4. But you went to Colorado and you had to battle tooth and nail to win 1.
Well, and it's baseball, which means you don't
never know.
Yeah, you just don't. A 4-game sweep, hell, sweeping just Saturday is hard. Sweeping a doubleheader is really hard. I don't know who's going to pitch these games. Do they have the arms? I think they get a day off on Monday after all of this. So, and I know they get the return of Robbie Ray, so maybe that does create momentarily a 6-man rotation. You know what I mean?
You get Monday off and Thursday next week, which is weird.
But that's post-deadline, so it's to me, that's AD. We're still BC. We could be a completely different team next week. I don't even know who's still going to be on it. Blake Snell might not be on the team next week.
The Bo Bichette one's interesting because he is out now with a calf injury, so he might miss significant time. So the Bo Bichette acquisition might actually be a next year move.
That calf injury happened while they were here. So is that the word? Significant amount of time?
Yeah, that's what I was hearing earlier today. I was poking around about Bo Bichette, and it seems like he, same injury, and it looks like he's going to miss some time. And he's been terrible this year, among one of the worst hitters in the American League. So that would definitely be a buy low, and it might be more of a future move. I like what you were saying last week about Jazz Chisholm as an acquisition, somebody who you could put in and play a little second, somebody you could move around as a utility player. I don't know if Bichette is a guy who can actually help you right now this year.
Yeah, I mean, that I knew that he was hurt. The calf injury happened here, but yes, there was an update over the weekend that said he is going to miss multiple weeks. And so, yeah, why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, unless you were making a move for next year, and then it's not even really a buy.
He is under team control next year.
For one more year, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. But I mean, probably not. The other thing is now do the Blue Jays want to do it? Because the return they'd get would be much lower.
Absolutely.
No one's going to go top dollar now for Bo Bichette. So, yeah, I don't know. It feels like the idea of a big deadline acquisition is highly unlikely right now. But do the Giants have the chutzpah to put a Chapman or a Snell or even a Conforto on the market and go that route? And that's bad PR, both within the clubhouse and in the stands. This sets up for the Giants. So these 8 games, if I were a betting favorite situation, they're going to go 4-4 this week. They'll still be 4 games under 500 at the end of the week. No one will be happy, and they'll do very little at the deadline. Farhan will call the Mariners again, and something will happen. There will be cash. There will be things
a player to be named,
something, and you'll be like, "That's it.
That's it.
That's it."
I don't know what else there is to do, and I know that it's a little bit of a seller's market because there aren't a lot of teams who are looking to sell. So if you're a team that's really thirsty to make a big splash, and I don't think that the Giants are in a spot where they have a huge hole. Shortstop would be great. You get another shortstop. Your rotation should be good. Your outfield is fine. You could probably use another bullpen arm, but who couldn't? So ideally, you get Ray healthy. He looks good. You get Cobb back. You put Hicks in the bullpen, and you patchwork it at short, and that's good enough for you to go on a little bit of a run.
Yeah, but a little bit of a run, like there's two things going on here. Like they could go 6-2 this week, and then they're at 500, and you're feeling all optimistic. At the same time, you're going to give away a portion of what you think might be your future for this group? Like, because they played well this week? I mean, Dave's larger point was a team has to convince the front office that we're good enough. We are good enough baseball team for you to put something in the future on the line. I would vehemently argue this team is not good enough for that. And enough money has been spent on the team that's here to where it's like, okay, if you think you're good, then go be good. Go be good. Just you.
We paid you to be good.
Yeah, go be good.
$200 million, right?
Yeah.
Is the payroll?
North.
Yeah. So go be good.
Go be good.
We paid you $32 million. Snell?
Nobody in this Giants clubhouse gets to mope around next week. Oh, they didn't give us any acquisitions. Stop. Go be good. You have to be good to do that.
And you're about to acquire a pitcher who you're paying $23 million to.
There's your acquisition. Have fun.
Exactly.
Go be good.
I'm with you.
That's the T-shirt I'm making.
Go be good.
Go be good. I'm crying out loud. All right. 888-957-9570. Let's get to some Aiyuk because I was driving around earlier today and Steiny and Goop played something from Mike Florio. And I was like, oh, no. I respect the job Florio does. I often disagree with him, and today is no different. So we'll let you know what he said about the Niners. Coming up next, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. This is Willard and Dibs.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah.
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
There's not a lot bad that happens when the word Wagyu comes out. Like, as soon as someone says that, I'm listening to the rest of that sentence.
I'm going to eat it.
I don't really care what happens.
Exactly.
I'm in. I'm going to eat it.
It's quality steak. It's a good steak. We got to get Cheryl back on. That was Cheryl Bosa.
Yeah.
Nick's mom and Joey's mom. Get a little summer recap and get her all excited and jacked up for Niner football, which gets underway in 2 days, Mark.
I think we should do at least a once a year, maybe twice a year segment with Cheryl. Some ideas about the name. What's cooking with Cheryl?
What's Nick eating?
Yeah, what's on the menu with Cheryl Bosa? I don't know. Like we can brainstorm that. But yeah, we should have her on during camp to talk about what else Nick is eating, because it led to me trying the omelet. I both made it and ate it.
7 eggs.
Is that what it was?
I think it was a 7-egg omelet, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, here's the thing that was the departure for me is normally when I'm going to make an omelet or a scramble, we're going to put more meat in there. Like a chicken apple sausage. We could get some bacon, some turkey bacon, some ground turkey. There's all kinds of different things you could put in there. Nick doesn't do that. It was just the eggs and broccoli, right?
Right.
And onions? Yep. I think it was broccoli
there was onions.
And grilled onions. And 7 eggs.
And you made it.
I made it.
Yeah.
And then I ate it.
Impressive.
It was delicious.
Yeah.
It was filling.
And you can eat, too.
I can eat.
All you skinny guys are sneaky eaters.
I can eat.
Yeah.
I can put it away. I don't know where it goes, but I put it away. I got a closet somewhere. It's got all that food in it. Anyway, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. You should see how skinny Dibs is now. It's just a wee little man. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right. I got to admit something. My bad. Okay?
What happened?
I think it's my bad. I guess maybe not. You're allowed to change your mind. But I felt kind of silly watching the Netflix doc Receivers and changing my opinion. But I changed my opinion. And the doc takes us inside the world of the 49ers through the eyes of both George Kittle and Deebo Samuel last year. And I'm halfway through episode 5. And episode 5 is when Deebo takes on Philly.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm through episode 3, so I need to get back into it.
If you're a Niner fan, it is just like, oh, my gosh, like a shower after a hike. It's just like, oh, I just want to sit in this. I just want to. It's just
good analogy.
Oh, just shower over me. Just to soak it in. Especially because, just selfishly for this show, you remember, like that was when I went all in. This was the reverse. This is the one thing, if I'd been doing that show with Steiny and Goo last week when they're like, let's give us all your cold takes. This was my best hot take of the year last year when the Niners were about to take on the Eagles. And I'm like,
You did it for weeks.
Yeah, I go, the Eagles are crap. They're terrible. And they were a one-loss. I think they were 10-1 or something like that.
10-1.
I'm like, they're awful. They're a paper tiger. They are not scary. The Niners are going to win by double digits. The Eagles are not. And the big take was everyone's like, oh, preview of the NFC title game. I'm like, the Eagles aren't making the NFC title game. They won't make it.
They were coming off a win over Buffalo in overtime to get to 10-1. They beat Kansas City. They beat Buffalo in overtime.
Right.
They were 10-1.
I'm like, they're not that good. I watched those games. They got lucky. They're not that good. And they're not going to make the NFC title game. And I don't know how many games did they win from that moment forward?
One game. The Niners beat them. They lost to Dallas by 20.
Yep.
Seattle by 3. The Giants, they beat the Giants. They lost to Arizona. Okay. They lost to the Giants. And then Tampa Bay motorboated them in the playoffs. That was a shout out to Low Neal. It's not boat raced. It was motorboated.
That's perfect.
They got motorboated. Thank you. They lost 6 of their final 7, including their playoff game.
Yeah.
You were right,
apart.
Mark.
They fell apart.
I hated that you were right.
I get
It's
one
better
every now
when
and
you're
again. I get a lot wrong.
But you had that weeks in advance.
I did a video like 6 years ago just to counteract that. I did a video 6 years ago. I said, the Giants fans, you're going to want a statue of Farhan Zaidi outside 3rd and King Sunday.
Man, that's awkward. Yeah, tough one.
Whoops. And then I victory lapped on it when they won 107 games. I was like, told ya, you're going to love Farhan. Well, okay, maybe not. So,
Debo, 3 touchdowns in that game.
He was incredible.
12-yard rush, 48-yard pass, and a 46-yard to seal it. 42-19.
Right. And the 2 catches, the ball traveled in the air about 47 inches.
Okay.
They're just like, here, go. Gone. He was incredible. He waved bye-bye to the fans.
4 catches for $116.
It's not that I forgot this, but the doc really crystallized a couple of things. When Deebo Samuel got hurt, the 49ers went on a 3-game losing streak. And then they had a bye, and then Deebo came back, and the Niners sort of like kind of never looked bad again. I mean, maybe. In the playoffs, they weren't great, but you understand what I'm saying. And I'm listening to both Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy talk about that time. Like, this is all happening in real time in the documentary. Niners are 5-0, and we're going to Cleveland. And then they show the hit, which didn't look like much of a hit, but it caused a hairline fracture in the shoulder of Deebo Samuel. And he missed the rest of that game, and they lost. And then they missed the rest of the next 2 games, and they weren't even close, and they were just all out of whack, out of sync, everything. And they asked Kyle and Brock about it. And I think at the time we took this as just, well, that's what you say. Well, Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams, they're very important players. You know, these are the things you say. But the doc took a little bit of a deeper dive. And Brock was like, I don't think everybody understands how much is going on with Deebo Samuel in this offense. And how much of what we do is based on not just him, but the threat of him. We always hear about the run game and the really complex blocking scheme that Kyle Shanahan has developed and what makes it so hard to defend Christian McCaffrey and all this. The Swiss Army knife that is Deebo behind the line is just a big, fat headache for the defense. What's a regular headache, not a migraine headache, is Brandon Aiyuk. He is a really good, traditional wide receiver.
Traditional. Great way to put it.
Just a wide receiver, and he's a flippin' really good one. But I look around the league, I look at what the Patriots did for 10 years. Yeah, Edelman, whatever. Deion Branch, sure. Whatever. And then the Chiefs, they're like, I tell you what, we don't want to pay 2 receivers. And then they were like, wait a minute.
I have an idea.
Actually, we don't want to pay any.
We don't want to pay any of them.
And then we're going to win back-to-back rings. And I suddenly came to the realization, forget my opinion or yours, I think the 49ers think that Deebo Samuel is much more important than Brandon Aiyuk. Go back to the draft. What did we hear? Deebo goes, they promised me that I'm not going to be traded. And then there were rumors. Oh, they are going to trade Deebo. Well, were they? Were they? Or was that a smokescreen?
Well, the first rumor was they're going to trade Aiyuk.
Right. And then it was, no, actually.
At the last minute,
they might trade Deebo. Oh, really? You might trade Deebo. Well, you might, but I doubt it. And I wonder if all of that wasn't a huge smokescreen. And I know what a popular opinion has been. It has been mine. Deebo is 2 years older, and Deebo is a bigger injury risk. So I will sign up for Brandon Aiyuk into the future and not Deebo Samuel. I changed my mind. I've changed my mind. Think about the way the 49ers walk out onto the field. It may look like just a boombox to you. As my partner on Sunday night said last night, he didn't even let me finish the sentence when I asked him which wide receiver is more important to what the 49ers do. I had not finished the sentence. He had said the word Deebo 3 times.
Is that Ephraim?
Ephraim. That's an offensive lineman. 13 years in the league. Deebo is way more important to what the 49ers do than Brandon Aiyuk. That was his opinion. But if you look at, you know what he called him? He goes, you want to know why he's so important? Forget all the behind the line of scrimmage. And yeah, that's all true. Guess what else he is? So he's a tone setter. Tone setter for this organization. That whole group does not function the same way without the tone that he sets. And think, who comes out with the boombox? It's Debo and Trent.
It's Trent.
And who was gone for 3 games last year? Debo and Trent. And the whole team was like, we don't know what to do.
17 points in 3 consecutive games.
Couldn't function anymore.
Right.
I don't know, man. I look at all that, and I think that the 49ers, maybe this whole thing is a little bit of a smokescreen. And when Brandon says on TikTok, they told me that they don't want me, I don't think they said it that way, but maybe they did kind of say it. Maybe they did kind of say it. And who do you think Ricky Pearsall was drafted to replace?
Not Debo. And Uncle Looney on the YouTube feed with a great comp in terms of impact, and it's Draymond. So if you think about what they've always said about Draymond, you get rid of Draymond Green, what's the first thing you do?
Looking for another Draymond Green.
Looking for another Draymond Green.
I thought that's a great point by Looney. I thought this exact same thing on the way here.
So if you're looking to replace Brandon Aiyuk, you're looking to find a really good receiver who can run routes and block, catch the ball, and just be a really good wide receiver, which is not easy to do. But if you're going to replace Deebo Samuel, you're replacing somebody who can be a running back, be a wide receiver, run the jet sweep, block for you, carry the boom box, be physical, be the tone setter. It's a lot harder to replace Deebo Samuel, not only the person and the rugged football player, but also what he does on the field. And if you think about Shanahan and everything that we look at when we talk about why he is a genius, it's formation, it's pre-snap motion, it's the ability to move McCaffrey here, Debo there, Juszczyk can go be a tight end, he can be a fullback. It's the multitude of personnel packages and looks he can give you, and that's what Debo is the best at because he can play in so many different facets.
I promised you something from Mike Florio, and he was on with the roast earlier today, and I heard this sound on Steiny and Goo driving around today, and I was like, oh my God, Florio, that's a terrible opinion. It's entitled to it. I think Mike does a really good job, but I often differ with his take, so this was no surprise. But listen to this now. He was asked what held up Brandon Aiyuk trade talks before the draft.
I think it was the trade compensation that ultimately kept it from happening, that no one offered enough to get the 49ers to pull the trigger. And I don't know whether or not this is a situation where the 49ers had their bluff called by Brandon Aiyuk's camp, because this didn't happen as a result of Aiyuk wanting to be traded. That happened recently with the formal request to be traded. Back before the draft, it was he wanted to be paid a certain amount of money. The 49ers didn't want to pay it. And at some point, it was decided, let's see if someone else will pay him what the 49ers won't. The 49ers authorized that effort, and they found out that there were 5 teams that were willing to pay the 49ers, or to pay Aiyuk, excuse me, what the 49ers wouldn't pay him. And, at some point, you got to wake up if you're Jed York or Parag Marathe or John Lynch, whoever's got the fingers on the purse strings. If there are 5 other teams that recognize the value in Brandon Aiyuk to the point where they'll pay him what the 49ers won't and give something up to get him, even if it wasn't sufficient to get the deal done, at some point you got to look at that and go, yeah, we should probably just pay this guy what he wants because other teams view him with more value than we do.
Ha! What? Did you hear the words that just came out of your mouth, Mike?
Other teams value him more than the 49ers do.
I'm a company. And because some other companies think this, we should just do it. What? That is absolutely banana-brained, if you ask me. They've got nothing to do with what's going on here. Their cap situation's different. Their needs are different. Their offense is different. They're this, they're that, they're other. It's all different. At some point, the Niners are supposed to wake up and look at the landscape, and because other people are willing to do potentially stupid things, we should too. That's the old jump off of a bridge idea. Well, why'd you jump off a bridge? I don't know. Bob did, so I did too. I mean,
especially when you have the player under team control. Now, if you want to skip ahead to next year, and if a team offers him $30 million a year, and you think, man, we really want to keep Brandon Aiyuk, maybe we need to pay him $30 to keep him. At that point, maybe you have to do something uncomfortable or something you don't want to do. But right now, you've got him for 14.1 and a franchise tag if you want to use it. I don't think that they will, but right now they don't have to do what Mike Florio is intimating.
Well, and by the way, I'd argue they can't and shouldn't. You know, people look at this right now and go, oh gosh, the Niners are still $30-something million under the cap. Well, guess what they are next year? Already $30-something million over the cap.
And that carries forward, does it not?
And they haven't extended Brock Purdy yet.
Correct.
So if you
Which won't land next year either.
Correct, but it will after that. And if you go ahead and sign up for Brandon Aiyuk and wide receiver money right now, you're putting yourself in a hellacious hole. I don't think that many Niner fans have really thought about, if they extend Aiyuk, what that means in terms of the list of players that means the Niners will cut at the end of the year. I want you to think about it that way. Oh, just sign him. We like him. Okay. Now I'm going to give you the list of 7 players who you also like who are gone. Gone.
Mooney Ward for sure.
Gone.
Deebo Samuel probably gone. Yeah.
Possibly George Kittle. And more. Don't stop there. Keep going.
You know what that makes this year then? Super Bowl or bust, Mark. Super Bowl or bust it up.
Yeah.
I'm starting to plant that seed early.
I'd like to change it to Super Bowl and bust. I mean, they're going to break it up anyway. They're breaking it up whether they win or not. It has to be done.
So if you don't extend Aiyuk, and if you didn't think that the trade compensation coming back was up to par, well, you can let him play out this year, and then you can let him go at the end of the year, and you'll get a comp pick the year after that, probably a third-round pick at the best. And if this year you weren't getting, the picks back that you wanted to get back for him, then it makes no sense to trade him.
Absolutely right.
And you probably were asking for a first and a second in this year's draft.
At least a first. They didn't. It sounds to me like nobody offered them a first, and the Niners were like, "He's a first." We drafted him in the first.
He was a first, and now he is a first. Right?
Correct. I asked a coach over the weekend. I go, let's
an unnamed coach.
Unnamed sources.
Okay.
I said, talk to me about the most important positions on the field. Forget the names. Forget whatever. Where do you want to have a really good player? Obviously, we all know answer number 1.
Quarterback. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
What's second? Edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What's third?
Left tackle.
Left tackle. So what's fourth? Cornerback. Okay. What's after that? Linebacker. Okay. What's next? Running back. Okay.
I was going to go tight end in this modern football. We're at 7 positions so far.
I've got a larger question to ask. Why the hell are you all paying wide receivers $30 million a year? Where the hell is any evidence whatsoever that leads to Super Bowl wins? I've got a bunch of evidence to the opposite. Why are we doing this?
Well, think about New England's dynasty. You mentioned it before. Like, you had Gronk, and you had a bunch of little white guys for the most part. Kansas City.
Right.
Okay.
Who?
All you 5 wide receivers, see you later. We're going to bring in 5 new ones. And you know what? If we could get rid of you 5 and bring in 5 more this year, just on principle, we would.
Right.
But we can't. So we're going to have to ride with you again, Rashee Rice and company. But we have Patrick Mahomes, so you guys will look good until we decide to send you to, I don't know, Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And then you can start all over with your career.
Yeah. Who's the guy that was dropping all the balls, everybody? Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Kadarius Toney. Couldn't catch a ball all year long. Chiefs offense, boy, they are not scoring nearly as much as they did in the past. Oh, but their defense is better. That's interesting. They won the Super Bowl. I don't, quite frankly, get it. I don't really understand it. The Vikings gave $35 million to a receiver. They have no idea what their quarterback is. Have a blast. You're not going to win in that division for a while. Packers set. Lions set. Bears look like if they picked right, they might be on the come.
It's always funny.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Bears have never had a quarterback my whole life, so I don't know why it'd be any different, but they think they got it this time. Maybe. We'll see. But the Vikings, $35 million a year for Jefferson. They're fancy. We love them. They're celebrities, fantasy football, flashy. good looking.
Devontae Adams is a great example where
how'd that go?
Exactly. He was great in Green Bay because they had a Hall of Fame quarterback. And then you go to the Raiders and you've got no quarterback, and he's still really, really good and putting up good numbers, but he's not contributing to winning because they're not very good.
Well, and little did we know, he is absolutely maybe one of the chirpiest players in the NFL. Like, I know a lot of people, Guru's one of them. You listen to Devontae speak through this documentary, and man, he rides the line between, dude, great team leader, head on straight, phenomenal player. And, wow, are you like the biggest me guy in the whole NFL? Because a lot of his comments, you're like, I mean, there was the press conference where they won. They won the game. And he's like, this looks terrible. I need it to look right. And my job is to be here to make it look right. Needs to be pretty. The offense needs to be effective. You know, they're winning games, and he's like getting out to his family out by the bus, and he's just like, yeah, we finally scored 30 points. Like, no, there's very little about the big picture.
Yeah.
It's all about Devontae and numbers and offense and the quarterback and pretty. And I get it. He is that good, but it doesn't always feel really good to listen to him talk. I could, like, if Debo or Brandon were saying these things, or George, yeesh.
Part of that's a culture thing.
Part of it.
Because the culture.
And a situation.
Right. The culture in that situation is not like this one, which is why, interesting that your opinions change with the receivers, Doc, because Debo and Kittle are both coming across really, really good.
So good.
And it's partly because the culture, but it's also because that's a winning team. So it's a little bit easier to be in the right frame of mind when you're out there winning games.
Let's go to the phones real quick here. 888-957-9570, Michael in Santa Clara. Hey, Michael, what's up?
Gentlemen, first off, I'm on cloud 9 since last week. Just celebrated my 40th. Just found out I'm going to be a girl dad as of yesterday, so I'm on cloud 9 right now.
Nice, Michael.
Hey, congratulations, Michael. It's incredible.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you. Look, the reason I called in was because of the fact, one, I'm about to start episode 7. I'm glad my wife is in a meeting right now because she's on episode 5 with me, technically, but I started ahead of her. So I'm glad she's not listening.
Nice.
But so you guys are going to be awesome. You guys are going to love the next couple episodes also. But the biggest thing I wanted to talk about was I would love to get Devontae Adams on the Niners. And from what I've been hearing and seeing and all that, Devontae Adams is going to be within the trade package no matter what. Now, obviously, with money involved, if we can trade Aiyuk to the Raiders with maybe a little bit of I don't know how it works with the NFL with cash compensation, but if we could get Devontae Adams with like a third or fourth with cash compensation, I would take that with the experience, and he can also still be the deep threat because Debo is a hybrid in that case, and we still take care of Debo in that case as well. I just think, I just want Aiyuk to just finally have a fresh beginning at this point.
Mike, let me say, I know the articles you read,
and
thank
you, Michael.
I don't mean to be a wet blanket. Oh. This is a complete non-starter. I would do some of the things you're talking about too, but it's a no. It's a no from both sides. It doesn't fit. The Raiders aren't looking to get rid of Devontae so they can pay a different receiver. The finances don't match up with the Niners either. The Niners are not looking to bring in someone for $28 million at the receiver position.
And it would be a one-year deal because his number is like $45 million next year.
Yeah, so fun idea, but it was an internet idea, and it's not a realistic
fantasy
one.
Football idea. I like it.
I like that.
Yeah.
We can talk about it in fantasy.
I can't wait till the fantasy league
Are
comes
you
up.
in?
I'm going back and forth on it, Mark.
I knew it. You're such a...
I'm so conflicted. You know what?
You're such a big statement, but no payoff. You were out.
I was so out.
All right, hold tight.
No. I got more on that.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Also, we've got apparently very significant potential breaking news with the San Francisco Giants that we will deliver to you next on Willard and Dibs.
Brighten your summer at Whole Foods Market. Save on best of season fruit like organic.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
One sip of the soda and he's ready, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Willard. He's hot.
This is going to make you mad.
Nothing can make me mad. I'm in a phenomenal mood.
Well, I'm mad.
Oh. I'm angry, Jeff.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Just going
and I mean, like, that kind of mad. Like, everything's cool, but like, oh, God.
I've only seen you really mad twice. Both times my fault, for the record.
By the way, I am
my fault.
Totally.
I am going to read the way that this came out, and then I'm going to take it a step further. Okay? Ready?
Do it.
All right. Susan Slusser just tweeted 11 minutes ago, Hayden Birdsong appears to be getting sent out.
End of tweet?
Mm-hmm.
Like sent out of the room? Like
they're sending Hayden Birdsong down. Can confirm. They're sending him down a day after he struck out 12 in 6 innings.
I can see why. He didn't share the ball enough. He didn't allow his fielders to field, Mark. That's selfish baseball.
I just look. I would imagine that he's going to be back this weekend. They're probably doing some sort of numbers, hijinks, what have you. He's got options. They've got 8 games in 7 days. Robbie Ray's coming back. Who knows? Maybe Alex Cobb will too. I don't know what Mason Black is doing this weekend or any of that. I don't know. Maybe Eric Miller will get an opener day. I don't know exactly what they're going to do. Okay? But the roster's going to get stretched. 8 games in 7 days. They probably want more relievers. So they're sending Hayden Birdsong down, and he'll probably be back this weekend. ... I don't really care. This is a crappy look. This is the kind of stuff that makes the clubhouse not like the front office. They don't like him. The dugout people have been known to just point up and refer to those guys.
Up there.
Those guys.
Upstairs.
Those guys don't really know what they're doing. Okay? That's a thing right now. And it's not unique to the Giants. Hell, there was a movie about it. It was called Moneyball.
Oh, I thought you were going to go to Major League.
No.
Major League is similar where the owner was like openly trying to get them to lose.
Yeah, but who was the first baseman who was like, I'm putting him in the lineup tonight? He's like, you're not putting him in the lineup tonight. He goes, yes, I am. He's in the lineup. He goes, no, he's not. He plays for Cleveland.
Was that Hillebrand? No.
Somebody.
Maybe not.
I forget. No, wasn't it, was it Pena? It might have been Pena. I can't remember. But anyway, somebody texted in who was the first baseman that Art Howe wanted to play, and then Brad Pitt traded him. That one. That happens in Major League Baseball. Happens to the Giants.
Carlos Pena.
There you go.
Yeah,
it happens to the Giants a lot. And I bet today's one of those days because you have to. This has Luis Matos feel all over it again. When you've got a young player, and I bet that the Giants, at least I hope with every muscle in my body that the Giants looked directly at Hayden Birdsong and went, okay, listen, I know that this is a bummer, but here's what we're doing, and we will call you back on Friday. Meet us in San Francisco, or for all I know, they're just putting him in a hotel in L.A. for 4 days. Just don't come to the game. You can be over there in a hotel. We're not sending you to SAC or AA or wherever because you're not going to pitch again because we need you this weekend. I hope they did that.
Susan Slusser points out that he can easily be added on Saturday because you get an extra player for doubleheaders. So it's likely that he is the added player and he comes in and he pitches on Saturday anyway. But for what you're saying, you're absolutely right. It's the optics of it. The guy strikes out 12 and really makes his biggest splash among a fan base that's still trying to get to know him. Pitch is great, and your reward is a bus ticket.
You asked me who the hell would they be calling up, and I joked.
No, you didn't get it right.
I got it right. I got it right. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to your fancy new cash considerations reliever, Michael Baumann. Has a locker at Dodger Stadium.
Baumann? Bowman?
Maybe.
Baumann.
Who knows?
So what was the corresponding 40-man roster move? Do we know that?
No, they only had 39 at acquisition. So they had a spot for Michael.
Yeah. You never know with this roster.
Who knows?
That 40-man roster is very
DFA'd
malleable.
Ramos. I don't know. I mean, honestly. Like, where is the human being?
Sacramento. That's where the human being is. Hayden Birdsong, get to know you. How can we get to know you? You struck out 12 with a filthy curve in Colorado, and your reward? Yeah, we're all flying to L.A. You're going to fly to Sacramento. There's a stopover in Reno. Boom, you're now free to fly around the country. Sorry about that, HB.
Like, is there no value to Hayden being in the dugout so he could stand next to Blake Snell and Logan Webb and Robbie Ray in Dodger Stadium and feel that environment, because that's what they're going to need him to do going forward? You watch. They're going to use this guy. Here comes Michael Baumann. It's 3-3 in the 7th inning. Like, really? I get it. Everybody's taxed and you want an extra reliever. You know? But here's the wild thing. Watch this. Watch this. Birdsong's going to get sent out today, and Michael Baumann will get activated. What are you doing Wednesday when Robbie Ray needs to come? You going to send Baumann right out? So are you sending Hayden Birdsong out so that you can flank your bullpen with an extra arm that you honestly don't even really want to use? They don't want to use Michael Baumann in a leverage situation. And guess what? With this team against the Dodgers, all of the situations are leverage situations. I don't care if you're up 6-1, that's a leverage situation. Miller, Walker, Rogers,
Baumann.
Doval,
Baumann.
Maybe some jelly. Because jam don't shake like that. That's it. That's who you need in this series. Michael,
He'll be pitching for his third team this year. I like the player, Mark. 35 appearances, ERA of 4.41. Pretty good on this team. He pitched 17 times for Baltimore, 18 times for Seattle. He's well-traveled, Mark. 6'4", 240.
I mean,
they need some size.
I got another question here. So wait a minute. Everyone's going, well, hang on. He might be back because the doubleheader allows for an extra roster spot. I don't need an extra roster spot. I don't need an extra roster spot for Hayden Birdsong. He's in the damn rotation. You know, what about Robbie Ray? Bye, Jordan Hicks. You're now in the bullpen. There's your extra bullpen arm. His name is Jordan Hicks. There you go. He goes to the bullpen. Like, Hayden Birdsong should at minimum still be in the rotation until Alex Cobb arrives. And even then, we got questions. We got questions that need to be answered. How does Robbie Ray look? This is his first big league game in over a year. And it's at Dodger Stadium. I get that he's a Cy Young Award winner. I get that he's Robbie Ray. So if you're going to say no, clear runway there. He's got a spot. All right? You're in this desperate of a situation that you're boiling down the future of your organization to 7 days. And you're going to send out Hayden Birdsong in favor of Alex Cobb, or quite frankly, even Kyle Harrison, to me. Should not be a short, like every game is absolutely imperative, right?
It's huge, yeah.
So is Birdsong one of your best 5 starters or not?
He is.
Then he's pitching.
On Saturday. We'll throw him on Saturday.
And the next week, too.
Yes. And so when you get to that spot, you will find the corresponding move at that juncture to make with your 40-man roster. It's an ongoing shuffle. My problem is more with the optics. And what you were saying, I think, is a very good point about what could he learn by being at Dodger Stadium in the dugout next to some of the vets to really feel, to sit alongside Logan Webb and have Logan be able to tell him about the Giant-Dodger rivalry in his nascent career as a 22-year-old. What could he learn as a Giant. And you would hope that Hayden Birdsong is a part of the future of the Giants. He sure has looked like more of a prospect than we would have thought earlier in the year. He's looked great. So what could he have gotten just by being there through osmosis, being at Dodger Stadium for 4 games in the dugout, and now he won't have that opportunity?
I don't know.
That part's too bad. And the optics of it and the rest of it.
This is just it's like deflating. It's super deflating. You see something like that yesterday. If you're truly a fan, you watched that yesterday. It's inspiring. Hayden Birdsong looks 12 years old, and he's struck 12 batters out. One for every year of his life. One for every candle on the cake. In Colorado, he threw a curve that danced. That was huge.
You needed a stopper performance after dropping the first 2, and he was
the
it.
Stopper that none of your veterans have been. And this is his present. I don't know, man. Like, I think sometimes you got to go a man short so that you can attaboy the people around you.
Do the right thing for the wrong reasons.
Oh, I mean, we're sitting here talking about this big and small, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's Aiyuk, whether it's Klay Thompson, and now Hayden Birdsong. And these situations are all completely different. This one would have been pretty cheap. You know what I mean? I get it. If the Niners don't want to give Brandon Aiyuk $30 million and get married for 5 years, that's different. That's different. Could you just go with the bullpen that you've got for the next 2 days so that Hayden Birdsong, after striking out 12 in 6 innings at Coors Field, could be with his teammates at Dodger Stadium for his first opportunity to do that, and someone that I would hope right now has the look of someone that could be a real rotation piece for years to come. I don't know, man. You've had so few things the last 3 years get the attention of the fan and make them feel good about the young players that come up. They come up, maybe they've got a cup of coffee, and then it goes away and you're like, whatever. Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos. This guy's getting better. He's arrow up, and he went and won a game that you absolutely had to have. We've turned this into a mini season. The area between the break and the deadline.
11 games.
It was 14 games.
Yep.
You're off to a horrible start. Thank goodness for this kid, it's not even worse. And that's how you react? You got, like, I don't know, man. Don't you look in the mirror before you make moves like this and think about how this is going to land with the people?
No, you don't. And that is the biggest criticism of Farhan Zaidi in the front office, because you and I know the baseball rules and the extra player for a doubleheader and the 40-man roster and all the other machinations, because we follow this stuff super close. If you're a more casual fan and you see Hayden Birdsong pitch and you see him strike out 12 and the next day he gets optioned out to AAA, you don't understand it. And all you think is, what the hell? And you have resentment over the fact that a guy you're just starting to get to know, a 22-year-old, he turns 23 in a month, and he looks like he might be a part of the future of this team, and you play great, and your reward is you get sent out. That's terrible optics. And I don't think that, I'm sure that Farhan's aware of it on some level, but he's more interested in doing the right thing roster-wise. So you make a trade with Seattle, you acquire a guy who's already been on 2 different teams this year, and he's the epitome of a mediocre pitcher. He's got a 4.4 ERA, over 32 appearances for 2 different teams. So 2 different franchises this year have said, we're good without you. And so he's been traded twice this year, and now you're going to acquire him and immediately put him in for your 22-year-old who's pitching great. It's terrible optics.
Yep.
And it is demoralizing. I think that's the word you used earlier.
It's absolutely demoralizing. I said deflating, but it's all of that.
Yeah.
And I don't even need to ask any of the players how they feel about it in the clubhouse. They're pissed. I promise you that. I promise you. They're looking at each other right now as they arrive in the clubhouse, maybe for a game of Pusoy Dos. And they're looking at each other. Can you believe these guys? You believe this? And this is what I have not been able to put my finger on now for the better part of 3 years, which is somehow, some way, the Giants organization went from something that had such a vibe. Do you remember that like the first, when I really went off on the Giants after the Dodgers series? Well, it feels like this was a couple months ago now, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah, when the park here was full of blue. It was all blue.
And I kept saying to you, it wasn't the standings. It wasn't about the standings. There was plenty of time in the standings. There's now no longer plenty of time in the standings. But anyway, it wasn't the standings. It was the feel. It was what you've let this organization become. And that's what gets me. I can still look at Farhan Zaidi moves from an X's and O's standpoint, even this one. And I'm like, yeah, I understand what you're doing, but you've got to do a cost-benefit analysis before you make these moves. And the Giants went from a decade ago being the most feel-good thing that existed in Bay Area sports. You know, this was prior to the Warrior dynasty starting. But going to a Giants game when it was Buster and Brandon and Timmy and Madison and Matty and Pablo and the manager and the core four, like all of that was happening, and you could just put your fingers on it. You could touch that, you could feel it, and it felt so good. Felt like a gift on Valentine's Day. Like that was such a connection. And you have found a way to turn and burn all of that into this, into Hayden Birdsong for Mike Bauman. Because, you know, need an extra arm Monday and Tuesday. It's so robotic and devastating. It is so formulaic. And you can't run businesses that way exclusively. Yes, you have to be smart. Yes, you have to make tough decisions. And yes, sometimes they hurt. But it feels like it's the only pitch that the Giants front office throws. They throw the non-human angle, formulaic, X's and O's. We need an extra 5 fingers for our Monday night game against the Dodgers. They do that every time. They do it every time. And then they sit there and shrug their shoulders and go, God, I don't know why anybody don't want to come join us. How come nobody wants to come join us? Our cavernous 425-foot power alleys and all of the fun that we're having as guys sit in the bullpen and wonder how the hell they ended up out there because they were promised a starting job. They just scratched their head. Boy, we offered them money and they said no. Well, we can't figure out why.
Can't figure it out. Yeah.
Because you're robots.
That's right. And if you are a player who's looking for a destination and you see the way things have been done in this regime of, you know, players in, players out, you're a starter, now you're getting pinch hit for and all the rest of it, and, you know, you're going to go 5 innings and whatever, it's hard to really, even as a player, sink your teeth into wanting to be here. And now you see Hayden Birdsong strike out 12 on a Sunday and get optioned out on a Monday for a guy who's been designated for assignment twice so far this year, and he's been traded twice. And, you know, Mike Bauman might come on and be a good reliever maybe for the Giants. Yeah. It's not even about him. It's about the process. And you and I always talk about process versus results. The result of this might be he gets a couple of big outs tonight in a gutsy 2-1 win over LA.
Might be.
That's great. But it's the process that's the problem. And you're right about, you know, the fans, and even as a player, you see one of your young teammates go out there and ball out and get you a much needed win in Colorado, and his reward is a bus ticket to Sacramento. That's got to be deflating and demoralizing for the Giants in that clubhouse. And as a fan, it makes you scratch your head and wonder why you would even support this regime.
He's 22 years old, and he set a record yesterday. That is the most strikeouts that any Giants pitcher has ever recorded at Coors Field. And checks notes, lots of Giants pitchers throw lots of innings at Coors Field. And he set a record. He is 22 years old. And boy, those cheeks, you could just squeeze them. And you'll never sell to me that he nodded his head and he was cool with this. I don't care what you're saying. There's no way in hell that he went to bed last night thinking that this is what he was going to wake up to. And if he did go to bed last night thinking that this was what was going to go on, that means you told him last night. That makes you an even worse person. Because Hayden, I hope, was having margaritas last night on the flight. Because that's what he should be doing. He should
have a chance to celebrate.
Yeah, celebrate, dude. You just did something, and you don't need to work again for 5 days. So, here you go. Man, you want a beer?
Totally.
That's what should be going on. Instead, he's sitting here wondering if he might get to come back.
He's coming back. He knows he's coming back. But
that's not the point.
No, the point is the way you go about dealing with it. And, you got to make a move because you got Bauman and you need an extra arm. You need to have somebody ready to go.
You don't got to make a move.
Oh, you got to have an arm, Mark.
They got arms.
You may need those outs. 6'4", 240. I like the player.
You want Mike Bauman? DFA Luke Jackson. If this game's so flippin' important and you just cannot have any wasted space on the roster, you cannot. We got to get every out. The whole season's riding on this series. Fine. Get Luke the hell out of here. Because he can't get out. He can't even throw a curveball that gets to home plate. You need a roster spot? There's your roster spot.
That's an expensive out. $6.5 million. And he's got a $2 million player option next year. It's a lot of money, Mark.
I'm sorry. This is about money now?
Well, you don't want to have to eat, and I guess that would be eating about 2.3 this year, and that's a $4 million eat. Or you could Hayden Birdsong your way to Sacramento for nothing.
A $4 million eat? They made that in pizza last weekend.
Those pizzas are good.
They are. My son loves them. He won't eat anything else at the ballpark.
Like $22 or something.
Tony's Pizza, right
Not
field
cheap.
line.
Yeah.
Turns out there's one over there on the third base side, too.
Luke's making $6.5 million this year.
I don't care.
Which means you owe him about 2.2 left and $2 million next year.
Great, eat it. I don't care. Eat it.
Or how much is a bus trip from Denver to Sacramento? You get him on Amtrak for about $200.
What does $4 million matter if he can't get outs? What are you paying for? What are you paying for? What is the $4 million for?
For Luke?
Outs.
He can eat innings.
Don't need to eat innings.
He's gotten some people out this year.
There's a couple of them.
Here and there.
We're sponsored by Safeway. That's very, very frustrating.
Yeah.
That's just a terrible, terrible idea. You sent out Hayden Birdsong? You got to be kidding me. All right. 888-957-9570. We still got more Aiyuk and Warrior stuff to get to ahead as well. Anybody want to weigh in on Hayden Birdsong and the robots that run the Giants? Let's rock and roll on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal for members. Delicious green or red.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Luke Jackson's ERA is almost 6, by the way. I just thought I'd say that.
Yeah. All I'm saying is he's gotten people out before. So maybe you could get off him, okay? There has been a time where he's thrown a pitch and it's resulted in an out.
That's true. This is my bad.
Yeah. A little tough on him, I think.
Hey, I got so into that. You know what I forgot to tell everybody?
No.
That a half hour from now, Fred Warner's coming on the show. Yeah.
Is he somebody that Farhan signed? Left-hand reliever? Or are you talking about the linebacker?
No, the linebacker. Fred Warner.
Fred
Warner's coming on the show.
I can't wait.
I want to say this before he comes on. This is a moment that I've been waiting for. And nobody else listening will know this. You'll probably know why I'm saying this. I have felt the need to talk more to Fred Warner ever since the last time he was on our show. Because he came on and we were so stupid. We were working for weeks. We're like, come on. We're working with the Niners. What's the angle? Come on. What's a good day for it? We're working for weeks. And then boom, you got it. Here comes Fred Warner. We're like, sweet, let's do it. And we dive right in. And the conversation is 90 seconds old. And the Giants fired Gabe Kapler.
That's right.
And our boss comes flying into the room, look, social media is just throwing up all over everyone's computers. People are running around in the hallways. And we asked him like 2 more questions, and he's like, "We gotta let him go.
He's so stubborn.
We gotta get to this. We gotta get to this." I'm like, "We gotta." Fine, Fred. Thank you for coming on. Fred was probably like, "What? That's it?" Like we barely got past the whole like, "So how's things going?" You know, I mean, we hadn't even gotten into anything yet. And I'm like, I've been waiting ever since then until we could get Fred back on.
It's huge.
Today's the day.
Sometimes breaking news does not cooperate with pre-planned guests. And that's the way that goes sometimes.
I hope the Giants don't fire Farhan in the middle of the Fred Warner conversation.
No, I mean, they won't now.
Some of you do.
He's too busy. He's making moves. Making big moves.
Oh, my God. All right, if you're just joining us, the Giants are sending out Hayden Birdsong. Why? Because that's what they do. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the island's River Islands in Lathrop? So, yeah, Fred Warner in about a half hour. Very much looking forward to that. I don't think we were quite complete with the conversation that we were having about the Aiyuk and Debo situation. And if you're just joining us, I've sort of admitted that watching the Netflix doc Receivers has changed my perspective on what the 49ers are doing and what they should do with regard to the Aiyuk situation. Going a little deeper into this, realizing how far over the cap the 49ers are in projecting going forward, not this year, but next year, already knowing that a Purdy extension is out there as well. And watching and listening to players talk about why they went through that 3-game losing streak last year and how both as their offense sets up its game and as a tone setter for the entire roster, the importance of Deebo Samuel, I feel, has been diminished in recent conversations about like, yeah, just sign Brandon and then cut Deebo after the year, which was, I mean, my point too. That's been my opinion. And I have changed my opinion. I think that Kyle Shanahan thinks that Deebo Samuel is a much bigger headache for opposing defenses, and I don't think he's prepared, even after this year, to just move on from Deebo Samuel. And also tucked into this is the fact that they don't really have to pay Brandon Aiyuk yet. I know some people consider it not great business, but they don't have to pay him just because he wants to be paid. They don't have to do that.
No, they don't have to do it next year either. They can have him play in his 5th-year option, and then they can elect to have him go out into free agency, and they can get a comp pick, which will probably be a 3rd-round pick in the following draft the year after, which would be the 2026 draft if they want to go that route. The one thing I I still get stuck on in this conversation is the idea of the Niners paying 2 receivers more than $20 million. I don't think that they're going to do that.
Agreed.
I don't think it makes sense for them to do that. And then I think about the difference between the two players. Brandon Aiyuk is a better wide receiver than Deebo Samuel, but Deebo Samuel is probably a better football player, at least as it pertains to the Kyle Shanahan offense. And I think about the offense a lot and what all these pieces mean. You've got a tight end who is an elite blocker, who's also a great pass catcher. A running back who can play out wide. He can play in the slot. He can catch it out of the backfield. We know he can run. A fullback who can play some tight end. He can catch the ball a little bit. He doesn't run it much, but he's an elite blocker, and he knows the scheme. Deebo Samuel is a multi-threat. And then you have Brandon Aiyuk, who's just a very, very good receiver, and he would be in any offense. So I think about all these pieces, and what most of them have in common is their versatility. Brandon doesn't have that versatility. It's not to disrespect him because most wide receivers don't, but all those other pieces, George and Kyle and Christian and Deebo, they all have the multi-positional flexibility within this offense. So as you start to think about value, Deebo in this offense has more value than Brandon Aiyuk does just based on the ability to replace him.
Yeah, I also think about the history now. I can't speak directly to whether or not this is like a big issue or not, but think about the history of Kyle Shanahan with these two players. It was the worst kept secret in the world the year that the 49ers drafted Deebo Samuel early in the second round. Everybody knew Kyle Shanahan was infatuated with him. Thought, wow, what could I do with this guy in my offense? And it's been brilliant. And Deebo, though injured at times, has been a very consistent high performer, an important player for a long time. Brandon Aiyuk is really, really good. He's also 2 years removed from the doghouse. Like, I don't know if that factors into all of this, but Deebo Samuel, in his career arc, has been a much better fit. I know he came in, out of shape one time, what have you. I'm sure there have been frustrations with all players. I'm sure that happens. But this has been a much bigger home run through the long haul with Deebo Samuel than Brandon has, even though Brandon is now 2 years as a 1,000-yard receiver. And last year really, really popped with a full year with Brock Purdy at quarterback. None of this is to diminish Brandon Aiyuk. None of this is to say that he's not worth the numbers that he wants. It's to say two things. A, I don't really understand why the wide receiver market has gone the way that it has, and I'm betting that the 49ers look at it that way too, where they're like, you're right, Brandon. Based on these other contracts, you're worth 28. Here's the problem. We think those contracts are stupid. The Dolphins have Tyreek Hill and gave Jalen Waddle 28. Good luck. Good luck stopping somebody. Good luck having an offensive lineman who's good. The Dolphins don't beat good teams. So they can spend $58 million next year on their wide receiver room if they want. We don't want to do that. We think that that's dumb. And then the second thing I do think that the 49ers think is that Deebo is a bigger part of their offense than Brandon is. And those two things both scream the same thing, which is do not pay this guy a massive extension.
Yeah, and the third piece is what I've always talked about with this offense is the fact that they were 32nd in football, dead last in pass attempts. I don't believe that Kyle Shanahan wants to have an offense where they throw it 35, 40, 45 times. I don't think that that fits the way he was raised. Mike Shanahan made his bones with great running backs and a great running game and a very good quarterback as well, but you didn't ever want to go out there and throw it all over the park. And we can go back to his days in Atlanta as an offensive coordinator, and you had Julio Jones and you had Matt Ryan. So you were in a situation in a dome where you were going to throw it more than you are now. And I look at the way they employ their tight end and the way they use their fullback and the fact that they like to draft blocking first wide receivers. I think that this is always going to be a run-first offense. So that leads me to think about Kyle Shanahan wanting to pay $55 million in the wide receiver room. it doesn't make sense for me.
You and I were listening to a piece that Kay Adams put on social media a couple of hours ago with an idea that maybe the Niners could approach Brandon with this and see if it would placate him a little bit. Again, he is slated to make $14.1 million this year. That is more than he's made his entire career in his first 4 years. So, A, that's not chump change. But B, if the 49ers are well over the cap already for 2025, and they need to start thinking about a Brock Purdy extension, and they've now got Ricky Pearsall, and they don't want to pay 2 receivers. But Brandon Aiyuk is really upset and does not want to come in for just his 5th-year option. What if the Niners went to Brandon, because they do have cap space this year, and they tore up the $14.1 million option and said, let's just make it a 1-year deal, but let's make it worth a lot more. As much as double it. They have the cap space to do that this year. There's whether 28, 25, whatever.
In 30.
I mean, let's
1 year, $30 million.
1 year.
Yeah.
1 year. And then we can revisit this after the year, because then you get a bunch more information. You're all in on Super Bowl year. Maybe Brandon is a little bit happier, but also still incredibly motivated. Let's see physically how Brandon holds up. Let's see how Debo holds up. Let's see how Ricky Pearsall looks. You're going to get all kinds of information over the next 6 months that you don't have now, and you can add those into conversations at that time. I don't think that's perfect for Brandon. I don't think that's what Brandon wants. But again, I'll keep stressing to people, Brandon is optionless right now. He's done a great job of making everyone think he's got options. I'm going to go play with Jaden Daniels. No, you're not. No, you're not. And you're not going to sit on the sideline and not get $14.1 million in a year of service. Like, there is no scenario outside him being traded where Brandon doesn't suit up for the Niners this year. He might be all upset about it, and I expressed this last week. That's the part that worries me, is Brandon. I don't know if Brandon is going to handle all this well. Is he going to say the right things after games? Is he going to mess up the chemistry in the locker room? I don't know.
Is he built for this?
I don't know if he's built for this. I'm not worried about the 49ers at all. They've got a great team and hold all 52 cards when it comes to them and Brandon. So that's my only concern. And the idea she brings up, it's an interesting one.
It is.
I don't know if it will resonate with him or not.
It's almost unheard of. You don't often see that, where you take a player and you rip up the 5th-year option and then you give them a 1-year deal after that fact. Usually you do that and you give somebody a long-term deal. But if they don't want to pay 2 receivers more than $20 million a year, and if they really are sold on having Debo beyond next year, then it comes down to that point. And maybe, to your point, or Kay Adams' point from the Up and Adams podcast, if you give Brandon 1 year and $30 million, let's just say, and it's fully guaranteed, so he gets his 30, and he goes out there and he plays well, it does become a little bit of, receiver survivor, where at the end of the year, if you've got Debo making about 28, Pearsall's a rookie trying to make his way, and if Aiyuk's on a 1-year deal for 30, at the end of the year, if you don't win the Super Bowl and you realize somebody's got to go, then you have a decision to make. And, you probably let Brandon go be a free agent. You keep Debo or vice versa, and you figure it out from there.
How did this happen? Like, how did this wide receiver thing happen? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it happened because I think it's a little bit of the fantasy football-ification of the game, where the wide receiver now has become what the running back used to be, which is now the receiver is the star. The quarterback is always the star. We know that. But it used to be, you got to have a good running back. If you have one of these elite running backs, you've got a chance. And then you realize the shelf life is about 4 or 5 years for the running back. We'll see about, Baltimore this year with Travis Henry, if he can still do it at the age of 30. But then it became the receiver. You got to have an elite receiver. And so they started getting the mad money. And I wonder if that market doesn't plummet here in the future.
But who looked at that when you said you got to have an elite receiver? Who watched the playoffs and came away with that opinion and kept agreeing with it? Because no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't.
You really don't. But a lot of teams still think that, or they pay like they do.
Like, it's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? Tom Brady, when he wins with the Bucs, he's got Mike Evans. He's got Godwin. It's a hell of a receiving core. Sure, the Chiefs won one with Tyreek Hill. We know that all too well. But
the Rams had Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
But they didn't. I don't even know who their other
was.
receiver
Cooper
was.
Kupp even Cooper Kupp yet? I don't even know if he had. I got to look that year.
That was his incredible year.
That was his incredible year?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That was his breakout campaign. The Eagles won with Nick Foles and whatever the hell's going on at wide receiver. Not much. You know, I know we're going back a little ways with
this
the
last year,
Patriots thing.
the Chiefs, they won it with a rookie, Rashee Rice, and not much else.
Who hadn't even emerged as the number one wide receiver until halfway through the year. So I don't really get it. They're good. They're important. I'm not saying they're not important. They're very, very important, as all players are. But this idea that we've got to, you're paying a receiver more than Nick Bosa and Aaron Donald? That's crazy to me.
Well, maybe that's true, but maybe it's only true if you have a Tom Brady or a Patrick Mahomes and you have the greatest quarterback to ever live. If you don't have him, you still need stars on offense, don't you?
But where's the comp of if you don't have the great quarterback, then you've got a really good chance to win a Super Bowl because you've got great receivers. I'd argue if you look at the top passing teams last year, the Miami Dolphins, good. You're good-ish, but you're not great. You can't beat good teams. Dallas Cowboys, you'll huck the ball all over the yard. You're good. You can't beat good teams. The Eagles are paying 2 receivers. That whole thing took a left turn and flew off of a cliff. Meantime, who's consistently good right now? The Niners are consistently good. The Ravens are consistently good. The Chiefs are consistently good. These teams don't have anything going on basically outside of Debo in terms of salary at the wide receiver position. So I hear what you're saying, Grandy. That's fair. Yeah, Brady, Mahomes, maybe it's that simple. But I don't see this thing that suggests to me that the equation is that easy. I've got a $30 million receiver, therefore I'm going to be good. Maybe if you got a bunch of other stuff going on really good too.
Yeah, it usually doesn't work that way. But to Grandy's point, if you don't have a very, very good elite quarterback, then you got to have something on offense. And a lot of times, Minnesota's in that spot where you don't have the elite quarterback. So you've got a wide receiver who not only will help put butts in the seats, but at least your mediocre quarterback can get him the football, and you hope that he single-handedly can kind of keep you in some games by making plays. You got to go one direction or the other on offense. If you don't have a good quarterback, you got to have a good something, right?
I don't know, man. The last few years, the Los Angeles Chargers had who's supposed to be an elite quarterback, and they were paying 2 receivers, and they can't get to the playoffs. They can't win a playoff game. And they just dumped both. Harbaugh walked in there and went, get rid of both of them. Get them out of here. See ya.
Yeah.
Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, go. We're moving in a completely different direction. And now people think that they're going to be better. He went in and got rid of all the skill position players. He kept Herbert. That's it.
That's right. And I do think about Green Bay, and I made this point last week or the week before about the way they're going about constructing their roster by
Good point.
Young, cheap tight ends and wide receivers, and now their quarterback, who is reportedly going to hold out when camp is getting started this week until he gets a contract, and they're all saying, well, it's going to be a short holdout because he's getting paid, and so Jordan Love's going to get 50, 52, 55 million a year, whatever it is, and that's okay because all their receivers and their tight ends are on rookie deals.
Buffalo made a huge swing to get a big-name wide receiver and gave him a very big contract, and then they played for a few years. They were unable to get over the top and decided he was now worth the headache. Get him out of there. I don't even know. Who's the Buffalo's receiving core this year? Who is it? I don't even know. I honestly don't. Who is a wide receiver for the Bills this year?
I'm looking it up.
Is Curtis Samuel on that team this year?
Yep.
Okay. Who else?
Juan Samuel? Former infielder.
First round pick, wide receiver Keon Coleman.
Okay, Keon Coleman. All right.
Khalil Shakir, you remember him?
Yes.
Chase Claypool was a signing for them this offseason.
Oh, God.
They got MVS.
Oh, do they? They got Marquez Valdez.
First signing of the week.
Stop it. Yeah, now does anybody think the Bills are going to stink?
No, because they have an elite quarterback.
Okay. So do they?
I think so.
All right.
I think every example you're bringing up, Willard, is because a team gets to a point where they have to choose between their star quarterback or their star receiver, and they're clearly every single time going to choose their star quarterback. Justin Herbert, you're choosing your star quarterback over your two wide receivers.
Those guys were already getting paid. So obviously you could have both. You could. Justin Herbert and Mike Williams and Keenan Allen were all getting paid. Justin signed his deal a year ago.
And you have absolutely no flexibility to anything else in the future.
Fair. The
Buffalo Bills ultimately got to a point where they had to say, all right, well, we want to help ourselves reset with Josh Allen for the rest of his career. We don't want Stephon Diggs around, plus he's a little bit of a distraction.
Right.
You're just choosing your star quarterback, and maybe that's what the Niners are going to ultimately do because they know they got to pay Brock at some point.
That's part of it, but the part that's still being left out to me is where we've got data that suggests breaking off wide receivers at $30 million a year is going to equate somehow to winning. I'm not spending any time right now saying that receivers aren't important. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying that if you're going to start giving them $30 to $35 million a year, that is going to weaken you at other positions, and I think that's a bad bet. Obviously, you're going to have to do it sometimes. The Niners felt the need to do it with Deebo Samuel. Many have felt the need to do it with certain players. But I am not bullish on the teams that are like, let's do it with two. This is going to mess with the Eagles. This is going to mess with them at some point. And they're going to have to work their way out of some of those contracts at a certain point. All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Okay, here comes Fred Warner coming up around the bend. Fred Warner is going to join us on Willard and Dibs. One of two things is going to happen. We're either going to have a great conversation with him or massive breaking news will happen in the middle of it. One or the other. Only one way to find out which one it is. Stay right here on Willard and Dibs.
I can't wait to find that out. And speaking of weight, let's talk about my weight loss.
3rd down and 12. Mahomes fires, pass, pick. Warner got it for San Francisco.
Yeah, obviously I'm just really disappointed that we weren't able to pull it off. I mean, we had every opportunity, and Super Bowls aren't given, they're taken, and Kansas City took this one. We'll go back next year, start at ground zero, and try to get back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Fred Warner's going to join us here shortly, and he is he's out and about doing some things right now in a partnership deal with the 49ers. So we're going to dive right to it because our time with Fred's going to be a little bit limited, but we're going to dive right in to the stuff that really matters. And we will get to Brandon with him, but we also got to get to Dre Greenlaw. And what I think is a question for all 49ers to answer, when you hear him say that right there, we'll get back at ground zero next year and start this again. That still feels so damn devastating.
Yeah.
And so hard because you think about, I know so many people are like, come on, the whole Super Bowl or bust thing. Oh, just go back to the Super Bowl and win it this time.
Yeah.
How many different times was last year's team an inch away from not even making it to the Super Bowl? The miraculous second half against the Lions came after
the drive against the Packers.
They came after a game against the Packers that felt like they were going to lose the entire time. So I don't know what's about to unfold this year.
Just make it back to the Super Bowl.
Oh,
it
God.
sounds so easy, but just hearing Fred say that, you know what, let's have to try it again next year. We'll get back to ground zero. And you think about it, Mark, with camp starting in 2 days, the players reporting tomorrow, and so much to do between now and the opener, and so much to do between the opener and the Super Bowl. There are so many battles that will have to be waged, so many players that will have to stay healthy, so many plays that have to be made, so many breaks that have to go your way just to navigate the regular season, let alone into the playoffs, single elimination, tackle football. We do make it sound a little easy, like,
oh my God,
you're one of the favorites. Just make it back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that's all.
Just everybody stay healthy.
Right. That said, they have made 3 consecutive conference championship games, so they have kind of made it look easy.
They're the best team in the NFL.
But they've done it 3 years in a row.
I know that
so the expectation is.
I know that that's going to bother people. I think they've got the best roster in the NFL. And yes, if all things are equal, should go well, but all things aren't equal. Fred's going to join us here in just a sec. I want one note on that Giants deal, by the way, the Hayden Birdsong controversy. One little note that matters. He has been optioned to San Jose, not Sacramento. He's been optioned to San Jose, which I think is a little tip. We're going to keep him close, and he'll be back this weekend. But does he go back down after that? Alex Pavlovich says they're trying to limit his innings, which I don't know. Sounds ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
Sounds ridiculous to me at this point. The guy's barely even played. So anyway, we'll get back to that in just a second. But Fred Warner's going to join us here momentarily. Okay, he is ready to go. So first and foremost, as always, all guests, 95.7 The Game, appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And Fred is at Verizon in San Jose, 690 Blossom Hill Road, celebrating their brand new partnership with the San Francisco 49ers. The partnership is aimed at enhancing the fan experience both on and off the field. That sounds great. The partnership promises to deliver unique, money-can't-buy experiences that will elevate the fan journey through Verizon Access Rewards. So, hey, Fred, thanks for coming on. How's it going down there?
Man, absolutely. Thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, absolutely. The event going okay so far?
Man, it is going amazing. They're showing so much love out here. You know, I turned the corner to the old Verizon store, and I see so many fans and supporters here. You know, I wanted to obviously get in on Verizon and meet me, and it's amazing, man. I'm just so happy to be here.
Not surprised one bit. All right, camp is opening tomorrow, and so the first thing that I know I'm wondering about is your perspective on the linebacking core. How's Dre Greenlaw doing, and how does that change things for you guys this year?
Yeah, man, Dre's doing great. You know, obviously what happened to him in the Super Bowl was just
You know, it was hard to wrap your mind around, really. It was so sad to see him go down in that moment. I mean, he was having, I think, a career game. You know, you could tell that he was going to possibly be the Super Bowl MVP the way he was playing, man. And so for him to go down, that was tough for me. That was tough for our team. But he's as good as he can be, man. He's on track. He's obviously, you know, on track to get back and recover, and really good with his energy and everything, man. So he's doing really well. I'm excited about our linebacking group, man. I think obviously Dre is going to have to take his time with recovery, but the guys that we have coming in his spot, I think we got a lot of young talent. We obviously signed Devondre Campbell in the offseason, which is a great addition for us. So I'm excited about it, man.
How do you set about mentally to get jacked up to do it again? Because we talk on the show about Super Bowl or bust, and it's easy for us to say that. But starting tomorrow, you got to start the journey again. How do you wrap your mind around the journey and put February behind you?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's tough, but at the end of the day, man, I think for me, I love the game so much. It's like the first day of school all over again. Every single time I go back for training camp, seeing the fellas, man, getting back in the building. It always feels like the first one, man, honestly. And so I'm so excited for this year. You mentioned it, what our expectations are, what our standard is here that we've been able to build up to. And it, you know, I think it's an honor to have that type of pressure on us. And that's just what our standard is no matter what.
Fred Warner with us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Fred, what kind of challenges are associated with a whole new defensive coaching staff this year?
Yeah, I think it's just obviously just getting to know who's the one at the helm this year, you know, and I think Coach Sorensen is as good as they come. You know, he's been around the building. He knows the system really, really well. You know, we've added a couple additions from coaches to players, and it's about just getting the group to gain that chemistry and obviously work as one to attain what we're trying to do, and that's be number one, man. That's to dominate and to help our team win a championship. So I'm really excited about Nick and what he brings to our defense, and as well as a lot of the players that we've signed in the offseason and brought on.
Fred, is that looked back on correctly in your mind when you hear people look back on last year and the defense performed, but at the same time it felt at the end of the year like the Steve Wilks thing just wasn't a great fit? Do you feel like people look back on that accurately?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like we still played at a really high level, man. I feel like Coach Wilks was great for us, but obviously there has been a standard set here of how we play 49er defense, right? And so we want to make sure that when they turn the tape on, it's got to look different from everybody else. And again, we still played great ball last year, but there's another level that we can get to this year.
Certainly another level, and, you know, tough right out of the gate going up against the Jets and Aaron Rodgers and company. Have you had a chance to look at the schedule? Do you kind of play the schedule game in your mind and think about certain spots and certain trips you're going to take?
You know what? I always look at the schedule, man, but I'm always excited about the first one. And I mean, we couldn't have started with a better one this year, honestly. Being at home in front of our fans on a Monday night game against a really good New York Jets team with Aaron Rodgers coming back, I don't think it gets any better than that. I cannot wait for week one.
Fred Warner with us. Fred, I know you guys have been through this before, but how is the locker room looking at yet another training camp with a big name and a contract situation with Brandon Aiyuk?
I'm sorry, repeat that first part of the question.
Yeah, I said I know you guys have been through this before, but how's the locker room dealing with yet another big name and another contract discussion?
Yeah, sure, man. I mean, I feel like this is part of it. You know, obviously, when you're a part of such a talented roster, I feel like this is something that goes on every season, and it's a good issue to have because obviously that means that your players are performing at such a high level that you know, you have to have these kind of conversations, and it's part of the business. And so, you know, obviously we all just let them handle that, and you know, when he's back, and we'll welcome him with open arms.
Yeah, Fred, it's awesome. Have you had a chance to see the Receivers doc on Netflix? And would you be a part of a Linebackers doc if they had one?
Yeah, you know, I have watched. I watched Quarterback. I watched Receiver, man. I think they do an outstanding job with both shows. And, you know, who knows? Maybe they'll take a side over to the defensive side one of these days and get our story. Who knows? But we'll see.
Yeah. Fred, great to catch up with you. And congrats on the kid, by the way. You getting any sleep?
Yeah. I'm going to get plenty of sleep now. We're in the hotel, so but it's been great, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's been the best thing for me and my wife, man.
Love it, man. Love it. Great to hear your voice. We can't wait to get another year started, man.
Absolutely. All right. Appreciate you guys.
Okay. Thanks so
Fred.
much. There it is. Fred Warner joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game.
And he spoke the most truth that he could possibly speak there, which is, I'm getting sleep now because we're in the hotel.
Because we out. We out.
I wish the training camp was 5 months long, you know?
I used to say that, when you're a parent of young kids and people talk about, summer vacations, and some people go far and some people go real far. And, somebody once upon a time would complain about oh gosh, this is like a 11-hour plane flight if you're going to Europe or something. I'm like, I don't think anything in life has ever sounded better than that. Right. You could put me in a seat and leave me alone for 11 hours. I don't even care if I just turn around and come back when I get there.
Right.
That sounds fantastic.
Just fly me around the world. I won't leave the plane.
Fly me to the moon.
Fly me straight around the world with a young one at home, a baby.
Oh gosh.
No doubt.
All right, so there's Fred Warner very briefly on fatherhood, on climbing the mountain again, on Brandon Aiyuk, on the defense from last year. And the Dre Greenlaw answer was interesting too, saying that, they're expecting Dre to quote unquote be ready for the year, but by the same token, it's but he's going to need to work his way back from recovery. And he started talking about some of the other guys that they brought in. So I don't know. I also know that when guys come back from those injuries, at least for sometimes that full first year, they're good, but they're not great. They're not fully themselves. The 49ers are going to have to sort of retweak the defense a little bit on a number of fronts this year, starting with that one.
And he is right in what he was saying about Super Bowl MVP. Until Dre got hurt running onto the field, one of the more freakish injuries I've ever seen, he was playing like a man possessed. And he was playing like a guy who was thinking about winning the Super Bowl MVP. He was everywhere in that game, which made that injury even more damaging. And then you see the replay of it and you see Fred's expression being right there and how heartbroken he was at the sight of Dre in a heap. And it's an Achilles, which is usually 9 to 12 months. So if it's 9 months, that means he's back in November. And if there's a ramp up, I don't know how effective he can be, especially considering how he plays and what the position calls for. You know, being a linebacker like that, you need left, right, forward, backward, diagonal. You need all your mobility. Unlike Aaron Rodgers, who could probably get away with it a little bit easier, you know?
By the way, I also think all things that we now know, which still may not be much, this whole idea that Aaron found some sort of miracle cure and was going to be ready to go is absolutely absurd. No, he wasn't, to the point where even the little bit that we saw of him at OTAs, he looked ridiculous. He looks like he still can't move. And maybe that's just because he's getting old, and he is much older than Dre Greenlaw, but your point is well taken, which is that Dre's position calls for a lot more. I don't know, man. As a fan, I'm trying to remove any of those quick healing expectations that may or may not be pointed toward Dre Greenlaw. The 49ers are going to have to figure out a different way to do what they do on defense at the linebacker position, because Fred has been the most outspoken of anyone when they say, dude, you're the best linebacker in the game. He's like, a lot of it's because Dre is right next to me. You know what I mean? So this isn't just missing Dre. You may not get the best of Fred now as well because Dre's not there. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But that's something that they're going to have to deal with.
And a lot of pressure now on Devondre Campbell that Fred mentioned, 31-year-old who comes into a system where excellence is the baseline. So now you got to come in, learn the system, and just be amazing, because we're used to that from Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. It's an organization, a franchise that has a history of elite linebacking play. So not only do you come into a new system, a winning team, but a team with a history of elite linebacking play. So hopefully Campbell is up to the job, at least for the first 12, 14 weeks, until maybe Dre Greenlaw can come back.
Now, he also says with regard to the Aiyuk situation that, hey, ho-hum, we do this every offseason. And as players, what the hell can you do about it anyway? You just go play. This is completely all over your head. And nobody even knows if Brandon is due for the Bay Area tomorrow or not. I don't know. He may show up. I doubt it. But then again, I don't even know what does not showing up achieve. I don't even know what that does. What does that do for Brandon?
You send a message, and
I think the message has been sent.
You resend it. Don't press send. Well, in this case, he will press send. I'm not saying that the message is going to...
Yeah.
He doesn't show up, and then Parag trembles up in the office, and he immediately reaches into the bag and finds a couple more million, and he calls Brandon Aiyuk's agent and says, all right, he didn't show up today. You guys win. We capitulate. It's a capitulation sensation. You get everything you want and more. Brandon, please show up. I don't think that a no-show does anything other than, maybe percolate the headlines on Niners Wire.
And get you fined.
If they so choose.
If they so choose. Well, they will to start. They will. They can forgive them later.
Yeah, they can. But
they're not going to not start. What are they going to do? Just be like, no, we're not fining you at all.
They're going to fine him, and then we're all going to do the math and add up the fines. And after 2 or 3 weeks, when they finally come to terms, then the story will be, and they've agreed as part of the deal to excuse $575,000 in fines, and everything will be fine.
You think they're coming to terms? So you and I have actually gone on the same premise for a while. And I'm telling you that when I changed my opinion, I changed all of them. All of them.
Yeah.
I don't think they're signing him to an extension. And in fact, if you really want to take the time, this isn't just because I watched a documentary. If you really want to take the time to look at the Niners books in the way that we can, like I don't have every single piece of graph paper in front of me, but if you really want to look at the Niners books, I think I'd argue that signing Aiyuk now makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Unless you're dead set on Debo walking at the end of the year.
Well, I don't know how you can be dead set on anything in the NFL. There's too much injury risk. So, yes, I understand that extensions happen, but this is a special circumstance. I wonder if we would all just stop and acknowledge this. This is a special circumstance, and that is what Brandon doesn't want to hear. This isn't the Eagles with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. This is a special set of circumstances. This is the best roster in the NFL. It is the best roster in the NFL with a quarterback making less than $1 million. That's about to change. There are multiple receivers, one already being paid, another wanting to be paid, and as you've pointed out, the team that throws the ball the least in the entire league. It is a team that is absolutely beyond obsessed with winning the Super Bowl this year. It is a team that is already over the cap in 2025, the following year, before their quarterback signs an extension. Put all of that into a bucket, and we've got ourselves a damn situation. And so that's why I think it's very funny when you hear the Mike Florios of the world say stuff like this.
I think it was the trade compensation that ultimately kept it from happening, that no one offered enough to get the 49ers to pull the trigger. And I don't know whether or not this is a situation where the 49ers had their bluff called by Brandon Aiyuk's camp, because this didn't happen as a result of Aiyuk wanting to be traded. That happened recently with the formal request to be traded. Back before the draft, it was he wanted to be paid a certain amount of money. The 49ers didn't want to pay it. And at some point, it was decided, let's see if someone else will pay him what the 49ers won't. The 49ers authorized that effort, and they found out that there were 5 teams that were willing to pay the 49ers, or to pay Aiyuk, what the 49ers wouldn't pay him. And, at some point, you got to wake up if you're Jed York or Parag Marathe or John Lynch, whoever's got the fingers on the purse strings. If there are 5 other teams that recognize the value in Brandon Aiyuk to the point where they'll pay him what the 49ers won't and give something up to get him, even if it wasn't sufficient to get the deal done. At some point, you got to look at that and go, yeah, we should probably just pay this guy what he wants, because other teams view him with more value than we do.
So Florio was on this morning with Bonte and Joe, and he said that. And I thought that the last few sentences there were just beyond insane. At some point, the Niners brass needs to wake up and realize that other teams want to pay Brandon, so they should too. The Patriots are reportedly one of the teams that was willing to pay Brandon. Let me check. The Patriots have no other good players on their roster at all, and just handed the quarterback position to a brand new rookie who they don't need to worry about for at minimum 4 years. So if the Patriots are willing to do it, what the hell does that have to do with the San Francisco 49ers? I'd argue nothing.
Yeah, nothing right now. And it might have something to do with at the end of the year. Then maybe Brandon Aiyuk signs with the Patriots. If they have all this money and they want to pay him, then go ahead and pay him. If the Niners don't want to match it or they don't want to pay him more, then they get a comp pick and they move on. Doesn't mean that you had to trade him before the draft if the compensation you were going to get back was not as good as what you thought was going to be commensurate with trading a player who you think can help you win the Super Bowl. You're in a Super Bowl window. You have a player who was second-team All-Pro, I believe, last year, and a guy who's really good in your offense for a team that fancies itself as being a good team. So why would you take less than absolute maximum value for him back in April? And then the draft passes, and now you're not going to trade him because you're not going to trade him for a pick next year when you're in a Super Bowl window.
Yeah, plus, by the way, the 49ers now, I know this is difficult because they sit over the cap for next year, not this year, next year right now. So there will need to be sacrifices made next offseason. But by the way, I'd argue they still don't have to be one of the receivers. It doesn't have to be. And I know you've argued probably correctly that the Niners would never do this. But the 49ers have every right to sit here right now and go, Brandon, you'll play for $14.1 million this year. And then next year, when you're even more mad, we're going to franchise tag you. And while Brock Purdy's extension will be signed, it doesn't kick in until 2026. So we'll go ahead and just pay you $29 million on the franchise tag for 2025. Let's make that a 2-year, $43 million deal, $21.5 per year. Basically, for this year and next year. And then Debo moves another year into his contract, and we'll just figure it out after that. So then we've got 2 full seasons of Ricky Pearsall. We've got 2 more years of information on Purdy and Aiyuk and Debo, and everybody's contracts are 2 more years down the road. Is Trent Williams ready to retire? Is Juszczyk retiring? What's happening with Kittle? Does Greenlaw play? Like, all of that. They could do that. I doubt it, but that is within their right in the collective bargaining agreement to do it. So I chuckle every time I hear, there's 2 things you hear people say right now. Will you just pay Brandon? Because he's good. So just pay him. Just do it. And then the other thing people will say, and if you don't want to do that, well, then do the right thing and trade him. No.
Right.
What are we talking about? Do the right thing. You want to do the right thing, get rid of artificial turf. They're not going to do that either.
No, the right thing is to pay him what you are contracted to pay him. $14.1 million. It's what he's contracted to be paid to play football this year. That's what you have to do if you're the 49ers. That's the deal. It's the deal he signed when he was a rookie. It was slotted, first rounder, 5th-year option, all the rest of it we all know. He's getting $14 million. Now, you would like to give him an extension that works for both parties, but if he is dead set against signing for $26 million, and we haven't heard much about that alleged offer in a long time, that offer might not exist anymore.
I'm glad you said alleged. I'm not convinced that it ever did. I'm not, like, when you look at the Niners situation, I don't know that it makes sense to sign him to an extension at all. I just don't know that it does. It firmly knocks 3, 4, or 5 49ers that you really like out the door after this year.
When I'm looking at the numbers for next year, Trent's making 34. Debo's making 24. Mooney's making 12. Bosa's making 20. That's his cap hit, but his actual number in cash is much greater. Warner's $29 million on the cap hit. So, and he's a prime candidate for a restructure because you want him around. You pay him some of that cash up front, and then you prorate the signing bonus. But Javon Hargrave, $28 million. Got a lot of big contracts that are sticking around for next year. So if Brandon's making, let's just call it 26, that puts you a firm $60 million over the cap next year.
Yeah, why would they do that? And by the way, if Brandon's going to sign a deal, it's not just going to kick in next year. In theory, it would be at least a 4-year deal after this year, which means you have to figure out 2026 when Brock kicks in at $50-some-odd million. I mean, listen, I'm doing this without looking at the books right now, but it feels to me, if you sign Brandon Aiyuk to an extension right now, you're signing up for 2026. Like, you got to kick everybody out the door. You got to kick probably half of your favorite 49ers out the door. I just don't know. I mean, the more, and I want to retract a lot of the opinions that I've thrown out there the last couple of weeks, because I don't know. I just look at it differently now. I look at it differently now, and I also don't know what to trust. Okay, so it's public. They offered him $26 a year. I'm not saying I think that's bad reporting. I don't know if what the reporters are being told is 100% true. You know, Brandon was upset that number was made public, but it's like, so that sort of makes it feel like, well, it was probably true, or else Brandon would have said so, because he's been really chirpy this offseason. But I just don't know. Maybe
think about what Brandon himself has said. He said that right after the Super Bowl, they started negotiating, and there was a time early in the process where he had his suit ready.
Yeah.
He was getting ready to put the suit on and come shake a hand and take a picture and sign a deal. So at that point, there was some deal on the table that he at least kind of liked. And then all those other deals came out, wop, 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 wop. And his number changed, or whatever happened between then and now. It doesn't seem like he has a suit ready anymore.
No, and then I also wonder, like, did the Niners make an offer that they knew he would refuse? That's playing a little bit too much of, a game of chicken, so I doubt that. I think the Niners are more straightforward than that. But at the same time, like, the more I look at this now, the more I realize the way they structure things around Debo, the tone setter that he is in that locker room, the fact that if you do look at the way Ricky Pearsall plays or is supposed to play, who does that look like they're replacing? Not Debo.
Yeah, correct.
You know what I mean? Like, so I just, you see the puzzle pieces move around, and I'm like, I don't think it's that the Niners offered something and then pulled it, but I just don't know if it makes sense to re-sign him. It's cap schmap, so there's always a way. But goodness me, they're like, I get it. And this is one of the rare situations where I'm not siding with the team, but I understand where they're coming from. I understand where the 49ers are coming from. Signing Aiyuk to an extension right now is incredibly complicated.
I think if you do that, you are saying goodbye to Debo at the end of the year. And I think that, maybe it's the Receivers doc on Netflix that you and I are both watching that's changing our opinion or changing our sense about Debo. I think if you give Aiyuk an extension, you realize you can't pay both of them that much. And I know cap schmap, you can always work through the cap, but as I'm looking at next year's salaries and some of these big names who are making north of 10, north of 15, and you got Bosa, and if Trent's still around, Trent's worth every penny, and you got Kittle, who's going to be making a huge number. He's on the books for $22 million in 2025. So like you said, you're going to have to say goodbye to a lot of your favorites. So for me, if you do sign Aiyuk to an extension, it becomes him or Debo. And if you don't sign him to an extension, well, you have 1 year of him and Debo, and then maybe you could work something out after that.
And I'm just of the opinion, like, and I hope it didn't come off different than this earlier. I'm no different than everybody else. I love a good wide receiver, and my goodness, I think that the 49er offense needs good wide receivers. But if it is at the expense of trench warfare, if it is at the expense of edge rushers, if it is at the expense of having good tackles, if it is at the expense of having good linebackers, it is not worth it. I would take a little dip at the wide receiver position way before I took a dip at any of those other positions.
Of course, edge rusher, left tackle, cornerback, these are all positions that you need to have a premium player. And Mooney Ward is a guy who has played pretty darn well for you, and he's a guy who's also going to be looking for an extension. And you reworked McCaffrey and gave him a little bit more money, and he's top of the market, and Kittle's near the top of the market. And these are players who are probably as important, if not more important, than wide receiver to this team.
Niners know what they're doing. Niners, that's the other thing. And I know some people go, what about Solomon Thomas? I'm not saying that they're perfect with every decision. I'm saying that when it comes to this, when it comes to negotiating, when it comes to running the numbers and having a plan, that is probably where I trust the 49ers absolutely the most. They're not getting caught with their pants down here. They're not sitting here going, my God, I thought I thought this would have been figured out by now. Oh, crap. They're strategically, is there a mistake or two? I think that they got beat in the Bosa conversation last year, no doubt. But it's not like it caught them off guard.
The DeForest Buckner didn't work out the way they wanted.
No, that was it. That's you can make a bad trade. My point is, these numbers, the Niners have run these, and they've got a plan. And Brandon getting what Brandon wants doesn't fit their plan.
It's interesting, though, because they've always said their philosophy is draft a player, like a player, pay the player. And they've done that with every single player. Buckner was the one, and they made that decision early in the process, and they traded him before the draft. They got a pick. They blew the pick. I didn't like the pick. I didn't like the player. But that's water under the bridge now. That's one that they went about a certain way, but they did it in March. And then this one, you draft a player, they like the player, and then you're going to pay the player, and yet it feels for the first time like that might not be the way this goes.
Sometimes you get to the end of the road. Shout out Boys to Men. You get to the end of the road, which is like all of those situations before have either been obvious situations that you budgeted for or players that you flat out are unwilling to move on from, like a Nick Bosa. But all those other situations, Kittle and Warner and everything, that all happened before you acquired Christian McCaffrey. That all happened before quarterbacks were making $50 million. And, the Brock Purdy situation could still have its own twists and turns. But the 49ers certainly need to at least plan right now for the idea that next offseason they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy big-time quarterback money.
Yeah, they're hoping to have to pay him big-time quarterback money. And I do think the other piece of this is something that you talked about with Klay Thompson, which is timing. And for Klay, it just so happened that his contract was up coming off a 10 seed and in a situation where they were trying to get out of the second apron. So that was just bad timing. And I think for Aiyuk, it's a little similar in the timing of it where, you're really, really good right now as a Niner team, and you've got a roster full of really good players who are also highly paid. So there isn't as much money as there was 3 and 4 years ago when you didn't have this much depth in the roster.
Let's go out to Jose in Oakland. Hey, Jose, you're on with Willard and Debs. What's up?
Hey, guys. Look, just like the movies say, this is not checkers. This is not checkers. This is chess. And I think the Niners, they have learned from their mistakes. If I recall correctly, when the current regime took over, they kind of got stuck with a bad contract for a running back that I don't even remember if he ever played single down for the 49ers. And then they had that contract with D4, but at least they got something out of him. So I think they're trying to make it a point not to get stuck with bad contracts. And with Brandon, let's be honest, he hasn't been the most consistent wide receiver. I think for all of his injuries, Debo has been more consistent as far as the way he produces, the way he plays. Brandon Aiyuk, I think this last year is the only year when he was pretty consistent. So they're trying to gauge what he does next year. I mean, is that the real Brandon Aiyuk, or is that the Brandon Aiyuk that was just trying to get, was playing for a new contract? So to me, they're going about it the right way. Okay, let him play for his $14 million. He surpasses what he did this year. Then, by all means, next year, just pay the man what you owe him. What you should give him, and let Debo go. But if he plays so poor, then that will show that they were right. They don't want to overpay for a player for whom they really not that convinced that he's going to be doing that all the time. And I think that Parag has proved that, he's pretty good at playing with the numbers. If they really believe that he is that type of receiver, they would have paid him already, regardless of whatever is coming to to Purdy.
Jose, I'm not going to say, and thank you for the call, that your broader point is wrong. I think that you have a broad point there. I do think your remembering of the statistical output of these two players might not be accurate. Like, Brandon Aiyuk has actually more 1,000-yard receiving seasons than Deebo Samuel in his career.
And if you look at his game log, he's been very consistent.
Very consistent.
The last 2 years in particular, but the last 3 years, he's been remarkably consistent.
Deebo Samuel went into a contract extension year and had 1,400 yards receiving to go with 365 rushing yards. It's actually funny. I'm here and we cover this team, so I'm not saying it should be this way, but it's funny that no one's ever accused Deebo of like balling out for the contract and then chilling. Because look what's happened since the 1,400-yard season. He has 1,400 yards receiving in the next 2 seasons combined.
That's not great.
And showed up out of shape in one of those 2 seasons. So, yes, there were injuries that affected that a little bit. 2022, he only started 12 games. Last year, 15, right? And one of those, this starts, was Cleveland, and he was out by the first quarter. So, sure, that affects the whole thing. But Deebo has not necessarily been perfectly consistent. Brandon Aiyuk is, but it's wide receiver. That position is going to be consistently inconsistent because you don't get the ball unless someone else throws it to you.
Exactly.
And defenses are going to be doing different things to stop you and all of that stuff. I don't want to I don't want to diminish either of these players. They're both fantastic players. This is circumstantial based on money, timing, and what the full package is that they offer. Brandon offers a very high level of traditional wide receiving. Deebo offers Deebo.
I have a thought here.
Different.
Quick on that. I think it's maybe why and I don't know how many Niner fans would agree, but the idea of potentially, and I'm not saying that this is ultimately the decision the Niners will come to, is choosing potentially Deebo over Brandon. Why that scares me a little bit is because of exactly what you just laid out.
Mm-hmm.
Deebo isn't your prototypical wide receiver. He can't really take the top off the defense, go out and get you those yards over the middle part of the field. Sure, he can, but it's not like that's what he does best. Aiyuk is really, really good at that. You take Aiyuk out of this offense and you lose a major part where you take Deebo out and you've got other guys who do not what he does exactly, but you got McCaffrey who gets those tough yards. And I don't know. If you had 2 receivers, prototypical receivers, maybe you don't need both of those, but Aiyuk is your only really prototypical wide receiver.
Understood. However, next year is a long year from now. In other words, which one of these 2 players does Ricky Pearsall have a better chance of making you forget?
Yeah, probably Aiyuk.
There you go.
If it's not Ricky Pearsall,
let's not pretend it's easy to get first-round receivers and have it and hit on them either.
It's true.
We don't know.
But I do think it's easier to find a receiver, a route runner, somebody who can take the top off it, go over the middle and make those plays, as opposed to a Swiss Army knife type of player like Deebo is. That's tougher to replace.
We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and coming up next, we'll mess around a little bit because we're coming up towards 6 o'clock, but also very, very much need to let you know exactly what Bob Melvin just said in the dugout about his starting rotation, specifically for those of you who are just joining us and may not know that Hayden Birdsong, after 12 strikeouts in 6 innings, was sent down today, not to Sacramento, but to San Jose. So more on that coming up. It's Willard and Dibs.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Wibby and Dibby is my favorite, but whatever. I don't care what you call us. Just call us.
888-957-9570.
Exactly.
It's the number.
Grandy, what are you doing in 15 minutes? What are you doing? What are you doing?
We're going to hear Dave Fleming.
Uh-huh.
We're going to hear Fred Warner.
Uh-huh.
And then we're going to hear Mike Florio.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Those are correct answers.
We need to get you off the Steiny noise.
Yeah,
you better
seriously.
than
Now
that.
I'm just doing it because I know it annoys him.
No, you're not. I think it's become a habit that you don't even realize, and you're doing it. Like, have you done this at home? Do you call your parents and you're just like,
Nope.
So, how you guys doing? Mm-hmm. Like, do you do that or
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Only here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Only to you. Mm-hmm.
All right, fine, Grandy. It doesn't bother me anymore.
Okay, I'll stop.
There, see that
You
works.
won't.
Yeah, you won't.
And that's a Lucas Alexander-ism that I definitely have taken taken into my personal life. You won't.
You won't.
Just so annoying. But great.
So, but great.
Yeah.
So, this is what Bob Melvin said about the Giants' rotation sensation this week. So here we go. We knew. Thank you. We knew that Blake Snell was throwing tonight. We knew that Jordan Hicks was throwing them all. I told you earlier today that Robbie Ray's throwing Wednesday. He has now firmly said Robbie Ray will start on Wednesday, and Logan Webb will start on Thursday. There is your rotation for the Dodgers series.
Okay.
It would seem to be a rather strong one on paper.
Right. Tough one tonight against River Ryan, making his major league debut for the Dodgers.
Not a real name. It's just not. It's
Who
not.
are you?
I don't. That's
number
not a real
77 in your program, number 1 in your heart.
On ESPN, he's listed as a first baseman. He's
That's
not,
awkward.
But that's what he's listed as.
He might cover first on a roller to the right side today.
Too soon, Dibs.
Yeah.
Too soon.
When Yaz comes over the top of one and hits a 38 hopper toward first.
I mean,
River Ryan over to cover, out number 3. Sorry about that. Yeah.
All right. So
what else? After Thursday, what are we doing?
Well, okay. So after Thursday, I would imagine. After Thursday comes Friday.
Kyle Harrison, then, right?
Kyle Harrison, no doubt, will throw. So what do you do? What do you do, Hot Shot, on Saturday? Yes, Hayden Birdsong's going to be back for one of those games on Saturday. They're sending him to San Jose, and Melvin even said in the dugout today, quote, "There's an excellent chance that Birdsong returns for the doubleheader on Saturday." And that probably means Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Blake Snell will be available to throw one of those games as well. And do you need Jordan Hicks to throw one more on Sunday before A, the deadline, and B, you get 2 off days out of 4 days? So that's probably the smart money is on that, unless they're so taxed that late in the week, Saturday doubleheader, do you need Jordan Hicks out of the pen? And does Sunday become a bullpen game, which sounds terrifying to me with how much they're going to need between now and then anyway. But whatever, you deal with Sunday. And so that's the way this week is going to shake out. And I know, so now there's a lot of people that are like, so just chill on the Birdsong thing. The fact that he got sent out today, a day after getting 12 strikeouts, he's going to be right back. Well, is he? So just because he's back for the doubleheader Saturday, I'm not ready to say that that's just that. Oh, well, then that makes it okay. Because is he not staying after this Saturday? Is that it? That's it? We're just moving on now because then we're into August and Alex Cobb is going to return. I mean, if the point that Farhan made last week, and Dave Fleming was very clear with us, stating that when Farhan speaks, you take it at face value, he is being honest with you. All right. You said last week that if this week doesn't go well, you might be ready to start looking at some younger players. Is Hayden Birdsong a younger player?
Yeah.
I do believe that he is.
Not quite 23.
He's 22 years old. Why are you dancing around with sending him out? And I would argue his presence this week at Dodger Stadium, watching 3 of the 4 starters who will go to the Hill for the Giants, having either been first or second in a Cy Young Award vote in recent years, I would argue there's value in that. I would have liked Hayden to see that. But that's not what they're going to do. Instead, they've got Mike Baumann in the bullpen tonight. Will he still be there Wednesday when Robbie Ray has to get activated. I don't know. If they DFA him, I'm going to blow my top. But we'll see. That's what they're doing right now.
He's been DFA'd twice already, so he probably wouldn't blow his top. He'll just be on to the next team. Baltimore DFA'd him, and then they traded him, and Seattle did the exact same thing. So, for Bauman, it probably wouldn't be a huge deal. And for Birdsong, he gets a chance to see Modesto in San Jose, down there in the San Jose Giants. First to 4 down there at San Jose Ballpark. And the tradition is when a major leaguer comes down to San Jose, you buy dinner. You have an elaborate spread. But if you're Hayden Birdsong, you're not too far removed from being one of the fellas. What does he come up with? A couple of pizzas?
Well,
because normally when you have like Blake Snell go down there for a rehab start and you're making $32 million, you do right by the single A guys and you give them a spread for the ages in the clubhouse.
I'm looking at Hayden. I went to Spot Track. Hayden Birdsong's contract with the Giants in 2024. Okay. What do you think he makes?
Probably about 180 grand.
Let's see. We've got him at $377,910. However,
prorated.
That's prorated. He's been here for what? 3 weeks?
Something like that.
Maybe 3 weeks. All right, so 3 weeks. Hang on. There's 52 weeks in a year, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. 52.
It's making about 50 grand.
Divided by yeah. All right.
Yeah.
That's not enough.
I don't get a ding for that. Math in my head.
We actually
on the fly.
Well, we don't know if that's right. We just believe you now.
That's awesome.
I didn't do the math
awesome.
yet. Yeah, I didn't do the math yet.
Anyway.
Yeah.
He's probably
3 divided by 52 equals that times 377,910 equals, what'd you say he made?
About 50 grand.
I got him for $21,800.
That's not a lot, Mark.
And it's also not what you said.
Well, I still got the dings.
Give him the buzzer. There you go.
Whatever.
21 grand. That's not enough to go to San Jose and buy the whole team dinner.
Pizzas.
No. Let him. He needs to save his money. Some of that went to his agent, for God's sakes.
Good point.
Probably needed to send some home also. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. What are you doing?
Just getting off work, fellas, and been listening to you guys. And, I'm trying to understand the brain trust in San Francisco, okay? Because you look at the last few games, okay? They don't have any bats, with the exception of what happened just recently with Jorge. Other than that, the bats have been quiet. So what are they doing? They're sitting up in the office, and Farhan's going, okay, how many people has Birdsong struck out? Oh, he struck out 11. Okay, that's it. If he strikes out one more person, we're going to send him to San Jose. Is that the way they're thinking? Because the man struck out 12 people, and now you're going to send him down? I thought we were trying to win games here. In other words, again, Mark, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, again, if you want to get to the nuts and bolts of it, Rich, I actually understand it. He wasn't going to pitch in L.A., so they're thinking, let's have an extra bullpen arm because, indeed, we are trying to win these games. My argument is at a certain point, the Farhan Zaidi regime is going to have to show a little bit more of a human heart. It just is, because you have to balance these things. There's the math, and there's the baseball, and then there's your clubhouse. And the fact that these are people. And Birdsong is a 22-year-old with 5 starts. And I got to imagine last night was on the highest of highs. They won the game. They needed to win the game. He struck out 12 in 6 innings at Coors Field. He set a Giants record. That's incredible. And you reward him with San Jose? I just think
it's a rivalry game against Modesto.
Is the damage done to Hayden there less important than having Mike Bauman in the bullpen for a couple of days in L.A.?
Well, we'll see.
I think not.
Depends on how Bauman can pitch. He's tough on righties, Mark. 6'4", 240. He might be the key to them getting over the hump.
I mean, apparently for the next 4 days in L.A., Ryan Walker, Tyler Rogers, Taylor Rogers, Randy Rodriguez, Eric Miller, Sean Jelly, Luke Jackson, and Camilo Doval Did I mention Jelly? Yeah.
You did. You did.
Apparently that's not enough. That's not enough. We need Bauman as well.
A lot of games coming up, Mark.
Yeah.
It's a rivalry series.
Yeah.
It's a big one. You got 8 games in 7 days.
Is Luke Jackson helping you or hurting you this week?
Oh, he's probably hurting you.
Okay.
With a 5.79 ERA.
Yeah.
Well, Tyler Rogers, Frisbee guy, didn't help you on Saturday.
But he helped you on Sunday.
Yeah, which is nice.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they're not going to be gold every time.
Yeah.
I don't get on the Tyler Rogers is not. I know he is a popular foil.
No, he's not.
But he's not.
He's having a pretty good year.
He is not one of the Giants' problems. Tyler Rogers is not a problem.
No, and the bullpen in general has been a problem across the board almost all the time.
I already said this. All of them have except for the broadcasters.
Exactly.
That's it. Yeah. So.
And you'll hear one of the broadcasters coming up here in about 8 minutes.
Oh, that's right. Dave Fleming. Fleming.
It feels better when you give me the ding.
Got one.
The buzzer hurts.
That was a buzzer beater with a ding. Okay. We told you what Grandy has got coming up, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Full hour best of the game. Fred Warner was on with us. Dave Fleming was on with us. Mike Florio was on with the roast. You will hear all of that narrated by the great Mark Grandy. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
We'll do
it's
it again.
Weird inflection.
Yeah. Well, then we'll do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah.
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep. Dave's feeling it, but it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here